Chapter 2402. Proxy holding Zhang Yu stood frozen, unable to grasp Hong Huangnin's meaning. He could only stammer, "This humble one is useless." Hong Huangnin waved his hand, signaling his secretary to bring over a sealed craft paper envelope, bulging at the seams. Inside you'll find a 1,000 yuan check and 5,000 silver dollars in circulation coupons. Zhang Yu nearly dropped the package in shock. Though his business had grown to handle turnovers of thousands or even tens of thousands, 5,000 yuan remained a staggering sum. 99% of Guangzhou's residents would never handle such wealth in their entire lives, let alone hold it in their hands. The 1,000 yuan check is a loan to Zhang's company. The 5,000 in cash is a personal loan to you. Hong Huangnin bit the end of a cigar, let his secretary light it, and drew deeply. How can I possibly accept this? Zhang Yu clutched the heavy package as though it were a burning coal. Hong Huangnin exhaled a perfect smoke ring and continued as if Zhang Yu hadn't spoken. Send someone to see Gao Ju and tell him you intend to purchase 1,000 yuan in bonds. Zhang Yu was confused. He had assumed the extra money was meant to inflate his bond purchase, giving him something presentable to show Gao Ju. He hadn't expected to still be told to buy only 1,000. He dared not question and simply replied, "Yes." Then have someone inform Gao Ju that you intend to buy 5,000 shares of Nanyang Company stock when it's issued. What? Zhang Yu's eyes went wide. He knew about the Nanyang Company's upcoming stock issuance, of course, but like most of his colleagues in the Federation of Industry and Commerce, he shared the prevailing view: buy a token amount for appearances, but don't overcommit. Stocks and shareholding systems had flourished in Holland and England, but they weren't foreign concepts here either. In Guangzhou alone, larger businesses commonly operated as joint partnerships. Beyond pure capital shares, there were body shares, labor shares for shopkeepers and clerks. Physical stores had them, trading businesses had them. Maritime trade especially relied on such arrangements. Smaller merchants without their own vessels often pooled capital temporarily to purchase goods, while sea merchants who built their own ships frequently shared construction costs among investors. Though the Great Ming lacked a proper stock exchange or the supporting infrastructure for stock trading and dividends, handling most such matters according to folk custom, share-based transactions were hardly rare. They had even spread to agriculture. Guangzhou's business community was certainly no stranger to the concept. If an established enterprise sold stock, the Federation's wealthy members would generally be willing to buy. Put another way, if any of the purple prefixed businesses raised capital, no mobilization or propaganda would be necessary. A single announcement would have crowds trampling the Purple Light Tower's threshold flat. But this Nanyang Company was heading to the South Seas to conduct trade and establish colonies. That gave the old moneybags pause. Maritime trade was indeed extremely profitable, but the uncontrollable risks were immense. Shipwrecks and deaths were countless. Merchants who went bankrupt and ruined their families in such ventures were hardly rare. In short, this was a business offering both high returns and high risks. For most of the old moneybags, profitable investment still meant seeking stability. Even when putting money into maritime trade, they preferred to lend rather than invest directly. As long as there was collateral, the loan amount was negotiable. At least they wouldn't lose everything. Zhang Yu had listened to their discussions and understood that this soon-to-be-issued Nanyang stock held little appeal. When the time came, the Federation's major households would at most buy 300 to 500 shares as a gesture of goodwill. As for himself, the money for the bonds was borrowed in the first place, but his mind was quick, and he immediately grasped Senator Hong's meaning. "Yes, I understand," Hong Huangnin nodded. "After you return, write 2 IOUs and have someone deliver them to me. For the 1,000 yuan note, list Zhang's food company as the borrower. Use your personal name for the 5,000. And the interest in term for the 5,000. No set term, no written interest. Simply state that when I need the money, I'll notify you 30 days in advance. Leave interest blank." Zhang Yu was thoroughly bewildered now. He had never even heard of such an IOU, let alone written one. Though interest isn't written down, I still want it. Hong Huangnan smiled. It will be the annual dividends from your Nanyang Company shares. Yes. I'll give you instructions on how to handle the stock after you purchase it. Until then, just keep it safe. The dividends too, though I expect there won't be any dividends for the first few years. Zhang Yu understood now. This wasn't a loan at all. He was being asked to hold Nanyang Company stock by proxy. This humble one understands. Hong Huangnan regarded him with a faint smile. If you buy 5,000 shares, Gaoju will have to purchase at least 10 or 20,000 to maintain face. Your contribution here is no small matter. I wouldn't dare claim credit, it's all thanks to the chief's cultivation. For some reason, Zhang Yu felt sweat beading on his forehead. I hear Gaoju has been cultivating a relationship with you. That's true. Zhang Yu spoke quickly. His family's womenfolk have been socializing with my mother frequently, and he often invites me to banquets and elegant gatherings at his home. He suddenly remembered how Gaoju's third concubine had recently tried to play matchmaker for him, and immediately told Hong Huangnan about it. Oh, official Gao treats you quite well indeed. Hong Huangnan nodded with a slight smile. He truly shows sincere consideration toward the Senate. The matter felt inappropriate to me, so I asked my mother to decline, but the third concubine came around again to matchmake. Who did she propose? Daughters of wealthy households, young ladies from scholarly families, mostly people connected to his family in some way. You declined them all. Yes, it never felt quite right. And what are your own thoughts on the matter? My father and I share the same view. Our family has been small merchants for generations, and we owe our current fortune entirely to the Senate's grace. We wouldn't dare presume to marry into major households. We'd rather find an honest girl from a modest family. Hong Huangnan studied him for a moment, stubbed out his cigar, and said, No need to rush into marriage. You're still young. Focus on your business, handle matters carefully. Your future holds great promise. Yes, I accept the chief's auspicious words. I trust you, you may go. Zhang Yu returned to his office in the Great World and called Zhang Ting over, handing her the bag with instructions to deposit it at the bank. Brother Yu, where did you get so much money all at once? Zhang Ting was both surprised and delighted. I borrowed it. Zhang Yu had walked only a few hundred meters from the inner world to his own office, but the moment he sat down, he felt his strength drain away. His shirt was soaked through with sweat. Did Senator Hong lend it to you? Zhang Ting asked softly. Zhang Yu nodded. He checked that the office door was closed and whispered, You must keep this matter absolutely confidential. Zhang Ting grew nervous and nodded solemnly. Glancing at the check, she said, But this check bears Chief Hong's signature. People will know the moment it's cashed at the bank. The check doesn't matter. The cash is what needs discretion. I'll disperse it into the company's and the old shop's daily revenue over a month or two, just depositing a bit extra each day. Good. Also, write 2 IOUs. After you finish, put them in an envelope and seal it. Zhang Yu explained the requirements in detail. Have Yu Mai deliver it to the reception office tomorrow. He must get a receipt from Senator Hong's secretary. After Zhang Ting left, Zhang Yu leaned back in his armchair, heart pounding wildly. Today's meeting with Senator Hong left certain details unclear, but he felt he understood the senator's meaning completely. Without question, his relationship with Senator Hong had advanced another step. From the senator's words, he had discerned several layers of meaning. First, don't get too close to Gaoju. And Gaoju meant not just official Gao himself, but also the old moneybags and old literati of Guangzhou, regardless of their attitude toward the Senate. Second, Senator Hong didn't want him to marry quickly. Zhang Yu understood. Wealthy and powerful families never formed marriage alliances casually. They weighed matters repeatedly, carefully considering the other party's background before making decisions. If he married just anyone now, he would essentially be surrendering a valuable bargaining chip. Could it be that Senator Hong's family had a daughter of suitable age? He immediately shook the thought from his head, laughing at himself for daydreaming. Even if it didn't necessarily mean a daughter would be betrothed to him, Senator Hong expressing views on his marriage made one thing clear. Not only would he continue supporting Zhang Yu, but their relationship would deepen further. The realization filled him with both surprise and elation. Through chance and coincidence, he had already reached heights he once wouldn't have dared dream of. And now Senator Hong had opened a door leading to even greater status and wealth. Before long, even Gao Ju would have to bow before him. At this thought, his entire body tensed with an indescribable heat and ecstasy. His blood ran so hot it seemed ready to burn through his skin. A desire surged within him, making him restless. For some reason, the image of the tofu shop's young lady, Huo Sanyan, rose unbidden in his mind. Work had kept him too busy lately to visit the old shop, and her shadow had grown faint in his heart. But remembering her now stirred a desire he had never felt before. Regarding marriage, Senator Hong had already said, "No rush," implying that neither daughters of wealthy households nor girls of humble families were suitable for him. So perhaps he might as well bring Huo Sanyan home as a concubine. "I'm the foremost short-hair merchant in Guangzhou now. What's wrong with taking a secondary wife?" But on reflection, if he presented this idea to his parents, they would certainly refuse. The Huo family and his own had been neighbors for many years, helping each other through poverty. The intention of uniting the families through marriage had been vaguely hinted at before. Now that his family had prospered, not marrying the Huo daughter as his primary wife was barely defensible. There had been no formal engagement after all, but taking her as a concubine would reek of a small man intoxicated by success. Even if the Huo family were willing, his parents could never countenance such a thing. Zhang Yu paced his office like a hungry wolf, his mind churning with wild thoughts. Had anyone observed him, they would have assumed he was agonizing over business or money troubles. End of chapter. Chapter 2403. Industrial and Commercial Promotion Act, January 2, 1636, as the first new year since the formal promulgation of the Great Song public calendar in Guangzhou. The Great Song Guangzhou municipal government spared no effort in promoting the public calendar New Year. On New Year's Day, January 1st, they announced a 5-day holiday for government offices and schools. Shops and workshops throughout Guangzhou followed suit, closing from New Year's Day and waiting until the 5th day to welcome the god of wealth before reopening for business. Some trading houses, reluctant to abandon the year's best business opportunity, arranged for their clerks to rest in shifts. Though the Australians had issued no official decree requiring uniform observance by scholars and commoners, everyone felt it prudent to play along and show support. Since the Australians' arrival, their thunder and rain, their displays of power and benevolence, had left the city's scholars and commoners in a daze. The gentry and wealthy households especially lived in a state of terror. The witchcraft case had shattered hundreds of elite families inside and outside the city walls, and scarcely had the plague ended before the new tax system began rolling out. Throughout history, countless heads had rolled over tax collection. Though the Australians weren't bloodthirsty, the frequent exiling in recent major cases had set everyone trembling. For Australian, exile meant not just one person. Entire families were typically sent away together. Though they were permitted to bring property and household members, the destinations were all remote and wretched prefectures that no one had ever heard of. Exile amounted to a one-way journey. Perhaps recognizing that recent purges had been too severe, and that last year's plague had greatly sapped Guangzhou's vitality, the Australians had consciously softened the atmosphere starting in December, pivoting to lively preparations for various celebrations. Decorations festooned every corner. On New Year's Eve, massive firework displays erupted at Baiyatan and other locations, illuminating half the sky with colorful sparkles for over half an hour, and driving the entire city into a frenzy of excitement. The Guangzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce held a group greeting on the second day of the new year. For Federation members, though the gathering was largely a formality, It also served as a reassurance pill, a chance for industrialists and merchants, alarmed throughout the past year, to relax somewhat. At the group greeting, Lin Baiguang, who presided over the meeting, and Liu Xiang, who came specially for the occasion, offered more than polite pleasantries. They specifically mentioned a series of industrial and commercial promotion acts from the Senate, including the much-discussed Nanyang Company plan. Beyond the Nanyang Company's stock and bond issuance, there were numerous specific industrial investment projects. Mayor Liu personally delivered detailed speeches on each, tireless in his explanations. As mayor of Guangzhou, vigorously organizing industry and commerce had always been his guiding principle. Besides the relocated and newly built enterprises in the planning agency's blueprint, encouraging local industrialists and merchants to establish ventures was a shared goal of the planning agency and municipal government alike. The planning agency and Guangzhou municipal government weren't the only ones eager to diffuse production capacity. The agricultural and light industry departments were also rubbing their palms, ready to seize opportunities on this flourishing land of Guangzhou. Wu Nanhai was scheming to launch a patent transfer program, preparing to license a batch of civilian technologies to Guangzhou's wealthy households for fees, enabling them to invest in factory establishments. Though these projects hadn't yet been formalized in official documents, Liu Xiang had disclosed their general content to the major households via his presentation today. The projects seemed varied, but all fell under agricultural product processing. The largest and most important among them was cotton spinning. Cotton spinning was an industry the Senate had largely neglected until now. The reasons were simple. The Senate lacked a stable cotton supply and faced competition from cheap Indian cotton cloth and Songjiang cotton cloth. Consequently, though the Senate had established spinning mills and textile factories over the years, their scale remained modest, primarily producing specialized textile products. Bulk cotton fabrics were mostly imported from India and the Great Ming. After occupying the two Guangs, the cotton supply problem had been largely resolved. Moreover, various departments had complaints about existing local cloth, whether Indian or Songjiang. From an application standpoint, cotton textiles had extensive industrial and civilian uses. Yet the current limited spindle capacity under Senate control kept special textile production hovering at relatively low levels in output, variety, and technology alike. Expanding cotton textile production was soon placed on the agenda. Following the Senate's established policy for industrial development, such light industries were consistently developed through attracting private capital investment. Thus the Guangzhou Industrial and Commercial Promotion Act was launched. After Lin Baiguang concluded the group greeting, he hosted a banquet for the members. Glasses clinked amid lively chatter, and everyone appeared quite pleased. After eating and drinking their fill, Wu Yizhen bid farewell to his acquaintances and settled into his sedan chair for the journey home, pondering the short-hair's motives all the way. He wasn't originally in the cloth business. He was a dried fruit wholesaler, but that sandy land in the south belonged to him. The short hairs had purchased it, and he'd heard that a real short hair had specifically gone to inspect it, which made him scent a business opportunity. He had long envied Gao Ju, who had risen rapidly since establishing connections with the short hairs, becoming one of the top wealthy households. Before Guangzhou's liberation, however, Wu Yizhen had no dealings with short hair industries. He had originally come today merely to mark his attendance, following the crowd. The group greeting had exceeded all expectations. This so-called Industrial and Commercial Promotion Act was essentially the Senate's investment promotion conference. Among the projects presented, cotton spinning interested him most. He owned many newly reclaimed sandy fields, currently useful for little besides growing cotton. But merely selling raw cotton wouldn't earn much. Spinning and weaving it himself could maximize profits. Judging by the Australian's current appetite for cotton cloth, entering this line of business meant not worrying about sales. Both Mayor Liu and Director Lin had explicitly stated that the Senate would fully support local industries. However, local cotton spinning in Guangzhou Prefecture had never been as strong as silk weaving. The market was dominated by Songjiang cloth, and many fabrics were produced for farmers' personal use. After the Australians arrived, large quantities of foreign cloth flooded in. Guangzhou's cloth shops had long since ceased carrying local cloth. In remote county markets, farm-produced cloth still appeared, but after the chaos of war, who knew how many weaving households remained? The short hairs offered 3 schemes in total. The first was simplest, essentially a variant of the putting-out system. Traditional putting-out dealers provided raw materials to peasant households, then purchased and resold the finished products. The specifics varied. Some provided raw cotton or hemp, others provided spun yarn, and some large workshop owners produced and sold directly. But looms were basically each family's or workshop's own property. The short hairs added machine credits, leasing machines on installment. Besides the usual putting-out arrangement, the short hairs would take a cut of profit from every bolt of cloth sold by those who obtained machines, in perpetuity. This was far more ruthless than the credit terms offered by households like his own. Unless one bought back the shares in the Australians' hands, but the buyback price was more than 10 times the machine's direct selling price. Though the invested party could receive Australian technical and management guidance, and the cut was determined by profit margins, it essentially amounted to selling oneself to the Australians. As for corporate share dividends, in Wu Yijin's view, this was simply the East-West system under a different name. East was the capital owner, West was the manager. The capital owner provided money, the manager handled operations. Joint stock operations among several families were commonplace, but there were differences. For example, this company that promoted him as legal person was also to receive investment, yet wouldn't conduct specific business. He had initially assumed the capital owner was that young false short hair, but unexpectedly, the investor wasn't a person but another company, one whose shareholders were apparently real short hairs. Thinking it over, these short hairs truly deserved their reputation as sea merchants. Though it looked complicated, they could earn money while lying down. Finally, there was one more model. The merchant funded the factory alone or in partnership. The Australians only sold equipment and technology to the factory, intervening in nothing else. After paying profit taxes, the rest went into one's own pocket. If asked which was best, naturally it was the third option. But that option, needless to say, required investment beyond ordinary wealthy households' reach. At minimum, several families would need to pool shares. Returning to his residence, he ordered the family guards at the gate, "Bring everything inside." The short hairs had distributed samples to members interested in the cotton textile industry. Back in his study, he pondered for a while, then sent for his cousin-nephew Chen Lin. Chen Lin was a relative through Wu Yijin's family in Nanhai County. His family had originally worked in silk workshops. Not long after the Australians fought their way in, bandits and soldiers swept through the countryside. The Chen family was first robbed, then struck by fire, their home largely destroyed. Chen Lin fled to Guangzhou seeking refuge with Wu Yijin. Originally, after the surrounding countryside was pacified, Chen Lin had planned to return and assess the family property. Then the plague struck and the delay kept him trapped in the city. A few days ago, Chen Lin had come to bid farewell, saying he would leave Guangzhou on a chosen date to return home. Viewed this way, it was perfect timing. Chen Lin arrived and paid his respects. He was a handsome man in his early 30s. As a silk merchant in the countryside, his face had been tanned pitch black. Having stayed in Guangzhou for over a year, he had grown much fairer. He now looked like a scholar. Wu Yijin exchanged pleasantries, asking about his luggage preparations and whether the boat was firmly hired. He also instructed servants to prepare some Guangzhou local products as gifts. Only at the end did he broach his real purpose. "Your family has lived by the loom for generations. Tell me, what do you make of these cloth samples?" He handed several samples to Chen Lin. Chen Lin examined them, turning them over repeatedly, frowning. I wonder where Uncle obtained these samples. Never mind that for now. Just tell me about the quality and grade. Chen Lin cleared his throat. My family has always worked with silk. Though I understand a thing or two about cotton cloth, I'm no expert in that line and can only offer rough observations. Wu Yijun laughed. If you don't understand, I understand even less. Just say what you can. Though he had thoughts of entering the cotton spinning business, something felt off. Competition in Guangzhou's cotton cloth market was fierce. Whether local cloth, fine Songjiang cloth, or various Western cotton cloths, all held firm market positions, with little room in pricing. To truly enter this field would mean facing intense competition. End of chapter. Chapter 24:04. Reorganizing the family business. For the Australians to suddenly wade into this muddy water, they must possess some powerful killer move. It was like when the Australians had come to Guangzhou selling paper years ago. Within a year, they had crushed the local paper industry completely. In quality and price alike, no product on the market could compete with Australian paper. Who knew what unique advantages this Australian cloth might hold? Then I'll venture my humble opinion. First, this cloth here. It resembles Songjiang fine cloth but isn't as exquisite as top-grade Songjiang. It looks somewhat loose and insufficiently thick. This piece is rather strange. The surface feels like cotton, but when bent, it lacks cotton softness. It's stiff, almost like linen. I suspect the cotton was blended with something else during spinning. This one is ordinary hemp cloth, inferior even to medium-grade hemp. The surface is particularly fuzzy, and the weaving craftsmanship looks comparable to farm cloth, noticeably below what you'd find from market workshops. Chen Lin evaluated the samples one by one. Wu Yijun stroked his beard and nodded approvingly. As expected from a weaving family, I couldn't spot any of these subtleties. Chen Lin was related through his mother's side, and their silk workshop had enjoyed some local renown. Wu Yijun pointed to the yarn samples nearby. Now examine this yarn. Chen Lin picked up the yarn, twisted it between his fingers, then pulled apart the fibers one by one, testing several times before speaking. This yarn is fine yet strong, a top product. Ordinary spinning women couldn't produce this. It would take someone with at least 10 years of skilled practice to spin yarn of this quality. At this time, many textile workshops integrated spinning and weaving. Cotton yarn trade was relatively limited, so Chen Lin offered only a cursory assessment. Wu Yijun nodded with satisfaction. Would you be interested in manufacturing such goods? Chen Lin was confused. Are there skilled craftsmen available for hire? Wu Yijun smiled. No, this is machine-made. He explained his proposal. He wanted Chen Lin to return home, reopen the textile workshop, and convert it to cotton spinning. The short hairs had even better machines that could spin even finer yarn. If Chen Lin was willing, Wu Yijun would invest as a shareholder and help him obtain equipment and technology from the short hairs. Chen Lin's village sat at the border of Nanhai County in Sihui, with the North River flowing through the area. Water resources were abundant, and traveling downstream could reach Guangzhou. Water transport was convenient. Judging by the Australians' intentions, they want to massively expand cotton spinning in Guangdong, and rightly so. Think of how much clothing, sails, and bedding the South Seas expeditions will need. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Chen Lin, however, couldn't share his cousin-uncle's excitement. His family had worked silk for generations and never touched cotton spinning. The old saying held true: different trades are like mountains apart. Sericulture and cotton cultivation were completely different industries. The merchants who handled them were different. The barriers to entry were different. Craftsmen couldn't simply switch specialties on a whim. If they couldn't produce, they couldn't deliver. What good was even the biggest opportunity? His cousin-uncle's idea seemed somewhat fanciful, but Chen Lin couldn't say so directly, so he replied, "This is a significant matter. I must return home and discuss it with my clan relatives before making any decision." "In that case, go home first and settle household affairs." I saw in the newspaper that the countryside has been pacified. The bandits and rogue soldiers in northern Guangdong have retreated. Travel should be reasonably safe. After you return, focus on reorganizing the family business. Come back to Guangzhou to discuss things with me in due time. After such upheaval, I imagine there'll be many expenses. I've already had my accountant prepare 100 silver dollars, take it home to use. How could I possibly? Though Chen Lin was moved, he understood that money without cause wasn't easily accepted. Besides, Wu Yijin was merely his cousin-uncle. Taking him in during the crisis had already been a tremendous kindness. To suddenly receive 100 yuan now required careful consideration. He declined repeatedly, insisting it was too much. Don't refuse, nephew. I'm not giving this money for free. Reorganizing the family business will inevitably involve expenses. Consider it a loan. If you're willing to partner with me in the future, this money counts as my share capital. If not, return it when you're back on your feet. With matters framed so plainly, Chen Lin could hardly refuse. Still, he insisted on writing an IOU. Wu Yijin saw the hesitation in his nephew's heart. This nephew had read some Confucian texts and was somewhat blockheaded. But that was also good. Though an upright gentleman might sometimes be pedantic in business, he could be trusted. The next day, Chen Lin boarded a boat at Li Family Wharf under his cousin-uncle's arrangement. The vessel was a Tonka sampan that the Wu family hired year-round. The boatman had visited the Chen family before and needed no special instructions. Just go to Master Chen's Nanhai village, and he knew the way. The journey proved exactly as his cousin-uncle had said. The countryside was pacified. Villages along the way had all established bayajia according to Australian requirements, building watchtowers and checkpoints. Village braves patrolled and stood sentry day and night, more vigilant than before. Thinking back, the previous government had made a great show of these same measures to prepare against the short hairs. Now these short hairs had taken everything over and were using it themselves. Traveling without incident, they reached Nanhai village in just 3 days. Place names containing Nanhai were countless throughout the Pearl River Delta. Chen Lin's Nanhai village sat on exactly such a piece of sandy land deposited by the river. In the early Ming Dynasty, the Chen family ancestors had migrated here from Xiangyunsha with their entire clan, settling on this wasteland that was then still a river beach. Over more than 2 centuries, they worked hard to cultivate and accumulate wealth, expanding their influence as their sons passed imperial examinations, gradually becoming the foremost surname in Nanhai village. Stepping onto the land he had been away from so long, gazing at the distant village houses and fields, Chen Lin felt his heart grow heavy. He had fled in such haste. Now over a year had passed, and he didn't know how the clansmen and fellow villagers fared. He knew only that the village and family business had suffered severe damage. He had only recently received the letter from home. The author was an elder of his clan who had escaped the disaster when Nanhai village was sacked by the marauding soldiers. The old man had struggled to find someone to carry the letter to him. From that letter he formally learned of his father's death. On the night of the escape, he had witnessed his father struck by an arrow and falling from a bridge into the river. He hadn't held much hope. Yet when he learned his father had truly perished, grief overwhelmed Chen Lin. He had lost his mother young, and his father had raised the siblings single-handedly. The Chen family possessed a substantial estate. In this village alone, there were 13 branch households. With so many branches, naturally some were wealthy and some poor. Fortunately, the clan property accumulated over many years had grown to a considerable sum. Even the poorest families could obtain a stable income and not suffer from cold or hunger. Chen Lin's branch didn't own many fields or fish ponds. But because silkworm farmers abounded in the area, starting with his grandfather, they had established a silk hong in the village to purchase villagers' silkworm cocoons and raw silk for weaving into silk fabrics. Their products had earned a modest reputation and could always be sold in Guangzhou. His family's workshop had begun to develop a division of labor: boiling rooms, reeling rooms, weaving rooms, and calendaring rooms. They could even dye their own fabrics. These workrooms were managed separately by his father's cousins and nephews, while his father coordinated operations across all departments. The soldier chaos had swept through the entire village. The marauders looted the stock clean and ruined much of the stored raw silk. In their retreat, they set fire to the houses. Thanks to villagers' desperate firefighting efforts, most buildings and equipment were saved. But his father had died, and the craftsmen and laborers had either perished or scattered. The silk workshop could no longer operate. The letter had urged him to return as soon as possible to reorganize the family business, and mentioned that hearts within the clan were currently in disorder. Who knew what kind of mess awaited him to clean up? The thought left Qianlin faintly discouraged. Ninth uncle, we've arrived. Returning to the village with him was Chen Qing. Though only 2 or 3 years younger than Qianlin, by generational ranking he counted as Qianlin's nephew. Their collateral branches had distinctions of status, and Chen Qing's family was very poor. He had followed Qianlin since age 10. They called each other uncle and nephew, but in practice they were master and servant. The village looked better than he had imagined. Though many houses remained unrepaired and broken walls stood everywhere, quite a few temporary structures had been built. Many people had apparently returned, and figures moved busily in the fields beyond the village. Walking a short distance, he heard a woman's voice. "Brother Ailin, aching, you're back." That familiar voice. He knew without looking it was Chen Yue, the daughter of Qianlin's second uncle. To speak honestly, Qianlin held little respect for this second uncle. The man spent his days eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Were it not for his status as a son of the Nanhai Chen clan, with the clan settling matters on his behalf, he would probably have been beaten to death several times over. Second aunt had endured more than 10 years of marriage before she finally couldn't stand his absurdity. She brought her maiden family's brothers to confront second uncle and forced him to write a divorce letter. The two parties separated. The Chen clan leader and elders had only pretended not to notice, unwilling to defend second uncle's cause. Though the man was utterly worthless, he had fathered a clever, beautiful, and intelligent daughter. The clan elders, fearing this dissolute father might pawn or sell the girl to creditors and disgrace the family name, adopted her to Qianlin's father. Legally speaking, Chen Yue was now his full sister. What Qianlin had worried about most was this sister. He feared she had been harmed during the chaos. The elder who wrote to him had only mentioned vaguely that girls from various families had been violated. Some had taken their own lives, others had gone missing. Seeing Chen Yue's expression now, lively and bright, she appeared safe and sound. His heart settled considerably. She was, after all, his only remaining family. Chen Yue told him the house had been demolished by the marauding soldiers. Not burned. The soldiers had heard this was the home of a silk workshop owner and decided treasures must be buried inside. After robbing the valuables, they had torn down walls and dug everywhere, even prying off roof tiles, leaving the Chen residence in ruins. I hid at Flower sister-in-law's home and escaped the worst of it. Now I'm partnering with her. We do handwork together to exchange for rice, getting by half-hungry most days. Sister-in-law Gihua was surnamed Zheng, wife of a loom worker who had worked at the Chen family silk workshop. After her husband died, she took odd jobs at the workshop to make ends meet. She was considered dutiful and reliable. This reassured Qianlin. End of chapter. Chapter 24:05. Reorganizing the family business. Didn't the ancestral hall distribute grain for relief? The clan leader is dead. The clan elders are dead or fled. There's not a single person who can make decisions. Besides, the clan was ruined terribly by the passing soldiers. Money and grain were all plundered. If the Australians hadn't arrived later to distribute relief grain, who knows how many would have starved. Chen Yue's voice was full of grievance, and now second uncle has seized power and become the manager of the ancestral hall. No one else's words carry any weight. The second uncle Chen Yue spoke of was actually her biological father, but she despised and hated him, refusing to acknowledge him as family. What? Second uncle holds power? Qianlin was shocked. Second uncle had always eaten, drank, whored, and gambled. Who knew how many scandals he had caused? Back when he worked at the weaving workshop, he had embezzled silk meant for delivery, ultimately forcing the workshop to pay damages to settle the matter and deeply embarrassing Qianlin's father. After that incident, he was banned from the weaving workshop and given only a small monthly allowance. Even with no elders remaining, surely anyone would be a better choice than this profligate. Qianlin's branch was one of 3 descended from the Qian family's eldest line. They were the direct bloodline. Though his father had never served as clan leader, he had always held the status of a clan elder whose words carried immense weight within the clan. The position of manager had also always been his. With father gone, having a brother succeed as manager would be considered orthodox, but second uncle was infamously dissolute and improper. What was the clan thinking? Why not let third uncle be the manager? Chen Yue glanced around. Let's discuss this later. You just arrived, go home and look around first. Qianlin was full of suspicion, but knew his sister must have reasons for her caution. She was right. Since he was back, he should see home first. The 3 returned together. The scene was exactly as Chen Yue had described. Walls toppled, buildings collapsed, devastation everywhere. The sprawling 3-courtyard compound didn't have a single small room left habitable. The courtyard was pockmarked with holes of various sizes. The family's valuables had been looted clean, needless to say, and most furniture and furnishings were damaged. Though these pieces weren't particularly precious, they had been passed down through generations, repaired, maintained, and added to over the years, accompanying the family day and night. Now only debris remained scattered across the ground. For unknown reasons, the marauding soldiers had smashed everything to pieces. Father's favorite jasmine tree, once bowl-thick, filling summer with fragrance that drifted beyond the courtyard, had been chopped down at the trunk. Surveying the ruined courtyard, Qianlin sighed. Truly a catastrophe. Chen Yue thought he was grieving over the family property and tried to comfort him. Brother Alan, what matters is that you're safe. Now that Dad is gone, you're the pillar of this family. Mother had died early. Father never remarried. He had only one concubine, but she bore no children and had also passed away last year. After Father's death, the entire family consisted of just him and his sister. The thought brought a wave of sorrow, and he asked, "Where is Dad's coffin now?" "Dad's body was only found 2 months ago," Chen Yue said, tears rolling down her cheeks. It was soaked beyond recognition. Third uncle identified him by a seal he always carried. The elders said such a corpse couldn't be kept, better to bury it for peace as soon as possible. He was buried that same day. Imagining his father's wretched state, Qianlin wept uncontrollably. After a long while he said, "Ayu, prepare incense, candles, and paper money for me. I'm going to pay respects at Father's grave." The 2 went to the ancestral cemetery to pay their respects. Qianlin saw the graveyard had also suffered greatly. The sacrificial vessels stored there had been looted, and doors and windows were all destroyed. His heart ached. After mourning and making offerings at his father's grave, the siblings rose. Qianlin proposed visiting the weaving workshop, but Chen Yue shook her head. "Big brother, you'd best not go to the weaving workshop." "Why? Was it destroyed too?" The workshop wasn't badly damaged. The soldiers only took the stock. The buildings and looms weren't much harmed. It started operating again a month ago. Started operating? Qianlin was surprised. After the devastation, with everything needing to be rebuilt and clansmen struggling even to eat, where had the money come from? Silk weaving required heavy capital. Purchasing raw silk required cash. Yet silk fabric sales typically weren't settled until festival seasons, when accounts were squared and funds returned. Since the soldiers had plundered the raw silk stock, how could operations resume without materials? Even if the clan paid to repurchase supplies, it was winter now. Silkworms hadn't even started hatching. Where would cocoons and raw silk come from? How can they operate without raw silk? Qianlin turned to leave. "Let's go, I want to see the workshop." Chen Yue grabbed his arm. "Brother, if you want to look, I won't stop you, but let me tell you a few things first." Chen Lin halted, sensing something was wrong. "Speak." "Brother Alan, the weaving workshop is now managed by second uncle." Chen Lin started, then sneered. "That's hardly surprising. He's even become the clan temple manager now." A thought struck him. How did the clan elders let him become manager anyway? Chen Yue looked around. Seeing the area was deserted, she pulled Chen Lin into the graveyard, found a secluded spot to sit, and whispered, "Brother Alan, don't get angry. I'll tell you quietly, second uncle has allied himself with the short-hair thieves." "What?" Chen Lin was stunned. "Is that true?" "Yes." Chen Yue nodded firmly and continued. "When the soldiers sacked Nanhai, everyone scrambled to escape and scattered. I followed third uncle's family to third aunt's maiden home in Sanliang Market and hid for over 2 months. Later, the Australians posted notices saying Guangzhou Prefecture was pacified and refugees could return. Those without travel money could take free scheduled boats from major market towns. Third uncle's family and I watched for several days. Seeing it was truly safe, we took the Australians' boat home together. Back in the village, we found 70 or 80% of those who fled had returned. Everyone was busy repairing houses and burying the dead. The Australians had also distributed some money and grain for relief. When second uncle was fleeing, he somehow encountered the Australians and obtained the official position of liaison officer for Nanhai village. That's not an official position, it's just something like the Bayajia headman. But he's used this liaison officer title to throw his weight around. Because he can communicate with the Australians, the clan elders began looking favorably on him and let him handle matters. Before long, leveraging Australian backing, he demanded the clan make him the ancestral hall manager. The elders were dead or fled, those remaining had no backbone. Under his pressure, they could only comply. Third uncle disagreed and had a huge quarrel with him in the ancestral hall, then left the next day. Chen Lin understood. His worthless second uncle had seized power amid the chaos. The weaving workshop had obviously been seized by him as well. Third uncle was steady-tempered, the most composed of the 3 brothers. Since childhood, Chen Lin had never seen him lose his temper. For him to quarrel violently with second uncle and leave in anger, the cause couldn't simply be the manager position. Where did third uncle go? Third uncle's family returned to Sanliang. "They wanted to take me too, but with no news of you, brother, I wanted to wait for your return, so I stayed." Another problem occurred to him. There's no raw silk on the market now, and second uncle never managed the weaving workshop before. Who's actually running operations? Chen Yue glanced around again before answering. "The weaving workshop is now managed by short hairs." "What?" This time Chen Lin nearly dropped his jaw. The Australians had come to the village to run a weaving workshop. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. Real short hairs or false short hairs? False short hairs, though actually they don't shave their heads. They all speak the short hair language and have shipped in many new machines, all on Australian boats. Second uncle says these people all came from Xiangyunsha Prefecture and are the Australians' capable lieutenants. Just as expected, second uncle had no ability to manage a weaving workshop. If it fell into his hands, the only result would be embezzlement until nothing remained. That it could operate at all obviously depended on these false short hairs. But what were these false short hairs doing, coming specifically to Nanhai to take over a weaving workshop? For reeling and weaving silk, there were plenty of workshops inside and outside Guangzhou City. Why come all the way here? His confusion only deepened. But with the short hairs now involved in the workshop, his chances of reclaiming it seemed slim. "You mustn't clash directly with second uncle," Chen Yue warned. "He has short hair backing now. No one in the village dares cross him. Just a few days ago, Uncle Zhai from the 6th branch was dragged to the ancestral hall and beaten for defying him, then fined 1 dan of rice. Everyone pleaded for leniency, promising to pay after next year's harvest before he was finally released. He's just one person. Does the entire village simply let him run wild? Even if the Australians support him, it's only a few false short hairs. I've encountered many false short hairs in Guangzhou. The Australians discipline their subordinates strictly and don't permit lawless behavior. These few false short hairs probably wouldn't dare openly back his abuses. That I don't know. The villagers are terrified the moment they hear short hair thieves or Australians. Brother Alan, do you remember when the Australians besieged Guangzhou a few years back? Of course he remembered. Australian warships had sailed along the river channels, levying grain and supplies everywhere. Anyone who dared resist or disobey was slaughtered. Countless powerful clans and households had been ruined. What's most infuriating is those outsiders who used to work at the weaving workshop. Now with false short hair backing and second uncle's enticement, every one of them has become second uncle's claws and fangs, acting like tyrants in the village. Now Chen family people actually dare not speak loudly. Chen Lin fell silent. He had assumed that even with father gone, the clan elders could maintain order. With the 100 yuan borrowed from his cousin uncle, he could gradually repair the house, restore the weaving workshop, and reorganize the family business. Now it seemed he had thought far too simply. He considered for a moment and said, "Sister, I should still walk around the village and assess the situation." End of chapter. Chapter 24:06. Reorganizing the family business. Chen Lin walked through the village. Following the etiquette of a junior returning home, he visited the clan elders one by one. For the deceased, he kowtowed before their spirit tablets. For the living, he sat and exchanged a few words. His family had always held high status within the clan, so even the elders treated him with courtesy. But he sensed uneasiness beneath their words and expressions. He had initially assumed this uneasiness stemmed from second uncle seizing the silk workshop, fear that his return would spark a conflict between uncle and nephew, causing turmoil within the clan. Only through conversation did he realize their greater anxiety. Second uncle had seized clan power by allying with the Australians, then colluded with outsiders. Though outsiders in Nanhai were not numerous, they accounted for nearly a third of the population, mostly laborers and tenant farmers. These outsiders had always been submissive under Chen family rule. When an occasional troublemaker appeared, a word from the clan elders was sufficient to deal with the matter. Chen Lin's second uncle, Chen Xuan, was a profligate with no prestige in the clan. Though he had risen to power as the Australians' liaison officer, his words still carried no weight in Nanhai. The clan's younger generation refused to serve him. Naturally, Chen Xuan could only bring in external support. The Australians were too distant to rely upon, and for a mere village liaison officer, they wouldn't specifically send people to back him. So Chen Xuan had turned to these outsiders. Regardless of how the Chen elders claimed they had never treated outsiders poorly, the fact remained that these outsiders felt no gratitude. With Chen Xuan's instigation, they immediately began repaying kindness with enmity. Now village administration was controlled by outsiders. Even the newly established village braves were entirely in outsider hands. With their support, Chen Xuan could do virtually whatever he pleased. Nowadays, the outsiders are terrible. Tenants organize rent strikes, forcing landlords to reduce rent and interest. Workshop workers, long-term or short-term, demand wage increases. Even household servants have grown restless, speaking wild words, truly lawless. The clan elders lowered their voices to complain. Those who disobey their wishes get beaten or cursed at best, robbed at worst. They've even threatened to kill people. Doesn't second uncle intervene? He relies on this gang of outsiders now. Besides, people have to be willing to listen before you can communicate with them. Hearing this, Chen Lin's mood grew heavier. Honestly, having the family workshop seized by second uncle was a small matter. They shared the same ancestors after all. But second uncle colluding with outsiders was a grave concern. If allowed to continue like this, the Chen family's foundation in Nanhai would be destroyed by his hands. "Let's go, I want to visit the ancestral hall," Chen Lin said. Currently he had nowhere to stay. Sister-in-law Gihua was a widow. His sister could lodge there, but for him and Chen Qing, 2 men, it would be inappropriate. They could only stay at the ancestral hall for a few days and observe the situation. The ancestral hall also looked quite battered. The doors and windows had all been smashed, though the main plaque remained. Two able-bodied men holding spears stood guard at the entrance. What kind of arrangement was this? Full of suspicion, Chen Lin was about to enter when he was shouted at before he could mount the steps. "Halt! What's your business?" Chen Qing quickly spoke up. "This is Chen Lin, 9th Master of the Upper Second Branch." Upper Two Households was their branch. The Chen family of Nansha was divided into Upper 3 branches, North 3 branches, and Lower 7 branches, 13 branch households in total. Among them, the Upper 3 branches were the direct lineage, and by custom, the clan leader was always selected from these 3 branches. Chen Lin ranked 9th among his generation in the clan. Usually only outsiders and servants addressed him this way. But Chen Qing had taken one look and recognized neither guard as clansmen. Upper 2nd branch, Upper Latrine branch, 8, 9, 10, who cares? The young guard looked disdainful and waved his spear. "This is the Nansha village office. If you have no business, clear off." Chen Lin was startled. "My own ancestral hall has changed names." He was about to speak when the older guard scolded his companion. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is 9th Master Lin, Master Chen Peijia's own nephew." He then hurried forward with a smile, bowing. "9th Master, please don't lower yourself to this boy's level. He's only been in Nansha a few days and doesn't recognize you." Chen Lin studied the older guard. He looked familiar but couldn't be placed. Given the situation, this was no time to play the Grand Master, so he immediately adopted a cordial manner. "You are." "This humble one is Wu Quan," the guard said quickly. "I was a long-term worker for the North 1st branch. You're from Uncle Quan's household." "Yes, yes, how kind of the 9th Master to remember." Wu Quan's face lit up with pleasure. "This boy is a distant relative of mine, just brought here to serve as militia, scrambling for a meal. He doesn't recognize you, sir." "Please don't blame him," he scolded the young man again. "Hurry up and apologize." Chen Lin quickly waved his hand. "Those who don't know aren't at fault." Seeing the young man's reluctant expression, he borrowed the new trend from Guangzhou. "This is the new life movement now. Such formalities are out of fashion." He swiftly changed the subject. "Is second uncle in?" "Yes, yes," Wu Quan said eagerly. "Second Master Xuan is now the Peigia of this village, handling all matters of duty assignment and grain collection. He's incredibly busy. You've come at the right time, sir. Otherwise he'd be heading out to handle business shortly." Chen Lin wondered privately. "It's almost dark. Where is second uncle going to handle business?" Setting the thought aside, he said, "I've just returned from Guangzhou and wish to pay my respects to second uncle." Of course, of course." Wu Quan nodded repeatedly and instructed the young man. "Xiao Min, go announce him." Chen Lin reflected that second uncle certainly put on airs these days. In the past, clansmen never needed to be announced to see the clan leader. At most, a shout at the door sufficed. After a short while, the young man returned. "Master Peigia invites 9th Master Lin to enter." His feelings at this moment were complicated. From all appearances, second uncle wielded great power in the village, clearly having become someone whose word was law. Though young, Chen Lin understood worldly ways. Nothing was more dangerous than a small man intoxicated by success. Second uncle now embodied that phrase completely. His heart tightened involuntarily as he calculated whether he or his father had ever offended the man. Major offenses? There seemed to be none. After all, when second uncle had embezzled silk, they had only suspended his duties while still providing an allowance. But as an elder brother, father had certainly scolded him plenty. And when second aunt forced second uncle to write the divorce letter years ago, second uncle had wept in the ancestral hall, begging the clan elders to stand up for him. It was father who declared the family was in the wrong, that while forcing a divorce letter was excessive, it was understandable given the circumstances. The final decision not to intervene had been a consensus among the elders, but father had been the one to start it. If second uncle bore a grudge over having his wife taken away, the thought made Chen Lin break into a cold sweat. These were chaotic times. With power in his hands, who could guarantee second uncle wouldn't use his position to settle private scores? He secretly regretted coming to the ancestral hall so rashly. He hadn't thought through the implications. But it was too late to say, never mind. That would only provoke second uncle's anger. He steeled himself and followed the village brave inside. The interior of the ancestral hall was tidy. The spirit tablets of ancestors from all branches were enshrined intact, with offerings, incense, and candles arranged on the altar table. Someone was clearly maintaining the space. Chen Lin felt slightly relieved. At least the ancestral hall itself was unharmed. He was led to the 3 main rooms in the East Cross courtyard. This was where the clan conducted its business. In the past, father had worked here. The courtyard remained, but the people had changed. Chen Lin's emotions churned, but what mattered most now was his own situation. He steadied his nerves, straightened his clothes and cap, and walked in. Second Uncle Chen Xuan sat squarely in the Grand Preceptor chair. This notorious profligate of the Chen family was not yet 40, but years of dissipation had left his facial flesh loose and sagging. Normally, direct descendants of such landowning, scholarly clans had dignified appearances. Chen Xuan, however, had a sinister face. As he aged and his flesh loosened, his drooping eyes and brows made him look increasingly crafty and cunning. Upon entering, Chen Lin paid his respects courteously and called out, "Second uncle, you've returned." Chen Xuan looked his nephew up and down, noted the white cloth wrapped around his waist for mourning, harumphed, and asked, "Smooth journey, smooth journey." Chen Lin reasoned that since second uncle had become the Australian's pagia, he might as well flatter him on this point. Speaking of which, the roads were much more peaceful than before. Militia patrols and sentries everywhere. The common people seemed quiet too. The Australians certainly know how to govern. Naturally, Chen Xuan was quite proud of his choice. "Nephew has come from Guangzhou. Tell me, how are things there?" One might call it rivers calm and seas peaceful. Seeing that second uncle enjoyed such talk, Chen Lin couldn't afford to hold back now. If the whole world could be like Guangzhou, it would truly be a rare, prosperous age. Ha ha ha! Chen Xuan laughed heartily. "Well spoken, nephew. The Australians are indeed formidable." He restrained his smile and said, "Tell me about the situation in Guangzhou. What aspects does second uncle wish to hear about? Pick the major events." Since second uncle was receptive, Chen Lin selected the significant developments since the Australians entered the city and narrated them one by one. He also described the Australians' governance and management of people, especially the New Life movement. Chen Xuan listened with fascination. Chen Lin spoke for nearly an hour before being interrupted. "Fascinating, fascinating. So what they said is true." Chen Xuan sighed with emotion. "I originally thought it somewhat exaggerated. Unexpectedly, nephew's arrival has resolved my confusion. Excellent, excellent." Chen Lin didn't know who they referred to nor precisely what was excellent. But he immediately thought of what his sister had mentioned. The workshop was now managed by short hairs. This "they" probably meant these people. He responded with a vague acknowledgement. Chen Xuan shifted the conversation. "Have you visited your father's grave?" "Yes." Chen Lin quickly stood. "I only regret being in Guangzhou at the time, unable to personally handle father's funeral arrangements. It all relied on the uncles and clan relatives. Elder brother died miserably." Chen Xuan assumed an expression of deep grief. "The clan and village were all ravaged by the soldiers, and several elders also passed away. Thanks to the Australians' trust, only I can now shoulder this heavy burden. Yes, thanks to second uncle's utmost efforts, Nanhai village remains safe." Chen Xuan glanced at his nephew, secretly pleased. "In the past, you and your father were polite enough to my face, but when did you ever truly respect me? Now even a dragon must coil before me." End of chapter. Chapter 2407. Fenshenghe Silk Factory. Imitating a master's manner, Chen Xuan gave a slight hum and lifted the lidded tea bowl, gently brushing aside the floating leaves. He regarded with some satisfaction his nephew standing there, uncertain and somewhat fearful. A long moment passed before he coughed and said, "Well, sit down." Yes, yes. It's not that I mean to boast, but the reason the Nancha Chen clan has found peace this time is entirely due to my negotiations with the Australians to protect this area. Pride crept into his voice. If nothing else, without me, would the Australians have come to Nancha village to establish a sericulture pilot project? Would they have sent troops specifically to patrol here? Would they have organized and drilled village braves for our village? Qianlin didn't know how to respond, so he simply echoed with a few murmurs of agreement. Nephew, presumably you've heard I've taken over the weaving workshop and you must harbor some resentment in your heart. Qianlin quickly rose. I wouldn't dare. This weaving workshop was always property of the upper three branches. Broadly speaking, it belongs to the entire clan. Since my father is gone, it's only right and proper for second uncle to take charge. How could I possibly resent it? Besides, the current situation is chaotic and confusing. I'm young and couldn't cope with it. Even if second uncle handed it over, I lack the ability. Chen Xuan studied him with some surprise and said leisurely, Nephew, you didn't spend your time in Guangzhou for nothing. You've grown considerably. Qianlin flushed to his ears, wishing he could disappear into the floor from embarrassment. But this was no time for pride, so he said immediately, In the past I was young and ignorant. Second uncle with your great heart, please don't hold it against me. We're close family, bones broken but tendons still connected. I'm your elder. How could I hold anything against you? Chen Xuan was thoroughly satisfied. What are your plans now that you've returned? Qianlin didn't dare mention anything about reorganizing the family business or opening a cotton spinning factory. He could only deflect. Now I'm a man who has lost his father. Though Guangzhou is pleasant, it's not home. I've returned hoping to find a place to settle near the ancestral hall. Well said. Chen Xuan nodded. After such catastrophe, there's much to be rebuilt. We need people. You are familiar with the weaving workshop and spent considerable time in Guangzhou. Presumably you've encountered Australians. I haven't met any real Australian senators, but I've dealt with some naturalized citizens under their command. Good enough. Chen Xuan said, There's a suitable position available. Only then did Qianlin learn that his family's weaving workshop had indeed caught the Australians' attention. They had specifically sent people to operate it jointly with the Chen family workshop, undertaking some rural sericulture improvement. You've stayed in Guangzhou and dealt with Australians. The job of receiving and liaising with them is yours. Qianlin was greatly surprised. Truthfully, he hadn't expected second uncle would actually put him to use. His instinct made him probe, is that appropriate? What's inappropriate? Chen Xuan assumed an air of magnanimity. We're close family. I have no son. Won't all the family property eventually belong to you younger folk? Help me run the weaving workshop well, and there'll be no shortage of benefits for you. Yes, yes, thank you, second uncle, for your trust. Qianlin stood, his face a picture of tearful gratitude, and immediately bowed deeply. Chen Xuan's gesture wasn't pure pretense. Years ago, relying on his elder brother's position, he had served as a manager in the weaving workshop. But he indulged in pleasure and neglected workshop affairs, fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. Regarding sericulture and weaving, he could only be considered slightly better than a complete layman. He could talk a good game, but the moment actual operations began, his true limitations were exposed. Since starting cooperation with the Australians, Chen Xuan had gradually felt his abilities falling short. Moreover, as his dealings with the Australians increased, he discovered their ambitions were vast, and his own capabilities couldn't keep pace. Though the original workshop craftsman had mostly returned to work, after his falling out with third brother had departed for Sanliang, taking several lower-level managers and key craftsmen. The workshop now barely functioned, but efficiency was far below previous levels. Since the Australians had begun the joint silk factory with him nearly half a year ago, production still hadn't gotten on track. The Australians were very dissatisfied. Plenty of people under him could flatter, but none understood the weaving workshop. Now that Qianlin had returned, he had no choice but to rely on him. Qianlin couldn't read second uncle's full hand at the moment, but since second uncle was willing to use him, he might as well go with the current and observe the workshop situation, and incidentally learn more about the incoming Australian's background. Chen Qiuwen inquired about Chen Lin's lodging. Chen Lin had originally planned to stay in the ancestral hall, but seeing that second uncle treated the place as his stronghold, it seemed wiser to find somewhere else. My house is completely destroyed and there's nowhere suitable. I plan to stay with fifth brother Jai. Fifth brother Jai was Chen Qing's father, from a branch of the lower 5 households. His family was very poor, but the man was honest and reliable. Jai's place, his family is too poor. Though they have some empty rooms, I'm afraid you won't eat or sleep well there. Never mind, I'll have someone send some money and rice to him shortly. Leaving the ancestral hall, Chen Lin's mind churned as he pondered his next moves. Truthfully, he couldn't quite figure out second uncle's real intentions. Their conversation had revealed probing and wariness throughout, yet his willingness to employ Chen Lin at the workshop seemed genuine. What was second uncle really after? He followed Chen Qing to his home and told fifth brother Jai and his wife he would be staying for a while, giving them a few taels of silver for expenses. Fifth brother Jai readily agreed. Before long, Chen Qiuwen also sent clan servants with 2 dan of white rice and several strings of cash, saying it was for Chen Lin's lodging costs. The servants instructed him to report to the weaving workshop tomorrow to liaise with the Australians. Fifth brother Jai and his wife, having received both money and rice with their son safely returned, were overjoyed. That night they slaughtered a chicken and bought wine, preparing a fine meal for the uncle and nephew. Chen Lin also asked his sister Chen Yue to move there, so they could look after each other. Early the next morning, he made his way to the weaving workshop. The workshop stood by the river at Nanhai village's eastern edge. It had started as a silk hong established by Chen Lin's grandfather, named Fenshenghe, specializing in purchasing raw silk from silkworm farmers throughout the surrounding area and selling it to traveling merchants. Business had always been good, and various clan branches successively invested significant capital. Combined with grandfather's diligent management, Fenshenghe gradually built a reputation. By father's generation, they began distributing raw silk to households in the village and nearby for weaving, then purchased looms from Guangzhou and established their own workshop. This weaving workshop had been renovated and expanded by his father 10 years ago. The scale was now more than double what it had been in grandfather's time. Standing before the gate, Chen Lin felt both sorrow and solace. Sorrow that father's life's work had fallen into outsiders' hands. Solace that the workshop had survived the war. Though the walls bore traces of fire, overall preservation was good. 2 long white wooden plaques with ink calligraphy hung on either side of the gate. This style was familiar to Chen Lin from his time in Guangzhou. The Australians did things this way. The left read, Fenshenghe Silk Weaving Factory. The right read, Nanhai Sericulture Improvement Institute. At least the shop name is kept, Chen Lin thought. But looking closely, many changes had been made inside the courtyard. First, the entrance steps had been converted to a ramp. The stone threshold was gone. 2 village braves now stood guard at the gate. In the past, local water bandits ran rampant. Because the workshop stored raw silk, fabrics, and silver, it was a prime target for thieves. The courtyard walls had therefore been built particularly high and thick. Now corner towers of bamboo and wood had been erected at the wall corners, hung with clappers and lanterns, with village braves standing sentry atop them. Though the gate stood wide open, 2 layers of chevaux de frise were visible inside. Such tight security showed the Australians clearly valued this workshop. No wonder second uncle was willing to let him help. With his limited abilities, second uncle obviously couldn't cope alone. A red brick chimney appeared to have been erected in the backyard, emitting black smoke. Chen Lin had seen such chimneys in Guangzhou. They were for boilers, used to heat water. Silk reeling certainly required hot water, but was a special boiler really necessary? Entering the front courtyard, the changes were even more dramatic. Not only had many things been added, but the layout itself was different. New buildings and sheds had been constructed, occupying more than half of what had been a very spacious courtyard. Goods were stacked everywhere. What are the Australians playing at? Making such a neat, tidy courtyard so cramped? Chen Lin wondered. Before he could look carefully, Chen Xuan led him to the inverted rooms on the north side of the first courtyard. This had originally been the workshop's accounting office, where Chen Lin's father had mostly worked and received traveling merchants. Now wooden signs hung before each room, and the original lattice windows had all been replaced with glass. Quite particular, Chen Lin thought. Second uncle took him to one of the rooms. Inside, several large 8 immortals tables had been pushed together to form one long table, with benches placed haphazardly on either side. A black wooden board was propped against the wall, smeared with white lime residue. What kind of arrangement is this? Though Chen Lin had seen many Australian scenes, this setup was entirely new to him. Chen Xuan told him to wait a moment. Before long, approaching footsteps announced what sounded like several people. Chen Lin hurriedly straightened his clothes and cap, bowing slightly in readiness. A group entered, led by a woman. Chen Lin was stunned. She was about 30 years old, slender and somewhat frail in appearance, wearing a blue cloth jacket and skirt with her hair in double buns. At first glance, she looked no different from local women. But on closer inspection, her expression and bearing were distinctly different. Chen Lin had observed many real short hairs from afar in Guangzhou and recognized immediately. This was a real Australian. Behind her followed a young girl of about 18 or 19, with a similar expression and features. Chen Lin was greatly intrigued. 2 Australian women have come to my little Nanhai village at once. End of chapter. Chapter 24:08. Partner, this is my nephew, Chen Lin, Chen Xuan said, bending at the waist as he introduced him to the Australian woman. Ah, I've heard of him. He was originally the young owner here, the woman said casually. Chen Xuan's cheek twitched. Chen Lin quickly interjected. I couldn't be called the young owner. This weaving workshop is the clan's public property. My father was the one in charge. I merely assisted him. Your place has strange customs. Everything is the clan's this and the clan's that. The woman smiled. Sit, sit. You're all bending and hunching like braised prawns. With that, she took a seat before the blackboard. The uncle and nephew followed suit. The woman said, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yar and this is my student Shen Su. Chen Lin started to rise again, but Li Yar waved him down with a smile. You're a perfectly fine young man. Why learn all these formalities? Her gaze circled him several times. How old are you? This humble one is nominally 22 years old. Quite young, Li Yar said. Your second uncle says you're very familiar with this trade. How many years have you worked in it? I'm ashamed to say, I failed at my studies and began helping my father in the weaving workshop at 13. What's there to be ashamed of? Those Confucian classics you read are useless nonsense. Li Yar let the crude word slip out without hesitation. Practical workshop experience is far more substantial. Though Chen Lin wasn't exactly a scholar, hearing this woman directly dismiss the sage's books as nonsense to his face still made him uncomfortable. She changed the subject. Shen Su and I have been entrusted by the Heaven and Earth Society under the Senate to conduct silk industry improvement work here. Since you're an expert, I believe our future cooperation will be quite pleasant. Yes, I'll follow your lead. Why so formal? Li Yar studied the young man before her. He was obviously different from his uncle, unremarkable in appearance but possessing a certain vitality. His speech was constrained, but intelligence showed in his features. Compared to second uncle, who reeked of merchant cunning and always spoke in half-truths, this young man was far more agreeable. Li Yar had actually been in Guangdong for over half a year. For the past several years, she had traveled between Lingao and Hangzhou promoting her silkworm improvement program with remarkable results. Breeding stations had been established at Phoenix Villa in Hangzhou and in Lingao, specializing in cultivating silkworm eggs. Because the raw silk produced from the Hangzhou station silkworm eggs was excellent, The program had gained credibility among local silkworm farmers and was gradually spreading. According to the Agricultural Committee's promotion plan, the Lingao silkworm farm would serve as a research base for breeding, while the Hangzhou farm would carry out commercialized large-scale breeding, gradually replacing local strains throughout the Hangzhou plain. However, Hangzhou wasn't a green zone. Zhao Yingong, however influential in Hangzhou, was merely a member of the gentry. There were many inconveniences and constraints. Once the mainland campaign began, the Agricultural Committee turned its attention to Guangdong. Before the 19th century, however, most exported raw silk and silk fabrics had been produced in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Taking Guangzhou's silk exports as an example, the largest volume was Nanjing silk from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region. Next came Sichuan satins, transported along the Yangtze to the Teahouse provinces, then via the Xiang and Gan rivers to Guangzhou. Some distinctive satins from Shandong and Henan in the north were also transported for sale. This meant the Senate's export sources were entirely controlled by the Great Ming Court. After taking Guangdong, the risks of this transit trade increased substantially. Whether the Hangzhou station could continue handling raw silk procurement and transshipment was questionable. If the Ming Court severed trade channels and silk fabric sources were cut off or significantly reduced, exports would inevitably suffer, damaging the Senate's business reputation. This was the outcome the Senate least wanted to see. Expanding sericulture and silk weaving in Guangdong became an urgent priority. Guangdong's subtropical climate offered far superior conditions in water, heat, and light compared to Jiangnan. Even in modern times, the Jiangnan region raised only spring and autumn silkworms, while the Pearl River Delta could raise 5 seasons. Basic conditions for sericulture and silk reeling were excellent. In the original timeline, starting from the Kangxi era, Guangdong silk production increased continuously under the stimulus of foreign trade. By the late Qing dynasty, raw silk exported from Guangzhou was produced entirely within the Pearl River Delta region, and the satin weaving industry had achieved considerable scale. However, intelligence gathered by Guo's Guangzhou station over the years showed that, while this timeline's Pearl River Delta did produce silk and weave satin, both scale and quality made it only a minor player in the overall export market. Promoting new-style silk industry here held great potential. As soon as the Pearl River Delta was pacified, under the Heaven and Earth Society's arrangement, Li Yayar brought her personally trained disciple Shen Su and several graduates of the Fenshenghe sericulture vocational class to Guangzhou. During her year-plus in Hangzhou, Li Yayar had successively taken in over a dozen girls as students to learn sericulture. Based on this cohort, a sericulture training institute was established at Phoenix Villa. After her departure from Hangzhou, this institute was managed by Furong on her behalf. She had brought the 2 Wang Xinyang daughters to Lingao and enrolled them in the Fenshenghe sericulture vocational class. The sisters Shen Hang and Shen Su had made rapid progress. Additionally, Li Yayar took them along on every business trip. Though young, the sisters had become key technical personnel for the Agricultural Committee's sericulture program. Not long after arriving in Guangzhou, however, they encountered the plague and were trapped for several months, unable to proceed. Only after the plague subsided could sericulture promotion begin. Li Yayar's promotion plan was modeled on Fei Dasheng's approach of establishing a demonstration center in Kaixiangong village, Wujiang. Find an area with an existing sericulture foundation, establish a model silkworm farm and reeling workshop, and gradually promote new silkworm strains and technologies to improve raw silk quality. This approach required fewer resources and was relatively safe. Where to find the Senate's Kaixiangong? After extensive discussions with senators and naturalized citizens familiar with local conditions, Li Yayar finally selected Nancha village in Xiangyunsha County. Traditional Guangdong sericulture was concentrated mostly in Shund, Dongyuan, and Xiangyunsha. After screening, Li Yayar chose Xiangyunsha County. Xiangyunsha County had only silted up into land during the Ming Dynasty, so development remained relatively limited. It was classified as a lower county. Population density and land prices were correspondingly low, leaving substantial room for development. It wasn't far from Guangzhou and had Pearl River waterway connections for convenient transport. As a key governance area under Guangzhou's special municipality, safety was reasonably assured. Additionally, the fact that the owner of a fairly large-scale silk workshop in Xiangyunsha's Nanhai village had a positive attitude toward the Senate was another factor in her final selection. Li Yayar brought her promotion team and a National Army Guard squad assigned by Bei Wei for protection to Nanhai village. When discussing cooperation with Chen Qiuwen, she received an immediate positive response. After inspecting Fenshenghe weaving workshop and finding the basic conditions satisfactory with many sericulture households nearby, she decided on the spot to establish the promotion center here. With the location determined, Li Yayar wrote back to Guangzhou and immediately began organizing operations in Nanhai, rebuilding factory buildings, ordering equipment, bustling with purpose. Before long, however, she discovered this activist was truly unreliable. It wasn't that Chen Qiuwen harbored conspiracies or loyalties to the Great Ming, but extended contact revealed he knew virtually nothing about sericulture or the silk industry. Li Yayar's reason for seeking a local partner was to understand traditional local sericulture practices and make targeted improvements. As it happened, Chen Qiuwen couldn't answer 9 questions out of 10, and his forced explanations on details were obviously fabricated. After some time, Li Yayar's subordinates grew familiar with the weavers and villagers and learned that Chen Qiuwen was a local ruffian type who had seized this silk workshop by exploiting the chaos. Learning the truth, Li Yayar was deeply disappointed. But with matters already underway, she couldn't change course. She had to hold her nose and continue cooperating. Though Chen Qiuwen was useless professionally, he was quite capable at getting things done. Whatever tasks were assigned, he accomplished. She had somewhat dreaded a village with strong clan power like Nanhai, but Chen Qiuwen surprisingly handled it. Whether clan or village, no one dared disobey him. This made her work proceed very smoothly, and he had become one of the indispensable talents. Seeing the Australian woman's satisfied expression, Chen Qiuwen knew his introduction had been correct. Yet he felt conflicted. To curry favor with the Australians, he had to let his nephew shine. But if the nephew gained Australian trust, the silk workshop would slip from his grasp. If Chen Lin harbored grudges and whispered in the chief's ear. While secretly worrying, he noticed Li Yayar's gaze drifting uncertainly toward him, though she said nothing. He quickly stood to take his leave. Watching Chen Qiuwen depart, Li Yayar turned to Chen Lin. "From now on, we're partners. We Australians believe in being straightforward. If you have doubts or questions, say them to my face." "Yes," Li Yayar cut him off. "I know your father was Fenshenghe's true owner. As for your second uncle, I understand the situation." Chen Lin stood quickly, alarmed. "I wouldn't dare." "Wouldn't dare what?" Li Yayar was unconcerned. "However, your second uncle does serve as a capable grassroots cadre for us. As for you uncle and nephew, you must broaden your vision and enlarge your perspective. Don't fixate on this small silk factory and refuse to let go. Under Senate rule, opportunities to build a fortune abound." Chen Lin couldn't help recalling what his cousin-uncle had told him. The Australians really did intend to develop workshops on a large scale. This Australian woman before him had actually traveled to such a remote hinterland to establish one. If he could learn some Australian factory management skills here, or better yet, win this Australian woman's favor and support, establishing a cotton spinning factory in Nanhai later would flow as naturally as water finding its channel. The thought brightened his previously dejected mood considerably. He said immediately, "Since the chief thinks highly of this humble one, I'll devote myself to the work with all my heart and strength." End of chapter. Chapter 24:09. Difficulties. Li Yayar had dealt with all sorts of people over the years, and her ability to read character had grown considerably. Seeing the fire kindle momentarily in this young man's eyes, she recognized ambition when she saw it. She was secretly amused. The desire for fame and profit was indeed everyone's weakness. The thought that she could elevate or destroy fortunes with a word, manipulating ordinary people's fates like game pieces, stirred a flush of pride. A slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. "I've come here to promote improved breeds and advance the silk industry." She went on to explain her specific objectives in detail. "I chose Fenshenghe as a partner because your family has been engaged in sericulture here for many years and knows the local situation. I'd like you to tell me everything about local silkworms, mulberries, silk, and weaving." Li Yayar had already learned something of these matters, partly from materials Chen Xuan provided, partly from her own conversations with Fenshenghe's craftsmen and accountants. However, an important lesson from years of promotion work was that field surveys required collecting as much information as possible, because everyone's accounts contained discrepancies. Some were deliberate lies, others were unconscious embellishments. Moreover, such information often converged through some mysterious group psychology, leading collectors to completely wrong conclusions. Since the young man before her was Fenshenghe's young owner with years of practical experience, his information would have both overview and detailed accuracy, highly valuable. When it came to describing local conditions, Chen Lin spoke without reserve. Quite a few families raise silkworms locally. Xiangyunsha County had been a silted sandbar at the Pearl River estuary before the Ming Dynasty, only connecting to the mainland during that period. Sandy fields were numerous, and low-lying terrain meant many fish ponds. Bordering Shund, Guangdong's oldest silk-producing area, the influence had led local farmers to plant mulberries and raise silkworms. But the scale remained modest. After the Longqing opening of the seas, surging raw silk and satin exports had significantly increased local sericulture households, and planting mulberries and raising silkworms gradually became fashionable. However, output still couldn't compare with traditional sericulture regions like Shund and Foshan. Besides Xiangyunsha, Shund and Foshan, which other places in Guangzhou Prefecture have a significant sericulture industry? Li Yayar asked. "Dongyuan as well. Actually, their scale is larger than ours. The conditions here seem excellent. You should be able to raise more silkworms." "True enough, but our sales are limited. Raise too many and the raw silk has no outlet." "Oh," Li Yayar grew interested. This was information she couldn't obtain from casual conversations with others. She pressed further. "I understand large quantities of raw silk and satin are exported from Guangzhou, thousands upon thousands of bolts shipped out. How can there be no market?" Chen explained that local silkworm breeds were poor, producing inferior raw silk. Whether sold domestically or for export, it couldn't fetch good prices. The Guangzhou and Foshan weaving households are numerous, but certain satin varieties require lake silk from Huzhou. Local silk isn't strong enough. How many weaving households and workshops are there in Guangzhou and Foshan, and locally? That I can't say precisely. Perhaps 1,000 or 2,000 households there. Locally, about a few dozen weaving households and only one workshop, Fenshenghe. Actually, even in Guangzhou and Foshan, workshops are rare. Most are individual weaving households. This roughly matched Li Yayar's intelligence from Guangzhou. According to municipal government materials, the city and its environs contained 5 major guilds: the Python Robe Guild, the 18 Guild, the 11 Guild, the Golden Color Guild, and the Canton Gauze Guild, plus more than a dozen smaller guilds covering all processes from silk reeling, pounding and refining, warping, refining and dyeing, to weaving. More than 2,500 weaving households operated one or a few looms each. Including subordinate counties like Foshan, Dongyuan, Shund, and Xiangyunsha, weaving households throughout Guangzhou Prefecture numbered no fewer than 3,000. In terms of production scale and output, Guangzhou Prefecture's silk weaving industry ranked among the best in the entire Great Ming. but raw silk quality constrained further expansion. So you're saying you also need to import silk from outside? For any satin with woven patterns we must use lake silk. If we're particular, it has to be thin silk. Chen Lin sighed. My father tried using local silk as a substitute. He and the weavers experimented endlessly, but either the warp threads broke easily during pattern lifting and couldn't be woven, or the finished patterns were crude and ugly. In short, he failed. He looked helpless. I'd heard lake silk is strong because they dry cocoons with fire when collecting and reeling, rather than air drying. We tested this ourselves. Though results were better, they still fell short of lake silk. I imagine it's a closely guarded secret method, not easily learned. Li Yayar was unimpressed. People in this timeline were particularly superstitious about secret recipes and techniques. In truth, lake silk's strength wasn't mysterious at all. Fire drying was one factor, but the decisive element was the silkworm breed itself. As for why only Huzhu possessed such breeds, it was simply because Huzhu, as a major sericulture production center, enjoyed natural economies of scale. Industrial concentration promoted specialized division of labor and technological advancement. During her time in Hangzhou, Li Yayar had visited nearly every sericulture and silk-producing county in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. In terms of scale, technology, and related commercial organizations, the Suzhou-Hangzhou prefectures of the 17th century led the nation. Have you never tried introducing Huzhu silkworm breeds? Li Yayar asked. Of course we considered it, Chen Lin sighed. But persuading silkworm farmers to change breeds is as hard as ascending to heaven. He recounted how his father had once purchased silkworm eggs from Huzhu and offered them free to farmers for trial raising, but not a single household was interested. Eventually, he hired workers to raise them himself as a demonstration. Whether due to unsuitable water and soil or other reasons, the silkworms died in droves. Not only did he lose considerable money, but he became a laughingstock among the clan. After that, my late father lost heart and never mentioned breed improvement again. Li Yayar felt considerable empathy. Promoting silkworm seeds in Hangzhou had required countless efforts, with many setbacks along the way. Truthfully, it was a losing proposition, impossible to sustain purely through individual or small group efforts. Fei Dasheng's sericulture improvement in Wujiang had received local government support, and Jiangsu-Zhejiang silk industry capitalists had provided substantial aid. Even so, her sericulture improvement work had stumbled forward haltingly. For a small workshop like Chen Lin's father's, success had been impossible. Breed improvement isn't a matter of one day or one night. Even in Suzhou and Hangzhou, it isn't easy, Li Yayar said. I noticed the factory has machines for both silk production and satin weaving. Chen Lin explained that after purchasing raw silk from silkworm farmers, Fenshenghe had to perform a series of processes: silk conditioning, weft winding, warping, sizing, before mounting it on looms to weave various satins. Post-weaving required boiling, refining, and dyeing. However, these pre- and post-processes were mostly outsourced to specialized artisan households. The workshop itself handled mainly the weaving processes, requiring larger equipment. Traditional silk textiles were rarely produced at large scale. Even in the more commercially developed Ming Dynasty, satin weaving remained mostly a cottage industry, with individual households operating one or two looms. Production followed a putting-out model. Yarn and satin shops distributed raw materials and loom supplies to weaving households, who produced at home, returned finished goods, and settled processing fees. The shops handled sales. Under this dispersed production model, product specifications varied and quality was inconsistent. Fenshenghe had formerly followed this model. In Chen Lin's father's time, he felt this approach could never guarantee quality. When he spotted new patterns and varieties in Guangzhou and brought them back for weaving households to produce, the entire process was also painfully slow, so he decided to establish his own production site. Your father had considerable foresight, Li Yayar smiled. The chief is too kind, but establishing our own site wasn't easy. The disputes alone were countless. Many weaving households in this village depended on Fenshenghe's putting out work for their livelihood. When they heard my father intended to produce internally, they came to make trouble. Many were clansmen. If our family hadn't been the direct eldest line, with clan elders mediating, Fenshenghe would probably have been smashed to pieces. How was it eventually resolved? Mediation alone probably couldn't settle things. Nothing more than spending money to buy peace. Chen Lin smiled bitterly. Later, my father discussed it with the clan elders. Anyone willing to work at the workshop would be accepted, with weaving fees unchanged. Additionally, every male over 15 in the clan would receive 1 due of rice monthly. Only then did things calm down. That's no small expense. Though not small, it was worth it. Without clan protection, how could this workshop have operated in peace? Water bandits and criminals coveting our wealth were one thing, but many weaving households in the county glared at us like hungry tigers, wishing Fenshenghe would burn to the ground. Those secretly cursing my father and me to die young were probably numerous. Now they've gotten half their wish. He sighed. Li Yar remembered noticing when she first arrived that though Fenshenghe's buildings were well preserved, internal facilities and machines bore traces of deliberate damage. Marauding soldiers and bandits wanted only to loot valuables. They had no interest in these heavy, money-making tools, let alone destroying them specifically. This had clearly been done out of spite. She thought back to when Phoenix Villa was besieged during her Hangzhou days, nearly causing disaster. Though Hao Yuan had instigated from within, the series of sericulture improvements and reeling factories she'd established had also been a factor. Reform and improvement, no matter how well-intentioned, inevitably provoked counterattacks when they touched vested interests. Thinking this through, she felt her choice of Nanhai had been truly correct. A trace of a smile appeared on her face. Since ancient times, building a career has never been easy, especially transformative endeavors, but our Senate either doesn't do something or sees it through to the end. Fenshenghe now advances and retreats together with the Senate. It will certainly become a top-ranking silk textile enterprise in the future. End of chapter. Chapter 24:10. Xiangyunsha. The people Chen Lin usually dealt with spoke in careful, measured words, implicit, tactful, always practicing moderation. He rarely heard such unguarded emotion. Young as he was, Li Yar's words stirred something in his chest. This humble one wouldn't dare claim to pursue any great career, he replied quickly. Simply carrying on the family business would be satisfaction enough. Li Yar smiled but said nothing. The young man wasn't being entirely sincere. A thought struck her. Do you make Xiangyunsha here? She had suddenly remembered this most famous variety of Guangdong silk. Chen Lin looked blank. Fenshenghe had certainly woven gauze, but he had never heard the term. I've never made it nor heard of it. Li Yar considered for a moment. It's gauze dyed with Xiangyunsha Dioscorea rhizome. Xiangyunsha? You mean Lianchu Gambeard silk? Chen Lin nodded. Yes, we make that. Any finished stock? We had some, but after the soldiers came through, it's probably all gone. Li Yar's face fell. Xiangyunsha was a signature product among traditional Guangdong silk fabrics, wildly popular in the 1930s and 40s of the original timeline. Crisp and smooth, with excellent sun and wash fastness, strong water resistance. Easy to wash and quick to dry, dark-colored and dirt-resistant, cool against the skin, lightweight yet wrinkle-resistant, soft with good body, durable, perfect for hot summer wear. It had been welcomed by consumers domestically and exported in large quantities abroad, especially to Southeast Asia. According to her research, Xiangyunsha as a formal satin variety appeared only during the Republic era. But such a product couldn't have emerged from nothing. Her investigation of historical materials had revealed similar production processes dating to the Ming Dynasty, along with export records. If this satin could be improved and mass-produced, it would make an excellent signature export. Despite what the records showed, Li Yar had never seen actual Xiangyunsha herself. Asking Chen Xuan had yielded nothing useful. Though we have no stock, my sister still has a Lianchu undergarment, Chen Lin offered. If the chief wishes to see it, I can fetch it. Good, fetch it. Chen Lin quickly called Chen Qing over and sent him to get his sister's garment. Moments later, Chen Qing returned with a cloth bundle. Chen Lin opened it. It was indeed one of Chen Yue's intimate garments. Being his sister's underclothing, holding it felt somewhat awkward. He presented the bundle as it was. Li Yar took the fabric and examined it closely, rubbing it between her fingers. This isn't Xia gauze. This is Lianchu. Chen Lin wasn't wrong, it was indeed Lianchu. The fabric was dyed brownish yellow, plain woven silk. It felt soft and smooth but somewhat thick. Looking more closely, the silk thread quality, the dyeing work, the hand feel, all relatively poor. Far inferior to other silks she had seen. This was woven from local silk, wasn't it? The chief has a keen eye, Chen Lin said. It was woven at Fenshenghe, the dyeing too. You know how to dye? The chief jests. Xiuliang dyeing isn't secret at all, it's extremely common. Chen Lin was somewhat puzzled. The various dyes needed for satin, except for indigo, which was grown locally in large quantities, were either produced elsewhere or imported from Nanyang at considerable cost. Only Xiuliang was widely cultivated here and held little value. Besides, Lianchu, Liangbu, gambeard cotton cloth was also very common. It hasn't been mud-coated. Mud-coated? Chen Lin was baffled. Why would we coat it with mud? Wouldn't that get it dirty? Now Li Yar understood. At this time, only Lianchu existed. The later Xiangyunsha process hadn't developed yet. By the standards of the original timeline, Xiangyunsha actually referred to a traditional technique. Broadly speaking, any fabric using mulberry silk as the base cloth and undergoing a mineral coating process was called Xiangyunsha. In the original timeline's textile market, Xiangyunsha came in many varieties according to different preferences. Even the same fabric type varied greatly, some thin, some thick, some soft, some stiff. In terms of market price from low to high, crepe de chine Xiangyunsha, pearl satin Xiangyunsha, turtle crack pattern Xiangyunsha, and guanal crepe Xiangyunsha. These were the common types. Traditional Xiangyunsha was plain gauze without printing. Modern versions included patterns and prints depending on the variety, which affected specific prices. Generally, printed varieties were mostly Lianchu types. Crepe de chine and pearl satin Xiangyunsha were most numerous, soft-feeling satin fabrics. Solid-color Xiangyunsha were mostly Lianxia, gambeard gauze types. They felt stiffer with better breathability. In ancient times, the saying went, "Women wear Lianchu, men wear Xia." Generally, guanal crepe Xiangyunsha and turtle crack pattern Xiangyunsha belonged to the Lianxia category. Traditional Xiangyunsha basically referred to this type. Strictly speaking, Xiangyunsha required Xia as the base cloth, dyed with Xiuliang juice, then coated with river mud from the shunned area, and finally air-dried. Obviously, this Lianchu could only count as Xiangyunsha in the broad sense. Judging from its feel and texture, it wasn't high-grade goods. Haven't you tried dyeing Xia? Xia, Chen Lin was momentarily confused, then understood. The chief means luo leno gauze. Right, luo. Li Yar felt her face warm slightly. The term Xia wasn't a strict fabric category. It mostly referred to light, thin, transparent textiles. In satin classification, it usually meant luo. The fabric had a light, thin texture with fine silk threads, warp threads twisted together to form peppercorn-shaped holes. The weave was tight and solid, the gauze holes allowing air circulation, making it comfortable and cool to wear, ideal for summer clothing. We have dyed luo with Xiuliang, and there is some market for it, but not much. Why not much? Luo and satin are for wealthy people. Common folk can't afford them. How many buyers can there be? Chen Lin said. I've heard that in rich places like Suzhou and Hangzhou and Jiangnan, even peddlers and servants wear silk. I don't know if it's true, but just speaking of Guangzhou Prefecture, sales really aren't large. I don't know about peddlers and servants in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but this Xiangyunsha is a blessing in summer. If it can be produced in quantity, whether for domestic or export markets, there'll be huge demand. But satin is expensive, so we have to drive down sericulture costs. More silk means cheaper satin, and this workshop, your weaving is truly too slow. Your uncle said you produce only a few hundred bolts here annually. That's far too few. We've tens of thousands of bolts a year and prices will definitely fall. Chen Lin was confused. If prices fall, won't profits shrink? You don't know how to calculate, Li Yar said. Lower profit per item doesn't matter. If you earn 1 tael of silver per bolt and sell 100 bolts yearly, you only earn 100 taels. If I can sell 10,000 bolts a year and earn 1 mace per bolt, that's 1,000 taels. Only when everyone can afford to wear it will Fenshenghe earn real money. Chen Lin still couldn't wrap his mind around it, but he knew disagreeing with Australian decisions was unwise. He nodded repeatedly. Let's tour the factory, Li Yar said. Yes. This Fenshenghe was originally your family's property. Presumably you know every blade of grass and brick here. I've helped father manage the workshop property since I was 10. But today's Fenshenghe is different from before, Li Yar said. Given time, it will change even more dramatically. Chen Lin murmured agreement, though privately he thought that reeling silk and weaving satin had been done the same way since antiquity. Could the Australians conjure fabric from thin air without silkworm thread? Many Australian goods had appeared on the market over the years, but he had never heard of Australian satin or Australian cloth. This row of inverted rooms was originally Fenshenghe's accounting office. We're following established practice and setting up the management office here. Different name, same meaning. Li Yar strolled along the walkway. The front courtyard is mainly for external dealings. I plan to set up a warehouse here to collect cocoons after spring arrives. These buildings are prepared for that. Chen Lin's father had also considered establishing his own cocoon warehouse, even contemplating expanding the reeling room to use exclusively self-produced silk rather than purchased silk. Producing silk internally without outside purchases could guarantee raw silk quality. Purchasing raw silk relied entirely on the silk accountant's judgment and integrity. Without a capable, trustworthy manager, purchased raw silk quality depended entirely on luck. With bad luck, even the weight would be short. However, things weren't that simple. Chief, producing silk ourselves naturally has many advantages, but there are internal difficulties. Presumably people seize the opportunity to stir up the silkworm farmers. The chief sees through everything. Chen Lin nodded. If we could achieve high prices for high quality, collecting silk would be mutually beneficial. But many entangled interests exist, and plenty of people try to profit from the situation. Ignorant commoners are easily misled. I understand this, but I see your factory has reeling rooms. Yes, my family is a major clan locally. Within Nanhai itself, with clan backing, my father could manage. But for silkworm farmers from other villages, that wasn't possible. So Fenshenghe purchases both silk and cocoons. You needn't worry about this, Li Yar said. A key element of my sericulture improvement is factory reeling, no more household silk production. I'll test the waters this year. If successful, I'll implement it countywide next year. Chen Lin was privately amazed, thinking truly Australians, such grand ambitions. He wondered how they intended to persuade silkworm farmers. The obvious issue was that cocoon selling prices were lower than raw silk prices. As long as a silkworm farming family wasn't short of labor, they would choose to reel silk before selling. Surely they couldn't hold knives to farmers' necks to force them to sell cocoons instead of silk. Besides purchasing dried cocoons, I'm also preparing to sell silkworm eggs here. The first batch will be shipped from Lingao very soon. These storehouses will temporarily serve as silkworm egg warehouses. Li Yar then asked, how do silkworm farmers here obtain their eggs? End of chapter. Chapter 24:11. Grand Flower Tower Loom. Naturally, every family saves their own eggs. How could such a life-or-death matter be entrusted to others? Chen Lin said. If they hear of good silkworm breeds with rich yields, they'll try to acquire them. However what? Li Yar said. Is it that because no one's seen anyone else succeed, no one's willing to try? The chief speaks correctly. Back then, my late father introduced Huzhu silkworm eggs and offered them free for trial raising, but no one was interested. So he planned to raise them himself as a demonstration. Unfortunately, He ended up killing all the silkworms, and the egg's credibility was completely destroyed. Introducing new silkworm breeds is easier said than done. There are many subtleties involved. Li Yar remembered her own efforts promoting breeds in Suzhou and Hangzhou and sighed with feeling. It's a losing venture that ordinary people can't sustain. Yes, only the Senate can do it, Chen Lin said, offering flattery. Li Yar was momentarily startled, then smiled. You're quite good at flattering, aren't you? Chen Lin was young after all, and his face reddened immediately. But you're right. Such a thing, where one party loses money while everyone benefits, is only suitable for government to undertake. You call it the imperial court, I believe, same meaning. The court couldn't be bothered with such things. Organizing water conservancy repairs would count as meritorious. Chen Lin said, I experienced the New Life movement in Guangzhou. The chief's vision is truly remarkable. Li Yar nodded thoughtfully. Liu Xiang's administration in Guangzhou had indeed won hearts. Anyone with eyes could see how the Senate governed. They would be moved. Compared to her work in Jiangnan, things here would be much easier. She then led him to tour the newly renovated factory. If the first courtyard had only changed slightly, the second courtyard had been transformed beyond recognition. The second courtyard had originally been the weaving workshop's main production area. Except for the main hall used as offices, all buildings served as machine rooms. These buildings differed strikingly from ordinary residences. All were high-roofed open pavilions. Whether main hall or wing rooms, the roof frames rose extremely high, approaching 2 zhang, roughly 6.5 meters. Even in the prosperous Pearl River Delta, such structures were rare. Compared to the near-luxurious roof frames, the walls appeared shabby. The outer walls weren't brick masonry or even mud brick, but bamboo strip frames with reed matting, very simple construction. Since soldiers had damaged them during the recent troubles, much of this reed matting had been replaced with new sections. When I first arrived and saw your equipment and buildings, I was startled. Truthfully, I'd never seen such tall factory buildings before, Li Yar said. Inside the main hall, 4 flower looms were arranged, all wooden structures. They were veritable behemoths. 2 loom workers, each one weaving, one perched high on the flower tower to lift patterns, cooperated in practiced rhythm, weaving satin. We built so high out of necessity. When the flower looms were transported and installed, they should properly have been set over 2-foot pits to place the harness legs. But locally the ground is low and wet. Dig less than a foot and you hit water. My late father said if that was the case, we'd simply build the houses higher. Better ventilation and humidity dispersal. The weavers work cooler in summer too. Li Yar nodded. Your father was a kind-hearted man. She had seen with her own eyes the production environments of weaving households and workshops. Whether home weaving or the weaving bureaus of Suzhou and Hangzhou, ordinary houses served as workshops. Some houses were too low and small to contain the flower loom and tower, so workers dug pits several feet deep into the ground. The weavers could only sit in these pits to work. Because silk weaving required maintaining certain humidity to reduce thread breakage, workshops weren't specially ventilated. When the air grew dry, water was splashed indoors to maintain moisture. In summer it was stifling and humid. In winter, wet and cold. Weavers commonly suffered joint diseases. The reeling workshop at the villa had seemed inhumane to Li Yar initially. But honestly, after seeing weavers' workshops in Suzhou and Hangzhou, she knew Zhao Yinggong qualified as a conscientious capitalist. But if you ventilate and disperse humidity, don't your silk threads break easily here? Li Yar asked. Winter now, ventilation wasn't yet urgent, and the workshop was only in trial production with limited scale. When this year's spring cocoons came to market and summer arrived, formal operations would begin. Our area was originally a river beach. Dig anywhere and water appears. Even with ventilation, it's still quite humid. Chen Lin had gradually shed his fear of the Australians by now and felt much more relaxed, almost like the old days when he discussed workshop matters with his father and third uncle. His words and manner had grown somewhat casual. So running textiles in Guangdong has this advantage, Li Yar smiled. She walked to an empty grand flower tower loom. Though she had seen replicas in the original timeline and similar machines in Suzhou, Hangzhou, and elsewhere in this era, every time she beheld this entirely wooden machine, she still felt deeply struck. A grand flower tower loom was truly a giant among traditional textile equipment. Total length approached 6 meters. The flower tower's height also neared 3 meters. Nearly 2,000 large and small parts composed the whole. In operation, the entire machine seemed wrapped in spider webs, connected by ropes, warp threads, and weft threads into a single moving entity, rising and falling with the weaver's hands and feet, weaving satin bit by bit. When Li Yar had first seen a replica demonstration, she was completely awed. In an era of pure handwork, without precision processing equipment, using the simplest and most primitive materials and very basic structures, not a single gear, it could weave silk fabrics with various patterns and textures. This was nothing short of a miracle of handicraft. The flower tower loom had a long history. Jacquard looms had appeared as early as the Three Kingdoms period, and the grand flower tower loom that so impressed Li Yar had actually emerged during the Song dynasty. Judging from historical documents and paintings, the Ming Dynasty's grand flower tower loom was essentially similar to the Song version. Only in Jacquard technology had there been improvement, from bamboo-woven pattern books to thread-woven pattern books. "This machine is truly beautiful," Li Yar said, "but I still don't quite understand it. Could you explain?" She had inquired about the flower loom's details before, but Chen Xuan was ignorant, and the weavers could only demonstrate their work without explaining the underlying principles. The weavers spoke only local dialect, and Li Yar lacked even standard Cantonese, let alone comprehension of Xiangyunsha dialect. "This flower loom is the most valuable thing in the workshop." Chen Lin stroked the machine's wood. Years of use had created a patina-like coating on the surface, smooth and delicate to the touch. This machine had been purchased by his grandfather and was the oldest of the 4 flower looms. This raised section is the flower tower. When weaving patterned satin, one person sits on the tower controlling the rise and fall of warp threads, called the draw buoy. That beam in the middle is the harness board, used to adjust the warp threads' opening positions. The rows of bamboo sticks hanging below are harness legs. There are 1,800 in total. "That many. Exactly that many," Chen Lin said. "Though they may not all be used during weaving, they're necessary for satins with complex patterns. How exactly is the weaving done?" Li Yar had stood beside weavers and observed Jacquard loom operation for extended periods, yet still didn't understand how these 2 workers transformed countless silk threads into richly colored, gorgeously patterned brocades, while chanting rhythmically like a song and moving hands and feet in coordination. Chen Lin had grown up in the weaving workshop. Not only had he absorbed knowledge through observation, but he had also operated machines himself. If not expert, he was at least clear on the entire process. "Please observe, Chief." He pointed to a circular white device with tassel-like styling at the top of the currently operating flower tower loom. This device moved continuously forward in a rotating cycle as the loom operated, similar to a conveyor belt. This is called the pattern book. What kind of satin is woven depends entirely on this pattern book for control. Originally, pattern books were woven from bamboo. By the Song dynasty, they changed to thread-woven pattern books. The pattern book functioned as the Jacquard loom's template. The finished satin's pattern was entirely controlled by the pattern book. After designing a new pattern, weavers first wove it in thread according to the pattern draft while simultaneously composing related mnemonics. Pattern books were woven from footer threads representing warp threads and ear threads representing weft threads. Looking at the pattern book alone, one couldn't discern the specific pattern. When weaving began, the weaver first connected the footer threads on the pattern book to fiber threads that lifted the warp threads. The drawboy sitting on the raised flower tower pulled the footer threads, also called harness cords, up and down according to mnemonics encoded in the pattern book, thereby controlling the corresponding warp threads' rise and fall. The positioning of pulling the footer threads was determined by the ear threads' positions on the pattern book. The weaver sitting below the loom, after the drawboy finished lifting the pattern, first stepped on bamboo or wooden treadle rods to control the rise and fall of connected heddle frames, causing the warp surface formed by warp threads to separate up and down, creating a shed. Next, the weaver held the shuttle containing weft thread to perform throwing shuttle and drawing weft. After warp and weft threads interwove, the reed was used to beat the newly woven weft thread firm. This process completed the weaving of one weft thread. By constantly varying which treadle rods were stepped to achieve alternating up and down warp thread changes, the weaver realized the entire pattern's weaving. Naturally, the more complex the pattern and longer the pattern cycle, the more frequent and complicated the drawboy's operations became. For the most complex KOSSU dragon robe fabric of the Ming and Qing dynasties, a weaver could manage only a few meters per day. Truly remarkable, Li Yar said with genuine admiration. When I first watched weavers work as a child, I also found it magical. Whoever invented this pattern book was truly brilliant, Chen Lin said. Only with this grand flower tower loom can large floral patterns be woven. I've heard the dragon robe fabrics woven for the emperor at the Suzhou and Hangzhou manufacturing bureaus are made this way. Li Yar reflected that the pattern book concept was already quite advanced. It not only simplified the weaving process but reduced technical requirements for weavers. With a pattern book, weavers could stably replicate products with nearly identical patterns and textures. The pity was that this equipment had seen almost no improvement from the Song dynasty to the late Qing dynasty. The flower tower loom of 1880 was essentially no different from the flower tower loom of 1000. End of chapter. Chapter 24:12. Reeling Workshop I. This is the Zhudi Mu the beater stick, Chen Lin explained, unaware of what thoughts were running through the Australian woman's mind. It's used to guide the reed. At the rear of the jacquard loom sat the warp beam for winding silk threads. In the middle, two Zhudi Mu hung vertically, each about 4 kai long, their ends inserted into the reed to beat the weft. The Zhudi Mu may appear plain and unremarkable, but it's actually a crucial component, Chen Lin continued. Its purpose is to beat the weft tight. By adjusting the size and weight of the beater sticks, you can regulate the force applied and weave different fabrics. For light, airy silks like Sha and Luo, you want a lighter stick. For denser weaves, heavier. A single flower loom can produce an endless variety of silk fabrics, all depending on this simple stick. Li Yar nodded silently. Such an enormous machine, yet it required 2 workers to operate by hand. The products were exquisite, certainly, but the production efficiency was abysmal. She remembered reading about the history of silk development, where places like Suzhou and Hangzhou supposedly produced hundreds of thousands of bolts annually. But then she considered that these silk weaving centers had tens of thousands of looms, meaning each loom produced only a few dozen bolts per year. After viewing the grand flower tower loom, Li Yar led Chen Lin to Workshop 2. This space had been converted from the original wing rooms and part of the courtyard, now serving as a centralized facility for waste looms. The 20 looms that Fenshenghe had previously scattered across various locations were all consolidated here. Since the wing rooms had lower ceilings than the main hall where the flower tower loom stood, skylights had been added during renovation to increase natural light. Without industrial lighting, one had to make the most of the sun. Chen Lin found this renovation puzzling. A centralized layout looked impressive, but what practical purpose did it serve? Yet if the chief had ordered these changes, there must be a reason. Never questioning one's elders to their faces was a virtue Chen Lin had always been praised for, so he held his tongue. These are what the workers call waste looms, Li Yar said. Why that name? Chief, do you see that wide leather strap? When weaving, the worker wears it around the waist. All the power comes from the waist and hips, hence the name. Chen Lin explained that this was a relatively new loom, appearing only in the last decade or so. It couldn't weave complex patterns and was limited to simple weaves like Huan, Chu, and Luo that didn't require jacquard mechanisms. However, it wove quickly and produced high-quality fabric. I notice it resembles the cotton looms used in Hainan, Li Yar observed. The chief speaks correctly. Waist looms can also weave kudzu cloth, hemp, and cotton. The fabric comes out neat and fine with good texture and luster. It's a very versatile loom, though not yet widely used. If I were to open a cotton weaving workshop, I would use waist looms exclusively. Oh. You've thought about opening a textile factory? Li Yar's interest sharpened. Chen Lin cursed himself for the slip. But then again, telling the chief wouldn't hurt, as long as he didn't reveal the key person behind it, his cousin-uncle. Yes, this humble one heard in Guangzhou that the Senate has a policy encouraging cotton spinning factories. They help provide equipment and technology and even assist with sales. I thought there are many sandy fields here, plenty of farmers who grow cotton and existing weaving workshops with looms. Wouldn't opening a cotton spinning factory achieve twice the result with half the effort? He sighed. But then father met with misfortune and the village was looted. If the chief hadn't come to take over Fenshenghe, this workshop would probably be in ruins, so I dared not think about it anymore. Your idea isn't bad. Something stirred in Li Yar's heart. Her focus for silk industry improvement had always been the upstream processes, raising silkworms and reeling silk. Weaving wasn't the priority because foreign buyers cared more about raw silk than finished fabrics of various colors and patterns. In matters of design and aesthetics, different countries had vastly different tastes. In earlier centuries, before other nations mastered sericulture, silk exported from China to Byzantium, and Persia was often unraveled into thread, then re-dyed and rewoven to local preferences. Even during the Ming and Qing dynasties, raw silk dominated the export trade. Consequently, neither the foreign trade nor industrial departments showed much interest in improving satin weaving, which meant Li Yar couldn't secure many resources for it. Through persistent effort with the foreign trade department, she had eventually obtained some investment and gained control of Fenshenghe. But in the weaving sector, she could only make do with improving existing equipment, which was precisely why Fenshenghe had caught her interest. The textile department under the Senate's industrial system had always been a neglected backwater. Over the years, apart from establishing one textile factory each in Xiangyunsha and Lingao for specialized products, no other textile enterprises existed. These two factories produced a wide variety of goods for clothing, household use, industry, military, and shipping, but everything was internally allocated with nothing sold externally. Cotton cloth for civilians came entirely from Great Ming or India. Only recently had the planning agency launched the Textile Promotion Act as part of the broader Industrial and Commercial Promotion Act, opening the sector to private capital in the two Guangs region. Though private investment was encouraged, investors still depended on the Senate for equipment, technology, and skilled workers. With cotton spinning being the priority, resources inevitably tilted that way, leaving silk weaving with precious little. Among the new textile equipment mass-produced by the Bern Machinery General Factory, only reeling machines made the list. For satin looms, only a few prototypes existed, along with some upgrade kits for old-style machines. But all this equipment required external power. Unlike flower tower looms or waist looms that workers could drive with foot pedals, hand throws, or hip movements, these new machines needed mechanical power sources. Steam engines were out of the question. The planning agency's factory construction guidelines for cotton textile operations recommended water-powered machinery instead. Water-powered machines produced far greater and more stable output than animal or wind-powered alternatives, making them ideal for large-scale production. The first industrial textile factories of the British Industrial Revolution had been water-powered, But the drawbacks were equally obvious. You needed suitable water conditions, proximity to a river with sufficient flow, and the investment was substantial. Building water-powered facilities required extensive construction work. Given silk weaving's low priority at the planning agency, Li Yayar had no hope of obtaining a power equipment quota or the necessary investment. Upgrading equipment remained a pipe dream. Even the higher priority reeling machines could only use the foot-pedal basin-beating models from Hangzhou. But if this young Chen wanted to open a cotton spinning factory and could make it happen, he could apply for a water-powered machine quota. Then all those retrofit parts and prototypes sitting idle for lack of power could finally be put to use. The thought energized Li Yayar immediately. She probed, "Your idea is excellent. However, opening an Australian-style cotton spinning factory is a major undertaking. Before a single inch of cloth is woven, the investment already runs into the thousands. Can you raise the capital? At the start, it naturally wouldn't be that large. Many local households grow cotton. We'd first open a yarn spinning factory, spin the yarn and sell it to textile factories in the prefectural city." When his cousin-uncle had discussed opening a textile factory with him, Chen Lin had already worked through the key points. The Xiangyunsha area had plenty of sandy fields and many farmers grew cotton. His cousin-uncle had also purchased sandy fields in preparation for growing his own cotton. The supply shouldn't be a problem. Get the yarn factory running first. With everyone opening textile factories, demand for cotton yarn would be strong. This business was practically guaranteed to profit. As for capital, I admit I miscalculated. He sighed deliberately. After being looted by the soldiers, there's nothing left to count on. You're quite clever for your age, Li Yayar said with an approving nod. She already had her calculations in mind, but just as she was about to speak, she held back. She had only just met this young Chen today and still knew little about his background or character. The factory matter could wait, no need to rush. First she would see what he was made of. Beside the second courtyard lay east and west side courtyards. Li Yayar had converted the eastern one into a reeling workshop, installing the same equipment, the Jiki-Daiji, steam-powered reeling machines, used at the small reeling factory in Hangzhou's Phoenix Villa. The entire workshop was arranged according to that training facility's model. A boiler had been specifically brought in to provide hot water and steam for reeling. In scale, however, this was much smaller than the Hangzhou training workshop, with only 100 workstations. Any larger and the existing boiler couldn't keep up. "This is an Australian-style reeling room," Li Yayar said. Chen Lin surveyed the transformed workshop with surprise. Like the other workshops, it had ventilation windows on both side walls and skylights in the roof. But the walls and ceiling were crisscrossed with various pipes and valves. What were all these for? The pipes connected to each reeling workstation. Here, as in the Hangzhou training factory, improved foot-pedal reeling machines were used. Foot-pedal reeling machines existed during the Ming Dynasty and were nothing new. However, the machines from the Lingao machinery factory incorporated numerous mechanical improvements. Many components were metal with bearings installed on rotating parts, making the rotation smooth and the operation more flexible. But Chen Lin immediately spotted the differences. First was the stove basin beside the reeling machine. It had changed. Traditional Chinese reeling techniques had undergone multiple refinements. By the Ming Dynasty, two main methods had emerged. The first was called the fire silk method, also known as the hot cauldron method. A single large pot served for both cooking cocoons and reeling silk, placed directly over the stove with a silk reel mounted horizontally above. During reeling, the water temperature ran extremely high, which increased the number of cocoons that could be cooked in a short time. Adjusting the water temperature controlled the thickness of the silk, higher temperatures for thick silk, lower for thin. The fire silk method's advantage was efficiency. Cocoons cooked quickly and reeling was fast, but because the pace was so rapid, controlling the silk's thickness proved difficult and quality suffered. It was gradually superseded by the cold basin method. End of chapter. Chapter 24:13. Reeling Workshop II. The so-called cold basin method didn't mean reeling silk in cold water. Rather, the former single-pot process for cooking and reeling cocoons was separated into two distinct stages. Two basins were prepared: a hot basin for cooking cocoons, placed directly over the stove and heated with firewood, and a cold basin for reeling. Unlike the cooking basin in the fire silk method, the hot basin was kept small, cooking small batches of cocoons multiple times. This ensured thorough, even cooking and avoided the uneven results that came from overcrowding. Though called cold, the water temperature in the second basin was actually quite high, just slightly lower than the hot basin. The cooked cocoons were transferred there for reeling. Cold basin silk was far superior to fire silk, as the ancients put it, bright and lustrous, tough and colored. It ranked among the finest raw silk. The Huzhu silk that Chen Lin admired so greatly was mostly reeled using this method. Fenshenghe had always used the fire silk method. It wasn't that Chen Lin and his father were ignorant of the cold basin method. Adopting it simply posed considerable technical challenges. Though superior, the cold basin method demanded more complex technique. The difficulty lay in heating and insulating the cold basin. It couldn't be directly heated with firewood, yet the temperature had to remain uniform during reeling. Usually it shared a stove with the hot basin, drawing residual heat for warmth. The exterior was plastered with yellow mud for insulation. Both the fire tender and the reeler needed extensive experience in temperature control. Chen Lin couldn't make sense of the pipes and valves, but he understood what two basins at each workstation meant. The moment the Australians arrived, they had switched directly to the cold basin method. "Chief, is this the cold basin method?" "Correct. You're familiar with it." Li Yar nodded approvingly. "I am. My late father considered adopting it only." Chen Lin's father had suffered setbacks when introducing silkworm seeds in his early years and had grown hesitant about further improvements. Besides, the cold basin method required additional equipment and manpower, all expenses. Introducing new technologies and varieties always carries risk. "Your father's hesitation was understandable," Li Yar said. "However, for us, the cold basin method is already quite outdated." Chen Lin thought her tone rather presumptuous. Li Yar, oblivious to his skepticism, continued with evident enthusiasm. "In Australian silk factories, cocoon cooking uses a dedicated large pot that processes tens of thousands of cocoons at once. Every cocoon is cooked evenly without overcooking. After cooking, reeling is done centrally. No need to beat basins while reeling like this." Speaking of silk cars, Fenshenghe's old model can only reel one end at a time. The retrofitted version we installed can manage 3 ends, but in the best Australian silk factories, one silk car can reel 400 ends. With that many, only 3 skilled workers are needed to watch over them. Li Yar's eyes shone as she spoke, but Chen Lin was full of doubt. Surely she's not bragging about Australia like this. One person reeling over 100 ends. What kind of superhuman could manage that? Besides, a car driving 400 ends would require supernatural strength to pull. In his experience, one reeling worker doing foot-pedal reeling could handle 3 ends at most. Seeing the chief speaking so happily, Chen Lin dared not interrupt. Only when Li Yar paused briefly did he quickly interject. "Chief, what are these iron pipes for?" "Pipelines for transporting hot water." Li Yar explained briefly, and Chen Lin immediately grasped the principle. The biggest improvement in this reeling workshop's so-called Jiki Deji wasn't the reeling car or the basin beating method. In essence, it remained an improved cold basin system. But compared to the old, laborious, smoke-filled one-stove-two-basin approach, hot water now flowed from a single large furnace, eliminating individual stoves. What had previously required one household operating one car could now be centralized. Water from one furnace maintained uniform heat, removing the need for a dedicated person to tend the fire and control temperature. In the past, Their own reeling room had run 10 stoves powering 10 cars simultaneously, which everyone considered quite impressive. By comparison, the Australians had set up 100 cars in a single facility. Looking at this scale, all the cocoons in Xiangyunsha could be reeled here without a problem. But was this expansion too ambitious? Where would so many cocoons come from? And where would the workers come from? His sycophantic second uncle would certainly exploit the Australians' name, forcing villagers to sell their cocoons to Fenshenghe, and probably conscripting them to work in the factory as well. The potential abuses were obvious. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Lin's forehead at the thought. Li Yayar noticed his expression change. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing," Chen Lin quickly covered. "I'm just worried there won't be enough cocoons to collect when the time comes. As for that, I'm preparing to raise silkworms myself once spring arrives," Li Yayar said. "I've already set up the silkworm raising facility. We'll raise some ourselves and purchase more." "Your second uncle said Nanhai village will fully support Fenshenghe. Every family's cocoons will be sold to the factory. The women will come help raise silkworms and pick mulberry leaves, and each family's mulberry leaves will prioritize Fenshenghe's needs." Chen Lin cursed inwardly. "Second uncle, you won't rest until you've completely ruined Fenshenghe's reputation, will you?" If this continued, how could their branch ever gain a foothold in the village again? However, I don't agree with his approach. We're running a factory and doing business, not acting as government officials dispatching corvée labor. We can't rely on orders to make people work. Don't you agree? Yes, yes, the chief is wise. Chen Lin nodded repeatedly. So my idea is to adopt cooperatives. This method has worked well for us in Hainan. Everyone pools shares to raise silkworms. The cooperative model was an important production management approach that the Senate promoted in rural areas. From the earliest Ma Nio salt field cooperative to the later Lizhu sugar industry joint operation, Senate rule and the Heaven and Earth Society had supported numerous similar institutions. They were especially common in the production and processing of cash crops, a thoroughly tested model. I've discussed this with your second uncle. Essentially, we establish a joint stock company. Li Yayar outlined the cooperation plan. It was straightforward. Whoever had money contributed money, whoever had labor contributed labor. Everyone received shares. After selling raw silk, participants collected dividends according to their shareholding. This method has succeeded in many places and people respond well to it. I believe it should spread smoothly in Nanhai too, especially with strong support from you and your second uncle. As she spoke, Li Yayar watched Chen Lin intently. The young man's face flushed involuntarily. This humble one will certainly serve. Whether there are dividends or not, I honestly don't care much. As long as our clansmen can be fed and clothed and Nanhai recovers its vitality. This wasn't false modesty. Chen Lin spoke from the heart. Well, what you say is quite proper and sincere. Li Yayar suddenly laughed, her smile bright as a flower, almost girlish. Chen Lin's pulse quickened. He quickly collected himself, lowered his gaze, and explained. This humble one speaks from the heart. Heartfelt or not, I don't much care either, Li Yayar smiled. What matters is your attitude, she sighed. Since ancient times, the hardest thing has been getting things done. If you can wholeheartedly help me make this enterprise succeed, dividends will be the least of your worries. Leaving the reeling workshop, Li Yayar took him to the west side courtyard to visit the thread-weaving workshop, renovated there. Fabric was formed by vertically arranged warp threads and horizontally arranged weft threads interwoven together. The silk reeled couldn't be used directly as warp and weft. It needed to go through a series of preparatory processes. The threads required for weaving silk fabrics had to pass through multiple stages: silk turning, silk doubling, silk twisting, silk starching, warping, quill winding, and more before they were ready for the loom. Here, Li Yayar hadn't introduced any new technologies or equipment. No suitable power source existed. The various machines inside looked finely made, but were essentially no different from the improved foot-pedal reeling machines. Chen Lin took one look and roughly understood where the improvements lay. Some of these improvements he had conceived himself in the past, even drawing designs for blacksmiths and carpenters to attempt. The results were invariably disappointing. Either they couldn't make it at all, or they made something that looked identical but wouldn't function as intended. It was either sluggish and hard to move, or it cracked and broke after brief use. The Australians truly possessed unmatched ingenuity. Qianlin marveled, but for him, these seemingly similar things before him weren't simply about cleverness. That connecting axle arm, for instance, the same component that the Australians made fine yet tough, but that the best blacksmith he could find produced only coarse and clumsy. Why was that? Just examining the wooden components revealed a vast gulf between Australian craftsmanship and local carpentry. The same item made by Australians was smaller, more delicate, and even more pleasing to the eye than locally made objects. The same object, but what the Australians make is simply different, Qianlin said sincerely. This humble one truly admires it. This is nothing, Li Yar replied, accustomed to the shock of natives and long past taking it to heart. But Qianlin was different from ordinary natives. He showed genuine insight. If you went to Lingao and saw all the equipment our machinery factory produces, you'd prostrate yourself in admiration. A pity this humble one lacks such fortune, Qianlin sighed. What's difficult about going to Lingao? Since you came from Guangzhou, you know there are scheduled boats. The ticket isn't cheap, but given your status, it probably isn't a problem. The chief jests, Qianlin said. It's not that I don't want to go. It's just that this mess before me can't be left unattended. Fearing Li Yar might misunderstand, he quickly added, although Fenshenghe is now in good order, the entire village of Nanhai remains dilapidated. The livelihoods of clansmen and villagers after spring still need to be arranged. Are the villagers' lives very difficult? Though Li Yar had been in Nanhai for several months, she had been consumed with factory renovations, interacting with locals mostly through Chen Xuan. She knew little about actual conditions in Nanhai. End of chapter. Chapter 24:14. The fundamental problem: nobody is actually starving to death, Qianlin said, but the common people's lives are much worse than before. As long as a Nanhai villager bore the surname Chen, their days had been reasonably comfortable. Even the poorest families could eat their fill and clothe themselves. When sick, the clan paid for medicine. When dead, the clan provided a coffin. During ancestral worship and New Year, they could even receive a few pieces of ancestral pork. For tenant farmers, weavers, and long-term laborers who weren't surnamed Chen, life naturally wasn't so comfortable, but they could at least scrape by. Yet on this trip home, after only a few days, Qianlin could see that life around Nanhai had grown hard. The looting by soldiers and bandits was certainly the main cause, but his second uncle could fairly be called an accomplice who fanned the flames. However, Qianlin dared not voice these thoughts to the female senator. One thing was clear: Li Yar trusted second uncle deeply, and this trust wasn't naive credulity. Second uncle's actions as the local Beyajia obviously enjoyed Australian approval. In the days since his return, Qianlin had already learned much of the situation from his sister and from Chen Qing's family, where he was staying. When Nanhai formally came under Australian jurisdiction in April 1635, Chen Xuan had leveraged a chance encounter during his flight, along with years of social experience honed in various unsavory circles, to ingratiate himself with the Australian chief he met. She was overjoyed with him. Before long he became the liaison officer in Nanhai, then assumed the position of village Beyajia, essentially the village chief. His rise to power was hardly popular. Whether clansmen or ordinary villagers, everyone looked down on this former prodigal son and local ruffian. Many elders had declared Chen Xuan becoming Beyajia the biggest joke under heaven. If he merely served as intermediary with the Australians, the village and clan could tolerate it. But if he actually tried to meddle in clan affairs, they would convene in the ancestral hall to expel him and wouldn't even allow him to remain in Nanhai. But Chen Xuan proved a ruthless character with methods of his own. Shortly after assuming the Beyajia position, He organized all the outsiders, long-term and short-term laborers, hired workers who had always occupied the village's lowest rung, into a militia unit. He specially selected 4 brawny strangers who were big and strong, new arrivals in Nanhai with no local connections, to serve as his personal bodyguards. Each carried a Pudao broadsword. They usually stood guard at the village office and accompanied him as attendants when he went out on business. Anyone who dared talk back to Chen Qiuwen received a beating with sticks, regardless of which branch of the clan they belonged to or which generation. All were beaten bloody just the same. As a result, neither clan nor village dared challenge Chen Qiuwen's authority anymore. Far from expelling him, they were forced to make him the ancestral hall manager, controlling all the clan's property and affairs. He even openly occupied the ancestral hall itself as his village office. Chen Qiuwen understood perfectly well that his power in Nanhai depended entirely on the Australians. Since becoming Beyajia, he had been nothing short of enthusiastic about every task the Australians assigned. Whether collecting reasonable burden taxes, dispatching corvée labor, or implementing public security rectification, whatever the Xiangyunsha county government handed down, he executed with full vigor. Within months, Nanhai became a model village, known even to Chief Wen. Being a model village came at a price. When the Senate became embroiled in a security war across Guangdong, a large national army force was organized in Guangzhou. Their provisions and pay, besides being shipped from Lingao, came largely from the counties under the former Guangzhou prefecture. Beyond grain requisitions, logistics and transport required substantial manpower and boats, which were apportioned to each county and village through corvée dispatch. Under Great Ming rule, the land tax burden in Guangdong had been very light, only 2.01% of the national land tax burden. Though the 3 surcharges levy plus various local surcharges had increased it, for powerful local clans like the Chen family who controlled the grassroots and wielded considerable county influence, it hadn't been too burdensome. But for the Senate, Guangdong's taxes were simply too light. According to Director Wang and others, the current land tax had great potential and was worth deep mining. This reasonable burden was not so reasonable for the Chen clansmen of Nanhai. It smacked of extortion. This wasn't the Chen family crying poor for sympathy. After all, the soldiers and bandits had wreaked havoc on Nanhai, causing heavy losses to the Chen family's accumulated wealth, both public and private. Now facing reasonable burden expenses and corvée dispatches, they genuinely struggled. In the past, many government burdens, especially corvée, had been transferred to the village's outsiders, but now outsiders held power and advocated equal dispatch of corvée. The Chen family had the most male laborers, so they naturally received the heaviest corvée assignments. Between the reasonable burden and the frequent corvée dispatches, agricultural production in Nanhai suffered. Added to this were widespread rumors that the Australians intended to implement 375 rent reduction and progressive taxation, leaving the Chen clansmen as nervous as startled birds, unwilling to invest effort in their fields. The outsider tenant farmers certainly had something to look forward to, but farming often required loans. Previously, lending to tenant farmers had been reliably profitable, and their loan requests were approved on demand. Now the Chen landlords mostly refused, citing heavy losses from the bandit raids, which was partly true, and partly because the rumors of burdens plus rent reduction had sapped their interest in land management. Quite a few middle and upper-class families with commercial properties in the county seat or elsewhere simply left, entrusting their land to the clan. Surprisingly, a considerable amount of Nanhai's land lay fallow. Nanhai spent the entire year in this atmosphere of doubt and unease. Farmers couldn't get loans, renting oxen and buying fertilizer became difficult. Combined with heavy corvée demands, the year's harvest proved only mediocre despite fair weather. The rumored rent reduction and progressive tax never materialized, but the reasonable burden increased substantially. Though Chen Xuan handled Australian duties capably, he had no ability in economic development and relied entirely on strict collection to gather the year's taxes. 2 rounds of reasonable burden collection in a single year had nearly emptied the Chen family's savings, but Chen Lin dared not say these things to Li Yayar. To speak honestly, she bore part of the blame for the villagers' predicament. Just to repair Fenshenghe and restore production, the corvée, requiring villagers to provide their own rations while burning bricks and transporting timber, had drawn bitter complaints. He pondered for a moment before speaking diplomatically. The villagers had just suffered the soldier chaos last spring and their savings were wiped out. The spring silkworms were ruined too. Every family's vitality was severely damaged. Are you saying the current burden on Nancha's people is too heavy? Li Yayar smiled. Chen Lin's face reddened. Having his thoughts seen through so easily embarrassed him, and he feared offending second uncle. He quickly said, "After great chaos, the people are hungry and weary. If they could be given some relief, it would benefit both state and people." Li Yayar cocked her head and studied him with interest, making Chen Lin's scalp tingle. Fortunately, the gaze didn't last long. "How many days have you been back in Nancha?" she asked. Two days. Then how do you know the burden on Nancha's people is too heavy and their savings are all gone? Cold sweat broke out on Chen Lin's forehead. He was terrified of implicating the elder who had written him the letter, Chen Qing's family and his sister. "This humble one also heard it through hearsay," he said in a panic. "Just hearsay." "Don't be afraid," Li Yayar said. "Though you heard it through hearsay, you weren't making things up. The people of Nancha have indeed borne considerable burdens this past year. Some families' savings have indeed been emptied." She emphasized some families with pointed meaning. Chen Lin broke out in another round of cold sweat. "However, surely no one here is so poor they can't afford to eat." "This. Indeed there isn't." Chen Lin nodded hurriedly. "It should be said that in Nancha now, some families' lives aren't as good as before," Li Yayar said. "But for some common people, life is probably better than it was." Yes, Chen Lin agreed hastily. Li Yayar changed the subject. "However, the Senate didn't come to Nancha just so everyone could have food to eat and call it done. We want everyone to live better than before. The silk factory before you is the hope. If Fenshenghe's enterprise succeeds, the people will gain more than just food and clothing." "Yes, this humble one understands." Chen Lin laughed bitterly to himself, thinking you're just drawing cakes to satisfy hunger. It was true that Nancha's people currently had food, but they were eating through their old savings. If second uncle was allowed to continue wreaking havoc, they wouldn't even be able to afford to raise silkworms this year. What silk reeling and satin weaving would there be to talk about? He had originally just been giving perfunctory answers to Li Yayar's questions, still being cautious. But now the youthful passion in his heart stirred, and he ventured some advice. "What the chief says makes sense. It's just that New Year has already passed. After spring begins, people need seeds for spring plowing, families without oxen need oxen, and families raising silkworms need capital. After the soldier chaos, all trades are desolate. I'm afraid everything requires management and organization. Please may the chief take note." Li Yayar was startled. When she came to Nancha, she'd been told it was a prosperous village. So she hadn't paid much attention to village conditions. Her own activities there with her guards and student had been superficial. She roughly knew the village had suffered from bandit chaos, but assumed that people getting by with food and clothing wasn't a problem. Since food and clothing weren't an issue, and agricultural production had operated normally in 1635, after Nancha rested and recovered for more than half a year, this year's production should proceed without trouble. Her promotion of new silkworm seeds and mulberry tree planting should be a natural progression. Yet this young man was saying everything required management. She hesitated. "How was last autumn's harvest?" "When I came to Nancha, everyone said there were no disasters and the harvest was fair." "Chief, this humble one doesn't know how the entire village's harvest fared, but just the land under my family's name. Last year's yield was only 60% of the year before. Though I don't know about other families, roughly it's probably similar. Li Yayar's expression changed. She had been active in rural areas promoting silkworm seeds and mulberry trees, and understood the fundamentals of agricultural production. If Chen Lin wasn't being alarmist, then after spring arrived this year, unless the Senate allocated loans to Nanhai, carrying out the new year's production and business activities would be very difficult indeed. End of chapter. Chapter 24:15. Scabby her plan had already been set. How to organize, how to mobilize everyone to pool shares, what equipment and consumables to add, how many silkworm seeds to advance on credit, how much Nanhai's mulberry cultivation area would increase this year, how to allocate the mulberry leaves from existing groves, how many women to mobilize for factory work. But this young man's words had cracked the foundation of her plan. If grain was insufficient and the people were strapped, wouldn't all this be nothing but flowers in a mirror, the moon reflected in water? Thinking back, she realized she had never actually inquired about Nanhai's economic situation during her months here, relying entirely on Chen Xuan's assurances. At the time, she had reasoned that she hadn't come to Nanhai to serve as an administrative official. She positioned herself in the role of technical promotion and tried to avoid interfering too much in local administration. She had heard something of Chen Xuan's reputation, but honestly, right now he was her only handle in Nanhai. Without him, she couldn't move an inch. Then Li Yayar grew alert again. Chen Xuan had told her that this Chen Lin was originally the son of Fenshenghe's manager, and that Chen Lin's father had long controlled both village politics and clan power here. He treated the factory and Nanhai as belonging to his family. He was probably unhappy about the chief running a cooperative and bore a grudge against Chen Xuan. Could this young man be deliberately exaggerating, trying to shake her determination and ruin Chen Xuan's reputation? Two opposing views collided and spun back and forth in her mind. For the moment, Li Yayar couldn't judge. Everything in Nanhai had been going smoothly for her, all thanks to Chen Xuan's capable work. But this Chen Lin was obviously far more useful than Chen Xuan when it came to technical promotion. Which of these two should she trust? After pondering, she decided it was still too early to draw conclusions. Setting aside for now which uncle and nephew was right or wrong, at least neither had harmed the Senate's enterprise and both were beneficial to her work in Nanhai. With that in mind, Li Yayar said, "What you've described, I'm not too clear about it. It seems conditions in the village are quite difficult." Chen Lin relaxed slightly. "The chief is here to do great things. It's just that great things must also be done within one's means. It's good that you've told me about this. In the future, if similar situations arise, you should come and tell me often. That way I can stay well informed." Li Yayar smiled subtly as she spoke. Chen Lin caught her meaning. She faintly wanted him to serve as eyes and ears. He responded with a yes. His heart settled completely. It seemed the chief didn't trust second uncle as much as he'd feared. He might still make something of himself in Nanhai after all. Li Yayar then called over the several naturalized citizens working in the factory and introduced them to him. She hadn't brought many naturalized citizens to Nanhai, including the one squad of guards, only 15 people in total. "This is Guard Captain Nzaiduan," Li Yayar introduced. The man called Nzaiduan was short and sturdily built, strong and powerful. But when he spoke, his Chinese had a strange accent. He was actually Korean. Though he was a guard, his left hand wasn't very agile. Li Yayar explained this was from an injury sustained in battle, which had left some disability. Originally he was to be discharged, but he didn't want to leave, so he came to be my guard. And Zaiduan studied Chen Lin with suspicious eyes for a long time, making him thoroughly uncomfortable. "This is my student, Shen Su. She specializes in sericulture and silk weaving," Li Yayar said. "She doesn't know much about local conditions. The two of you should cooperate and communicate often in the future." Chen Lin had seen quite a few female false short-hair cadres in Guangzhou and wasn't surprised by any of this. After the introductions, Li Yayar said. "From now on, you should come to the factory every day. At 7 in the morning, a steam whistle will sound, and you come to work. There are many things waiting for us to do." After leaving the factory, Chen Xuan had been uneasy in mind, not knowing whether recommending his nephew to the Australian woman was blessing or curse. Though Chen Lin had appeared very obedient since his return, the more compliant he seemed, the less reassured Chen Xuan felt. He understood clearly. When it came to running the silk factory, Chen Lin had real ability. If he gained Li Yayar's trust and then made trouble behind his back with malicious slander, Chen Xuan knew his own situation too well. Without the Australians backing him, he couldn't survive in Nanhai for even 1 minute. If he lost their trust, forget being Nanhai Village's Bayagia, whether he could even stay alive would be uncertain. But if he couldn't handle the silk factory, sooner or later he would lose power anyway. In recent days he had completely figured out Li Yayar's psychology. Nothing was more important to her than her plan for raising silkworms and reeling silk. It was precisely because of this woman that he had no choice but to recommend his nephew. If any problems arose, that would truly be lifting a stone to smash his own foot. He returned to the ancestral hall, restless and anxious. A pile of matters awaited his attention, but he had no mind to deal with them. Just as he sat paralyzed with indecision, a voice came from outside. "Master Xuan, Master Xuan." Such an awkward form of address couldn't be from clansmen. He knew from the voice, Scabby Head had come. This Scabby Head had drifted to the village begging for food only a few months ago. He spoke a half-baked Mandarin. Though his clothes were ragged, covering his front but not his behind, and he had several bald patches on his scalp, he was quite clever. Chen Xuan had been recruiting men at the time, and seeing this young fellow with good bones and no local connections whatsoever, he enlisted him into his militia. Scabby Head claimed to have been a household servant for a wealthy family in the past. After his master met with disaster, he drifted out on his own. Sure enough, his skills at serving and flattering were first-rate. Chen Xuan was a local ruffian whose wife and daughter had both run off. When had he ever experienced being served like a master? Within days, he came to rely on Scabby Head as a trusted confidant. "What are you yelling about? Come in and talk." Chen Xuan was already in a foul mood. Being called in like this, he spoke without good temper. Scabby Head entered the room and first gave a respectful bow with clasped hands. "Master Xuan." This Scabby Head was none other than Li Zio, who had jumped ship before the plague broke out. When Li Zio leaped from the transport ship into the Pearl River, the weather had been stormy. Though he had some swimming ability, he nearly drowned. He could only cling to a piece of driftwood and go where the current took him. Only after struggling ashore did he rest on the riverbank for half a day before getting up to flee. Upon inquiry, he discovered he had already drifted into Shun County. Li Zio heard that Guangzhou had a plague and the city was sealed. Only then did he understand why he'd been escorted out of the city. He was so frightened his soul nearly scattered. He kept walking south, wanting only to get as far from Guangzhou as possible. This walking took him to Xiangyunsha. Xiangyunsha already sat at the Pearl River estuary. Among the counties under Guangzhou Prefecture during the Ming Dynasty, it was relatively remote. Li Zio sometimes begged, sometimes helped with odd jobs, drifting all the way to Nanhai Village, where Chen Xuan took him in. He settled down under a false name. He naturally didn't dare use the surname Li anymore and changed to his father's surname, Chu. The name didn't need changing. After all, names like De big, Zio small, Yi 1, 2 were common as dirt. After this ordeal, Li Zio had long since worn away any thoughts of revenge. Even Li Da's death had gradually faded from his mind. As for his former masters, the Gu family father and son, he didn't even want to think about them now. When he'd been a beggar in Guangzhou, he had dimly spotted traces of them, but had never thought of seeking them out. He only wanted to find a place to settle down quietly, live a few days of normal life, instead of being on the run every day in constant fear. This remote corner of Nanhai had no wealthy households or strongmen worth ransacking, and the reach of the real short hairs didn't extend here. So he earnestly took up his role as Nancha village militia and Chen Qiuwen's servant, but heaven seemed to be playing a joke on him. Not long after, Australians actually came to Nancha village. Not only did Australians come, but an authentic real short-hair woman. Not only did a real short-hair come, but she intended to station here. Li Xiao nearly broke down. Were the Australians never going to let him go? He thought about fleeing again but was reluctant to abandon his current comfortable life. He was Chen Qiuwen's trusted confidant now, somebody in the village. Besides, even if he ran, where could he go? The Australians had launched military campaigns. Reportedly, both Guangs had been conquered. Even if he escaped, how would he make a living? In the end, he chose to stay in Nancha. Fortunately, the real short-hair who came was a woman who had probably never seen him. To be honest, very few senators and naturalized citizens knew Li Xiao personally. Unless he returned to Lingao, the chance of being recognized was extremely small. Sure enough, Li Yayar had been in Nancha for several months now, and everything had remained peaceful. Li Xiao's heart had gradually settled, and naturally his thoughts turned to other matters. As soon as news of Chen Lin's return spread, Chen Qiuwen had summoned him to the ancestral hall to discuss how to respond. Though Li Xiao was young, he had followed Master Gu since childhood. From what he'd seen and heard, his heart had grown most vicious. He immediately advised, quietly do away with him. Unfortunately, Chen Qiuwen shook his head repeatedly. Killing wasn't the problem, but Chen Lin was after all his own nephew. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Besides, this sort of thing couldn't be done flawlessly. If it leaked out in the future, his reputation in Nancha would be utterly ruined. Since Chen Qiuwen wasn't willing to take that dark step, they could only keep close watch on his nephew's movements. This task naturally fell to Li Xiao. Li Xiao specially gathered a few informants from the militia and the village. After distributing some small favors, he instructed them to watch Chen Lin closely, observe whose families he visited frequently, and what he said. Today he had come specifically to report. Entering the room and seeing Master Qiuwen's expression wasn't good, he grew cautious and said in a low voice, "Master Qiuwen, you ordered us to find out the news, and it's all been found out." "Oh, what news?" Chen Qiuwen's spirits lifted as he asked. Last night he was at Chen Jai's house. He chatted with old 5th Chen's family very late. The firelight didn't go out until nearly the 3rd watch. What did they talk about? Couldn't hear clearly, can't get too close, but it definitely wasn't anything good. There's another thing. Someone said that after young Master Lin returned, he went to the graveyard. He and Miss Yue stayed in the graveyard a long time. There was crying, too. End of chapter. Chapter 24:16. The hidden threat. What's there to say about crying in the graveyard? His father died, isn't he allowed to shed some tears? Did anyone hear what they said? Chen Qiuwen asked impatiently. They did hear some things, but Li Xiao hesitated because this Chen Yue was actually the master's own daughter. HMPH, you don't need to hold back, I know about her too. This little slew, Chen Qiuwen swallowed back the words little slut. After all, this child was his own flesh and blood. Even if she didn't acknowledge him as her father, cursing her was also cursing himself. What did they say? The person I sent didn't dare get too close. They only roughly heard them talking about the master holding power in the village and something about driving away some 3rd uncle. That's all. That's all. Chen Qiuwen thought this was to be expected. He had some understanding of this nephew. The boy had been a rule-following child since youth, not one who could scheme or plot. He could still be managed. From now on, send more people to watch him closely, him, little Yue and Chen Qing's family. Whatever they do, you must report to me. Understand? This humble one understands. What about the matter I told you to watch regarding the Australians? Li Xiao shivered with fright and quickly said, Master, everything else is fine, but why provoke these Australian lords? These people are extremely careful. If they see through us, won't that be greatly disadvantageous to you? Look at you. You seem particularly terrified of Australians. Chen Qiuwen smiled slowly. Li Xiao felt his scalp go numb and quickly explained, I've heard that the Australian surveillance is the strictest. Whether in Lingao or Guangzhou, even the smallest thing, as long as they set their minds to knowing it, they'll know. Master, you just do your job for the Australians. Why know too much? What a loyal and sincere heart you have. Chen Qiuwen didn't understand why this Chu Scabby head was so terrified of Australians and scolded him. True, I do my job for the Australians, but in the matters below, how many people are dissatisfied? Not to mention anything else, just the things you've done in the village. If someone were to tell the female chief about them, what do you think she'd think of you? The Australians still rely on us to do things. True that they need us to do things, but we must also guard against birds being killed and bows put away, rabbits dying and dogs being cooked. Chen Qiuwen rubbed his forehead. You have to help keep more eyes open. Especially now that Chen Lin has gone to the factory, we must be on guard. Yes, master, Li Zio said helplessly. I'll tell our people in the factory to watch a bit more. Chen Qiuwen felt irritation gnawing at him. He asked again, in a few days send someone else to Sanliang. You must find out Chen Ding's whereabouts. Chen Ding was the third uncle in Chen Lin's words, the youngest of the three brothers. Though he couldn't be called brilliant, he was upright and fierce in character, generous and ready to help others. Both clansmen and villagers respected him greatly. Had Chen Qiuwen not been able to rely on Australian intimidation back then, he never could have driven away this third brother. He had originally wanted to label third brother as a Ming Dynasty remnant and have the Australians eliminate this hidden threat for him. But the Australians said they couldn't see any connection between him and Great Ming. In the end, third brother was labeled a clan faction element and expelled only because he stubbornly refused to hand over the village's clan field account books and maps. But though Chen Ding was no longer in the village, Chen Qiuwen still worried greatly about this third brother staging a comeback. He knew third brother's abilities well. Such a righteous and upright gentleman would attract attention wherever he went, if the Australians were currently recruiting and third brother was enlisted by them. For this reason, he had sent several batches of people to Sanliang Market. However, they reported back that though Chen Ding's wife and children were all there, he himself wasn't at his father-in-law's house. Moreover, they couldn't find out where he had gone. This became a weight on Chen Qiuwen's heart. I'll send someone to Sanliang again tomorrow, Li Zio said, then hesitated. Master, if you truly must find Master Ding's whereabouts, Sanliang probably isn't the place to look. Why do you say that? He must have left Sanliang and gone somewhere else, entrusting his wife and children to his father-in-law, Li Zio said. How can we find him if we go to Sanliang? The world is vast. If not Sanliang, where else should we look? Chen Qiuwen said. He couldn't have vanished into thin air, he must have left some instructions. In this humble one's view, the most likely place Master Ding went is Guangzhou. Chen Qiuwen suddenly grew alert. Why do you say that? Master, think about it. Young Master Lin was in Guangzhou, Master Ding knew that. But young Master Lin returning to Nanhai, he doesn't know. Li Zio said, he can do nothing about you from Sanliang, so his only option is to go find his nephew to discuss countermeasures. Chen Qiuwen nodded repeatedly. Though Chu Scabby Head was unremarkable in appearance, when analyzing problems he was indeed logical. How had he not thought of this? Now young Master Lin is already in Master's palm. The most worrisome thing is if Master Ding went to Guangzhou and came up empty. He probably won't give up easily. He might seek connections and relationships in Guangzhou. After all, the place with the most real short hairs now is Guangzhou. Chen Qiuwen slapped his thigh. You're right, why didn't I think of this? He considered for a moment. They had no close relatives in Guangzhou City, but there were a few distant ones. When Chen Lin went to Guangzhou, he had sought out Chen Qiuwen's cousin, Wu Yijun. Quite possibly third brother had also gone to the Wu family. How about you make a trip to Guangzhou? He looked at Li Zio. Li Zio nearly jumped out of his skin. He had just escaped from that tiger and wolf den. How could he go back? He somewhat regretted his offering of a plan and quickly said, "It's not appropriate for this humble one to go. It must be someone who recognizes Master Ding and is familiar with Guangzhou's ins and outs, and needs to have some status too." Chen Qiuwen's gaze lingered on Li Zio. This scabby head showed fear as soon as Guangzhou was mentioned. He probably had some unspeakable past in that city, and most likely a murder case on his hands too. Also good. With Scabby Head having a stain on him, handling him will be easier. But if he didn't go, who should? Chen Qiuwen pondered for a moment and thought of someone. This person was surnamed Han, named Changfu. He had originally been an accountant for the clan, but was dismissed after repeated offenses of improper conduct, falsifying accounts and embezzling money. After being dismissed, Han Changfu still lingered around Nanhai. He was also a second-rate loafer type, so he was quite familiar with Chen Qiuwen. This Han Changfu had a blood brother who was also a local ruffian and had always done business in Guangzhou. The two brothers used to interact frequently, so he was very familiar with the city's situation and had a local strongman to help him. He was the best candidate for the Guangzhou trip. Go get Han Changfu. After the man was called, Chen Qiuwen explained the mission. You must find out Chen Ding's whereabouts. Master, finding someone isn't hard. As long as he's in Guangzhou, we'll definitely find him, Han Changfu said. After finding him, what then? After finding him, get some people and tie him up and bring him back to me, Chen Qiuwen said viciously. This humble one understands, Han Changfu said. Only, you'll need to give me a few more people. Isn't your big brother in the Guandi Temple gang? Give him some money and won't he take care of it for you? Li Zio quickly interjected. Master, that won't do. The Guandi Temple gang has already been wiped out by the Australians. It's not easy to find people for dirty work now. And the Australians have many eyes and ears inside and outside the city. I'm afraid we'd be bringing fire upon ourselves. Once the people they sent were caught and fell into Australian hands, they'd spill everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Kidnapping was a serious crime whether under Great Ming or Australian rule. Once implicated, that would mean catching everyone in one net. Chen Qiuwen thought about it true. Openly sending people to kidnap someone in Guangzhou City really would be showing no face to the Australians. Han Changfu calculated for a moment. I do have a method. What method? Since he's hiding outside and won't come back, we'll think of a way to make him come back himself. Han Changfu was full of crafty ideas. Hasn't young Master Lin come back? We'll use young Master Lin as bait to lure him back. Brother Han's plan is excellent. Even if Master Ding won't return to Nanhai, we can trick him to another place. As long as he leaves Guangzhou City, it'll be easy. Li Zio quickly flattered. Good, let's do it this way. Chen Qiuwen's face reddened with excitement. You two are truly my left and right arms. He slapped both their shoulders hard. Li Zio secretly grumbled being left and right arms is useless, not a single extra coin of silver, and turned his face to meet Han Changfu's gaze. The two immediately understood each other. They were thinking the same thing. Han Changfu said, That's all well and good, but whether Master Ding is actually in Guangzhou is still uncertain. I'm afraid it'll take a while to find out. I'll give you 3 months. Investigate in Guangzhou until you find out the truth. Chen Qiuwen took out a pair of tally tokens. Go to the accounting room and draw 10 taels of silver for travel expenses. Pick 2 reliable people to go with you. If the matter is handled well, there will be generous rewards when you return. Han Changfu thought. I believe you, you ghost. 3 people going to Guangzhou for 3 months on only 10 taels of silver. As travel expenses and living expenses, it wasn't a small sum, but this wouldn't be easy to accomplish since money was needed everywhere. Though Han Changle was his big brother, he couldn't use him for free. Fortunately, Guangzhou was a glamorous world. With money and people and his big brother there, maybe he could seize this opportunity to score a big haul. This trip wouldn't be a loss. Chen Lin had spent almost the entire day at Fenshenghe, following Li Yayar and Shen Su through every corner of the renovated facility. Since he was determined to gain Li Yayar's trust, he naturally put his heart and soul into the silk factory. Every location, every process, every piece of equipment. If he didn't recognize or understand something, he asked until he understood it clearly. He could articulate the pros and cons of each. This made Li Yayar and her student regard him with new eyes. This young factory owner wasn't just a decorative pillow after all. After the tour, They returned to the office in the front courtyard. It was already noon. Li Yayar said, "Since you're here, today counts as your first day of work. Eat lunch here and then go back to rest." Chen Lin actually did want to eat here, but dining with two young women like this seemed far too wild and improper. End of chapter. Chapter 24:17. Mulberry Dike Fish Ponds. What's there to this or that about? Shensu smiled. Wanting it desperately in your heart but insisting you can't with your mouth. Chen Lin was thoroughly embarrassed and could only say, "Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you." "That's more like it. I can't stand you people putting on false airs like that," Li Yayar said. "It's just home cooking here, nothing special. After eating, there are matters to discuss with you." She instructed the factory's tea room to bring up lunch. The factory food was simple: big pot rice and big pot vegetables, all local produce. The Chen family, though a wealthy household, usually practiced thrift in managing the home and wasn't particular about food. The meal was one serving per person, neither more nor less. Over lunch, Li Yayar asked more about local customs, conditions, and products. Chen Lin naturally had no reason to hide anything and answered openly. What Li Yayar cared most about was expanding the mulberry cultivation area. "Do you know about Mulberry Dike Fish Ponds?" Chen Lin looked blank. As it turned out, this characteristic agriculture of the Pearl River Delta, the Mulberry Dike Fish Pond system, one of the pioneering ancestors of circular economy that would become famous in later centuries, hadn't yet appeared locally. The Mulberry Dike Fish Pond system meant planting mulberry trees on the dikes surrounding fish ponds, using mulberry leaves to feed silkworms, using silkworm excrement cancha and silkworm pupae as fish feed, and using pond mud as fertilizer for mulberry trees. This formed a production chain, planting mulberry on pond dikes, raising silkworms with mulberry leaves, feeding fish with silkworm pupae, fertilizing mulberry with pond mud. The two industries mutually reinforced each other, achieving the benefit of obtaining both fish and silk. This model had first arisen in the sericulture regions of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The Huzhu Mulberry Dike Fish Pond system, that could be verified in later generations, originated in the spring and autumn and warring states periods. The Shen's Book of Agriculture, written at the end of the Changzhen reign, recorded, "Fish are kept in ponds. The fertile soil can go on bamboo land, the remainder for mulberry. Fish can be exchanged for rice at year's end. Keeping 5 or 6 sheep provides the capital for planting mulberry trees. Obtaining economic benefits of both advantages complete, 10 times that of grain crops." Besides harvesting mulberry leaves for silkworms, after spring silkworm season ended, the Jiangnan region also used mulberry leaves to raise sheep, earning even more income. However, this model was much rarer in Guangdong. The news brought by informants, sent by the Agricultural Committee to various parts of the Pearl River Delta, had disappointed them. The Pearl River Delta was not the highly developed sericulture region they had conceptualized. The sericulture industry of the Pearl River Delta had experienced its first great development alongside the opening of Macau's port and the large-scale export of raw silk. At that time, because raw silk sold well, places like Jiujiang in Nanhai County, Longshan and Longjiang in Shun County, and Guilao in Xinhui County all saw large-scale sericulture. Planting mulberry on pond dikes also began appearing in these areas, among which the most famous were the Sangyuan, Mulberry Garden Dike, and the Guilao Dike. However, looking at the entire Pearl River Delta, the overall sericulture industry was not large. Only after consulting the Grand Library did they learn that the Pearl River Delta sericulture industry had its second large-scale development starting from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, driven by the dramatic increase in foreign trade volume. The scale of raw silk and satin trade at the end of the Ming was still very small compared to the Qing era. Britain, the future biggest trading partner, had not yet come to China. The countries trading with China were actually only Spain, Holland, and Japan, and the late Ming happened to coincide with the peak prosperity of Fujian's foreign trade ports. Foreign merchants in Fujian obviously preferred importing goods directly from Jiangnan. Currently, though the Senate's raw silk trade was considerably larger than in history, Zhao Yingong's operations in Hangzhou had caused Jiangnan silk production and exports to increase dramatically compared to the original timeline. Jiangnan's raw silk was not only sufficient to meet Japan trade demand, but could also roughly satisfy Portuguese and Dutch needs. The result was that raw silk production in the Pearl River Delta was further suppressed. The sericulture farmers in Xiangyunsha County, who hadn't amounted to much to begin with, naturally had no interest in introducing new production models. In other words, Li Yayar's tinkering with sericulture improvement in Guangdong might not yield much actual benefit, especially since further increases in raw silk production would probably only cause export prices to fall further. Whether it was necessary to develop sericulture improvement and establish a new silk weaving industry in Guangdong had been debated at the joint conference convened by the planning agency. The final conclusion was that relevant improvements should continue. After all, upgrading the sericulture industry had to be done, and doing it in Jiangnan presented too many inconveniences. So Chen Lin's response wasn't beyond her expectations. Are there many families raising fish locally? Quite a few. Xiangyunsha had low-lying terrain with crisscrossing waterways, providing convenient conditions for fish farming. The county had quite a few fish ponds. Haven't people thought about planting mulberry trees on the pond dikes? This question baffled Chen Lin. The village already had mulberry groves, why plant on the pond dikes? Besides, what use would planting so many mulberry trees be? The mulberry leaves from local groves are already sufficient. If occasionally insufficient, we just buy some from other villages, Chen Lin said. Otherwise, we just plant a few more. In late Ming Guangdong, the land population contradiction was far less acute than it would become during the Qing dynasty, and land utilization hadn't yet intensified to later levels. Speaking in fashionable theoretical terms, the Mulberry Dike fish pond system was itself a manifestation of agricultural involution. Li Yayar said to Shen Su, "You explain the benefits of Mulberry Dike fish ponds to Mr. Lin. This will also test whether your knowledge is solid." "I understand," Shen Su answered with a smile. She looked at Chen Lin, then lowered her gaze. Though today was their first meeting, in this brief contact, her impression of Chen Lin was quite favorable. This young man, though from a wealthy family, was modest and polite in attitude, composed and refined in manner and speech, neither servile nor overbearing. Compared to that Chen Xuan who wore nothing but an ingratiating smile whenever he saw them yet was fierce as demons toward villagers, Chen Lin was far more pleasing. "Mr. Chen, the Mulberry Dike fish pond works like this. In the entire system, after mulberry leaves are harvested, they feed silkworms. The silkworm excrement cancha and the silkworm pupae left after reeling become fish feed. After fish are harvested from the pond, the thick nutrient-rich silt at the pond bottom is dug out and transported to the surrounding dikes as fertilizer for mulberry trees. Because the pond dikes have a slope, excess nutrients in the mulberry field soil flow continuously into the fish pond with rainwater runoff. The excess nutrients and waste produced in the cycle are recycled repeatedly within the system, causing no pollution to the external environment while also saving costs in planting and breeding. A farming household can coordinate and arrange activities according to seasonal changes. Generally, in the first and second months, they manage mulberry trees and stock fish fry. In the third and fourth months, they fertilize mulberry trees. In the fifth month, they raise silkworms. In the sixth month, they sell. Silkworm pupae feed the fish. In the seventh and eighth months, pond silt is dredged, and pond mud is used to strengthen and consolidate dikes. In the last months of the year, weeds are cut to feed fish. If there's spare capacity, you can also pick mulberry leaves to raise sheep, earning even more income. Don't you think this is a viable livelihood?" Chen Lin pondered her words carefully, thinking who devised this method. It's truly brilliant. He mused. The method is excellent, but this way, families raising silkworms can only raise fish and would have no spare capacity to farm the land. After selling fish and cocoons, would you still worry about having no money to buy grain? Shensu said. In our hometown, just raising silkworms alone is enough for a whole family to have clothing and food without worry. Next, we're going to promote Mulberry Dike fish ponds in Nansha, Li Yar continued. This matter will still need you to put in more effort. This is a good thing benefiting country and people alike. This humble one will naturally put in effort. Chen Lin thought for a moment. Though it was a good thing, at the start of promotion definitely no one would be willing to try. It had been the same when his father promoted silkworm seeds. They would need to find a household to set an example. When everyone saw there were indeed benefits, they would follow. He expressed his thoughts. Li and Shen exchanged a glance and smiled. Li Yar said, "You're absolutely right. Since ancient times, promoting new crops and technologies has always required a process. Common people must actually see the benefits. Besides, whether new crops and technologies are suitable for an area also needs testing first. Otherwise, if they're promoted only to fail, wouldn't that harm a large area? The chief is far-sighted. Learning to flatter so quickly," Shensu laughed. No, this humble one speaks from the heart." Chen Lin's face reddened again. He had had no contact with Australian-style women like Li Yar and Shensu before and was very unaccustomed to their direct way of speaking. My, what thin skin! Li Yar had no patience for her students' teasing and interrupted. Think about it. Who in the village would be most suitable as a demonstration household? Chen Lin pondered. The household first couldn't be wealthy. The wealthy had no motivation to change. Second, they needed fish ponds. Third, the family should also raise silkworms. Thinking it over, he settled on a suitable candidate. Chen Jai's family is most suitable. Li Yar made a gesture, and Shen Su immediately took out a leather-covered notebook from her shoulder bag, flipped it open, searched for a moment, then handed it to her teacher. Li Yar looked at it and seemed to nod in satisfaction. Chen Lin was puzzled, not knowing what they were examining. "Why do you think his family is suitable?" Li Yar asked, closing the notebook. Chen Lin replied, "His family has many children and little land, so life is very tight. His family has fish ponds and also raises silkworms. They're skilled hands at both. As long as he's given some benefits, he'll naturally agree." Then what benefits would be needed for him to agree? As long as he's promised that no matter what the experiment results are, he'll be given enough grain for his whole family to eat their fill. That makes sense, but one family is too few. We need to find at least 3 or 4 more. Chen Lin racked his brains and thought of a few more families. Li Yar instructed Shen Su to record them all. "We'll go visit these families this afternoon. See the situation, you come along too." "Yes, this humble one will definitely accompany." Li Yar's gaze lingered on him for a moment, then suddenly she asked, "I heard you have a younger sister." "Yes, my humble sister Chen Yue." Chen Lin thought this chief's questions really jumped around unpredictably. "Is she your blood sister?" "She was originally second uncle's daughter. Later the clan decided to have her adopted by my late father as his daughter." "Your second uncle has no heirs. Why would he give his only daughter to your father?" Li Yar had always been curious about this. Chen Xuan had mentioned the matter in the past, always gnashing his teeth, saying it was Chen Lin's father and others persecuting him, wanting to leave him completely alone. End of chapter. Chapter 24:18. Trade Friction. Chen Lin thought for a moment and said, "My second uncle, as the chief knows, is a man who doesn't stay home. Being alone, he had no way to raise a girl." Li Yar thought, "Your words are quite diplomatically complete." Clearly the suspicion between this uncle and nephew ran deep. Though this kind of internal conflict was troublesome for work, it also presented an advantage. At least they wouldn't form an alliance against her. When Li Yar first went out to do agricultural cooperative work, what she worried most about was her native collaborators being disunited and causing friction. However, after several years of practical experience, She had come to realize that native collaborators being too united was actually the headache. A bit of contradiction was absolutely not a bad thing. I've become quite the scheming girl now, she thought. Through these years of work dealing with local natives, she had come to understand the hearts and human nature of people on this land more thoroughly and clearly. The afternoon cooperation meeting went very smoothly. The families Chen Lin selected were all poor clansmen of the Chen family, with situations similar to Chen Jai's. Li Yar's conditions were generous. As the first batch of demonstration households participating in the cooperative, they would receive technical guidance, produce according to the cooperative's instructions, and all required production materials and living supplies would be provided as interest-free loans. At the end of the production year, the cooperative would purchase all products at contract-agreed prices. After clearing loans, all remaining profits would belong to the households. The condition they had to accept was that, in the future, they would serve the cooperative as technology promotion personnel. The families of Chen Jai and the others couldn't parse all these terms, but when they heard that production and living materials could all be supplied interest-free, they agreed immediately. Farmers weren't resistant to loans, especially farming households engaged in breeding industries, who depended heavily on the turnover of credit. Now that the Senate was willing to provide interest-free loans, it was practically a windfall for farming households. In the past, this matter couldn't have been handled so smoothly. The clan above managed things, and some matters couldn't proceed without clan approval. Now Nanhai was under Chen Xuan's power, and he firmly supported whatever the Australians did, so everything went smoothly. Li Yar was in excellent spirits after wrapping things up. On the way back, she praised Chen Lin again, calling him promising despite his youth. She also said that since he was now staying at Chen Jai's house, he should help them more, and if there were any difficulties, he should report to her immediately. Work began as soon as it was decided upon. Within 2 days, various materials for raising silkworms arrived from Guangzhou, including silkworm seeds and mulberry tree cuttings. Chen Lin followed Shen Su handling affairs, feeling dazzled. These Australians had all kinds of tricks for raising silkworms too. He harbored a learning intention, naturally not ashamed to ask those below, and Shen Su taught everything she knew, instructing him on all the key points. Speaking of it, Australian silkworm raising methods weren't particularly rare, but they were meticulous in controlling details. Every step had standards, relying not on experience or intuition. Do this when reaching this standard. And these standards weren't based on eyes seeing, noses smelling, or fingers rubbing, but on all kinds of instruments providing measurements. Whatever was measured was definitive. Just for how to ventilate the silkworm room each day, they relied on thermometers, hygrometers, and anemometers providing accurate information to make decisions. Chen Lin first followed Shen Su learning how to use and read various instruments, how to make daily inspection records. Busy day after day like this, he was truly overwhelmed, but Chen Lin had never felt so fulfilled. Raising silkworms and reeling silk, this was an industry he had been familiar with since childhood, but doing these things under Australian methods was a completely different experience. He saw that the Australians not only possessed rich knowledge, but also made decisive decisions. When difficulties arose, everyone sat down to discuss. His favorable impression of the Australians rose by several degrees. Originally, he had made up his mind to muddle through here for a few days, then find an opportunity to return to Guangzhou and seek out his cousin-uncle. But now that Li Yar valued him so much and he could learn so much, he wanted to stay and follow this Australian woman to make things succeed. Yet his cousin-uncle was still anxiously waiting for news. After much deliberation, he decided to write a letter explaining his current situation, expressing that opportunities were rare, and he planned to learn well from the Australians. He temporarily couldn't work with his cousin-uncle on the cotton textile industry in Nanhai, but he remained interested and willing to continue pursuing it. Additionally, he asked his cousin uncle to inquire whether third uncle had gone to Guangzhou. Third uncle was not a man content to stay idle at his in-law's house eating and waiting to die. He most likely went to Guangzhou to seek friends and relatives, looking for another way out. After finishing the letter, he instructed Chen Qing to deliver it with an admonition. Be careful on the road. After delivering the letter, hurry back. This winter in Lingao was different from previous years. The north wind brought more chill. Some even claimed to have seen snowflakes. Whether there were actual snowflakes was hard to say, but frost did appear in Lingao. That was real. The sentries of the 1st Guard Battalion, who normally wore at most a thin tweed coat in winter, had already changed into newly made British-style gray tweed greatcoats. The cylindrical sheepskin military caps made them look somewhat like soldiers from Tsarist Russian times. The sentries were dressed warmly, but at this moment the Dutchman, pacing constantly at his post, waving his arms in rage and expressing dissatisfaction to the guard, was red-faced with steam rising from his head. Wang Kai smiled and put down the telescope in his hand, walked back from the window to his office desk and picked up the telephone. Connect to the guard room. A small pause. Almost done. Let him up. In less than a minute, Van de Lantron, special trade representative of the Dutch East India Company, arrived at Fatty Wang's door. After Fatty Wang's aide-de-camp and interpreter announced him, Fatty Wang signaled for both to enter. Originally, the VOC's representative stationed in Lingao had been the Italian Mr. Leb Trini. However, the current situation had made the Council of Batavia feel that Mr. Trini's rank was no longer sufficient for this mission, so they had dispatched Senior Merchant de Lantron to negotiate. Esteemed Senator, I must express in the strongest possible terms the adverse effects of restricting diplomatic personnel's movements, especially when I carry a letter from the new Governor-General of Batavia, Antonio van Diemen, and some regrettable incidents have occurred between our two sides in Japanese waters. The tightening of communication channels, the simplification of ceremonies, and unnecessary malice, once these issues become normalized, they will inevitably cause shrinkage of exchanges, paralysis of management between both sides, and further extinguish the continuity of commerce, weakening the influence of both parties in the Far East. Are you saying you have a letter for me? Wang Kai interrupted de Lantron's tirade. Yes. Mr. de Lantron stuttered for a moment as if he'd swallowed a fly. I had hoped to read this letter in a more solemn setting. No, what you need is a friendlier environment. Let's discuss the two incidents that happened in Japan. Oh, I agree. Don't worry, we'll be very tolerant as long as we can remain friendly on the Japan route in the future. I think you've misunderstood. Fatty Wang signaled de Lantron to sit. We haven't yet determined rights and responsibilities. We were on the port entry route and your ship was traveling parallel to the coast, according to the regulations we agreed upon. But our ship was performing an armed patrol mission, flying the maritime police flag. It belonged to official vessels. You should have yielded. But we recognized the Oriental Express. She had been to Batavia as a merchant vessel. A vessel's status depends on its flag, not impressions. Of course, we also intend to handle this with a tolerant attitude and aren't prepared to ask you for compensation. De Lantron's expression wasn't pleasant, but from his earlier words, he didn't seem to intend dwelling much on this matter. All right, I hope this doesn't affect relations between our two parties. Speaking of which, why were your vessels patrolling near Japanese ports? Because a merchant vessel closely connected to you was robbed nearby. Fatty Wang smiled wickedly. Of course, also because the Japan trade route has long been our sphere of influence. Our persuasion of the locals has made some progress. Arranging patrols is reasonable. You have no objections to this, right? Of course not, of course not. We are glad to see our partner establish a stable commercial order in the East Asian region. This is good for everyone. Mr. de Lantron chose his words carefully. East Asian region was meant to avoid the trade treaty clause prohibiting resale of bulk goods purchased from Great Song in the Greater China area, while commercial order, served to avoid and postpone confirming Great Song's increasingly strong control over East Asia. Trade with Japan, represented by sugar and raw silk, was extremely profitable but limited in scale. Given Great Song's position and shipping capacity, there was absolutely no reason to hand it over to others. Of course, the Dutch hadn't dared enter the field personally but had sent Chinese agent merchants to secretly earn some precious metals. When these covert activities were small in scale, Great Song could tolerate them. After all, the Dutch having a bit more liquidity would just be spent buying goods from Great Song anyway. But recently the situation had changed. Dutch appetites were growing ever larger. The reason was easy to analyze. Historically, before 1641, Dutch-Asian-European trade had been unstable, feast or famine. Even at its best, it couldn't compare to the average level of the Lingao timeline. Thanks to Great Song, their business was thriving and expanding, but their capital reserves had hardly increased compared to the old timeline. The wealthy Spanish could ship boatloads of silver to the Philippines to maintain their distant rule, but the VOC shareholders, famous for their stinginess, would never do this. Their goal was silver. If a VOC Far East trade specialist suggested to his superiors shipping an entire boat of silver from the Netherlands to Batavia, he probably wouldn't live to see the next day. End of chapter. Chapter 24:19. New trade agreement. Now the Dutch East India Company and the Lingao timeline depended even more on Asian intratrade for precious metals than in the old timeline. On one hand, they took Great Song's bulk commodities and industrial products and secretly competed with Great Song for business in Japan. On the other hand, they relied on reselling Great Song's industrial products to supplement bulk commodities in South Asia for shipment back to Europe. In both transactions, Great Song Industries' presence on the Asian-European route was diminished twice over. Simply put, they benefited from Great Song while undermining Great Song, profiting third parties. Of course, the Senate wasn't made of angels either. After receiving reports from Senator Ping in Japan, the Colonial Trade Department adopted corresponding countermeasures. First, raw silk delivered in Guangzhou switched to a quota system. High-quality Zhejiang raw silk produced by Zhao Yingong's Hangzhou Phoenix Silk Group would first satisfy the Merchants Bureau's Japan trade, and only then could the VOC purchase. Next, the Colonial Trade Department adopted a second measure. In the new round of trade negotiations starting in 1635, they demanded that the VOC hand over Fort Zeelandia in Kaohsiung. In exchange, the Senate would permit the VOC to establish an unarmed trading post in Kaohsiung. VOC employees and other Europeans and Asians already settled in Zeelandia could continue to reside, do business, and work in Kaohsiung as expatriates. Visiting VOC merchant ships could carry weapons but couldn't station troops. Perhaps Fort Zeelandia was too symbolic for the VOC. This demand sparked fierce debate in Batavia. Most VOC councillors insisted on retaining this Far East first fortress that had cost a fortune to build. But some councillors pointed out that under current conditions, maintaining Fort Zeelandia was completely unprofitable for the company. First, in terms of military force, the company had absolutely no ability to defend this fortress. Second, the company had originally built Zeelandia to obtain Chinese goods nearby. Now through the Australians, company merchant ships could conveniently obtain various Chinese goods from Guangzhou, Lingao, and Kaohsiung. The meaning of Fort Zeelandia's existence had become negligible. If they insisted on opposing the Australians for the sake of vanity, the VOC would only end up losing both money and assets. This debate over whether face or business mattered more probably dragged on too long, which led to the two accidents Wang Kai mentioned. One was a maritime police patrol boat colliding with and sinking a VOC agent merchant vessel. The other was a group of pirates who had once defected to Great Song, but returned to their old trade robbing a VOC agent merchant vessel. These unfortunate incidents are of course coincidental, But we must also acknowledge that trade on the China-Japan route cannot withstand competition between us. I think we should clarify whether Japan falls within the treaty-regulated scope. De Lantron sighed with an expression of "it's finally come to this," but still maintained professional composure and argued as best he could. I must emphasize that closing Japan trade will have extremely adverse effects on our side and will also affect our procurement from you. I'm afraid this matter is non-negotiable, but if you have other proposals that can offset the adverse effects, we maintain an open attitude. Fatty Wang cut off the Dutchman's argument. He wanted to see whether the new Governor-General of Batavia was mentally prepared for this. We hope you can increase rubber procurement and open rubber refining technology to us. Of course, we will still face several years of difficulty and hope you can provide certain loans. Indeed prepared. Fatty Wang felt the new Governor-General's caliber was acceptable. Actually, the Senate had prepared an even more thoughtful proposal for them. The Senate naturally knew about VOC shareholders' stinginess and also knew how hard VOC employees worked doing high-frequency trading in Asian intra-trade to gather enough capital for the Asian-European route. Perhaps the Dutch's fixed image of stinginess and shrewdness had been forced upon them by their superiors. Mr. de Lantron, we are prepared to propose a more favorable plan in the 1636 trade negotiations. Targeted loans equivalent in value to your annual procurement of goods from Great Song with preferential interest. The condition is that you may not sell ceramics, raw silk, silk fabrics and sugar in Japan, from any origin, while other commodities you may freely sell, with no origin restrictions. This was equivalent to the Australians establishing monopoly rights for silk, sugar, and ceramics in Japan, the thing the VOC had dreamed of. But de Lantron knew this fat meat wouldn't go to the company. What he could do was bargain as much as possible. He immediately became interested in the loans in the new conditions. Really? De Lantron widened his eyes. What's the interest rate? Annual interest rate of 20%, but ships or land must be used as collateral. Additionally, here's another preferential for you. Fort Zeelandia can be valued to offset your interest payments on this loan. Principal is separate. I believe we can reach an agreement. I'm fully confident about this, but I still need some time to obtain authorization. Our new Governor-General is a respectable person. Wang Kai finished the sentence for him. As for what setting the Governor-General's letter should be read in, I think since we've resolved the misunderstanding about trade terms and the impact of the accidents, you may go discuss ceremonial details with my colleagues in the Foreign Affairs Department. With such an excellent subordinate as yourself, I'm sure Mr. Demon anticipated this pleasant outcome. Fatty Wang even wanted to ask him, how many versions of the letter did you bring? Of course, the esteemed Governor-General is a far-sighted person. He anticipated your generosity. De Lantron seemed somewhat excited. Obviously, he wasn't as far-sighted as his superior. He could imagine that with annual credit goods, they could both earn principal by selling Great Song goods in Asia to purchase other regional goods for shipment to Europe, and could use relatively low capital costs to purchase Great Song industrial products and bulk commodities to ship back, solving the capital problem that had plagued the company for years in one stroke. But his Governor-General might perceive the hidden danger. Once they became accustomed to this comfort, their entire trade system would have to be based on Great Song goods, on Great Song currency. This was more dangerous than depending on Japanese precious metals. After all, the Japanese had no comprehensive understanding of the Dutch trade system, while the Australians knew the Dutch inside out and also held them by the throat. But Fatty Wang believed Governor-General Demon wouldn't give up such generous immediate benefits either. How he would reduce the risks was his own concern. In old timeline history, the VOC's foresight was far inferior to the BEIC, so their achievements and lifespan were far inferior to the latter's. In that case, I'll await your good news. Then I won't disturb you further. I've heard Senator Wang is going to a new position of higher responsibility. You must be busy with affairs. We also look forward to more cooperation with the great Song Nanyang Company. De Lantron said as he stood. I hope we can soon begin negotiations to establish a trading post in Sanya with your company. That you may certainly pursue. We'll have no shortage of dealings in the future. Only, it'll be me visiting you instead. Please take good care of us. Wang Kai also stood and shook hands with the Dutchman. Not at all, certainly. Senator Wang and Senator Zhou's names are quite famous in Batavia. The entire company is willing to cooperate with your work. De Lantron had learned many senator-style pleasantries and was using them with increasing skill. After seeing off the Dutchman with his complex emotions, Fatty Wang wanted to call in shopkeeper Gu, who had been waiting a long time. Just as he was about to open the door, he ran into Senator Xiangyunsha pushing in. This Senator Xi, responsible for the Hong Kong shipyard, was a busy man. Wang Kai had waited several days in Hong Kong to see him. Because his shipbuilding plan needed the Hong Kong shipyard support to have any chance, otherwise it was just empty talk. At the Hong Kong meeting, his proposal to build clipper ships received enthusiastic approval from Xiangyunsha. Senator Xi had grown bored building the unchanging T-series transport ships. He needed new challenges. Reaching consensus was one thing. Implementing it was another. Fortunately, the Hong Kong shipyard's second 5-year plan included a 5,000-ton class dock. Once completed, the Hong Kong shipyard would have exactly one more opening. With the dock about to be finished, the planning agency still hadn't issued Wang Kai's clipper ship construction order. This made Xiangyunsha anxious. If the paperwork still wasn't done after completion, the dock's scheduling would have to wait again. He simply stopped sending telegrams and came directly from Hong Kong to Lingao. So, Fatty Wang, that clipper ship you've been dreaming about, this time do you actually have money to build it? Senator, she asked directly. Not that fast. Though the new company does have some financial autonomy, money is needed everywhere. As for ships, there are still a pile of old antiques from the Southeast Asia Company available. We'll have to wait a bit. Then what do we do? This dock is about to be completed. If you're not building, the ships on my schedule won't wait. Let me make this clear first, it's not that I won't help. For the next dock opening, it'll be at least half a year later. Your big ship of over 1,000 tons might have to wait a year. Don't worry. The demand is real, people just haven't anticipated it yet. Besides, we have other channels. I was just about to discuss things with shopkeeper Gu outside. What, also utilizing private capital? Yes. The Nanyang Company's equity is prepared to be subdivided by project, so in this era, a ship can certainly count as a small project. You're really making full use of policy, but such high-performing cutting-edge vessels, it's hard to argue they should just be given to natives to use. That's the benefit of subdivision. We only give dividend rights, not property rights. The operators are also state-owned company employees, even Naval Academy cadets. In these days, Staff Officer Wang is also going to discuss this with us in detail. The Navy needs talent reserves and needs to improve sailors' experience. Their philosophy is, better to have people waiting for equipment than equipment waiting for people. End of chapter. Chapter 24:20, Private Capital. Would the landlord fat cats be willing? Sounds like there's not much guarantee. They definitely won't lose money, but leaders are needed. There happens to be a fat cat who got into a bit of trouble. Shall we chat together? While speaking, Wang Kai instructed his secretary to let shopkeeper Gu in. Among the thousands upon thousands of natives and naturalized citizens surnamed Gu in Lingao, the most famous was undoubtedly this young man, Gu Beicheng. During his years managing the Nanhai trading house branch in Lingao, relying on his uncle by marriage's substantial financial backing and the Senate's appease distant people's policy, he had basically made money lying down. Setting aside profits from selling goods, just from gradually selling off plot after plot of land that his uncle had instructed him to buy in the early years, he had made a fortune. Though Gu Beicheng couldn't be said to possess any talent for commerce, he followed rules, kept a low profile, and hadn't caused his uncle any trouble. After the second counter-encirclement campaign, Li Loyu used the excuse of war damage to directly cancel the Lingao branch. So the Liaohai Trading House Lingao branch transformed into Tianbao Trading House, laundering itself directly into Gu Beicheng's private property, of course. His uncle secretly held shares and remained the behind-the-scenes controller. Gu Beicheng's business in Lingao had been law-abiding. But in recent years, whether from Li Loyu's tips or sudden enlightenment, he had gradually grown restless. Not long ago, the Colonial Trade Department received a report forwarded from the Political Security Bureau that confirmed some situations Wang Kai had long suspected. This led to today's meeting. Shopkeeper Gu's appearance, even by senator standards, could be called handsome. Usually he wore the composed, indifferent expression his uncle had trained into him. Only at this moment was his forehead incongruously sweating. "Greetings, two chiefs." Gu Beicheng bowed respectfully. "Shopkeeper Gu, sit." Wang Kai warmly invited. "I heard you encountered a bit of trouble in Japan. Why didn't you tell us? Maintaining maritime trade order is an important task of the Senate. You don't trust us." "Though I lost a shipload of goods, the value wasn't too high. The senators are busy with myriad affairs. I've troubled you too much already on ordinary days. So this time I thought I'd just let it go." Shopkeeper Gu knew the origins of various pirates. What he was worried about wasn't being robbed. It was being robbed by Senate pirates. "Shopkeeper Gu, you're quite generous. Tens of thousands of yuan in goods, plus an H-800 worth several $1,000s. Just let it go like that." Now Gu Beicheng was completely unable to hide his embarrassment. He was young after all and couldn't think of what to say, so he just blushed and said nothing. Wang Kai still needed him for things and naturally wouldn't squeeze him too hard. He immediately softened his tone. "This matter can't be entirely blamed on you. Our policy also hasn't been clarified yet, though there'll be regulations soon. But involving the Dutch, we still have to explain things to them in the end." Understood. Actually, regarding Japan trade, since the goods are all purchased by the Senate, and Japanese ports are gradually following Senate orders, it indeed shouldn't go through others' hands. Now whether it's merchants or the Dutch and Portuguese, it's all just a mentality of earning whatever they can while they can. Shopkeeper Gu grasped the core issue in just a few words. In the past, when the Senate's strength was insufficient and its reach limited, and they wanted to squeeze out the Zheng family, they could only share this fat meat of Japan trade with everyone. Now that the Senate's wings had grown fuller, they wanted to swallow it whole. Gu Beicheng had followed his uncle for many years and understood government mentality perfectly well. So after a few words from Wang Kai, he immediately drew closer. Wang Kai immediately felt he was quite sensible. He then said, "Of course, we senators aren't purely seeking profit. Instead of burying this money in your cellars, it's better to let the Senate develop industry and agriculture. Then you'll have bigger ships and more goods to do business with. Our incomes will all increase by orders of magnitude." After the dark talk, he still righteously saved face with proper words. Of course, these words weren't wrong either. "I understand. This is called mercantilism, right? I've audited senators' courses. Obtain trade surplus, subsidize industry, further expand surplus. It's a virtuous cycle." "Oh ho, not bad." Fatty Wang regarded Shopkeeper Gu with new respect. "But our mercantilism is still different from the West, somewhat improved. We don't oppose the prosperity of diversified commerce. It's just that on the stage we've built, we can't give away the free profits either. That would be state-owned asset loss, which is a serious crime here. As for safety on the stage, this kind of public good we do provide. The ship you had robbed, we got it back for you. The cargo payment will give you the procurement price." "Oh this." Deeply grateful for the Senate's great kindness, Gu Beicheng hadn't expected to get the ship and cargo back. Now that Chief Wang was willing to be lenient, naturally he was overjoyed. He quickly stood to bow, but Wang Kai immediately stopped him. "No need for that." Since Chief Wang was being so friendly and new policies had already emerged, Gu Beicheng decided to seize this opportunity to deal with a competitor. Chief Wang, you mentioned diversity. I also want to report some situations. Speaking of Japan trade, the diversity you mentioned is really quite diverse. Besides Senate self-operation, there's the Dutch and Portuguese and us maritime merchants and, some merchants under false Ming rule. The last category, their share isn't small. They're also utilizing the secure environment and goods organization that the Senate provides. Among them, there's no shortage of diehards. When did you learn about this? Wang Kai wasn't surprised by his report. Since ancient times, competitors were enemies. Having such an opportunity to take down competitors, Gu Beicheng certainly wouldn't and shouldn't pass it up. This, just learned. Shopkeeper Gu said quickly. The past doesn't count. But now I see the Senate has firmly secured sugar and raw silk exports. For ceramics, the Senate's new products are already far ahead in both output and quality. On the sea routes, the Fubo Army Navy is naturally unrivaled. Even the few open ports in Japan with trade are all Senate connections now. If you continue to let anyone enter freely, then I'll boldly say, that indeed counts as state-owned asset loss. If you want to manage it, please manage it all. Managing only some people is useless, but the senators are far-sighted. Aren't you already planning to handle this? We will definitely cooperate without complaint. Damn, the Senate also has many accounts that can't be settled. Senator Xiangyunsha, who had been listening, suddenly spoke up, scaring Gu Beicheng into sweating on his forehead again. Organizational procedures still have to be followed. Fatty Wang quickly smoothed things over. By the way, shopkeeper Gu, write up a report on the Ming merchants' operations in Japan that you just mentioned and give it to me. This part of the data, our Foreign Intelligence Bureau calculates by subtraction. Let me see what your direct investigation shows. Yes, I'll write it as soon as I get back. Gu Beicheng nodded repeatedly. Just my knowledge is shallow. Some things are also hearsay. The report can only be. Don't worry, we're just using it as reference. To put his mind at ease, Wang Kai immediately produced the prepared reassurance. For Japan trade, profit is high and we're not people who eat alone. We'll still leave you an opening. But it won't be like before, everyone swarming up and in the end no one making profit. You know Senator Xi from the shipyard, right? No, long admired the Luban of our time. Shopkeeper Gu quickly stood to bow to Senator Xi. Senator Xi felt a bit embarrassed and waved his hand with a smile. So you've also heard about the Nanyang Company? Heard. As soon as the detailed regulations come out, I will definitely fully support it. The Nanyang Company belongs to matters the Senate urgently wants to do but can't quite manage. So we're bringing in private capital. In trade and transportation, we have similar difficulties. Insufficient shipping capacity means you and the Westerners have to ship for us. Even with restricted price differentials, shipping fees still must be paid. More shipping fees means less money for shipbuilding. Less money for shipbuilding while demand keeps surging means even more shipping fees. This is a vicious cycle. You also know the Senate's trading company, half dead. Rather than calling it a trading company, better call it a transport brigade. Can't even finish shipping 30 to 50,000 tons of grain annually. The entire Great Song's trade is basically just waiting for people to come to us. The Senate is hiding wealth among the people, not competing with the people for profit. MD, cultured people make everything sound so refreshing and refined, Wang Kai thought. But we definitely have to break out of this vicious cycle. Don't worry about flipping goods. I can tell you, next year we need to ship 100,000 tons of grain. So we need to build massively, even bringing in private capital. The efficiency of cutting-edge vessels is 5 times that of the H-800, commercially very attractive. The shipyard and trading company plan to cooperate on 2 plans. First type, private capital pays the full ship cost, the trading company handles operations, we provide capital for the goods, we decide what routes to take, you sit back and collect 20% profit. Second type, still private capital pays the full ship cost, we provide on-board personnel but you're responsible for goods capital yourself. What to buy, where to sell, you decide. We take 20% of profit. For both plans, the shipyard will value ships at cost. The trading company and naval academy provide the sailors needed for operations. You can send necessary accompanying personnel. Then I'll boldly ask, the ships under the first plan and ships under the second plan must deal in different commodities and routes, right? Shopkeeper Gu spotted the issue at a glance. Yes, that's what I mentioned about leaving you an opening to participate in some high-profit areas we plan to monopolize. The participation form is the first plan. This brings in the trade subdivision bill I'm planning to implement. Then you must certainly have a limit on the number of ships under the first plan. End of chapter. Chapter 24-21, Trade Adjustment Memorandum. Good kid, seems your brain works even better than your uncle's. But his steadiness, why can't you learn that? Wang Kai paused for a moment and furrowed his brows. Would I not have thought of this? Could I possibly shortchange you? Tell me, how many H-800 ship trips does the Japan trade in raw silk and sugar need? 10 ship trips. You said the cutting-edge vessels are 5 times the size of H-800. Then wouldn't there only be 2 or 3 ships to divide? Gu Beicheng realized he had passed and continued playing dumb. I said 5 times the efficiency, not size. Cargo capacity is about 1.25 times. The advantage is speed. Let's say for the first plan, the first batch of share recruitment is for 8 ships. Is that profitable? After 1 trip, I'll send you all to ship back grain and minerals. On the outbound leg, you sell Australian goods and can still earn. We're not mistreating you, right? Wang Kai calculated on the spot, found no problems, and stopped being embarrassed. That's most of a ship's cost recovered in 1 year. I hope the senator will give us the opportunity. Shopkeeper Gu was ready to sign the contract on the spot. The matter isn't settled yet. Don't rush. Then may I ask Senator Wang, raw silk and sugar for Japan is basically settled, right? What about ceramics? Buy and sell freely. Also iron goods, glass, and other great song industrial products. We won't impose too many restrictions. Overall, we still welcome trade prosperity. Oh, I understand. Shopkeeper Gu excitedly raised his head but hesitated to speak, probably remembering being inexplicably scolded just now. What do you understand? Say it, I'm still confused. Senator, she urged. Fatty Wang also gestured permission. Senator Wang's intent is probably that for commodities where Great Song's competitiveness is strong, they can be sold freely, flooding the market to crush competing products. For example, the bone china newly produced by Australian kiln. Output is large, costs probably aren't too high, and quality far exceeds old products. Iron goods and glass are even more our Great Song's strong suits. As for raw silk and sugar, raw materials account for a large portion of costs, and the Senate also has to purchase from the private sector. The technological gap, yes there is, but it's not that great. These need administrative measures to ensure profits, especially in special areas like Japan. Shopkeeper Gu finished speaking deferentially, occasionally glancing at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang applauded in approval. With Shopkeeper Gu's brain, not making money would be unjust to heaven. Don't go spreading this around, though. After all, the matter isn't settled. However, if you have good friends in this line, you can discuss it in a small circle first. Fatty Wang deliberately had him leak some news to gauge the feedback. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disclosed such valuable information. Being able to tell his uncle would already count as filial. If there's nothing else, you may leave first. I still have matters to discuss with Senator Xi. Fatty Wang prepared to see the guest out, and Shopkeeper Gu quickly thanked him and took his leave. How about it? Did I work hard to find orders for your shipyard? Satisfied? As soon as Shopkeeper Gu left, Fatty Wang said smugly. Satisfied my ass. Who told you I was giving cost price? Did you consult me? Senator, she challenged with a smile. Consult my ass. Can he know the real cost? Can't you even let me take credit? When you take credit, there's definitely more business behind it. There is business, but it's all good business. That ocean-going fishing boat of yours, isn't there a newly launched one? Don't rush to outfit it. Let me modify it. I have an assignment to visit Burma. You're taking a fishing boat. Don't you find it shabby? You'll be laughed at. You don't mind losing face, but I do. So I'm asking for a new one. On one hand, easier to modify. On the other hand, less fishy smell. Besides, the two of us being mocked is a small matter, might even be a good thing. Most importantly, this season your fishing boat can do 15 knots. I could take a galleon or H800 for convenience, but that's over a year-round trip. Our company just started. Being away over a year isn't good. I need to run really fast. After seeing off the visitors, Fatty Wang surveyed his surroundings. He would also be leaving soon. 7 years, the same length as his first job before transmigrating, which he hadn't been too satisfied with. The feelings of monotony and oppression were also similar. After transmigrating, it seemed like they were always discussing important matters, conversing with scholars. But that was only a lateral comparison in this timeline. Awkwardly, he hadn't accomplished much in the new spacetime either. Looking at the big picture, the entire Trade Department hadn't accomplished anything major. From the data, the Colonial Trade Department could be considered the Senate's most important department. Though with the deepening of tax reform, trade profits' proportion in fiscal revenue was constantly declining. To this day, foreign trade earnings still accounted for half of fiscal revenue. If the planning agency's material income was all counted, calling the Colonial Trade Department the breadwinner of the Senate wouldn't be wrong. However, in Wang Kai's view, Lingao's trade was in a state of passive comfort, without any initiative. Many early expedient measures had slowly become established rules. After all, organizing trade was less convenient than sitting and waiting for merchants to come buy goods. The department had gathered many people with foreign trade experience from the old timeline, but everyone had just been a tiny cog on a giant wheel in the past. If you really asked them to formulate major policies, everyone enjoyed discussing and stopped at discussing. They had no confidence in their hearts and still had to face colleagues' scorn and increasingly pointed issue exploiting. So no one did this thankless task. Now he was about to leave. But before leaving, he had much to say that he couldn't keep bottled up. This was also the last bit of responsibility he owed to his unit. After all these years he had been paying attention to every trade route and export market of the Colonial Trade Department, and these were conclusions drawn after collecting relevant data. These conclusions were unfriendly to the company or to the Senate. Bringing them out would only annoy people, but after much thought, he still brought these problems forward. After all, the Senate still needed to progress. Lying flat was comfortable, but as a senator, one should still have some aspirations. Wang Kai decided to compile his years of observation and research into a memorandum for distribution. The distribution scope was limited to internal Colonial Trade Department and 2 departments with direct connections, the Planning Agency and the Finance Ministry, with copies to cabinet members. This masterpiece was written by Wang Kai with the same effort he once put into thesis papers, during work breaks. The content was research on gains and losses of Japan trade, but the main purpose was to call for reform of the existing foreign trade system within the Colonial Trade Department. In his work, the most critical evidence was 2 tables, both statistics of 17th-century Japanese silver outflow. One was from old timeline historical materials, Western statistics. The other was manually counted by Customs, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, and overseas trading posts at various ports in this timeline. Compared to the old timeline, the Senate had replaced the Zhang-Zhilong bloc and established peace on the East Asian seas. This peace was so effective that it greatly improved the entire business environment compared to history. At the same time, the Senate's existence had established relatively stable product supply, so Japanese silver outflow had also become stable, unlike the old timeline with its obvious annual fluctuations. Starting from 1632, it ran about 4 million taels annually, or about 5.9 million Aussie dollars when minted. 5.9 million was a very large sum, because the entire 1635 Senate fiscal revenue was only 20 million Aussie dollars. This was almost a quarter and more. This was also what made Wang Kai most indignant because in 1635, for the 2 Guang's campaign plan, Not only was the 20 million spent completely clean, but there was actually a deficit of over 4 million. Part of this deficit was made up from 2 guang spoils, and the rest was made up by printing money. Printing money was convenient, but the aftereffects needed a long time to digest. Besides, 1635 was just a beginning. Next came various industrial capacity expansions, administrative governance of the 2 guangs. These investments added up to probably over 30 million. If only this money could all be in our hands. Wang Kai couldn't help clicking his tongue when he calculated this. At least the deficit wouldn't be so large, and many proposals could get funding. Money couldn't be eaten when hungry or worn when cold, but as long as there was money, the whole world became a supplier. The various industrial raw material reserves that the planning agency often felt were lacking, in the final analysis, it was because there was no money. Many of the Senate's current difficulties and debates ultimately came down to the plate being too big but money being too little. In all fields, there existed the vicious cycle of lack of money, can't expand capacity, even more lack of money. An endless administrative governance investment and counterinsurgency wars quickly sucked away the funds. The portion of Japanese silver outflow, though it couldn't solve all problems, could at least fill part of the gap and make many barely sustainable projects operational, especially the several mineral projects the Nanyang Company was preparing to develop. These mineral development plans, formulated to satisfy industrial sector needs, had long development return cycles. Expecting long-term private capital investment was impossible. So these projects remained listed in the fiscal long-term appropriation budget table. If fiscal revenue was insufficient, the budget would predictably be cut. After all, right now it was military first, and military expenditures were pure consumption with only investment and no return. Predictably, the counterinsurgency war in the 2 guangs in 1636 would devour massive military expenditures. The Japan trade route problem, under his repeated strong requests, had already been gradually corrected. What concerned him more now was the accumulated problems of the entire trade system. First was that under the current free trade system, 2 unexpected reverse effects had emerged. Silver was flowing to the Senate's potential opponents and hostile forces, and Great Song's position in the trade system was being lowered. According to the conclusions of the Japan Trade Profit Destination Survey, he had commissioned the Foreign Intelligence Bureau to write. Among the trade profits generated on this route, the Merchants Bureau under Senate control received only half. The other half was obtained by the VOC, Naturalized Citizen Maritime Merchants, and Ming Smuggling Merchants. End of chapter. Chapter 24-22, Trade Adjustment Memorandum, II, and the Merchants Bureau's profits still had to be shared with the Jiangnan gentry of the Ming. Calculated this way, the Senate's direct profits were even less. The reduction in profits not only affected the Senate's finances, but also involved another issue. It was indirectly strengthening potential opponents' power. Honestly speaking, what Wang Kai worried about least was the silver flowing into Ming gentry's hands. At most that could only be called temporary safekeeping. What about the smuggling merchants? Actually no big deal either, since smuggling merchants had strong adventurous spirits, and most earned funds would re-enter the trade cycle. Moreover, as the Senate's power on the mainland grew stronger, this portion of money could be considered meat rotting within the pot. In his view, the greatest danger was that this money was strengthening the VOC, whose development momentum was more vigorous than in the old timeline. Because the Senate had long been troubled by shipping capacity issues, most goods sold to Europeans were waiting for others to come by. The directly operated routes were mainly the two-way trade between Lingao, Guangzhou, and Jiangnan, and the Jiangnan-Nagasaki Japan trade through the Merchants Bureau Channel. The private maritime merchants' Asian intratrade was gradually being incorporated into the Dutch Asian intratrade system. In comparison, the Europeans' business, represented by the Dutch, could be described as smooth sailing. They had full choice and initiative in trade. The Dutch could even carry away tenfold profits with pitifully small capital. The VOC not only gained profits from the entire trade process, but also obtained abundant working capital thereby. Wang Kai reached this conclusion after studying relevant models. Of course, the VOC was currently their partner, and relations between both sides could be called harmonious. But both sides always harbored wariness, whether the Senate or the Dutch. Our status relationship with Westerners is equal. We organize mainland commodities for them. The routes where they originally had to come with empty ships, the grain they bring doesn't have price increases. Considering our willingness to sell commodities is greater than various mainland powers in the old timeline, we can hardly use organizing commodity procurement to demand extra things from them. But we do need to demand some extra things from them. Also, our efforts for this Eurasian trade are actually much greater than theirs, yet the lion's share of profits is in their hands. Why do I say this? We provide maritime security for the entire East Asia and South China Sea. We have commodity organization capability and payment methods that transcend this timeline. We have a navy claimed to be the strongest in the world. What is our status? Using old timeline countries as comparison, we're equivalent to having U.S. military strength with 1/6 of Saudi Arabia's trade status. At most add another 1/6 of Italy. Is this good? This is not good, it must change. After reading this conclusion of his, Wang Kai felt it was about right. He revised some words and phrases, put the memorandum into a folder and called in his secretary. "How's that appointment I had you arrange? The Chief of Staff office just called back. You can go there on time." It's become this difficult to see the Chief of Staff now. Wang Kai silently grumbled. Power really does separate you from the people around you without you realizing it. The appointment time was 10 a.m. Taking a rickshaw from the Colonial Trade Department plus security check time would take about half an hour. Wang Kai looked at his watch. It was not yet 9:20. To be safe, he'd better go earlier. At 10 a.m., Fatty Wang was brought into Xiao Zishan's office by the female secretary. Xiao Zishan smiled as usual and gave a comrade and brother-style handshake, plus warm hospitality pleasantries. After the secretary served tea and withdrew, Wang Kai knew he could now discuss business. "Director Xiao, I've come today to report some thoughts and situations regarding foreign trade, especially regarding some matters about the recent Japan trade adjustment." Xiao Zishan continued smiling and nodding. Sure. But foreign trade isn't under my jurisdiction. I personally just want to express my thoughts as a foreign trade professional to you. I have no other meaning." Fatty Wang unconsciously used honorific language. "Since that's the case, I'm all ears. Regarding trade, I'm an outsider. I'll try to explain clearly." Wang Kai first gave a general explanation of the memorandum materials, then said, "The main commodities on the China-Japan trade route are raw silk and sugar. Sugar is currently completely under our control. Raw silk, thanks to the efforts of the Hangzhou station, is also fairly well controlled. There will be some smuggling there, utilizing the safe environment we provide and cooperation from the Japanese side. But we can also provide insecurity. The surrendered pirates we control have already started working on this. In terms of shipping capacity, only 10 H-800 ship trips per year are needed. We can always squeeze that out. I have some doubts. We have very obvious advantages in bulk commodities and industrial products. Under such circumstances, wouldn't trade prosperity and freedom be more beneficial to us?" What you say would be correct in the 21st century. Countries with advantages in produce and products naturally feel the freer the trade the better. But the 17th century is different. The degree of trade exchange is very shallow, scale is also limited, production output and shipping capacity are both restricted, and competition is insufficient. At this time, we cannot achieve freedom but must choose the most profitable portions to pursue. Speaking practically, specifically for our great song, our current total trade income is far from reaching 5.9 million Aussie dollars. Where can we recover it from? Fatty Wang paused for a moment to let the listener digest and took a sip of water. Besides shipping grain and basic materials, what else do we need them to do? Director Xiao was a practical person and was more interested in this question. For example, we hope trade in Sanya can prosper. We hope they vigorously promote our new products, such as bone china and the like. But because they have many choices, they only need to give us friendly responses without actual action. I understand the Sanya matter. What's going on with bone china? Can you elaborate? Director Xiao followed up. Dr. Chi's bone china is several grades higher in quality than traditional white porcelain and blue-end white porcelain, and the yield rate is higher, so the materials are actually cheaper. Of course, the high yield rate is because he uses steam-powered mechanized continuous tunnel kilns with thermocouple temperature control. Hearing this name, you should know his equipment costs, or rather construction costs, are relatively high. This means we need Westerners to vigorously promote bone china, quickly drive down equipment and construction costs, and give a higher price for roughly the first 5,000 cases, about twice that of traditional ceramics. Although bone china quality is more than twice as good as traditional ceramics, Westerners still only promote it on a small scale in Asia. The largest market, Europe, they won't sell our new products there. Why is this? Fatty Wang paused briefly, and Xiao Zishan immediately followed up. It seemed he had caught his attention. Let's assume traditional ceramics sell from us at $1 piece, bone china at $2 piece. Westerners ship them to other Asian regions and sell at $2 piece and $4 piece respectively. If they ship to Europe, prices are $10 piece and $20 piece respectively. Everyone may have noticed, someone who can spend $2 on ceramics in Asia can grit their teeth and buy at $4 too. But in Europe, the absolute value of this difference becomes $10, not so easy to sell. Westerners, represented by the Dutch, have limited capital, not counting the Spaniards. To ensure profit rate on every dollar, they'll prefer traditional ceramics. Ah, I understand now. So do we currently have means to directly make demands? Director Xiao asked. We've made demands, but with limited effect. Our means don't yet have decisive influence. This is what I mentioned before. They can very conveniently obtain large amounts of silver in Japan. Even if we use diplomatic or administrative means to forcibly require them to purchase certain products, the significance is limited. There will be many such products, and we're in a passive state. Fatty Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He'd finally explained half the matter clearly. Even if the Dutch earn a lot of silver in Japan, wouldn't they spend it with us? No, quite the opposite. The more profit they make in Japan, the lower our sales volume. This requires explanation in two parts. One is Japan's price exception, and one is the Dutch trade model. Don't mind me being long-winded. Fatty Wang tried his best to make his explanation engaging. Won't mind. This actually sounds quite interesting. Let's use sugar as an example. This time we won't hypothesize, we'll use actual prices. To correspond with Japanese silver units, I'll temporarily not use Aussie dollars. Our cost of purchasing sugar domestically is 1 tael dan. Selling to the Dutch at our own ports is 2 taels dan. At Japanese ports, sugar can sell for 6 taels dan. In Amsterdam, sugar prices fluctuate at 10-13 taels dan. There's also one premise. Our production volume is insufficient to simultaneously fill the Dutch demand for European shipping and Japanese demand. If you were Dutch, what would you do? Don't the Dutch also have other suppliers? Yes, they can also purchase from the Indian region, where local production is even higher than ours. Xiao Zishan nodded thoughtfully. I understand the problem you're describing. Japanese prices are 3 times higher than our local prices. What if we raise prices? Raise to 6 taels. Then we lose the European market. Don't forget there's still the Americas as a variable. If Asian sugar prices exceed a certain limit, Europe will inevitably increase sugar industry investment in the Americas. The Dutch principle for purchasing Asian sugar is, when prices are equal, try to purchase China-produced sugar. Price is still primary. What if we lower prices in Japan? Would that increase Japanese demand? End of chapter. Chapter 24-23, Trade Adjustment Memorandum III. I believe Japan's demand potential is great, but their silver output has already reached its upper limit, around 150 tons per year, unless we directly intervene in Japan's silver mining, which would add many costs. Given the shogunate's current mining capability, Japan's outflow is already close to their entire annual output. Even if we sell more goods, we can't get more silver, of course. They can offset part of it with seafood and sulfur, but the value is too low. Can we only use administrative or even military means to require them to leave the Japanese market? That doesn't fit the aesthetic of free trade ideology. Xiangyunsha leaned back in his rattan chair and sighed slightly. Wang Kai remained silent. After a while, Xiangyunsha straightened up and asked, "According to what you just said, where does the money the Dutch used to purchase in the Indian region come from?" Also from Japan. And because we allocated our goods to the Japanese market, their procurement in India actually increased. Many senators overlooked India when dealing with foreign trade issues. Indeed, in the history of Chinese foreign trade, Indian merchants' shadows were rarely seen, and a large amount of Indian products were transported and sold to China by European merchants. However, in maritime trade from the 16th to 19th centuries, India was a very key player. It was not only a production area for large quantities of export commodities, but also provided financial support for merchants of various countries. The Mughal Empire is working hard to develop its own cash crop industry and doesn't mind earning more silver. We've managed a good business environment in East Asia. We should use our advantages to take the largest piece of the cake. The way things are now, we're fattening up a direct military opponent and fattening up a competitor in produce. And the VOC, as you know, they're insatiable. After Fatty Wang finished speaking, he immediately drank water in large gulps, then was panting. "Senator Wang, don't rush to rest yet. I agree with your views on trade philosophy. Rather than calling it free trade, we're actually closer to mercantilism. But how do you derive elevating trade status through monopolizing Japanese silver outflow? If we knock out one portion of the Dutch income, can they still do their Eurasian trade?" "While our thoughts are on this, please continue." Fatty Wang stood up with a snap, very quickly. He was also afraid of losing his train of thought. He walked to the office blackboard, picked up chalk and began writing. "We'll now discuss the Dutch single-round Eurasian trade model. We set the Dutch principle as X. The value of goods exported from Great Song to Europe passing through Dutch hands as a mainly silk, sugar, ceramics and industrial products. The value of goods exported from the Indian region to Europe as I, mainly cotton cloth, sugar and saltpeter. As everyone knows, the Dutch are famously stingy. At the same time, the ultimate goal of their trade is silver kept in Europe, so their principle is a pitiful number. They first flip raw silk and sugar twice on the China-Japan route, turning X into 4X to 6X. Then they sell sugar from India to Persia, Indian cotton cloth to Southeast Asia. Chinese ceramics also go through 1 or 2 rounds of Asian intratrade. Finally, they accumulate goods worth about 10x in Batavia. 10x equals a plus I after returning to Europe. Their goods value becomes 30x to 50x. This profit rate is achieved through 2 larger multiplications and several smaller multiplications. You can completely view the 6x after completing Japan trade as their principle. That makes more sense. They take roughly over 2 years to complete this entire process. Everyone can see that if we take away their Japanese profits, the impact on their overall profits isn't that great. But what it affects is their cycle. It would increase their intra-trade transactions and time consumption to an unacceptable degree. So if we take back the Japanese silver that already belongs to us, then offer them targeted loans, their reaction won't be too intense. They'll actually treat us as a lifeline. I've also sounded out the Dutch. They're mentally prepared for our monopoly and also feel they're getting a great deal. They're more concerned about the principal issue, so they welcome the targeted loan proposal. I understand. Targeted loans are for specific goods. It's actually giving them goods on credit, no real money needed, just calculated in Aussie dollars. The types and amounts of credit goods are of course our call. You're planning to use this to adjust their goods composition and the proportions from different origins. Director Xiao made a summary. Yes, we have data and know roughly the types and amounts of their purchases. Their procurement needs in the Indian region can be exchanged for industrial products we provide. This way, they'll also have more motivation to promote our goods, like the bone china mentioned earlier. The loan can still be understood as a plus I parts. We can not only adjust the values of an I, but the types of corresponding goods can also be fine-tuned. For example, if we have a bumper sugar harvest one year, we reduce the I portion. If we also develop cotton spinning, we increase the cotton spinning amount in A, and further reduce I this way. Even if our ships don't pass the Malacca Strait, we can still influence the Dutch-Eurasian trade. Can loan security be guaranteed? We only accept fixed asset collateral from the Asian region. We have the ability to recover their collateral ourselves. For the East India Company shareholders in the 7 provinces, paying for completed business, even Dutch penny pinchers will gladly pay if only for next year's business. Not bad, not bad, Director Xiao nodded. You've explained it very thoroughly. I have no objections to the Colonial Trade Department's adjustment plan. First, this isn't under my jurisdiction. Second, in this area I'm just a primary school student with no opinions worth expressing. You're too modest. Fatty Wang quickly served up a tall hat. Xiao Zishan's gaze fell on some point outside the window. After a moment he said, "The Light Industry Department intends to develop the cotton textile industry on a large scale. They've also drafted a promotion plan and started implementing it. But we don't have raw cotton production areas. What do you think?" Wang Kai didn't expect Xiao Zishan to suddenly raise such a question. He wasn't too invested in this matter, but thinking roughly, whether Hainan Island, the 2 Guangs, Kaohsiung, or Jeju Island, none were suitable cotton-growing regions. Where would this cotton mill's raw materials come from? If we can't import from Ming territory, we could consider importing raw cotton from India. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. As long as we convince the British it's profitable for them. In old timeline history, India had always been one of the world's major cotton and cotton cloth producers. In this timeline, it was the Senate's largest cotton cloth supplier. Indian cotton cloth accounted for almost over half of the Senate's cotton cloth imports, rivaling Songjiang cotton cloth. I think so too. The VOC is indeed very strong, but BEIC is also a potential stock. The Cabinet's opinion is that slave trade should no longer extend to the homeland. In the future, except for small-scale special use, we should turn this chapter of population trade as soon as possible. Wang Kai was somewhat baffled. He couldn't understand why the conversation suddenly jumped to this. He could only echo, "I agree with this. In the long run, the Sanya mines should still primarily use worker labor. Slave labor should be gradually abolished. There will definitely be legacy issues in the future. I heard the Nanyang Company is preparing to develop cash crops in Southeast Asia. Indeed, there's such a plan. Southeast Asia's climate is more suitable for planting cash crops than Hainan Island. After all, historically, tropical crop plantations were mostly concentrated in Southeast Asia. Wang Kai didn't expect Director Xiao to be so interested in cash crops. For example, currently urgently needed rubber, oil palm, cinchona, jute, coconut. Plantations are indeed a very efficient agricultural production organization, Xiao Zishan said. More consideration could be given to having immigrants and private capital participate. If the VOC and BEIC want to participate, my personal opinion is that it's also not out of the question. The Dutch are already operating rubber plantations for us. They'll be more interested in the future. Wang Kai didn't know Director Xiao was actually so interested in operating plantations. When he mentioned private capital, Fatty Wang thought he was going to hint that some naturalized citizen was very enterprising, or very progressive. He didn't expect him to go off on a tangent about VOC and BEIC. Did these two need him to mention them? After leaving Xiao Zishan's office, Wang Kai's mood was unprecedentedly good. Currently, all obstacles had been removed. He could go to that promised land of Southeast Asia and really spread his wings. Wang Kai had been back at his own Nanyang Lingao liaison office for only a few minutes when he received a phone call from Zhou Wei. As Zhou Wei's voice rose and fell on the phone, Fatty Wang's expression gradually changed from joyful to grave, then to troubled, and finally to bitter gourd. "I say, General Zhou, you're dumping the shit pot on your own head here." Fatty Wang couldn't help griping. "Who the fuck asked you to handle this? They have sinister motives, obviously trying to cause us trouble." He listened patiently for a while more. Right, I know she's very useful, professionally suitable. If nothing goes wrong, it's good for you, good for me, good for everyone. But if something does go wrong, we'll have mortally offended Lin Hanlong. Besides, she's currently the #1 red person beside Lin Hanlong. We'll be gone at least half a year. Would Lin Hanlong just casually release someone?" Then Zhou Wei said something else on the phone, and Fatty Wang said helplessly, "I really wish I could shoot your life secretary. Your business hasn't even opened and you already owe a pile of debts. This surname Chu really isn't a good person. Crafty commoner, Fatty Wang ranted on the phone. After a while, he finally put down the receiver with a face full of helplessness. No matter what, these 7 senators had definitely latched onto the Nanyang Company. Zhou Wei was presiding over the situation in Sanya, and he just happened to be in Lingao. This matter fell to him to handle. Of course, if he could get Sonia to join this Nanyang expedition, he would be even more like a tiger with wings. It's just that the risk was too great. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Sonia I. The risks were mainly twofold. One was dying in an accident during the expedition. But Wang Kai thought this wasn't a big problem. She would receive protection equivalent to senator level, and they would try to avoid putting her in danger. If they really encountered a major storm or were surrounded by enemy superior forces, a total party wipe situation, presumably Wang Kai himself would also be dead, and he wouldn't need to worry about what happened next. The greatest danger was Sonia escaping midway. Reportedly, this young woman had linguistic talent, was proficient in multiple languages, had rich field expedition experience, and was also skilled in sailing. Although a single woman's situation in this timeline was very dangerous, she might be desperately homesick or no longer able to endure her slave status and take the risk of running away. In East Asia of this timeline, it wasn't hard to find English or Portuguese ships in many trading ports. If she was determined to seek help from compatriots to escape, she might actually manage to get away. Of course, there was another hidden concern. Sonia was a woman and also a certain senator's life secretary. This expedition would take at least half a year with mostly men on board. It seemed somewhat inappropriate. However, he had already designated Li Huame as captain. They could live together and avoid suspicion. Wang Kai thought it over. Before approaching Lin Hanlong, it would be best to first do some peripheral investigation. See how the relationship was between this English female naturalist and Senator Lin, and whether they had children. If the two had a good relationship and had children, the possibility of Sonia escaping midway would be greatly reduced. Where to start? The first thing he thought of was the girls of the Little Kang Club. But Sonia herself was a club member. The other girls would certainly say good things, and besides, several of them weren't currently in Lingao. Logically, going directly to the Chief of Staff office to investigate would be simplest. However, information about senators' life secretaries was privacy content. Without an official letter from the relevant department, even senators couldn't access it. Then he could only start from Sonia's workplace. Fortunately, this wasn't a secret. Sonia's workplace was the newly built Natural History Museum in Lingao. Like many of the Senate's departments, the Natural History Museum had a grand name, but in terms of scale, It probably couldn't even compare to a cultural center in an 18th-tier small county town in the old timeline. Its predecessor was the Natural Specimen Display Room within the Fenshenghe Academy. Under the guidance of senator teachers, Fenshenghe teachers and students had collected various mineral, plant, and insect specimens locally in Lingao. Later, after they could produce formalin and arsenic, animal specimens were added. This specimen room gradually grew more substantial as the Senate expanded. From being limited to just Lingao, it expanded to all of Hainan, then Guangdong, Shandong, Liaodong, Taiwan, the Korean Peninsula, Southeast Asia, Jeju Island, Kyushu. Wherever senators set foot, specimens were continuously sent back here. Gradually, the specimen room became increasingly cramped, expanding from one room to 3 rooms, gradually showing a trend to occupy the entire building. Moreover, the senators felt such a rich collection shouldn't be kept only in Fenshenghe, but should be seen by more people for popular science education. Thus, building a new natural history museum was put on the agenda. Qi Feng was again selected as the Natural History Museum's designer. The reason was that many of his design drafts were favored by many bigwigs within the Senate. Senator Qi had designed buildings for the Senate many times and had experienced enough of the Senate, or rather the planning agency's stinginess. So this time he restrained himself considerably, not overusing his aesthetic concepts. Taking simple, plain, and dignified as criteria, he designed this Lingao Natural History Museum. The exterior was modeled after Beijing's Natural History Museum, a Soviet-style neoclassical building, with major simplifications according to the Senate's material capabilities. Roman columns and other decorations were eliminated, the main building was shrunk, and the wing building's heights were also compressed. To compensate for the omitted architectural decorations, at the strong suggestion of several senators, Qi Feng added a clock tower to this building, fitted with the Science Department symbol, a large clock. The Natural History Museum's main building had a floor area of 2,000 square meters, 2 stories high. It was divided into 4 exhibition halls and 1 exhibition room. There were also supporting facilities like specimen storage rooms and production rooms. Among Lingao's public buildings, it was quite eye-catching, because it was positioned as popular science for all. This museum was established outside Bern City by the Wenlin River, adjacent to the stadium. The surroundings had landscaping and landscape design. Although it couldn't be called magnificent or splendid in the 17th century, it was a one-of-a-kind existence. As soon as the museum was initiated, Lin Hanlong applied for a position there for Sonia. The reason was simple: he himself was almost never home, leaving such a blonde beauty at home. As the saying goes, one fears not thieves stealing but thieves coveting. The fuss he'd made back then, spending so much money and owing so many favors to buy this girl back, had been sensational throughout the entire Senate. The first time Sonia went out after arriving at the Lin household, she caused a crowd to gather in the senator residential area. Whether senators or life secretaries, everyone wanted to see this exotic beauty's face, especially since she also had the title of naturalist. The remote survey department had set their sights on this young lady with extensive field investigation experience from the very beginning. They even specially visited to suggest letting Sonia work at the remote survey department. Lin Hanlong initially refused, but thinking again, he wasn't the type who wanted to stay home and accompany his wife all day. Leaving such a lively girl at home would either give her depression or leave her idle all day with nothing to do, getting into some kind of trouble. If she took a position at some department and had things to do, it would actually prevent problems arising from idleness. Moreover, he knew the people at the remote survey department and the science department above it, mostly technical personnel devoted to their specialties, with fairly upright conduct. This point he was fairly reassured about, so he agreed to have Sonia seconded to the remote survey department. Of course, at that time he hadn't agreed to let Sonia go on maritime expeditions. He only agreed that when the survey team conducted land surveys on Hainan, they could bring her along. After a period of time, Lin Hanlong saw that Sonia's mood was stable and she showed deep interest in Senate knowledge. Plus the girls of the Little Kang Club soft-talked and hard-pressed him to do the work. He gradually relaxed the restrictions. He allowed her to accompany the survey team on maritime expeditions. Several maritime expeditions passed without incident, but Lin Hanlong felt this wasn't a long-term solution after all. Expeditions were short-term. Most of the time, the female naturalist was still at home. Just then, Sonia became pregnant. Lin Hanlong heard the museum was being prepared and specially went to request Dr. Zhang, who was in charge of this matter. So as soon as museum preparations began, Sonia legitimately joined the preparatory team. This time it wasn't a secondment but a proper job with a position, Level 3 researcher at the Natural History Museum. At this moment, this Level 3 researcher at the Natural History Museum had just woken up. Seeing sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains, she fumbled around the pillow and found the birthday gift Lin Hanlong had given her last year. A Seagull SD1601K movement fitted with a handcrafted silver watch case by skilled artisans. This type of watch had just begun limited external sales through number 82 last year, with sales restricted to senators and a few senior naturalized citizen cadres. Before that, watches were only issued to navigators, officers, and engineering technicians who needed precise timekeeping, and occasionally given as prizes to meritorious naturalized citizens. As soon as this type of watch went on sale at number 82, quite a few senators immediately bought them as gifts for their close ones. Sonia thus received one. The watch was a novel thing for Sonia. As a naturalist proficient in navigation, she understood the significance of precise timekeeping and had witnessed the efforts craftsmen and scholars put into it. But from the moment she saw the watch, she realized all the efforts she had witnessed in the past were meaningless. Because the Australians had already miniaturized timekeeping devices to such an extent, and its precision, one could say, far surpassed all existing timekeeping devices. When she shared this observation with Zhang Xiaoying, seeing Zhang Xiaoying's hesitant expression, she realized perhaps her knowledge was still insufficient. These Australians had even more precise timekeeping devices. Therefore, when Lin Hanlong gave her a watch as a gift, although her sense of shock at Australian technology and Senate miracles had faded considerably with the passage of time, she was still delighted beyond measure the moment she held it. The watch was very exquisitely made. Rather than calling it a timekeeping device, it was better to call it an exquisite piece of jewelry. Through the glass face, this was also one of the parts that currently couldn't be self-produced and required old timeline stock, and was one of the current research topics at Lin Hanlong's optical factory. The blued hands were approaching 10 o'clock. Sonia rarely slept in before, but since having the baby, this had become the norm. Last night, she and the nanny had struggled until dawn to get the baby to sleep. This was a high-needs baby. Right, this term was also something a senator had said. Speaking of which, the Australian senators knew almost everything. They could even explain A through D why her stomach hurt during her period. This terrifying erudition had shocked the newly arrived Miss Sharper. Now, she had completely adapted. Not only had she adapted to the Australians' erudition, but also to the Australian way of life. For example, she had become accustomed to the Australians' more form-fitting but lightweight and comfortable clothing, not wearing corsets, and not needing to wear 7 or 8 layers of skirts in cold weather. Obviously, Australian clothes were lighter, more flexible, and more convenient for movement. However, she still couldn't accept wearing trousers outside. At any time she had to wear a skirt. As a compromise, the hem was shortened to just above the ankles, showing a bit of lower leg. Of course, the lower legs had to wear a pair of knee-high socks. End of chapter. Chapter 24-25. Sonia II. She listened for a moment. The nursery was quiet. Her daughter should still be sleeping. She put on a robe, got out of bed, and went to wash up. Although the Lisbon nobleman's daughter Sonia Lily Sharper was an undeniable blonde beauty, limited by the era and years of drifting at sea, her hygiene habits when she first arrived at the Lin household left Lin Hanlong, a man who considered himself a rough guy, dumbstruck. Just getting her to develop the habit of washing her face every day took Lin Hanlong much effort. He had to remind her every day. If he wasn't home, this task was handed to Lin Hanlong's maid Lin Huanyu. Now she had adapted to the new Australian-style hygiene habits: wash face and brush teeth in the morning, wash hands before meals, bathe in the evening. But when Lin Hanlong wasn't around, Sonia would still often skip the evening bath. After all, bathing easily led to colds, and colds easily led to death. She had seen too many such examples. After washing up, Sonia came to the living room outside. As the Senate's territory continued to expand, many senators gradually left the barren city dormitory area and built more comfortable new residences near their workplaces. This dormitory area, originally criticized as two maids would have to sleep in the living room, gradually experienced population decline. Many vacant apartments appeared. The Chief of Staff Office then allocated the extra apartments to senators remaining in Lingao to help relieve space constraints. Lin Hanlong's original apartment was just a 40-square-meter small apartment. When it was just him and the maid, there was naturally no inconvenience. But after Sonia arrived, it was obviously insufficient. So the Chief of Staff Office allocated another medium-sized apartment, and connecting them made it reasonably convenient. Only recently, with the baby and the general hospital specifically assigning a nanny, housing became tight again. Fortunately, there were many vacant apartments, and the Chief of Staff Office gave him an adjacent vacant small apartment. On the living room table was breakfast prepared for her by Lin Huanyu. "I'm just one of this Australian harem after all," she couldn't help thinking wistfully each time she saw Lin Huanyu. But Lin Huanyu didn't have so many feelings about it. Regarding Sonia's arrival, she neither showed much welcome nor revealed anger. The two were somewhat awkward at first, but gradually Sonia got used to her presence. The maid managed household affairs, instructed Sonia on how to live in this household, use various never-before-seen facilities, taught her simple Chinese, took her shopping to the senator's special supply stores, and introduced her into the social circle of life secretaries. Gradually, she became one of the indispensable people in Sonia's life, because Lin Hanlong was rarely home, and when encountering difficulties, she could only ask the maid for help. Due to language issues, at first Sonia and Lin Huanyu had difficulty communicating. Only after several years, when her language ability had greatly improved, could they have deeper exchanges. Sonia quickly learned about Lin Huanyu's tragic past and how she came to be at Lin Hanlong's side. As a scientist, Sonia was curious about Lin Huanyu's view of her own situation, but Lin Huanyu's response was that she had no view. "The chief treats me very well. As long as he still wants me, I'll stay here. If someday he doesn't want me anymore." At this point, Lin Huanyu showed a trace of sadness. "The Chief of Staff Office will also take care of me." Lin Huanyu was very satisfied with the current situation, because without the Senate, without Lin Hanlong, she would have died long ago, let alone lived such a good life. Her greatest regret was not having given Chief Lin a child. Sonia could somewhat understand Lin Huanyu. In her father's plantation, those black slaves trafficked from afar. Their greatest dream was just to encounter a not-too-harsh master and overseer who wouldn't excessively exploit and torture them. When all was said and done, what could a woman who once had nothing and was on the verge of death hope for? Just like herself, if she hadn't fallen into that Englishman's hands, she might already be living in hell. Breakfast was toast. This was also one of the changes since Sonia came to this household. The Lin household's orders to the special food store at Nanhai Farm now included more bread, cheese, and butter. Although Lin Hanlong had lived in America for many years in the old timeline, he still had a Chinese stomach and was more accustomed to Chinese-style breakfast. As a Portuguese, Sonia had eaten rice. The Iberian Peninsula, influenced by the Arabs who once ruled there, cultivated and consumed rice. But rice foods were ultimately just embellishments. She was still more accustomed to bread. The bread delivered by the Nanhai farm special food store was soft and fine, although for health reasons, 20% bran was mixed in. Its delicateness still far surpassed any bread Sonia had ever eaten. Probably only the Italian butter rolls specially baked for ladies could compare. The bread slices had been carefully toasted, golden on both sides. If hot, it would certainly be delicious. Unfortunately, it was already cold. Sonia didn't mind. She picked up a butter knife, lifted the white napkin, cut off a thick slice from the butter dish, spread it on the bread, and ate in big bites. The milk pitcher contained fresh milk. Sonia poured herself a full glass, then added 2 big spoonfuls of sugar. An excessive love of sugar was perhaps one of her few dietary bad habits. She was essentially a person with simple dietary preferences. Someone who grew up on a colonial sugarcane plantation and drifted at sea wouldn't be picky about food. Bread, butter, and dairy products were enough. After breakfast, she quietly came to the nursery. The nanny was leaning on an armchair dozing. She too was exhausted. The little daughter was snoring in the wicker cradle. She gazed at her daughter's face with affection and delight. Her daughter's features combined European and East Asian characteristics. The slightly curly hair was hers. The black hair color was obviously the father's. A pair of very large eyes. These are also mine, she thought. And her daughter's nose seemed to combine both their features, neither too high nor too large, feeling just right. Sonia thought of how she had once been intensely interested in mixed-race children. In the plantation she had seen many mixed-race children. Some were black and white, others Indian and white, or Indian and black. Due to differences in the races, ethnicities, and generations of mixing, they presented vastly different appearance characteristics. Each mixing would bring some features to the next generation's children. These features would gradually fade with mixing generations, sometimes suddenly reappearing. This aroused her curiosity, and she began collecting data in the plantation to research this area. However, this research was mercilessly mocked by her several brothers. She hadn't expected to give birth to a mixed-race child herself. What a wondrous thing! Recalling the scenes of pregnancy and childbirth, she still found it somewhat incredible that she had manufactured a person. Nature was truly too wondrous. She reached into the blanket in the cradle and felt around. The diaper and sleeping pad were both dry. The nanny had probably just changed them. If the chief of staff office hadn't assigned the nanny, she really would have been at her wit's end. She had never taken care of a baby before. The nanny suddenly woke up. The middle-aged woman quickly rose to greet, "Miss." Sonia made a shush gesture and asked quietly, "Did she wake up?" "She woke up once at 9:30, changed her diaper, fed her milk, and she fell asleep again," the nanny said. "She made too much fuss last night, wore herself out," Sonia said. "Does this child look big to you?" "No need to ask. Senators' children are all big," the nanny said flatteringly. "Only 8 months old and already over 18 jin. At the mother-child center, 8-month-old boys aren't even this heavy." Sonia mentally converted jin to pounds. Actually, she didn't know how big or heavy an 8-month-old child should be, but each time she took the baby to Bern General Hospital for checkups, the same-age infants she saw seemed slightly smaller. "This child drinks milk every day." "Of course she grows big," the nanny said with slight pride. "She's already teething. Once she eats supplementary food, she'll grow even bigger." Sonia returned to the living room. Lin Huanyu wasn't home, she was out shopping. Sonia knew that shopping was more for meeting colleagues. This was their recreational activity. Lin Hanlong wasn't home either. In a month, the days he was home could be counted on one hand. Most of the time, he stayed overnight in the single room at the optical factory. So much so that some joked that Kai Junji, who constantly accompanied him, was Lin Hanlong's real wife. Sonia greatly admired and respected this master, and also harbored some affection. He was different from all the men she had met, a rough man and a scholar combined in one. He could stare at machines in a noisy workshop for hours on end, and could also eloquently explain many profound knowledge. His clothing and food could be said to be plain to the point of crude, yet when he wanted refinement, even Roman emperors and Turkish sultans couldn't compare. Such contradictions were reflected to varying degrees in every senator she knew. But there was one thing they shared. No matter how modest senators appeared on the surface, they carried pride in their bones. This pride came neither from bloodline, nor from position, nor from religious faith. It was a heartfelt recognition of their own thoughts and knowledge, speaking of which, the Australian senators were really the most worthy group to study. Sonia returned to the bedroom, tidied up the bed linens, and changed into outdoor clothes. She had an appointment for fitness at 11, then a simple lunch outside, and in the afternoon she'd go to the museum. She had a private office there that let her settle down and fully focus on research. But this afternoon, her main work was lesson preparation. That evening, she still had to give a natural history lecture to Fenshenghe students. End of chapter. Chapter 24-26. Sonia III. Sonia began packing her bag for going out. This was a lady's crossbody bag sewn from deerskin, large enough to fit several 16K-sized books and albums. Its style was modeled after a certain luxury brand from the old timeline. The bag clasp was bronze with two ornate monogram letters, LU. In the bag's lower left corner, a donkey head and 82 shield badge were sewn on, proclaiming this bag's noble origins. In Lingao and other places where naturalized citizens gathered, whether men or women, everyone was accustomed to carrying bags. This type of bag started as canvas and iron buckle military crossbody bags used by the Fubo army. Later, some were issued to naturalized citizen cadres and Fenshenghe students. Because they were convenient to carry, these canvas crossbody bags gradually became popular. Not only did naturalized citizens commonly use them, but quite a few natives also found these bags convenient for going out and purchased them. The clothing factory produced them in large quantities. Later, backpacks were successively introduced, including various styles and materials. This trend wasn't limited to areas under Senate rule. In regions with more contact with Senate merchants, many natives also used them. Senator Hong's No. 82 naturally acutely captured this trend. After all, in luxury goods, bags were always one of the largest categories, and the purchasing power displayed by the senator's maids wouldn't let him miss this business opportunity. So he quickly collaborated with the garment factory, expanded the original leather goods workshop into a bag factory, and began producing several bag products. Different brands and product lines were divided by customer groups. Besides targeting naturalized citizens, there were product lines specifically for export, some specifically for selling to the Ming, some targeting the European market, and some specifically for Southeast Asian, Japanese, and other markets. Design and material selection varied. All achieved good results. The bag Sonia used was a recent gift from Lin Hanlong when she took up her position at the Natural History Museum. In terms of price alone, it belonged to the top tier of Hong Huangnan's number 82 product lines. Calculated against the average wage of ordinary naturalized citizens, it reached fantasy levels. It was also a hot topic when maids gathered at number 43. But Sonia felt nothing about this. Since senators were the elite of this country, what was there to discuss about their family members and mistresses using the best things? To spare Lin Huanyu's feelings, Lin Hanlong had simultaneously given her an LU bag as well. This bag style, with its larger capacity, convenient portability, and sturdy, waterproof calfskin material, was generally taken by maids when going out shopping for groceries. In her bag, Sonia packed 2 large towels, one of her favorite Australian products, a pair of soft-soled shoes, exercise clothing, a change of clothes. These were all odds and ends she needed for her fitness class. She also packed 2 premium calfskin-covered notebooks from number 43 and a dragon gold mark I fountain pen. She wore ordinary outerwear, not wearing the distinctive maid uniform. Sonia greatly resented this servant livery and avoided wearing it whenever possible. After finishing packing, Sonia gave instructions to the nanny, kissed her sleeping daughter, and walked out of the Lin household. Close to noon, the dormitory area was very quiet. The maids had mostly returned home to busy themselves. The senators had basically all gone out. This let her breathe a sigh of relief. Although she had been here for years and the earlier curiosity about European maids had faded, each time she came out of the house and walked through the dormitory area, she would still attract everyone's attention. She registered her outing at the service office and requested a rickshaw. As a life secretary, she couldn't use a carriage. Actually, even senators didn't enjoy using carriages. For short trips, rickshaws were mostly used. Therefore, the Chief of Staff office had established a dedicated vehicle team in the dormitory area, equipped with several carriages and rickshaws ready for use at any time. As soon as Sonia got on the rickshaw, she told the driver to open the sunshade and lower the curtain. The rickshaw quickly left the dormitory area, proceeded along the main road, and soon arrived at the stadium by the Wenlin River. Because of her special status, the driver took her through an inconspicuous dedicated entrance. As soon as she stepped off, Chief of Staff office service personnel came to receive her. The Wenlin River Stadium's fitness room was actually only open to senators and life secretaries. For most naturalized citizens and natives, they couldn't afford to consume precious calories, nor could they supplement the large amounts of protein required for fitness. The stadium fitness room's manager was concurrently held by Chen Saijung. As the only fitness coach and nutrition expert among senators, providing fitness services to senators and their families was naturally his duty. When the fitness room was first established, the policy of adapting to local conditions was set. Chen Saijung believed that the old timeline approach shouldn't be copied wholesale. After all, in this timeline, both protein and fat were scarce commodities. There was neither the ability to add too much nor the need to excessively reduce. So the old timelines, fat loss and muscle gain, type of strength training programs didn't need to be broadly promoted, only for special needs groups like soldiers. For ordinary senators and family members, the main focus should be stretching muscles and bones and training posture. Therefore, besides strength training, programs like body shaping, yoga, and aerobics were added, as well as traditional health exercises like 5 animals play and Baduanjin. As soon as the fitness room opened, it was widely welcomed by senators. Most senators, although not too interested in exercising themselves, were very enthusiastic about sending their maids for fitness. Lin Hanlong was no exception. So as soon as Sonia arrived at the Lin household, she was required to take fitness courses. Although she was a beauty, her posture hadn't been trained, and her figure and body shape weren't particularly fit. Sonia was initially very resistant to such training, but complied out of concern for her status. Gradually, she came to somewhat enjoy fitness. After exercising, her body was lighter and more agile than before, her energy was more abundant, and her strength had also increased considerably. As for her master praising that her posture was more fit than before and such, she personally didn't feel much. She just felt that her muscles had increased. At this moment, the fitness room was sparsely populated. Most maids who came to exercise wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. As for senators, they basically had to wait until evening. The training programs provided here wouldn't be bad even by 21st century standards. For equipment, the machinery factory had followed blueprints to try to copy and restore various fitness equipment. Although the appearance was somewhat rough, the basic functions were all there. Supporting facilities like changing rooms, shower rooms, sauna rooms, and massage rooms were all complete. The only shortcoming was no dedicated swimming pool. Sonia, a female trainer, greeted her. Same as usual today. Yes, the usual. Do you still have urinary urgency issues? Not anymore, Sonia said. The exercises helped. We'll do another phase of posture training to consolidate, the female trainer said. Go warm up first. The fitness trainers here were all personally trained by Chen Saijing and others. Their professionalism wasn't inferior to their counterparts in the old timeline. The key was that they had no course-selling KPI assessments and could focus on their profession. Besides serving senators and family members, these male and female trainers also had to provide fitness and physical education services for Fenshenghe students, soldiers, and factory workers, currently mainly teaching various exercise routines. Sonia was a regular here and didn't need trainer guidance. She went to the changing room on her own to change into loose exercise clothes. Her daily exercise started with cardio warm-up. Since there was no treadmill here, generally 5 minutes of slow-paced jump rope was used for warm-up. After warm-up, she entered strength training. Generally, maids didn't do strength training, but Sonia did some appropriately. After all, she frequently went on expeditions and needed abundant physical strength. So she was one of the few maids who persistently did strength training. For this reason, the Lin household's consumption of various fish was considerably higher than other senator households. After half an hour of strength training and a brief rest, she began aerobic exercise training. After this complete routine, it took about an hour and a half. Then she would go to the massage room for a trainer to give her a full-body massage to relax muscles. Finally, she would go to the bathroom for a nice hot bath. Although I'm not in the Sultan's harem, it seems about the same, Sonia thought when she immersed her freshly rinsed body in the steaming, fragrant hinoki wood bathtub, enjoying the pleasant sensation of the hot water infused with essential oils soothing her sore muscles. There was suddenly a touch of sadness at the bottom of her heart. All the enjoyments the Australians so unstintingly provided her were nothing but admiration for her flesh. When she first left her family, gave up marriage, returned to Lisbon from Brazil, full of longing joined the guild to sail and adventure. All of this seemed like something from very, very long ago. That Lisbon female naturalist of the past no longer existed. Sonia felt somewhat melancholy. Honestly speaking, she had few complaints about her current life. After all, her master loved her very much. Not to mention the various enjoyments he provided in daily life. Not only could she not have enjoyed them in her original family, even in English or Portuguese noble mansions, they wouldn't necessarily be available. And coming to Lingao, encountering the Australians, had opened a door to a hall of knowledge that made her tremble. The knowledge in this hall was deep as the ocean. Many things that countless sages past and present had puzzled over without answers all had answers here. Not at all mysterious, even openly taught. Where did their knowledge come from? And why did they come here? The longer Sonia lived among the Australians, the stronger the doubt and fear in her heart grew. But when swimming through the ocean of Australian knowledge, she also vaguely had a feeling of being sold here as a slave was actually a lucky thing. Of course, she absolutely wouldn't allow such thoughts to surface. End of chapter. Chapter 24-27. Sonia IV. The female naturalist arrived at the Lingao Natural History Museum at exactly 1 p.m. Although the museum was completed, interior decoration and exhibition work was progressing very slowly. There was no shortage of exhibition professionals within the Senate, but mounting exhibitions under such crude conditions wasn't easy for anyone. Besides, the Senate was currently in quasi-wartime status. Many senators were either busy with their own work or away on assignment. A systematic project stopping and starting, it had been delayed until now and was still only half finished. Opening was nowhere in sight, so they could only make do with simple popular science activities first. Because it hadn't officially opened, the main entrance was closed. Sonia entered through a side staff entrance. Passing through an internal corridor, she came to the central atrium. The atrium was the center of the entire Natural History Museum, a full-height open space with a transparent glass-inlaid dome at the top. Originally, space beneath the dome was reserved for a Mosasaurus or Plesiosaur skeleton. The current plan was a gray whale skeleton plus several shark skeletons. Suspended in midair in dynamic poses, the visual impact would be sufficiently stunning. However, at the moment the gray whale skeleton was still in Japan. The senator responsible for the exhibition had only hung down from the dome several ropes of varying lengths and markers to determine the gray whale skeleton's position. This was to estimate the rough effect and its relationship with surrounding decorations. At the very center of the atrium was a granite platform. The long-term plan was to place a large carnivorous dinosaur skeleton here, like a Tyrannosaurus or T-Rex. The current plan was an elephant skeleton. If they could get a mammoth skeleton from Siberia, of course that would be even better. If not, an Asian elephant skeleton was still easy to obtain. Each time Sonia walked through the atrium, she was awed by the senator's bold and imaginative design. Museum collection and exhibition was not the Senate's invention. Starting from the Renaissance, a craze for museum collection had arisen in Europe. The tyrants of the various Italian states were foremost among them. Soon, kings and emperors had also caught this fashion along with the age of exploration. Specimens of exotic plants and animals were very popular. Those bizarre deformed fetuses and human specimens were their special favorites. One of Tsar Peter the Great's gains from his tour studying in Western Europe was shipping back a large natural history collection. Of course, from the senator's perspective, his collection was mostly curiosities with very limited scientific content. When Sonia was in Portugal, she had viewed quite a few small-scale natural history collections. In terms of quantity and variety of collection alone, the Senate's collection wasn't particularly rich. But in breadth and depth, it was obviously much stronger than collections made merely for curiosity. Besides, most natural history collections were simply displayed. See too many and they became tediously tiresome. This is what science should look like, Sonia thought as she walked through the atrium. She greatly resented the nobility's curiosity-seeking collection mentality. Unfortunately, curiosity pieces most easily gained their favor and thereby obtained substantial patronage. For this, many people didn't hesitate to fake things. She had personally seen a water monkey transported from afar, soaked in high-concentration brandy. Although she could tell at a glance this was spliced together from a monkey and some unknown amphibian's webbed feet, she kept quiet against her conscience, because she herself sometimes had no choice but to forge discoveries to obtain patronage. In the atrium, corridors, exhibition halls, everywhere was piled with renovation materials and packaging boxes of various sizes. The boxes were uniformly labeled, "Handle with care." Some exhibits were wrapped in oilcloth and reed mats, their actual appearance invisible. Naturalized citizen staff and trainees along the way greeted her. Sonia was a very conspicuous presence in the museum. Not to mention her attention-grabbing exotic appearance, just her title alone, Level 3 researcher, was enough to make naturalized citizen staff deeply respectful. This foreign girl was already a Level 3 researcher at such a young age. "How do you do?" She smiled and greeted people along the way, walked through the exhibition hall, climbed 2 flights of marble stairs, and came to the 3rd floor. Most of the 3rd floor area was the non-public research zone. As a Level 3 researcher, Sonia had an office here. As the only naturalist among naturalized citizens, it was natural for Sonia to have this treatment. Different from what she imagined, the senators valued her not just for her beauty, but more because Sonia was actually very useful to the Senate. She was a naturalist. In the modern scientific system, natural history no longer existed as an independent discipline. In the 21st century old timeline where the senators came from, whether China, America, Venezuela, or Equatorial Guinea, no university or research institution offered natural history. One could even say that by the senator's grandfather's time, this discipline had already ceased to exist. Natural history in modern history was approximately equivalent to the modern collection of zoology, entomology, botany, paleontology, mineralogy, meteorology, astronomy, geography, anthropology, ecology, and so on. Naturalists not only combined the capabilities of botanist, zoologist, geologist, mineralogist, and more in one person, but also possessed rich field survey capabilities and experience. Almost every naturalist was an explorer. The most well-known naturalist in the world was the famous Sir Charles Robert Darwin. The 19th century was the golden age of natural history. Naturalists were active in every corner of the earth, exploring nature's secrets. However, as science progressed and developed, this discipline gradually disappeared. By the 21st century, classifying animals, plants, and minerals had been completed over 100 years ago. Natural history was decomposed into many more refined disciplines. Schools wouldn't cultivate them, society didn't need them, so the senators simply didn't have this ability. But the Senate, like the 19th century great powers, desperately needed people to do these things. It was true the Grand Library had various animal, plant, and mineral atlases and general distribution data, but the data couldn't be detailed enough to show exactly which hilltop corner contained what the Senate urgently needed. Such matters still required sending people for on-site surveys and records. This work wasn't too complicated, but if it relied solely on the few senators from the remote survey department, the entire world survey work couldn't be completed in 50 or 100 years. So, having Sonia receive modern academic training, then letting her accumulate relevant survey experience, and then training batches of naturalized citizen survey team members was a reasonable and realistic approach. Not long after Sonia came to Lin Hanlong's side, she was arranged to study. All foreign female slaves had to go, but Sonia's study content was more complex. Besides Chinese, she also had to study under the senators, systematically learning the various modern branches under natural history. Sonia swam in the ocean of knowledge, learning hungrily. Even when pregnant and about to give birth, she was still at home gnawing through thick tomes. Yet Sonia was completely unaware of this. She felt somewhat flattered by the treatment she received, thinking her master had exerted his influence. After all, in this era, knowledge was still genuine wealth, and those who possessed it wouldn't easily impart it to others. Books recording this knowledge were also very rare. The third floor of the Natural History Museum was very quiet. There was no suspended ceiling installed here. Looking up, you could see the exposed trusses and roof structure panels. Rows of arched glass windows let in large amounts of light, illuminating the entire space extraordinarily brightly. Walking in immediately made one feel energized. She took out her key and opened the office door bearing her Level 3 researcher nameplate and her name. Sonia liked this kind of treatment. It fully demonstrated she was a person with status who was respected. She valued this highly. Her office had a full 30+ square meters, larger than many senators' offices. Such a large office naturally wasn't for placing a single desk. It was also Sonia's workshop. In the center of the room was a huge work table. A microscope specially handcrafted for her by Lin Hanlong stood on the table. Against the wall were many storage shelves for storing various specimens and materials. Currently, the storage shelves were mostly still empty. A set of the Great Song Encyclopedia 1635 edition, vetted by the Truth Office, printed by the Grand Library Printing Factory, and bound by European craftsmen in calfskin, stood prominently on the shelf. 3 desks were in the room. One was hers. The other 2 were for graduate students from the remote survey department who assisted her. Of course, in the Senate's education system, never mind graduate students, there wasn't even a single college student. Actually, they were employees who graduated from upper elementary school and were assigned to work at the remote survey department, now sent to Sonia's side to study. They counted as apprentices. These 2 apprentices, one male and one female, weren't in the office at the moment. They had both gone to organize specimens. Specimens and exhibits gathered from various places were numerous. The department's transferring specimens included not only the natural specimen room of Fenshenghe Academy, but also the specimen room of the Remote Survey Department and the specimen room of Lingao General Hospital. Some early human body specimens had been transferred to the museum by Dr. Shi's order. The teaching department's warehouse was nearly full. These specimens that had filled their respective specimen rooms to the brim, once transferred to the 2,000-square-meter exhibition hall, were just a drop in the bucket. Though few in number, when organizing and transferring specimens, they discovered that many early specimens had problems with decay, insect damage, shrinkage and breakage due to non-rigorous production procedures, quality issues with chemicals used, plus relatively poor storage conditions. Early insect and animal specimens were especially badly damaged. The current work of the entire Natural History Museum staff was organizing specimens, arranging, evaluating, classifying, and registering specimens gathered from various places. End of chapter. Chapter 24-28. Sonia V. This work was mainly done by senators and naturalized citizen technicians from the Remote Survey Department and agricultural sector, with Fenshenghe trainees handling auxiliary work. Given the Senate's habitual penny-pinching nature, appropriations for public service projects with no output like the Natural History Museum were naturally tight. Organizationally, it currently belonged to the Science Department, but the Science Department hadn't added many positions for it. The entire Natural History Museum had not even 10 dedicated staff. The rest were all temporarily seconded, from senators to naturalized citizen employees alike. Currently, the museum director was Dr. Zhang, but Dr. Zhang rarely came to the museum. The actual person in charge was Xiangyunsha from the Remote Survey Department, who headed the preparatory team. As for why Xiangyunsha was selected as this executive director, gossip said it was because the preparatory team had several senators' maids, hence the choice. Xiangyunsha didn't mind this. However, he indicated that his specialty was actually geological surveying, and at the Natural History Museum he really didn't have much to contribute. We're going to hold a natural history training class at the museum, and your star pupil Sonia will be there too. We're currently very short of field survey personnel. You go there and teach them geology courses. Have Sonia teach them classes too, Dr. Zhang said. So Sonia was currently a museum staff member, a training class student, and also a training class teacher. If not for having a baby at home, she would probably have to report to the museum at 7 a.m. every day. Even so, her daily quitting time basically had to be delayed past 6 p.m. Sonia looked at her schedule for the coming days. No classes. She breathed a slight sigh of relief. Whether lecturing or attending class, both required large amounts of energy. And it wasn't just at the museum. At home, she also had to prepare lessons, review, and preview. Although learning knowledge was a joyful thing, for someone who had become a mother, it wasn't easy at all. If not for Lin Huanyu and the nursery nanny's help at home, Sonia really didn't know how she could have coped with all this. New materials had already piled up on her desk. These were all reports needing her review after being organized. Some had missing catalog entries needing re-identification. Some had damage requiring her to determine whether they could still be preserved and repaired. If they couldn't be saved, they had to be registered for later reproduction. Sonia quickly flipped through the reports. She could now do simple Chinese reading and understand formatted reports. These reports didn't stump her, and for her there was also an advantage. The professional terms of modern biology's various branches were all spelled in Latin, and she had been familiar with Latin works since childhood. From the reports, another 15 taxidermy animal specimens needed her identification. Sonia sighed. In the years she had been on Hainan Island, she had become very familiar with the local climate conditions. During the more than half-year rainy season, items not carefully stored would all get moldy. Insect damage was even more common. Due to limited storage conditions, many specimens had mold and insect infestation problems, and most couldn't be repaired. If destruction continued at this rate, Dr. Zhang's Hainan Island local exhibition would soon become impossible. According to Dr. Zhang's opinion, the Natural History Museum's exhibitions should first emphasize local character, so the first permanent exhibition's theme was Nature of Hainan Island. It would mainly display various specimens of Hainan Island's animals, plants, insects, and minerals. Mounting such an exhibition would be relatively less difficult, but even following this local character approach without pursuing large and comprehensive, the workload was still considerable. When studying at the Remote Survey Department, Sonia learned that Hainan Island under Australian rule had 256 species of wild birds in 56 families of 19 orders, 68 species of mammals in 24 families of 8 orders. The specimens collected by the Remote Survey Department over these years included only 176 bird species and 40 mammal species. A big gap. As for insects and plants, the gap was even larger, and among these specimens, large amounts had been damaged. To make up for it required recollection, which couldn't be done in a day or two. The remote survey team had currently trained 4 groups, each led by 1 or 2 dedicated senators, adopting a rotation system. Each team conducted 3-month carpet-style surveys of the entire Hainan Island in sections. Sonia had participated twice. Each expedition's return yielded rich harvests, but also generated a certain doubt in her. The Hainan Island Natural Overview series published by Gaoshan Ridge Publishing House collected in the museum clearly recorded all information about this island. Obviously, a group of very knowledgeable naturalists had already conducted detailed surveys of the island. Why organize another group of people with obviously inferior abilities to resurvey? Such doubts also arose when she surveyed Jeju Island and Taiwan Island. She had raised this question to Kui Yunhong and others, but everyone was evasive, either saying, "Those are old materials from the past, different from now," or "We need more detailed data." Her gaze turned to the globe on the desk. This was a gift Lin Hanlong gave her when she first arrived at the Lin household, a globe made from high-grade wood pieces joined and polished, with a world map carefully engraved on it. It was one of her favorite Lingao items. Before this, she had never seen such a detailed and precisely proportioned map. What amazed her most was that this globe marked the coordinates and longitude-latitude of many sea regions. You must know that sailors worldwide at this time were desperately pondering how to position themselves during navigation. One difficulty in positioning was longitude. Scientists had long been able to determine latitude through astronomical observation, but longitude, lacking reference points, could only be estimated using time. And how to accurately measure local time had always been a difficult problem. Simple sundial observations produced very rough data. The telescope was invented in the early 17th century. In 1609, Galileo began making astronomical telescopes. Through telescopes, he observed the Moon, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and other celestial bodies, and discovered Jupiter's 4 moons. Through observing Jupiter's moons, Galileo discovered that they orbited Jupiter and measured their orbital periods. This powerfully supported heliocentrism. More importantly, Galileo discovered that Jupiter's moon's motion could serve as a clock in the sky. Moreover, the moon's short orbital periods and 4 moons to choose from made them ideal standard clocks. When Jupiter and its moons eclipsed each other, different regions on Earth could observe it simultaneously. This could calibrate local time differences between different regions, thereby obtaining longitude differences. But on a pitching ship, it was very difficult to aim a telescope accurately at Jupiter, and each calculation had to wait until an eclipse occurred for precise timing. To solve this problem, some people racked their brains trying to develop precise timekeeping devices. Others took different approaches, using lunar phases to determine time, but neither approach made much progress in the 17th century. Geographic positioning during navigation was rough and imprecise. As a navigator, adventurer, and naturalist, Sonia was no stranger to this. She immediately thought of the watch her master had given her. Since the Australians could manufacture precise timekeeping devices, they should also be able to manufacture precise marine chronometers. However, she immediately discovered a strange phenomenon. On the Australians' globe, the 0-degree meridian was actually in England. Not only was the 0-degree meridian in England, but a small town was specially marked: Greenwich. Sonia had English blood and had visited her English grandfather and uncles. But she didn't know this place. From its position, it was within Greater London. She hadn't heard of any observatory or such there. On the nautical charts Sonia was familiar with, the 0-degree meridian was marked on El Hierro Island in the Canary Islands. How deep was the Australians' affection for England, for Greenwich, that they put the 0-degree meridian in such a place? Sonia knew that among the Senate there were not only European senators who used English, but every senator at least knew a little English, of course. Their English and her English weren't the same thing. But whether it was the same language, Sonia was still capable of judging. Next, she discovered even more mysterious things on the globe. Although 17th century geography already knew the Earth's general appearance, many details hadn't yet been filled in. The coastlines of continents and inland mountain ranges, river courses, and headwaters were mostly roughly marked. Some were completely unknown. Rivers like the Nile and Amazon were certainly very famous, but the areas through which they flowed, their tributaries, and their sources wouldn't be completely figured out until the 19th century. But on the Australians' globe, such details were simply too numerous for her to imagine they were randomly drawn. Someone must have been there, conducted surveys, to draw them on the map. Sonia didn't know this globe had already been massively simplified by the Truth Office. Even so, the sanitized globe still gave her tremendous shock. From that moment on, Sonia developed intense interest in the Australians in the Senate. Compared to all her past experiences, they were simply too mysterious. Sonia's interest in this sense of mystery about the senators grew day by day. What interested her most was, where was Australia? According to the senators, including Lin Hanlong, the Australian continent was located further south of the Spice Islands. But to reach the Australian continent required passing through a stretch of sea with unpredictable weather and conditions. This voyage couldn't use any navigation methods. One could only drift randomly with the current, trusting to luck. This explanation came out remarkably consistent from each senator's mouth, which made Sonia develop a certain doubt. She began collecting and investigating information about Australia. When she felt she had collected enough material and summarized certain suspicious points, she once again raised her doubts to Lin Hanlong. But her usually warm and loving master rarely turned cold. Though he didn't scold her, he said a maxim that made her blood run cold. The most merciful thing in this world is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The eerie oppressiveness made Sonia feel intense fear. She immediately understood. Although the senators constantly claimed they came from Australia, they absolutely didn't want anyone to understand that place. She destroyed her notes and buried her doubts deep in her heart. Whatever Australia's true situation was, prying into the powerful secrets was very dangerous. End of chapter. Chapter 24-29. Sonia VI let the secrets sink into the sea of ignorance. Every time Sonia saw this globe, she thought of this phrase. She brought the globe to the office precisely to constantly remind herself, the more of the Australians' knowledge you master, the closer you get to something terrifying. She was somewhat unsettled. She might as well not stay in the office. She'd go to the specimen room and finish the work at hand first. Just as Sonia was about to leave the office, there came a knock on the door. "Come in." She thought it was her two apprentices returning, but unexpectedly it was her colleague, Valentina Marino. Valentina was also one of the female slaves Quark had sold. She was an Italian woman, to be precise, a subject of the Papal States. North African pirates had raided the village where she lived, abducted her, and she was subsequently sold around until reaching Basra, then Lingao. Compared to Sonia, Valentina Marino was a newcomer. She had been in Lingao less than 2 years. Not long after arriving in Lingao, she was bought by Senator Dong Yizhai of the education sector. Senator Dong's maids, without exception, all taught at Fenshenghe. So initially his training plan for Valentina was the same. But he quickly realized the difficulty of training a girl who only spoke 17th century Italian into a qualified teacher was too great. Language training alone would take at least 2 or 3 years. Even if she could speak Chinese after several years, becoming a liberal arts or science teacher to impart knowledge would be difficult. After all, Valentina Marino in Italy was only semi-literate, capable of only simple reading and writing in Italian, let alone changing to another language. After much thought, Dong Yizhai suddenly got inspiration from her ethnic attribute. Wasn't she Italian? Italy had produced quite a few artists. The Senate's official artist was also an Italian. Since that was the case, why not cultivate her as an artist? So Valentina was sent to her compatriot Trini's studio, becoming his student and beginning her path to becoming an artist. Trini naturally welcomed this compatriot from Italy. He hadn't seen an Italian-speaking compatriot in the Far East for many years. Of course, he was also very careful. After all, this young lady from the Papal States was now a senator's maid. After more than a year, Miss Valentina had roughly mastered basic sketching and color techniques and could draw still lifes and simple watercolor landscapes. According to the teaching curriculum, after completing the basic drawing course, she would need to consider her professional direction. Contrary to what Dong Yizhai expected, Valentina didn't show much talent in painting. Although her technique would be good enough to take the National Art Qualification exam in the 21st century and reach the provincial undergraduate cutoff score, Trini's evaluation of her work was accurate perspective, attention to detail, poor grasp of light and shadow. Overall works are stiff and lack vitality. Obviously, it was impossible to cultivate her into a 17th century versatile artist. Dong Yizhai couldn't figure out what to do either, so he instructed Trini to continue teaching her in the painting direction. She could become an art teacher at Fenshenghe in the future. At this moment, the Natural History Museum in preparation extended an olive branch to her. The Natural History Museum needed a professional painter, to be precise, a natural history illustrator. In an era before photography was invented, the only way to visually record something, someone, or some object was drawing. For natural history, even into the 19th century when photography existed, limited by the photographic and printing technology of the time, photographs' representation of objects still lacked sufficient detail. At the time, almost every natural history scholar or enthusiast who personally went into the field, besides bringing back specimens and recording written descriptions, often also doubled as an artist doing highly faithful special illustrations. During the long span before humanity invented high-resolution imaging technology, they used painting to document things. Although naturalists could preserve animal and plant forms and bodies through specimen collection, whether fluid-preserved or dry-mounted, taxidermy, specimens that lost life would quickly dry out and deform, losing their fresh state. This was especially obvious in plant specimens. Moreover, plant specimen collection was affected by seasons, making it difficult to represent the full life cycle form in one collection. In contrast, detailed paintings could very completely and comprehensively display animal and plant forms. On a single sheet of paper, one could depict every fine detail of a species' roots, stems, leaves, flowers, fruits, seeds, and so on, presenting corresponding close-up details entirely according to scientific needs, with scale bars attached. Thus, natural history illustration, this special form of painting, came into being. This special drawing technique had very ancient origins. At least in the Renaissance era, Leonardo da Vinci and others' manuscripts already had similar drawing techniques. If tracing back even further, in classical natural history works of various civilizations around the world, authors had already begun attempting to use simple drawings to depict various animal and plant forms. Natural history illustration developed from early line drawings and sketches, developing corresponding distinctive painting technique schools. It thrived until the 20th century. Even in the old timeline's 21st century, this painting technique was still applied in some fields. A typical example was medical anatomy diagrams. Anyone who had studied medicine was familiar with such diagrams. And geological survey personnel also mostly mastered a special type of natural history illustration, geological terrain sketching. Even in the old timeline where high-definition photography had become cheap and universal, various professional atlases still chose natural history illustrations rather than photographs. This showed its practical value. Besides a few senators from geological surveying backgrounds who could draw geological sketches, the remote survey team senators actually didn't have the ability to draw natural history illustrations. And this ability was very important for 17th century surveys, so the survey team began cultivating this ability as soon as it was established. However, there wasn't actually anyone in the Senate who could draw natural history illustrations. So this matter basically relied on self-study using materials from the Grand Library. Although painting depended on talent, under the guidance of experienced teachers, with zero foundation and 3 years of intensive high school preparation, getting into the 8 major art academies was still achievable. The problem was the Senate at the time didn't have experienced teachers or professional painters. Mastering natural history illustration techniques through self-study was obviously quite difficult. After much struggle, except for some senators from geological surveying backgrounds who had sketching foundations, everyone else's results were hard to speak of. Trini's arrival brought them hope. This Italian painter, although just a nobody in art history, undeniably his painting skills crushed all 500 senators combined. Dr. Zhang thus handed him various reference materials compiled by the Grand Library regarding natural history illustration techniques, along with several picture books for him to study and copy. At the same time, Bai Guoshi and Zhao Zhu were specially assigned to study under him. Because Trini's observation was still an artist's observation, he had to be taught to observe with a scientist's eye. Professionals were indeed professionals. Trini didn't disappoint. Within half a year, he had roughly mastered the relevant natural history illustration techniques. Bai and Zhao, this couple's results were also quite good. Dr. Zhang's confidence greatly increased. He immediately submitted a proposal to the planning agency under the name "Technology is the Primary Productive Force," suggesting temporarily halting all of Trini's painting and decorative work to focus exclusively on natural history illustration training. The training targets were naturalized citizen students who had already mastered basic painting skills like sketching and color in Trini's training class. As soon as the news spread, it received an enthusiastic response. Only then did Dr. Zhang learn that various departments all had demand for natural history illustration. The medical and agricultural sectors had especially strong demand. Due to the strong demand, the planning agency not only approved Dr. Zhang's suggestion, but also specially coordinated. They decided the first cohort of students would temporarily not be assigned, but would extend their training period as natural history illustration normal students. After these students graduated, they would serve as seed teachers at the natural history illustration training class. Valentina Marino was one of these seeds, but because of her special status plus the bonus of being compatriots, Trini gave her special attention, often personally instructing her. Calling it direct transmission wasn't an exaggeration. After the 6-month natural history illustration training class ended, Valentina, who was originally supposed to stay and teach, was specially transferred to the Natural History Museum, becoming a dedicated natural history illustrator. Natural history illustration was certainly not unfamiliar to Sonia, but honestly her painting skills were very limited. Plus pregnancy and childbirth, she hadn't been able to receive professional natural history illustration training, so in many tasks she had to rely on dedicated natural history illustrators like Valentina Marino. Miss Sharper, all the paintings from the expedition are done. Please review them. Valentina was actually younger than Sonia, but her personality was quiet and steady. Although they were both senators' maids, Valentina, born to a farming commoner family, naturally had class-based respect for the aristocrat-born Sonia. Sonia didn't speak Italian, and Valentina had previously only spoken Italian, so their communication was through a Senate newspeak. This was also the common communication method among foreign maids. Wonderful. Sonia's spirits lifted. This batch of natural history illustrations was drawn from living plants and specimens brought back by the recently returned Eastern Taiwan expedition. Sonia had already surveyed many areas in South and West Taiwan, but knew little about the Eastern Taiwan area called a land island. The Hualien expedition that started half a year ago, she hadn't been selected as she had just given birth, which was somewhat regrettable. Being able to personally see the results now was at least consolation. End of chapter. Chapter 24:30. Sonia VII. Sonia studied the paintings with great interest, placing them one by one on the easel and browsing carefully, occasionally letting out sounds of surprise or delight. Although Hualien was located on Taiwan proper, it was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. Only the side facing the East China Sea could be accessed by ship. Not just Europeans, even among Taiwan's indigenous peoples, very few had ever set foot there. This was the place with the most abundant heat and rainfall in all Taiwan. Animal and plant resources were very rich. One could imagine the expedition must have returned fully loaded. This batch of natural history illustrations was mostly of animals and plants whose specimens were collected in Hualien, as well as terrain, topography, and vegetation landscapes. Sonia looked at the drawings while reading the corresponding explanation booklet. There wasn't much new in the plants. Most were specimens she had already collected in her other expeditions. But the animal specimen collection had quite a few new gains. She flipped through randomly. The animal pictures drawn numbered in the dozens. Sika deer, Formosan macaque, Reeves's muntjac, Formosan serow, Formosan black bear, somber deer. Among birds were gray-faced buzzards, Chinese sparrowhawks, black-faced spoonbills, Mikado pheasants, Swinhoe's pheasants, Taiwan blue magpies, Taiwan barbets, as well as Papilio hermesanus butterflies, Formosan landlocked salmon, green sea turtles, Taipei tree frogs, Formosan salamanders, and more. Among these, the Formosan serow, Formosan black bear, and some birds were all specimens collected by the expedition for the first time. Previously, Sonia had only seen simple form drawings of these animals in the Taiwan fauna compiled by the Grand Library. Wonderful, the Formosan black bear really does exist. Sonia admired Valentina's rendering of the Formosan black bear while murmuring to herself, "Is the bearskin well preserved?" "It's been tanned." "What, tanned?" Sonia was greatly startled. Making taxidermy specimens essentially meant using stuffing materials to support animal skins, restoring their original form. Flayed skins couldn't be tanned. Mostly, raw skins were preserved by applying toxic preservative compounds containing arsenic. Teacher Cui said it's fine. He used a special method. It won't affect subsequent preparation. Since a senator said there was no problem, Sonia was reassured. The Australians had given her too many surprises. This was just one more. While viewing, Sonia asked questions and raised many serve-related queries. Valentina had to remind her that she hadn't been to Hualien. These were all drawn based on glass paintings. The so-called glass paintings were actually digital photographs. Printing photographs was too technically difficult for the Senate. Equipment and consumables couldn't be replenished. So materials shot with digital imaging equipment in this timeline were all stored digitally on various magnetic storage media. For display, they mostly used tablets, HDTVs, and similar playback devices. Since these devices mostly had LCD screens, naturalized citizens who had contact with them naturally called them glass paintings. Unlike the relatively widespread movies, very few naturalized citizens could access glass paintings, limited to a small number of specialized technical personnel. Sonia and Valentina, working at the Natural History Museum, had naturally seen them. Glass paintings had very high image and color fidelity and could also record moving images. Recording animals and plants was very convenient, so initially Sonia didn't understand why senators had such great interest in natural history illustration. Until Lin Hanlong once personally admitted that the Senate still had no way to convert the content in glass paintings to another medium. But those pictorials, Sonia thought of the pictorials Lin Hanlong had secretly brought home that had made her blush furiously. Right. Actually, we have this technology, but we don't have the materials. Lin Hanlong roughly explained the raw materials needed for printing photographs. For now, we only have the capability to print simple black and white photos, which not only lack color but also have very limited resolution. Sonia didn't ask further why in Australia they had this capability but in Lingao they didn't. She had learned her lesson. She wouldn't get to the bottom of things anymore. When will you be able to rebuild this technology? This requires many people's efforts and involves many disciplines. It'll probably take several years, Lin Hanlong said. Actually, even with such technology, scientific illustration is still very useful. Sometimes paintings can show details better than photographs. If only I could go there myself, that would be even better, Sonia sighed. What a pity. Look how beautiful this scenery is. She was looking at a colored natural history illustration of topography. Although it was scientific illustration, it actually looked no different from a landscape painting. Very beautiful, but there are many savages there. The expedition was even attacked, the Italian girl said. I heard they specifically cut off people's heads. Taiwan's indigenous people's headhunting practice was of course something Sonia knew. When she went to survey southern Taiwan, she had visited indigenous villages with poles full of human heads and had even obtained a headhunted skull through local Han Chinese peddlers, one that had been dried for many years. That skull was currently in a wooden box in the Natural History Museum. With armed guards protecting us, what's there to fear? Sonia flipped through the topographical landscapes one by one. These topographical paintings reflected scenery in the Hualien Taedong longitudinal valley. The survey was conducted during autumn. Under the cold front's attack, the green mountains on both sides of the valley had turned fiery red, reflecting the morning sun, like flames and brocade, exceptionally dazzling. She quickly distinguished that in the mountain vegetation topography at 500 meters elevation, large amounts of deciduous broadleaf forest were distributed. Among them, green maple and sweet gum were the main red-leaf trees. Besides these, there were also Taiwan zelkova, Taiwan sassafras, Chinese pistache, and stinky cedar trees. These trees' leaves in the late autumn and winter cold displayed transparent red, dark red, orange red, and other shades of red. Really beautiful, you painted it well too, Sonia said sincerely. I could never paint something like this. It's nothing, Valentina pretended not to care but was very pleased inside. The scenery is indeed very beautiful. It's a pity it's a barbarous place. If only there were no savages and malaria. Savages and malaria are no match for the Senate. As Sonia spoke, she was attracted by the next group of paintings. This group depicted scenery on mountain foothills. The scenery also included an indigenous village. She looked at the caption, Eastern foothills of Bainan Peak in Taiwan's central mountain range. Alluvial fan of Red Leaf Creek. The fan surface of the alluvial fan had been cut due to water flow and geological movement, forming river terraces of uneven elevation, resembling valley terrain. The surrounding hills and mountains were covered with green maples and verdant bamboo. Green water flowed like a ribbon around the Emerald Mountains, a charming scene. After viewing all the paintings, Sonia placed the heavy album on the materials shelf, Next, she needed to write relevant natural history descriptions for the album. But this work wasn't urgent, it would have to wait its turn. Have all the collected animals been delivered? They've all been delivered. Smelly, she made a nose-pinching gesture. The stench of rotten meat. I doubt you can still use them for specimens. All rotten. Those skins are still okay. The whole animals I didn't look at much. Smelly. Where is everything now? In the basement, preserved with ice blocks. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Sonia looked at her schedule. Tomorrow I'll take my apprentices to check the situation. As you wish. Anyway, I don't want to go again. After you finish making the specimens, I'll go paint. Valentina didn't have much interest in natural history. She painted and worked only because of her master's orders. She didn't care about being a dedicated maid at home. After all, in Lingao, there were too many things to enjoy, and they were too wonderful. So much better than the thatched huts she lived in back in Italy. All right, I'll call you when I need you, Sonia said helplessly. Actually, she very much hoped the Italian girl could accompany her by her side. First, they could chat. Second, some drawing work was better done on the spot. Then I'll go first. There are still many paintings not yet done. Valentina stretched. If only one could have a little house in such a beautiful place. Of course, this would have to wait for the Australians to conquer the area. Having said this, she remembered something and took out a leather notebook from her crossbody bag. This is what Chief Kui asked me to give you. It's the Hualien expedition notes. He said you would definitely be interested. Wonderful. Sonia became excited, immediately taking it. Please convey to him, I'm extremely grateful for his kindness. After seeing off Valentina, Sonia took out an English-Chinese dictionary compiled by the Grand Library from her drawer and eagerly opened the notebook. She already had some Chinese reading ability and could understand relatively simple articles. But when reading lengthy essays, she still needed a dictionary to understand the complete meaning. The Taedong longitudinal valley is located in eastern Taiwan, between the central mountain range and the coastal mountain range. Running from Hualien in the north to Taedong in the south, it's also called the Hualien-Taedong longitudinal valley. It's 180 kilometers long north to south, 27 kilometers wide east to west, with an area of about 1,000 square kilometers, at elevations of 50 meters. Among these, the northern and southern ends of the valley each have plains of about 80 square kilometers, the Hualien Plain and the Taedong Delta Plain. The east coast has an important port, Hualien Port, located on the east side of the Hualien Plain at 121.17 degrees east longitude, 23.08 degrees north latitude. It's an important transportation route for the entire Taedong longitudinal valley, and also the only transportation route for external contact. The Taedong longitudinal valley is a fault valley, with steep high mountains on both sides, a long and narrow plain in a belt shape. Due to the influence of sand and mud discharged from the mountains on both sides, it's also called a flood plain. Its geological origin is that the central mountain range of Taiwan and the western region belonging to the Eurasian Plate and the coastal mountain range, and its eastern region belonging to the Pacific Plate collided 10 million years ago, forming it. Afterward, rivers on both sides of the valley continuously eroded and silted, forming today's longitudinal valley plain. Although the plain area is under 1,000 square kilometers, in this mountainous eastern region, it's already rare. Like a jade ribbon floating between the central mountain range and the coastal mountain range, it has become Taiwan's eastern region's most fertile area. End of chapter. Chapter 24:31. Sonia VIII. Sonia had read many Australian survey reports. These reports were filled with large amounts of terminology very unfamiliar to her. Some terms were very abstruse. Even after consulting dictionaries, she had difficulty understanding their specific meanings and had to ask relevant senators. For example, plate in this article. To help her understand the meaning of plates, Lin Hanlong specially spent an entire evening starting from continental drift theory and explaining from the beginning. It opened Sonia's eyes. Although Lin Hanlong indicated that continental drift and plate theory were relatively accepted theories in Australia, Sonia had studied logic. She knew that from a logical perspective, this theory was tenable. But after understanding the meaning of these terms, Sonia had her usual doubts. From Lin Hanlong's explanation and the various books she borrowed from the science department, the Australians had a full and comprehensive understanding of the entire Earth. Whether terrain, topography, or the three kingdoms of nature, they had rich and detailed data, including the vast regions of South America and Africa that people hadn't yet explored much. Judging from these materials alone, the remote survey team's expeditions had almost no discovery value. They were almost entirely verification. From the Hainan and Taiwan surveys she had participated in, the collected species specimens, whether animal or plant, rarely included varieties not recorded in the reference books, and most varieties even had simple line drawings attached. This somewhat diminished the joy of surveying, Sonia thought. However, being able to personally see these wild worlds was still an exciting thing. She really hoped to return to the survey team soon. With such excited feelings, she continued reading. Proceeding northwest from the Taedong camp, past the Bainan foothills, one enters the first gorge at the southern entrance of the Taedong longitudinal valley, Chulu Gorge. Passing through Chulu Gorge, one enters the heartland of the Taedong longitudinal valley. On both sides, peaks stand in rows, soaring to the clouds. On the west, the central mountain range presses close to the valley. There are 24 peaks above 2,000 meters elevation, including Luncheon Mountain, Yuli Mountain, Mugua Mountain, and others. On the east, the coastal mountain range is higher in the south and lower in the north. Though not as precipitous as the central mountain range, it still has 6 peaks above 1,000 meters. The high mountain ranges on both sides of the valley not only give the valley plain natural barriers, avoiding or reducing monsoon and typhoon attacks, but also make the valley plain's terrain more undulating than Taiwan's western plain, with some gorges separating it. The entire plain is divided into several sections, with Taedong Longitudinal Valley as the general name. The Taedong Longitudinal Valley has abundant water sources, divided into 3 major water systems. The Bainan River and Xiangyunsha River flow in opposite directions. The Bainan River flows south, entering the sea near Taedong City. The Xiangyunsha River flows north, near Ruzui, cutting across the coastal mountain range and entering the Pacific at Daganku. The Hualien River flows in the same direction as the Xiangyunsha River, joining the Mugua River downstream and entering the sea south of Hualien City. These 3 streams and their main tributaries mostly originate from the eastern foothills of the central mountain range. Rapid currents rush down, carrying large amounts of sand and mud, forming more than 30 alluvial fans large and small. Among them, the Taedong Plain at the valley's southern entrance is the Bainan River's alluvial fan. The Hualien Plain at the valley's northern entrance is the Hualien River's alluvial fan, both over 100 square kilometers. The Xinwulu Creek alluvial fan and Xiangyunsha River alluvial fan in the valley account for about half the area. These alluvial fans are all suitable settlement sites and agricultural cultivation areas. The Taedong Longitudinal Valley Plain is eastern Taiwan's most favorable region for agricultural production. Water and heat conditions are most suitable for rice cultivation, which can be planted and harvested twice a year. On slopes and terraces, corn, wheat, sweet potato, peanuts, soybeans, and citronella grass are suitable crops. On the mountain slopes on both sides of the Taedong Longitudinal Valley, especially the coastal mountain range side, due to good drainage and relatively high soil fertility, citronella grass grows very well. This could be a choice for future cash crop development. Sonia knew about citronella, this aromatic crop. The Senate, through the VOC and the English, imported large quantities of this aromatic plant from Southeast Asia, then refined it into essential oil, part for export, part for their own use. Some of the skincare products she used contained it. The text then listed fruits and other cash crops that could be grown locally, including pineapple, banana, citrus, betel nut, and so on. Sonia read while recalling the drawings and related characteristic descriptions she had seen in atlases. Compared to Taiwan's western and southern plains, the Taidong Plain has smaller area, thinner and more barren soil layers, and greater terrain undulation. But the climate conditions here are very favorable for crop growth. In winter, cold air masses from the mainland are blocked by the central mountain range and don't greatly affect the valley. At this time, there happens to be a warm Pacific current flowing northward near the East China Sea. Therefore, the average temperature in the valley region is higher than in western plain regions. Taking January as an example, Taichung's temperature is around 16 degrees C, Tainan is 17 degrees C, while Hualien's temperature is 17, 1 degree C, and Taidong is 18, 9 degrees C. The number of months with annual average temperatures above 18 degrees C is 9 months for Hualien and a full 10 months for Taidong, both longer than western plains at the same latitude. Rainfall is also abundant, with annual average precipitation of 1,260 for Hualien and 1,840 for Taidong. Except for July-October, when rainfall is more concentrated, precipitation in other months is relatively even. Such humid climate conditions are very favorable for crop growth. Reading such descriptions, Sonia secretly wondered, did the Senate have weather observation stations in the Hualien and Taidong regions? It seemed not. Then where did they get this data? Continuing to read, next came information about the indigenous people. Currently, the indigenous inhabitants living in the Taidong longitudinal valley are the Amis people. Among them, the southern Amis call themselves Amis, while the northern ones call themselves Panka. It's generally believed that the Amis living here are currently the most numerous among Taiwan's indigenous peoples, and their origins may trace back 3,000 years. The Taidong longitudinal valley is the birthplace of the Amis in Taiwan. Therefore, one theory holds they may have arrived in Taiwan by navigating across the Pacific. At 121, 30 degrees east longitude, 26 degrees north latitude on the Wu Terrace, there remain 2 large stone pillars. According to Ami's legend, these are relics left by their ancestors, called sapat. According to on-site investigation, these stone pillars are Neolithic remains, 8 meters high, 2.3 meters wide, 1 meter thick. Their upper ends have carved traces of building construction, traditionally said to be the former Amis chief's residence. This site is distributed in roughly an elliptical shape, ranging about 600 meters north-south and about 400 meters east-west. Within the area, large stone pillars, yang stones, and yin stones are scattered throughout. Regarding their origin, local Amis have many legends. The accepted one is the legend of their ancestors, as follows. In ancient times, the siblings Nako and Sira, to escape a flood, rode in a pig trough and drifted to the top of Xiangyunsha mountain. The two married and lived and farmed there. But this place had many snakes and wasn't suitable for settlement, so they descended the mountain and moved to Xiangyunsha. But this place lacked arable land and couldn't support them. Finally, they moved to their current Kimi village and settled. The stone pillars remaining on the mountain east of Wu village on Xiangyunsha mountain are relics of their house pillars from that time. Another flood legend. Another sibling marriage after a flood. Sonia thought. Similar stories existed among many ethnic groups in various places she had surveyed. Could this be a genuine memory of ancient humanity? The notebook contained simple maps and relevant natural history illustration indexes, but Sonia hadn't seen them earlier. They probably hadn't been drawn yet. After all, there were still too few professional illustrators. She really wanted to see natural history illustrations of the stone pillars and the site. In her heart, she harbored an unrealistic fantasy. If she could take these to the guild in Lisbon to publish, what high honor could she win? Of course, it wasn't just this. Any one of the remote survey team's reports would be enough to make her famous throughout European natural history circles. the pioneer of Far East expeditions. The Amis are a matrilineal society. Family affairs are centered on women and handled by women. Family property is passed down through the maternal line, but in external affairs, men are still dominant. In the tribe, matters big and small are planned and executed by age-based groups composed of tribal men. Each tribe has its own chief and headman, but their social hierarchy isn't strict. The tribal headman isn't hereditary but elected. There's no aristocratic class in the tribe either. The elected headman has considerable authority in the tribe. Besides representing the tribe in dealings with other tribes, he has jurisdiction over any disputes in the tribe, and tribal members must respect the headman's decisions. Sonia read the notes hungrily. Although this was a survey report, not a literary work, and she still had to frequently consult the dictionary while reading, to her it was more attractive than any literary work. She wanted to finish it in one sitting. Not until the wall clock struck 3 did Sonia reluctantly put down the notebook. Time had really flown. It was already so late, and her work hadn't even begun yet. If she got home late that night, the baby would fuss and cry again. Although her daughter had been weaned, this was the time she was most attached to her mother. I must manage to leave on time today, she silently resolved. Then she put the notebook in the locked security cabinet. These materials couldn't be taken home. Losing them was a serious incident, even if she was a senator's maid. Sonia pulled herself together. She took her personal tool bag from the shelf and left the office, heading downstairs. The specimen storage was in the museum's wing building. She didn't take the large external staircase, but directly opened a door in the corridor, going down an internal staff staircase to the first floor. Then she passed through a corridor and came to the wing building. The wing building was the museum's large workshop. Specimen storage and preparation were both in this unassuming 2-story annex. The basement and first floor were the museum's storage rooms. The second floor was the specimen preparation room. End of chapter. Chapter 24:32. Sonia IX. Though the wing building appeared modest from outside, its interior surpassed even the main building in both decoration and amenities. To maintain comfortable temperatures year-round, it featured the same reinforced exterior insulation as the main building, supplemented by an underground air energy circulation system. Whether during the scorching summer or the mild winter, the climate inside remained pleasant. Every surface, floors and walls alike, was tiled for easy cleaning. The basement housed a small cold storage room with an ammonia refrigeration system for freezing and preserving certain specimens. Sonia showed her pass to the entrance guard, then proceeded to the changing room. There she donned a white lab coat, cap, mask, and indoor slippers, standard precautions against bacteria or viruses that specimens might carry. Unlike the bustling exhibition halls, the wing building contained only storage rooms and workrooms of various sizes connected by corridors. A chill greeted her the moment she stepped inside, and she encountered almost no one along the way. She made her way to a first-floor specimen storage room where items transferred from various locations awaited review. Several apprentices were clustered around a table, surrounded by specimens wrapped in paper bags that filled both the floor and shelves. Teacher Xiu, one of her apprentices, hurried over to greet her. "You're finally here. We have far too many specimens awaiting decisions. We can't make up our minds." "Hello, Dawn." This female apprentice was named Zhu Wenjing. Given Sonia's struggles with Chinese, correctly pronouncing both Zhu and Jing proved challenging, so she had simplified the name to just Dawn. She had another female apprentice named Zhu Wenyi whom she called Ziowen. They, in turn, didn't call her Sonia or the more cumbersome Sonia Lily Sharper, but simply Teacher Xiu. Several other senators' apprentices were also present. Among them was one who made Sonia's heart race every time she saw him, the most handsome man she had ever encountered. His name was a savvy Amxian, a beautiful young man from the Caucasus Mountains. Kui Yunhong found the name difficult to pronounce and had simply renamed him Qixi. Xuexi had arrived in Lingao around the same time as Sonia, and his appearance had caused an immediate sensation among the senators, an impact probably rivaling Sonia's own spectacular debut. Even the male senators had to acknowledge this young man's extraordinary handsomeness. Reportedly, when Zhang Daicheng later heard about him, he too had revealed an expression of discontent. Though Cui Yunhong doted on him, his social position remained inevitably awkward. After careful consideration, Cui Yunhong had decided to send him to study natural history illustration. This way, he could at least establish connections within the survey department. And so Xuexi became Valentina's classmate. Xuexi himself seemed untroubled by his status, pleased even. People later learned that slave traders had originally selected him with plans to castrate him and sell him to Ottoman Turkish nobles as a eunuch. Now, at least, a savvy Amshian could exist in male form. When he eventually grew a full beard and his figure lost its youthful beauty, his master would naturally release him. According to the customs of many Near and Middle Eastern countries, important men's favorites often rose to become generals, ministers, or other prominent figures. At the moment, the Caucasian youth sat before several glass jars, carefully sketching something in his notebook. He possessed genuine artistic talent. Trini praised him highly, believing that with proper cultivation, he could become a professional artist. Sonia followed Zhu Wenjing to the table, where several specimens lay waiting. Despite her mask, a putrid, moldy smell assaulted her nostrils. All taxidermy specimens transferred here had to spend 72 hours in the basement's ammonia-refrigerated cold storage at -20 degrees before entering the specimen room. This ultra-low temperature treatment killed any insects and eggs that might be present on the specimens and suppressed bacterial growth. Only then were they sent here for inspection. Nearest to her was a python specimen in a resting posture, coiled on a tree trunk. This was a smaller python, about 2 meters long, but the skin already showed obvious signs of decay. Insect damage had left holes of various sizes, and through these gaps she could see the rice straw stuffing, now turned black. Sonia picked up a bamboo probe and gently poked the specimen. The python's skin immediately tore open. She shook her head. No use. She stamped "Destroy" in red on the specimen card. The next item was a mustelid. Sonia recognized it at once as Hainan's unique yellow-throated marten. She had been present when it was collected in Wanning, and had been delighted to acquire this subspecies found only on Hainan Island. However, this specimen was now covered in mold spots. In places the fur had fallen off in patches, and the skin showed signs of cracking, clearly a case of poor preservation. Sonia sighed. The Hainan yellow-throated marten was exceedingly rare, found only in large forests. Collecting one required penetrating deep into the mountainous heart of Hainan Island. Entering those mountains still carried significant risks. In the past, each survey team expedition required an escort from the Limiao mountain troops, a major operation by any measure. The yellow-throated marten was cautious and secretive by nature, skilled at climbing trees. Among southern mustelids, it was the species most fond of arboreal life. The population was small and sightings during surveys were rare. Collecting one depended entirely on luck. She switched to a fresh bamboo probe and tested the specimen. The skin still had some elasticity and she found no decay. If the mold spots could be removed, repair remained possible. She would attempt to salvage it. After all, collection had been no easy feat. Keep this one. With repairs, it should still be usable. The next specimen was enormous. A marlin caught several years ago by the Navy's fishing team from Sanya. The specimen measured about 4.5 meters in total length. At the time, Wang Liubin in Sanya had recognized its potential as a specimen and ordered the fish skin and fins completely stripped, preserved with ice blocks, and sent to Lingao for preparation. The specimen was generally intact, without mold spots, though covered in dust. The fish skin showed visible cracking, breaking, and peeling, with bones poking through in places. But when she touched it, she found the skin mostly sound, with no signs of decay or insect damage. After simple repairs, this fish could continue to be exhibited. "This one has the mildest problems," Sonia explained to her apprentices as she probed. "Specimens stored too long typically develop similar issues. The cause is straightforward. The skin repeatedly shrinks and expands with changes in humidity, eventually cracking and suffering damage. Taxidermied skin becomes thinner and more brittle over time. After drying, the skin's tension increases, lacking the suppleness of living tissue. Multiple wet-dry cycles cause cracking, breaking, and peeling, leading to deformation, color loss, and stuffing material showing through. See here," she pointed with the probe at a rupture in the fish skin. "There's obvious deformation. First deformation, then rupture. If not repaired quickly, these gaps will rapidly expand, inviting further insect damage or mold." Dawn and Xiaoyan nodded in unison. "So our repair approach is also straightforward. As long as there's no skin weathering or decay, it can still be repaired. In a moment, we'll work on this marlin together." The overall condition of the taxidermy specimens fell short of ideal, though this was within Sonia's expectations. She had visited both Fenshenghe's specimen room and the survey team's storage. Conditions in both were poor, and problems were inevitable. The fluid-preserved specimens fared somewhat better. Though formalin hadn't been available in the early days, small animals, plants, and insects soaked in high concentration, alcohol had remained roughly intact. Most hadn't decayed or fallen apart. The only issue was that the alcohol in the older specimens had begun turning yellow and cloudy, requiring replacement. The dry and wax specimens presented a wildly varied picture. Some were well preserved, with flowers and leaves retaining their complete coloration. Others had dried and shriveled, crumbling to fragments at a touch. Still others had already molded and spoiled. Some entire boxes of insect specimens, despite intact packaging with undamaged sealing wax, had shattered and disintegrated inside. The best preserved specimens came from Bern General Hospital, both skeletal and fluid preparations. On one hand, the doctors had been more rigorous when making specimens, preferring not to attempt them when conditions weren't met. On the other hand, their storage conditions far exceeded Fenshenghe's. For the apprentices, this was their first close encounter with various human body parts and skeletons. The visual and conceptual impact proved powerful. Some of the more timid ones initially couldn't even bring themselves to look, approaching only after the senator's encouragement. By comparison, Sonia felt quite at ease with such things. These collections were common in Europe. Deformed fetuses and other unusual human specimens often commanded high prices and were treasured by collectors as prized curiosities. The Australians, however, showed little interest in collecting deformed specimens. Most transferred items consisted of human organ preparations or diseased tissue samples preserved in fluid. These specimens were well made, all soaked in high-purity alcohol or formalin. The vast majority remained in good condition. Only a small number showed tissue dispersion or liquid discoloration. These could be set aside for now. Sonia examined each specimen while stamping cards, dictating conditions and comments for Dawn to record. She estimated about half the damaged specimens could be repaired. However, the Natural History Museum was severely understaffed. Without senators coming to help, only she and her 2 apprentices were available for the work, and there was no telling how long repairs would take. In the basement, a pile of animal specimens still awaited preparation. End of chapter. Chapter 24:33. Sonia X. "Let's start by repairing this marlin specimen," Sonia said, deciding to begin with the fish. The marlin presented the simplest repair challenge, not only saving time but also providing good hands-on practice for the apprentices. The apprentices gathered around. As future staff of the remote survey team and Natural History Museum, learning to make and repair specimens was fundamental to their professional training. The marlin's main problem was skin cracking, caused by excessive drying of the leather. The first task was restoring the skin's elasticity. Sonia used a duster to remove the accumulated dust from the specimen, then had her two apprentices carefully brush away surface grime with fine bristled brushes. "Leave the stubborn dirt for now," she instructed. "When we do the surface softening treatment, we can use water to remove it." Once the dust was cleared, Sonia had the apprentices bring clean cloth strips. After soaking them thoroughly in water, they wrapped the entire specimen. This step allowed the skin to absorb moisture, softening it and restoring some of its natural tension. How long this process needed depended entirely on the restorer's personal experience. Sonia had some experience repairing fish skin taxidermy and set a timer on the specimen room's alarm clock. "The skin still needs time to absorb moisture. While we wait, let's begin preparing a new specimen," she gestured to Dawn. "Bring collection specimen 171. The specimen she intended to prepare was a bird recently collected from the Taiwan expedition, the Taiwan blue magpie. She displayed a natural history illustration of the Taiwan blue magpie on the easel. This was collected in the mountains of the Taedong longitudinal valley. It's a species endemic to Taiwan Island. Latin scientific name, Uricissa caerulea. Classification, Neoanithe subclass, Corvidae family, Uricissa genus, Taiwan blue magpie species. Everyone come closer to look. The picture is rather small." The group gathered around as Sonia continued. "In this natural history illustration, you can clearly see that the Taiwan blue magpie's head, face, neck, throat, and chest are all black. Yellow irises surround black pupils. The beak and legs are bright red. The visible upper body and lower abdomen are vivid blue. It has 12 tail feathers. The two longest have blue bases with white tips. The rest have black bases with white tips, arranged symmetrically. The lower abdomen and undertail coverts are grayish-white. Its tail feathers are particularly long, accounting for 2/3 of the total body length. Like all corvid birds, the Taiwan blue magpie has a noisy disposition with coarse, clamorous calls. When flying, they generally proceed in straight lines, often moving in pairs or small groups. They're widely distributed across Taiwan Island, with specimens collected at multiple locations. They typically inhabit lower mountain forests and are rarely seen on the plains." Sonia spoke with the confidence of an experienced university professor, though she had never formally taught classes before. She had mentored one apprentice back home, but only informally. After all, she had been too young for anything official. Openly taking apprentices would have given her guild colleagues an impression of arrogance. After arriving in Lingao, influenced and encouraged by Lin Hanlong, she had gradually begun teaching professional knowledge to others. Once she gained reasonable mastery of Chinese, most of her spare time was spent either taking or giving classes. Her teaching experience had steadily accumulated. "This blue magpie is really beautiful," a girl interjected. "Indeed, the blue magpie's appearance is certainly striking. Like other corvids, it's quite intelligent. It can be domesticated as an ornamental bird, though its call is rather unpleasant." "Then why doesn't our museum raise a few live ones? They'd be more lifelike than looking at specimens or pictures. And we wouldn't need to repair specimens." The apprentices, mostly female, quickly fell into lively chatter. "Raising live animals is the zoo's business. We're not a zoo," Sonia said. "Perhaps one will be established in Lingao someday." She steered the conversation back on track. According to observations from several expeditions, Taiwan blue magpies have fierce personalities and like to gather in groups, often moving in small flocks. When flying, they form a line. Flocked birds stay together year-round, are strongly territorial, and will drive away birds of other species that intrude. While she spoke, Dawn had brought over the collection specimen. The Taiwan blue magpie lay in a large lidded enamel basin. Sonia put on gloves and carefully transferred the body from the dish to the tile preparation table. Everyone can first observe the Taiwan blue magpie's physical characteristics, then compare with other Uricissa genus birds. Xiangyunsha immediately displayed natural history illustrations of the other 5 blue magpie species, material Sonia had prepared in advance for today's lesson. Before making the specimen, we first measure its dimensions. The measurement standards for bird anatomy are as follows. Body length is measured from beak tip to tail end. Culmen length is the straight line distance from where feathers begin at the beak base to the upper mandible tip. Wing length is measured from wrist to longest flight feather tip. Tail length is the straight line distance from tail feather base to longest tail feather tip. Tarsus length is measured from the midpoint at the back of the tibiotarsal joint to the lower edge of the lowest complete scale at the front of the tarsometatarsal middle toe joint. She unfurled a tape measure and recorded the specimen's dimensions in sequence. Body length 64.5 centimeters, wingspan 20.3 centimeters, tail length 39.7 centimeters. As she dictated the numbers, Xiaoyan began recording the production log. Before we start, we need to complete preparatory work. First, protective measures, Sonia said. All birds and beasts carry parasites, bacteria, and viruses, some of which can be transmitted to humans. That's why we wear these white lab coats, gloves, masks, and other protective equipment. Please check your protection again. Rustling sounds filled the room. Then silence returned. This time we're making a bird specimen. The collection specimen has already undergone 72 hours of low-temperature refrigeration and 24 hours of insecticide solution soaking, fully eliminating attached bacteria and parasites. She spread the blue magpie on the preparation table. Now we begin the first step, separating skin from flesh. Please pay close attention. She placed the sterilized, de-insected bird belly up on the work table, parted the chest to abdomen feathers to either side, then raised a sharp scalpel and made a decisive incision at the chest. The cut followed the midline all the way to the abdomen, creating a shallow surface opening. Note the depth when cutting. You cannot cut too deep or you'll open the abdomen directly. Abdominal contents leaking out would contaminate the skin and feathers. The depth should roughly be just enough to open the epidermis. Stop about 1 to 2 centimeters from the anus. She lifted the epidermal layer with tweezers, held the skin layer firmly, and bit by bit separated flesh from skin and fur. When skinning, technique must be gentle. With bird pelts, be especially careful. The appearance depends primarily on the feathers, so you must never damage them during skinning. As the separation progressed, blood began flowing from the bird, along with excretions from the anus. Dawn stood ready, continuously dabbing with absorbent paper. Pay special attention to keeping things clean. Feather contamination affects the final appearance. Sonia's fingers moved with agility and strength, her movements steady and swift, making the work look effortless. Where joints or adhesions were tight, she picked up the scalpel and separated while cutting. Starting from the chest and abdomen, she worked toward head and tail respectively. At the shoulders, she first separated the wing root skin and fur, used scissors to cut away wing root muscles and the joint, then continued toward the wing tip until no muscle tissue remained, cutting bone and muscle together with scissors. At the legs, she first separated the leg root skin and fur, used scissors to cut muscles and joints, then continued toward the front of the leg until no muscle tissue remained, again cutting bone and muscle together. Near the tail, she paused temporarily, using absorbent paper to clean blood and fat from between subcutaneous tissue and muscle. Care was essential here. Stripping too far risked damaging the tail and cloaca, causing tail feather loss and excrement and fat seepage. She stripped only to near the tail root, leaving some muscle tissue behind, then turned to stripping the upper skin. Head skin was particularly challenging. She worked more carefully until the entire head skin and fur was stripped off, leaving only the smallest connection where the beak attached. Then she picked up scissors and cleanly cut right at the beak's base. A complete Taiwan blue magpie bird skin now lay spread flat on the preparation table. The apprentices had watched with intense concentration. At every critical point, they involuntarily held their breath. At such moments, the entire preparation room fell silent as a grave. When each challenge was successfully resolved, everyone exhaled together. Sonia picked up the scalpel, cleanly severed the now fully skinned bird head and placed it in a small porcelain bowl. If conditions permit, retain the skull. This way, when making the specimen, the head has a basic support structure with better restoration, but proper preservation treatment is essential. She used the scalpel to remove brain tissue, eyes, tongue, and muscle from the bird's skull. "Take this to boil and remove the flesh from the bone," she instructed Dawn. Then, picking up the pelt, she continued, "After the pelt is stripped, the second step is washing. Use soapberry powder mixed with clean water, that's all." She immersed the pelt in the enamel basin and gently rubbed and washed. Both inside and outside must be cleaned. Also inspect the skin layer. If residual muscle tissue remains, continue removing it. Be careful not to use too much force or the feathers will fall off. After washing, Sonia hung the blue magpie's pelt on a special rack in a shaded area to drip dry naturally. Stripped pelts easily lost moisture and hardened, affecting later work. They couldn't be left too long. Stripping was typically done in the morning, and after washing and drying until afternoon, stuffing proceeded. It was already past 4 p.m. She would have to work overtime again today. End of chapter. Chapter 24:34. Sonia XI. Fortunately, this interval wouldn't be wasted. It could be used to continue repairing the marlin specimen. But before that, she still had natural history knowledge to impart. She deftly opened the fully skinned bird body and extracted the stomach and crop. A powerful stench filled the room. Even masks couldn't block it, and the apprentices frowned and covered their noses. "Very smelly, isn't it?" Sonia said. "When making specimens, if conditions permit, we should always dissect the stomach, crop, cheek pouches, and other food storage organs. This reveals what the animal's main food sources are, valuable information for understanding its habits and habitat." She carefully cut open the crop and poured out a pile of blackish food fragments. The contents were still relatively intact, showing both insects and plant seeds. "Everyone take a look. Can you identify roughly what kinds of seeds and insects are present?" Sonia used small tweezers to separate the food fragments. Then she cut open the stomach pouch as well. The intense rotting stench sent apprentices who had approached stepping back again. Sonia acted as though she smelled nothing, spreading the contents on the enamel dish. The stomach's contents had become semi-paste, and most were unrecognizable. But after spreading them out and looking carefully, some undigested food fragments remained visible. "Everyone look. How many kinds of insects and plants can you identify?" The apprentices gathered around the two enamel basins, doing their best to endure the foul odor while carefully examining the contents. "There are beetles, but I can't tell what kind." "Correct." Sonia nodded, separating out the beetle remains. "Snail." "That one's too easy. The snail shell is completely intact." Sonia laughed. "Cricket." "You identified that from its leg, right?" The apprentices chattered away, identifying quite a few insect types, but no one could identify the plants. Understandably, these seeds, even undigested, showed a semi-decayed state with significant changes to color and shape, making them difficult to recognize. Sonia herself couldn't identify many either. If she could borrow her master's microscope, she should be able to distinguish more details. But the optical factory's microscopes remained in short supply. Non-productive departments, like the Natural History Museum, had to wait in long queues even after submitting purchase requests. The one in Sonia's research room was something Lin Hanlong had obtained through connections as a birthday gift. But Sonia didn't intend to bring this reeking pile of contents back to her research room. She had too many things on her plate and couldn't spare time to research blue magpies. "This looks like animal limbs." Valentina suddenly spoke up. She used tweezers to extract a small bone-like object. "It is indeed animal bone," Sonia confirmed after examining it. "Probably part of a limb bone from some amphibian or reptile. I can't specifically identify which for now, but based on the food preferences of other corvid birds, it should be lizard or frog. So they eat a very varied diet." "Correct. Corvid birds are extremely omnivorous. Though they mainly consume animal foods like insects, They also eat plant fruits, seeds, and grains. Common animal prey includes click beetles, scarab beetle, locusts, grasshoppers, flies, katydids, crickets, beetles, lepidopteran larvae, and other insects. They also eat spiders, snails, worms, fireflies, frogs, lizards, nestlings, bird eggs, and other small invertebrates and vertebrates. Sonia recited information from ornithology with ease. Of course, she wasn't merely repeating what she'd read. She had dissected quite a few corvid birds and verified these observations through experiments. Blue magpies, being corvids, shouldn't differ much. Finally, by identifying food fragments and residue, they calculated the diet composition. Plant fruits at 33.8%, amphibians and reptiles at 32.4%, insects at 22.5%, other small birds at 7%, and unidentifiable material at 4.3%. After describing the blue magpie's diet, the marlin's moistening time had elapsed. Sonia had them bring the specimen back. The wet cloth had already been removed earlier, allowing the surface moisture to partially air-dry. Xiaowen brought Sonia's toolbox. Sonia felt the fish skin at various points and judged it sufficiently softened. When repairing specimens, we first restore them to their original state. Broken places need patching. Sunken places need restuffing. If the stuffing shows signs of mold or insects, old stuffing must be removed and replaced. She then began repairs. Repairing specimens was painstaking work. She first adjusted the internal support structure according to the damage, then sprinkled camphor powder on degreased kapok to stuff broken and sunken areas. Next, she pinned the edges of cracked skin with small nails, a particularly difficult step because the softened skin would gradually lose moisture again, requiring many damaged places to be temporarily clamped with special boards for shaping. Where skin was missing and couldn't be nailed or sewn, Sonia had no choice but to use special paper skin patches. Whenever possible, avoid patching, Sonia explained. Whether leather or paper, its strength differs from fish skin. Shrinkage rates vary when wet or dry, and breaks occur easily. If we had marlin skin, wouldn't that work? One apprentice suggested. Same marlin skin, same shrinkage rate. You're right, but we don't have any, Sonia agreed. My family's master works at the fishing company. We could ask him to save the fish skins. The way you put it, it'd be simpler to just catch a new marlin. Besides, the fishing company doesn't skin fish anyway. That's the seafood processing plant's job. Sonia gestured for everyone to stop discussing. During the interval while the skin dried, she would start making the Taiwan blue magpie. She put on gloves and carefully removed a glass bottle bearing a black skull. This is preservative paste, a highly toxic preservative that we commonly use when making specimens. Its active ingredient in Chinese is called arsenic. It's actually an arsenic-containing compound, extremely poisonous. If you accidentally get it on your lips, you'll be meeting God in less than a minute. She opened the lid and carefully scooped out some paste with a bamboo scraper. A strange odor spread through the air. Sonia spread out the bird skin and carefully applied the preservative paste to its inner surface. Then she hung it up to air briefly before beginning the making process. The second important step in making taxidermy specimens is constructing the support frame. The frame material is this galvanized iron wire, soft enough yet with sufficient strength. Sonia picked up a bundle of Australian galvanized iron wire. This is Australian wire, galvanized for corrosion resistance, especially useful for our specimen work. She explained that wire selection should be based on bird size to determine the appropriate gauge. Generally, it should be able to support the entire bird specimen. Wire too thin can't support the bird's body and makes shaping difficult. Wire too thick makes frame building, threading, and shaping laborious. Small birds use 26 to 24 gauge wire. Large birds use 8 to 10 gauge. The commonly used range is 20 to 10 gauge. For blue magpies being larger small birds, we can use 20 gauge. Sonia extracted a roll of wire and needle-nose pliers from the bundle. These Australian tools, she genuinely found them easy to use. First, we build the support frame. Before building, we need a basic plan. What posture will the specimen have? For birds, there are two basic poses, standing and flying. If subdivided, there are more. The specific pose can reference natural history illustrations or be decided based on the stripped skin's condition. Today, we'll do the simplest standing pose. She picked up the wire, measured dimensions, then cut 3 pieces. She used a file to smooth both ends of each wire piece. The cut wire ends will be rather sharp. File them first to avoid piercing the leather when threading and possibly piercing your hand too. She picked up 1 wire. Frame building generally uses 3 wires. The first goes from head to left foot. At this point, the specimen's belly faces up. She gestured with the bird skin. The wire should extend 3-4 centimeters beyond the beak and exceed the foot by 5-6 centimeters. She began threading the wire through the leather. Movements must be gentle, don't use force. Otherwise, the skin tears easily. After threading the first wire, the second was done the same way, from left wing to right foot. The third wire went from right wing to tail. This wire should extend 5-6 centimeters beyond the tail bone. Species with especially long tail feathers, like this Taiwan blue magpie, the tail wire should be made into a Y shape. Sonia threaded all 3 wires, carefully held the middle of all 3 in her hand, and gently straightened both wings and both feet to make both sides symmetrical. Then she bent the wires from the middle. Dawn quickly handed her a short wire to tie tight from the middle, then separated and arranged them. Though not yet stuffed, the skin and feathers supported by the wires hung on the frame in a grotesque form, but one could already discern this was a bird. The frame is now complete. Next is stuffing, Sonia said. After the frame is threaded, stuffing must proceed quickly. We can't wait for the feathers to completely dry. Right now, the bird's feathers are still slightly damp. If they dry completely, they become very difficult to groom into shape. For stuffing specimens, Fenshenghe used to use rice straw for animal specimens. The results were poor. Rice straw easily corroded, attracted insects, and molded. It also easily damaged the leather, and stuffing fullness and stability were inadequate, so they had switched to degreased kapok. End of chapter. Chapter 24:35. Sonia XII. Sonia reinserted the freshly degreased blue magpie skull back into the skin pouch and carefully adjusted its position. Then she took out another box. This is camphor powder, a natural spice with strong insect-repelling properties. The one I'm using happens to come from Taiwan, she explained. We've already treated the bird skin with arsenic paste for preservation, but the degreased kapok also needs treatment to prevent insect damage. She spread the degreased kapok flat on the operating table, sprinkled a layer of camphor powder over it, then gripped one side with tweezers, rolled it tight, and began stuffing the bird skin. When stuffing, follow the order of head, neck, wings, chest, legs, abdomen, tail. Stuff bit by bit, making each part full, but don't overstuff either. She emphasized the importance of grasping the bird's form in its natural state and stuffing according to that natural shape, paying special attention to the natural history illustration as reference. If you don't have a detailed reference image, it's best not to make taxidermy specimens. Otherwise, the animal you stuff will be severely distorted, a completely different creature. Then she continued guiding while stuffing. Places with more muscle tissue in the specimen can receive more stuffing. The chest and abdomen should be stuffed solid. The neck gets less, but gaps cannot be left. If not packed firmly, sunken areas will appear after the specimen completely dries, affecting its appearance. She explained while stuffing, her movements skilled and confident. The apprentices clicked their tongues in admiration. But for Sonia, making specimens was fundamental work, and conditions here in Lingao were considerably better than what she was used to. After stuffing was complete, the blue magpie's form had been basically restored. She used pins to secure the openings in the bird's skin together one by one. Don't rush to sew the opening now. The feather condition hasn't recovered yet. After grooming the feathers, we'll observe the stuffing effect. Unsatisfactory areas can be corrected. Only after complete satisfaction do we sew with needle and thread. According to the Australian specimen-making method, Sonia had learned, after stuffing was complete, a hair dryer should be used to blow-dry the specimen's fur and restore its fluffy texture. Though hair dryers seemed to have no technical barriers, they still presented some difficulties in the Senate's industrial system. This device had never been mass-produced. Instead, specimen making used a fully automatic baking oven that slowly dried the fur through low-temperature radiation. To prevent feathers from scorching during prolonged baking, the specimen was fixed on a turntable constantly rotated at low speed by hand using a handle. This almost Turkish doner kebab style of drying required great patience, otherwise, feathers easily scorched. Sonia handed the specimen to Dawn and Xiaowen for baking, while seizing the time to complete the final steps of repairing the marlin specimen. The marlin specimen was now basically dry. She inspected various parts for any remaining damage, then began scraping latex at the skin's pinned joints to cover the nail heads. When applying latex, definitely be careful to use small amounts, repeatedly applying and then scraping. Don't apply too much at once. Scrape repeatedly multiple times. Avoid surface depressions from latex setting in one go. The function is like a carpenter applying putty, filling gaps, making it flush with the surrounding skin. After latex scraping is done, we just need to wait quietly for the latex to dry and set. Sonia put down her tools. The final work is coloring the repaired areas. This isn't work I'm skilled at. Tomorrow a savvy will handle it. After the marlin specimen was moved away, the blue magpie specimen with dried feathers was brought back. The blue magpie specimen began its final steps, shaping and grooming. Bird specimens' main poses are only flying and standing. But when shaping, based on the collected specimen's condition and needs, further scene-based subdivisions can be made on these two basic postures: surveying, foraging, seeking mates, and other pose variations. Sonia decided against an overly complex pose, just the simplest standing posture. She fixed the blue magpie specimen on a section of preservation-treated tree branch according to the pre-selected form, added wooden frame support, then made posture fine-tuning. Finally, she secured everything with wire. At last, she selected a pair of appropriately sized and colored glass eyes from a multi-drawer cabinet resembling a treasure chest, and carefully installed them into the blue magpie specimen's empty eye sockets. Because the skull was stuffed inside, the eyes fit into the skull's sockets with excellent effect. A lifelike blue magpie specimen was thus born. Sonia carefully groomed the specimen's feathers, still collecting fallen feathers and placing them in a special craft paper pouch. Although the specimen is now finished, we still need daily observation. Deformed, twisted, discolored, and feather loss areas can be promptly corrected, painted, and have feathers glued on. After 1 week, the specimen will completely dry, and then we attach the label with scientific name, characteristics, and habits. Thus, the specimen is complete. Sonia examined it with considerable satisfaction. Does everyone now understand how to make specimens? This is too complicated. You need incredibly deft hands to do this. And extreme patience. I definitely forget many steps. Teacher Suo, how can you multitask like this? The apprentices fell into lively discussion. Sonia didn't participate further. After a few perfunctory words, she hurried back to her own research room. The watch hands were already approaching 6 o'clock. Just as Sonia was preparing to pack up and leave, Dawn delivered a new memorandum. Sending a memorandum this late, she grumbled, picking up the envelope. Grumbling aside, official documents had to be opened and read immediately. Lin Hanlong had repeatedly emphasized this to her. On the envelope's sealing wax was stamped a senator's coat of arms. Though Sonia couldn't possibly remember every senator's heraldic pattern, she did know the common elements of senator coats of arms. Without doubt, this was a private memorandum from some senator. Who could it be? Sonia grew curious. Her reputation in the Senate was considerable. Almost every senator knew her, even recognized her. But her actual interactions with senators weren't extensive. mainly limited to several from the science department's remote survey department and a few from the industrial sector who worked on optical equipment. But the sender's name, Du Yibin, she not only didn't know, she had never even heard of him. An unfamiliar senator, why would he send her a memorandum? From the official document file number, this wasn't sent solely to her. It had also been sent to several other senators connected to the Natural History Museum. With curiosity, Sonia broke the sealing wax and took out the letter inside. The letter began with a self-introduction. Honestly, Sonia didn't quite understand it. To ensure her comprehension was correct, she called in Zhu Wenyi and had her read it aloud. Zhu Wenyi picked up the memorandum and hesitated. "Teacher Xu, this is a private memorandum." "So what? Private memoranda can only be seen by the addressee. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to look." "What does that matter? It's about official business anyway. Besides, my Chinese reading isn't good." Sonia dismissed the concern. "Go on, read it." Zhu Wenyi had no choice but to begin. The letter opened with a passage expressing admiration for Sonia, but the grammar was confused and jumbled, and some vocabulary was quite inappropriate. Zhu Wenyi was sweating as she read. She feared this was a romantic admiration letter from some senator who didn't know better. Reading it would surely bring her terrible luck. But then she reconsidered. Memoranda had to leave copies at the general office. Though called private, it was really just private opinion, not truly private correspondence. Her heart settled somewhat. "What is this writing?" Sonia frowned. "He greatly admires me, says I have beauty and knowledge combined. As beautiful as a fish sinking to the bottom and saying I shot a wild goose. I have indeed collected wild goose specimens, but not while it was flying." "Why, yes, that's what it means," Zhu Wenyi said carefully. "The fish and wild goose are just metaphors." "Oh, I understand now, figurative expression." Sonia nodded. Then, Zhu Wenyi looked at the second paragraph and muttered to herself. This Senator Du rambled on introducing himself, with lengthy passages about how he loved natural history and had considerable experience in raising and breeding animals, as well as deep understanding of and strong interest in animal habits. If he's so interested, why not go feed pigs at the farm? Zhu Wenyi grumbled internally. She wondered if this Senator Du was trying to suggest he shared interests with Teacher Xu. This could be very problematic. Yet the foreign woman seemed completely oblivious. Hearing these words, her face actually lit up with a smile as she praised. "So he's also a gentleman who loves natural history. This is wonderful. It seems he knows more about zoology. And can raise animals. That's not simple." The next paragraph made Zhu Wenyi breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out this Senator Du Yibin was writing to propose establishing a small zoo within the Natural History Museum to raise representative rare animals. Then he listed a lengthy roster of names, all animals Zhu Wenyi had never heard of. Some names sounded very strange, like dodo bird, elephant bird, giant tortoise, and so on. He then wrote lengthy passages about these creatures' habitats and current situations. Chief Du specifically noted that many animals are already in critical danger. He seemed quite anxious about it. Though Zhu Wenyi felt this Chief Du's writing wasn't particularly impressive, Teacher Xu clearly didn't mind. Especially when hearing the third paragraph's descriptions of various animals, her face revealed a mixed expression of delight and curiosity. This paragraph seemed very much to her taste. End of chapter. Chapter 24:36. Sonia XIII. "This gentleman's idea is quite good," Sonia said. "A small zoo for collecting rare animals. An excellent idea." Collecting rare animals had been a modest hobby among European upper-class society from the 17th to 19th centuries. However, raising animals proved even more challenging than making specimens. Rare birds and exotic beasts, obtained with great difficulty and transported through countless hardships to nobles' courts and mansions, often died soon after arrival. At the time, there was no zoo science or systematic veterinary medicine, no experience whatsoever in artificially raising wild animals. Mortality rates ran very high. Even African lions, now standard equipment for modern zoos, were difficult to keep alive in this era. After arriving in Lingao and witnessing all manner of Australian miracles, Sonia naturally assumed the Australians must possess unique expertise in animal husbandry as well. The letter went on to mention that Senator Du had already privately commissioned VOC and BEIC merchants to collect rare birds and beasts from their trading destinations during commerce. After they arrived, the purchase funds would come from his own pocket, but he needed the museum's help with making specimens and raising them. Such generous donations we naturally accept with utmost gratitude. Zhu Wenyi couldn't help interjecting. Making specimens is straightforward enough, but raising animals, doesn't that require Senate approval? Where would we get the budget? Oh, right, I forgot. Only then did Sonia remember she was just a researcher. The executive director was Cui Yunhong. Ziowen helped me draft a reply. The gist, thank him for his letter. I think this proposal has great merit, but it requires Senate approval. Otherwise, we cannot accept animal husbandry. We also lack dedicated animal keepers. All this needs to be submitted to the Senate. Making specimens is no problem, as long as the animals he sends are suitable. Zhu Wenyi acknowledged the request, noting the key points in her pocket notebook. Sonia stretched. I'm heading home. The wrap-up work is yours. Go ahead, the baby is waiting. She's not waiting for me at all. She's already weaned. Though Sonia said this, she still quickly packed up her bag and left. Zhu Wenyi and Zhu Wenjing began tidying up the research room. Since no work had been done there that day, cleaning was easy. The two finished quickly. The wall clock had already passed 6:30. Let's go eat. The Natural History Museum had a very small establishment with no cafeteria. Naturalized citizen staff received meal subsidies to eat outside on their own. Fortunately, there were many naturalized citizens earning wages locally, forming a substantial salaried class. A thriving tertiary industry had developed to serve them. The food service industry, satisfying the most basic need of eating, was rich and diverse in Lingao, the world's best, one could say. These two apprentices at the Natural History Museum, on the Senate's payroll, held an official rank of administrative level 14 staff, the lowest level, receiving the minimum level 29 salary. But as single women with no parents to support and no children to raise, living in civil servant collective dormitories without paying rent, every penny they earned was theirs to spend. Naturally, they wouldn't shortchange themselves on food. Today I want to eat something good. Go to the usual place. Let's go to the usual place. But I want a different set meal, not grilled fish. I want meat. I can't afford meat. My treat. Braised pork belly set meal. Though they had no blood relation, having been given these twin-style names and working, studying, and living together, they had naturally formed a close friendship. If the Senate didn't prohibit sworn kinship, they would probably have sworn sisterhood. Chatting and laughing while packing their things and about to leave together, Xuexi appeared. Where are you going? Xuexi had been in Lingao for quite a while, but his Mandarin remained halting. To eat. Why you coming too? Zhu Wenjing teased. Chief Cui gives you lots of pocket money, right? Pocket money, not little. Xuexi scratched his head, not understanding why she'd mention his pocket money. He still couldn't parse the joking tone. But I'm not going to eat and I'm not treating. Who asked you to treat, miser? Zhu Wenyi said. Senator Cui is calling you over. The two exchanged glances. What could Chief Cui suddenly want with them? With anxious hearts, they made their way to Cui Yunhong's office. Inside, they found not only Chief Cui but also an unfamiliar man. This is Senator Wang, Cui Yunhong introduced. He currently works at the Nanyang Company. Do you know about the Nanyang Company? They nodded. Of course they knew. People from that company had visited the Natural History Museum just a few days ago, requesting access to examine some mineral specimens. But this person was actually a chief. Looking at his clothes, he seemed no different from ordinary cadre staff. Senator Wang plans to transfer some people from our Natural History Museum to work at the Nanyang Company. He wants to understand some situations from you. This is a routine background check. You may answer truthfully without any concerns. The interview records are confidential, understand? Yes, Chief. The sisters nodded immediately. Wang Kai greeted them with a smile. "My name is Wang Kai. I've already learned about your situations from Comrade Kui Yunhong. Both young and promising, I must say." He glanced at his watch. "It's quite late. I've delayed your dinner. How about this, my treat for dinner, and we can talk while we eat?" A senator wanted to treat them to dinner. Zhu Wenyi and Zhu Wenjing couldn't help feeling flattered. It wasn't that they harbored any wild ambitions about being selected as a senator's life secretary. Simply having eaten with a senator was an honor naturalized citizen staff could brag about for a long time. "We'll follow the chief's arrangements," Zhu Wenjing said. Wang Kai had put considerable thought into how to investigate Sonia. He didn't want to ask the Political Security Bureau for help. Xinjiang would certainly provide comprehensive, thorough materials, but favors from the Political Security Bureau weren't to be casually incurred. Just hearing Xinjiang's single sentence, "We'll discuss these matters later," was enough to leave one puzzling for 3 or 4 days over what exactly it meant. After much deliberation, he decided to handle it himself. Fortunately, the Nanyang company was currently recruiting. As a company executive, conducting background checks on future employees was at least justifiable. Using dinner as cover for investigation would reduce suspicion. The most common dining establishments for Senate cadres and staff were the public cafeterias found throughout the streets and alleys. Their grade was roughly equivalent to old timeline box lunch shops, meat dishes paired with vegetables, served with soup and rice or steamed buns. Lavish or frugal as you pleased, affordable and filling. The place Zhu Wenyi and Zhu Wenjing frequented wasn't a public cafeteria but a slightly higher grade set meal shop. The shop wasn't large. Besides fixed set meals, it also offered various drinking snacks, allowing for a few drinks. Wang Kai followed their directions to this set meal shop. The shop wasn't crowded. He requested a booth-style private enclosure. Hearing they wanted meat, he generously ordered 3 double combination roast meat set meals. The sisters felt somewhat uneasy. The double roast meat set meal was one of the shop's highest grade options. Zhu Wenjing said, "Chief, this is too extravagant." "Not at all," Wang Kai said. "I'm taking up your dinner time. I won't be giving overtime pay. At least let me feed you well." "The chief jokes," Zhu Wenjing, being older and more experienced, replied. "Chief, just ask whatever you want to know. Whatever we know, we'll tell you." "Good. Let's talk after the food arrives." Wang Kai was fairly satisfied with this place. He had deliberately worn clothes commonly worn by naturalized citizen staff to avoid attracting attention. The roast meat set meal arrived quickly. Roast goose and char siu double combination, served with white rice, a dish of vegetables and a bowl of soup. Both delicious and good value. "Eat, eat," Wang Kai said with a smile, while taking out a stack of documents from his bag. These were all Nanyang Company background check forms bearing many naturalized citizen staff names, decoys of course. The one he really wanted to investigate was only Sonia. Taking advantage of the 2 girls starting to eat and drink, their guard gradually relaxing, he ate a few bites casually and began his questioning. At first, he didn't ask about Sonia but about several ordinary museum staff. His attitude remained very casual, truly talking while eating. The atmosphere was relaxed. Sometimes he'd crack small jokes, making the 2 girls giggle. Seeing the mood was right, he began shifting the conversation towards Senator's maids, asking about Valentina's situation. Her Chinese speaking is okay. Reading and writing Chinese characters is basically impossible, Zhu Wenjing said. Very good at painting. The person's a bit neurotic, Zhu Wenyi said. Zhu Wenjing glared at her. Zhu Wenyi shrank her neck and said nothing more. It's fine, Wang Kai noted that the older one's vigilance was quite high. As I said earlier, these materials are all confidential. Besides, you as naturalized citizen staff honestly reporting issues to senators is part of your duty. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Yes, Zhu Wenyi hesitated for a moment, then said. Well, it's hard to explain exactly what's off about her. She's just especially lively, making a fuss about everything all day long, making faces when she talks. When she's happy, she laughs loudly. When she's unhappy, she yells loudly like having a mental episode. I think she's just too lively, Zhu Wenjing quickly added. She's actually quite nice. Once you get used to her way of communicating, there's nothing strange about it. And when she's painting, she's not noisy at all. Wang Kai pretended to scribble a few notes on the paper, then asked, "Has she ever said anything at the museum expressing dissatisfaction with the Senate or senators?" End of chapter. Chapter 2437, Sonia XIV. This was a standard background check question, and Dawn and Xiaowen weren't surprised. After thinking for a moment, they said, "We haven't heard her say such things. Is she dissatisfied with her status?" Dissatisfied? Why would she be dissatisfied? Zhu Wenjing found this puzzling. Being a senator's life secretary, that's a position so wonderful you wouldn't dare dream of it. Wang Kai smiled somewhat awkwardly. Let's not ask why, just whether she is or isn't. I haven't heard her say anything like that. Zhu Wenyi shook her head. It's just that sometimes when she talks about her homeland, she gets quite wistful, says she misses her family. What about her life and work here? Nothing to be dissatisfied about. She says the comforts are much better here than in Italy. She just feels lonely. Wang Kai wasn't actually interested in Valentina. Asking about her was merely cover for his real subject, so he avoided probing too deeply lest he pry into private matters and offend Dong Yizhai. What about Sonia? Wang Kai casually brought up his real target. Teacher Suo. She's a very clever person and beautiful too. Chief Wang, you found the right people to ask. He could tell these two apprentices greatly admired Sonia. Wang Kai followed his earlier routine, asking about Sonia's work and life situation one by one. The two girls answered truthfully about everything. The results satisfied him. Sonia was passionate about her work and studies. Naturally, she had no complaints about the Senate or senators. Does she have children? She has a daughter, 8 months old, absolutely adorable. Zhu Wenyi's eyes sparkled. Different from our children, her skin is so white, so fair and tender, makes you want to nibble on her. Her eyes are extraordinarily large, bigger than walnuts. Does she like children? Of course she does. How could she not? Wang Kai desperately wanted to ask. Is Sonia's family life harmonious? But after consideration, he refrained. Instead, he asked several roundabout questions to determine whether Lin Hanlong and she had a good relationship. After all his inquiries, though Lin Hanlong and she didn't see each other often due to work, their relationship seemed good. At least she hadn't complained about anything. Sometimes she would even mention that Lin Hanlong was extremely erudite and very caring. This kind of emotion, calling it love, seemed somewhat inappropriate, but the familial affection between household members was certainly abundant. He then asked about several field expeditions, especially whether Sonia's mood had been abnormal before or after expeditions. He received positive responses. Before going, she was so excited, said she was a bird out of its cage. Wang Kai's scalp went numb. And after returning, she was even more overjoyed, said she'd struck it rich. That's right, she brought back so many specimens, all smelly, but she treated them like treasures. At that time the museum wasn't built yet. She worked in the survey team's workshop making specimens, cataloging, working through entire nights. It was only when Chief Kui forced her to go home that she'd leave. Then the next afternoon she'd come back again. Ha ha ha. Wang Kai relaxed. He now had at least 50% confidence in discussing this matter with Lin Hanlong. Having gathered enough information about Sonia, he chatted casually about a few other people, then put the materials in his briefcase. Thank you both for your cooperation. I've ordered sweet soup for you. Eat before you head back and be careful on the road. I'll take my leave first. Wang Kai returned home. He had originally intended to burn these materials and throw them in the stove, but on second thought, he organized them properly and put them in a document folder. Sending them back to the company for archiving was more appropriate. He had accepted this task only because someone had commissioned him, and he'd been somewhat reluctant. But after his conversation with Zhu Wenyi and Zhu Wenjing, they had indirectly sketched out that this Portuguese woman was not only deeply learned but also remarkably capable. If she could join the expedition team, she would be a formidable asset. That being the case, he should try to recruit her. Wang Kai thought. Next, he'd need to win over Lin Hanlong. However, when Wang Kai went to Lin Hanlong's optical factory the next day, he found no one there. The factory staff said he had gone to do secret work. Secret work? Wang Kai was completely puzzled. He hadn't heard of Lin Hanlong having any connection with intelligence agencies. Though the optical factory provided large quantities of technical equipment to military and police, Lin Hanlong himself was a pure technician who didn't get involved in these department-specific affairs. Then where is he? According to regulations, the chief's whereabouts are confidential. The answer was crisp and direct. Wang Kai knew he couldn't learn anything at the optical factory, so he could only inquire around in mechanical circles. Finally, he learned from Yuan Heiawan at the weighing instrument factory that Lin Hanlong had gone to supervise the testing and finalization of a shipboard rangefinder. I'd advise you not to go looking for him. Though the testing ground is right at Mei'niao, it's a military-restricted zone. You'd need to apply for a pass, and by the time your application is approved, he'll probably be back. All right, I suppose good things take time, Wang Kai said helplessly. East of Lingao's Red Brand Harbor lay a peninsula jutting deep into the sea, sandwiched between Red Brand Island and Mei'niao Peninsula. At the tip of this peninsula stretched a large expanse of coastal mudflats covered with mangroves and wild shrubs, sparsely populated. After the Senate established Mei'niao Fort Military Base on Mei'niao Peninsula, this area was designated as military land. Residents were gradually relocated, and multiple training grounds were established, making it part of the military base. As part of training, Army engineers had built quite a few roads here. Most led to various training grounds, while a few road entrances were blocked with barriers and guarded by sentries. These roads mostly led to important testing facilities. At this moment, if Wang Kai had come here, he could have shown his pass to the guards at a certain road checkpoint, then followed the dirt road all the way to a floating dock by the sea. A group of people was busy working around several strange-looking machines. Li Dai was examining the device before him. It resembled a capital T, a horizontal column as thick as a large tree stump mounted on an equally thick vertical support. The horizontal column was very long. An adult man placing his hand on one end couldn't reach the other end no matter how much he stretched. Looking at it from the sea direction, two transparent round glass windows could be seen on the side of the horizontal column. Circling around behind the windows, at the center of the horizontal column was a pair of small protruding cylinders, also fitted with shiny glass. Looking more closely, below the small cylinders you could see several knobs, reading dials, and so on. Just then, someone opened a mechanism on the horizontal column, revealing it was hollow inside. Li Dai reached in and felt it, then laughed. Using granite, no less, trust old Lin to come up with this. Lin Hanlong was wearing a blue clothwork uniform of local manufacture. Though it had been washed, traces of oil stains and grime were still visible. He smiled bitterly. A solution when there's no solution. Even this took quite a few brain cells to figure out. The optical device before them was a 2-meter naval rangefinder he had recently made. The Navy had been clamoring for this thing for a long time, but he had kept putting it off, instead making various optical instruments urgently needed in industry and agriculture. The reason for not making this wasn't any great technical difficulty. The rangefinder's structure wasn't much more complex than binoculars. Rather, limitations in materials and processing methods had prevented him from making it, so it wasn't until recently that he began working on it. First was the base that served as the ranging reference. Theoretically, it should be made of Invar alloy with its low expansion coefficient. The result of inquiring with the metallurgical sector, Invar alloy couldn't be made because there was no nickel. No nickel because the Senate didn't control any nickel mines. The result of inquiring with the trade sector, importing nickel ore from Southeast Asia wasn't feasible because currently no one was mining it. In the past, If the Senate wanted to mine it themselves, they'd have needed to dispatch exploration teams and miners protected by military force, too expensive for the cash-strapped Senate. Now the Nanyang Company had promised to mine non-ferrous metal ores in Southeast Asia, but when that would happen was unknown. After all, the company had just been established. Lin Hanlong knew how long it took for a company to go from establishment to project completion. Moreover, this involved mining. If luck was bad and the mine was inland, road and infrastructure construction alone could take years. So he had to consider a makeshift approach first. After checking the expansion coefficients of various materials, Lin Hanlong boldly decided to use granite for this base. As a sturdy, corrosion-resistant stone with a low expansion coefficient, granite had already replaced the bases of many pieces of equipment in the Senate's industrial system. His optical factory had long since upgraded many pieces of equipment to granite bases. The heavy granite effectively blocked external vibrations, improving the quality of optical assembly. To ensure this carefully carved and polished elongated granite base wouldn't break apart when jostled at sea, he added a cast iron sleeve around the granite using interference fit. He wanted to see if this would work. Li Dai watched Lin Hanlong make some minor adjustments to the rangefinder, then call forward a young naval petty officer to continue operating it. He felt this rangefinder's quality seemed acceptable. At least it was fairly clear and bright to look through, better than the Lingao-made binoculars the Navy currently had. Thanks to the large population brought back by Operation Engine, Lin Hanlong had been able to select professional polishing craftsmen from among the arrivals. These people had years of polishing experience, grinding everything from jade ware to bronze mirrors. They lacked neither patience nor touch. After learning optical lens grinding methods, aided by modern quality testing methods, they quickly became the best lens grinders. With these masters, Lin Hanlong could now grind small batches of relatively high-quality special lenses. The lenses installed in this rangefinder were their trial products, noticeably higher quality than mass-produced items. End of chapter. Chapter 24:38, Sonia XV, 4,900 meters. After working for a while, the petty officer operating the rangefinder finally reported a number. Li Dai secretly shook his head. The accurate figure should be just over 5,000 meters. He had just measured it with a laser rangefinder, but the number was close enough. After the cannon fired, one could see where the shell landed and make slight corrections. Not a problem. Though admittedly they were currently on a floating dock with minimal rocking and the sea was calm. Out at sea, the error would probably multiply several times over. He watched Lin Hanlong direct his people to set up a small canopy right over the rangefinder. What, is this thing afraid of water or sunlight? Both. Also afraid of humidity and salt spray. Such a delicate thing. You want the good stuff but fear it being delicate. Lin Hanlong laughed. I haven't even required a vacuum and dust-free environment yet. No, our Navy doesn't need such fancy equipment, Li Dai said. Currently, the optical factory's telescope production was normally stored in moisture-proof boxes with lime that was regularly replaced to absorb moisture. Even so, problems like mold and salt accumulation still occurred, requiring regular gentle wiping with special lens cloths. Every so often, large batches had to be returned to the factory for maintenance. This large device seemed to have no sealing measures. What would happen when it got moldy and rusty? If it weren't that we brought so few 1-meter rangefinders from the old timeline, I wouldn't even want these things. Relying on old timeline reserves, how long can that last? Besides, the quantity isn't enough for your Navy's equipment plans. Lin Hanlong said. This is an experimental product. I haven't even added sealing, makes it easier to open. After all, it needs frequent adjustments. When it's actually installed on ships, it'll naturally be fully sealed. How's the sealing effect? For that, we have to thank old Huang. Despite some people in the Senate cursing him daily as a traitor, he's gotten us quite a few good things, like chamois leather and fir wood. I estimate the finished product's trouble-free usage period can probably be maintained for 3 to 6 months. Treated high-quality deerskin made acceptable sealing components. Sap extracted from fir wood, after refining, though slightly yellowish, could still be used as optical cement. Lin Hanlong also planned to design several desiccant containers in the rangefinder to ensure internal dryness. He estimated that with effort, this rangefinder could last 3 to 5 months at sea without problems, then return to the factory for maintenance. He considered this acceptable for an experimental product. In the future, the Navy would certainly need dedicated personnel and equipment for optical maintenance. He just needed to train these people properly. When do you think we can organize finalization? Li Dai felt the performance was marginally acceptable. A 3 to 6 month cycle was also sufficient. After all, naval warships couldn't continuously deploy at sea for too long either. Anytime. Performance is as good as it can get with what we have. Lin Hanlong spread his hands. All right, I'll arrange it as soon as possible, Li Dai said. As for the model designation, I think we'll call it Trial Type 1 2-meter Naval Rangefinder. After finalization, we just dropped the trial. By the time Lin Hanlong returned from Maineo to Bern, evening had already fallen. As soon as he reached the optical factory, Kai Junji reminded him. He'd been away for several days, better hurry home. What's the rush? Lin Hanlong was very attentive to the optical factory he had built from scratch. No matter how late he returned from being away, he always walked around the factory first, checking if production was normal and whether workers were following procedures. The house will still be there whether I go back early or late. Kai Junji was speechless. He could only look to his father, Kai Shenghe, currently responsible for managing the factory's daily affairs. He had a pair of reading glasses with a cord perched on his nose. He first reported that a senator from the Nanyang Company had come looking for him, saying he had important matters to discuss. Lin Hanlong gave an indifferent grunt. Too many senators came looking for him. Everyone had important matters. In the end, they all just wanted to pull strings for some optical instrument or other. No rush. If he has urgent business, he'll naturally come again, Lin Hanlong said. How's the trial production going on the new equipment? The factory had recently received several new grinding machines. Equipment manufactured in Lingao often had very short lifespans. First, early-stage components were mostly of low quality with poor assembly precision. Second, upgrades were rapid. Whenever industrial departments made certain advances, new equipment would often see qualitative improvements, making old equipment quickly obsolete. Take his optical factory's equipment. Almost every year a batch had to be replaced with new ones. Kai Shenghe took out the process record book and handed over a wooden box. These are the lenses trial ground with the new equipment. Lin Hanlong picked up the glass lens, turned on the work light and examined it briefly. His brows suddenly furrowed. He busied himself at the workbench for a while, then looked up. Old Kai, call the General Machinery Factory for me. Ask if Yuan Haowen is still there. Chief, it's already dark and you just got back. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Kai Shenghe advised. Just make the call. Yuan Haowen is definitely still at the General Machinery Factory right now. This equipment you made has too much gap tolerance. Lin Hanlong took out 2 just ground lenses and placed them on Yuan Haowen's desk. Look for yourself at the lenses ground with your equipment. As he spoke, Lin Hanlong folded his arms before his chest, watching Yuan Haowen with amusement. Yuan Haowen casually turned on the work light, pulled out a sheet of white paper to spread on the workbench, put on gloves, and slowly placed one lens on the paper. Then he stacked the other lens on top and saw colored fringes appear. These were Newton's rings produced by equal thickness interference effect. However, these Newton's rings really didn't resemble circular rings. Some were elliptical, some egg-shaped. Some areas had many fringes crowded together. In any case, they couldn't be called circular rings. Old Lin, looking at this fringe density and range, this spherical surface's radius should be close to 100 meters, Yuan Haowen said unhurriedly. This is already the grinding machine's processing limit. What are you grinding such lenses for? Lin Hanlong was startled. He had ground these two lenses just to test the newly received grinding machine's precision, without thinking of any practical use. He hadn't expected Yuan Haowen from the mechanical sector to see through it. I was just testing precision, hadn't thought of practical uses yet. Though historically, before achromatic technology matured, there were lenses with focal lengths of dozens of meters. But that wouldn't need nearly 100-meter spherical radii. Before Lin Hanlong finished, Yuan Haowen interrupted. But our mechanical sector really does need such large-radius curved surface equipment. If it weren't for seeing you busy every day with rangefinders and telescopes and artillery scopes for the Navy and Army, I would have submitted a report to the executive committee long ago. Yuan Haowen stood up and put his arm around Lin Hanlong's shoulder. The old timeline machinist's box-type spirit levels had a graduation value of 0.021 m. Back then the mechanical sector didn't have a proper machinist. We only brought a dozen or so sets of this equipment. Now which unit doesn't need them? I only have 2 here. Usually I only dare use 1, won't even let naturalized citizens touch them. He fished out keys and opened a cabinet beside the marble surface plate, taking out a large wooden box. On it was written box-type spirit level in large characters, with a line of small print. Shanghai Measuring Tools and Cutting Tools Factory. Yuan Haowen opened the box and took out a metal frame about 30 centimeters square, standing it on the marble surface plate. This is it. Lin Hanlong examined it carefully. The metal square frame was about 5 centimeters wide, straight on all 4 sides with special patterns. The bottom and left side flat surfaces had V-shaped grooves about 3 centimeters wide, presumably for convenient measurement of cylinders. Inside the frame's bottom were set 1 large and 1 small spirit level, with bubbles inside. The large spirit level was parallel to the frame. The small spirit tube was perpendicular to the frame. One side also bore Shanghai Measuring Tools and Cutting Tools Factory's insignia, and the marking 20mm/m. At this moment, the bubble in the main spirit level was steadily positioned in the center. The main spirit level's graduation intervals are about 2 millimeters. The corresponding arc radius is exactly 100 meters. Yuan Haowen spoke slowly from behind Lin Hanlong as he watched him examine it. No wonder you immediately agreed to set the grinding machine's limit at 100 meters. Lin Hanlong suddenly understood. I never imagined, one of us in optics, one in mechanics. How did we end up thinking alike? Just for your own mechanical sector's sake, you need to find ways to improve the grinding machine's precision. He laughed as he spoke. Easy for you to say, this is a major project. Yuan Haowen produced 2 bottles of kvass from somewhere, handed one to Lin Hanlong, then took a swig himself and said slowly, I could guess this optical equipment would have problems, because precision is expensive. Yuan Haowen slowly opened up the topic. Everyone knows the core of standardization is precision control and management, but what does precision rely on for realization? On testing. Lin Hanlong had just taken a sip of kvass and was in good spirits from the earlier conversation, so he boldly interjected, right, on testing, or rather, guaranteed through measurement. Yuan Haowen paused. What does measurement depend on? Measuring tools, Lin Hanlong said decisively. Right, the problem is with the measuring tools. Yuan Haowen thumped the kvass bottle on the desk and launched into a lengthy discourse. Parts precision is guaranteed by tool processing and gauge measurement. But who guarantees the gauge's precision? That's metrology work. For example, in old timeline factories, every vernier caliper was verified by the Metrology Bureau every 6 months. If precision wasn't up to standard, it had to be repaired or scrapped, though later you just buy new ones. Not just vernier calipers, balances, weights, thermometers, voltmeters, stopwatches. Which of these isn't a measuring instrument? We've been so busy since D-Day that we've never gotten around to this. Plus, with such overloaded use, I estimate half our measuring tools need repair or even scrapping. That's precisely why design precision can't be guaranteed, which is what caused your batch of equipment to have problems. Yuan Haowen took a sip of kvass and continued. End of chapter. Chapter 2439, Persuasion Part 1. Old timeline metrology was divided into 10 categories. I think mechanical industry depends on 2 of them, geometric quantity metrology and mechanics metrology. Among these, geometric quantity metrology heavily depends on your optical equipment. For example, the Michelson interferometer. After all, optical measurement methods have high precision. Lin Hanlong finally understood why Yuan Haowen was so enthusiastic toward him. He continued the thread. The Michelson interferometer isn't too difficult to make. It's just that I know nothing about metrology as you describe it. I'm afraid what I make won't be useful for you. Seeing that Lin Hanlong had taken the bait, Yuan Haowen was delighted. That's no problem. I'll handle the mechanical processing. I also have old timeline materials on metrology interferometers. This is an entirely new field. The two talked at length about metrology issues, especially regarding measuring tools and precision instruments. They felt like old friends who regretted not meeting sooner. Their discussion continued late into the night. By the time Lin Hanlong returned home from Yuan Haowen's, it was already midnight. Kai Junji escorted his master to the apartment entrance and whispered a complaint. "Master, you were away on business for several days and just got back, yet you stayed out this late again. You little monkey, what's it to you?" Lin Hanlong was in a good mood. He gave his apprentice a rap on the head. "You're not my wife." "Well, although I'm not your wife, the mistresses have complaints." "Complaints are complaints." "Are we going to stop living because of complaints?" Lin Hanlong waved his hand. "Less babbling, hurry back." "What time should I come pick you up tomorrow?" 7 a.m. "That's too early." "Scram." Kai Junji wanted to say more, but thinking that this was just his master's temperament, he decided to say nothing and left with the driver. Lin Hanlong returned home. The entrance hall light was still on, but the house was silent. Lin Guanyu used to always wait for him in the entrance hall, but since he didn't come home every day, sometimes she'd end up waiting all night in the chair. Feeling guilty, Lin Hanlong had established a rule that after 10 p.m. no one needed to wait up for him. The household could do as they pleased. He looked toward the inner corridor. All the room doors were closed, pitch dark. Everyone was asleep. Recently, his daughter slept more soundly at night and didn't fuss anymore. Lin Hanlong wanted to go see her, but thinking she and Sonia were probably both fast asleep, going in would only disturb them. So he decided against it. After washing up, he rested in his own study. Because his return times were irregular, no one liked being woken in the middle of the night by someone climbing into bed. So after the house got bigger, he had specially set up a study for himself with a small bed inside. When he came back late, he'd rest here. He slept until broad daylight. Lin Hanlong looked at his watch. It was already 6:30. He hurried to get up and wash. Lin Guanyu had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. "Still sleeping?" Lin Hanlong asked. "I'm still sleeping," Lin Guanyu said quietly. "She fussed for a while near dawn." "Is that so?" Lin Hanlong said. "I didn't hear anything." "Of course you didn't hear anything," Lin Guanyu said with a hint of complaint. "Your snoring could be heard outside the door." She began serving him porridge. "Was it that loud?" Lin Hanlong was somewhat skeptical. "Then I should go to the hospital for a checkup." "Even snoring needs a doctor's visit." "Doctor, she would surely laugh at you. You don't understand." Lin Hanlong felt slightly regretful. If it were Sonia, she would certainly inquire why snoring needed medical attention, then launch into a discussion about respiration and human anatomy. Lin Guanyu was actually quite like some of his senior relatives, gentle in temperament, caring for family members attentively, but not very educated. She always relied on life experience and teachings from the older generation to handle things. Though it felt warm and comfortable, they couldn't have deeper conversations. "I don't understand, I don't understand. Go find your one who understands." Lin Guanyu was somewhat angry. She set down a steamer of dumplings heavily on the table and turned to go back to the kitchen. Lin Hanlong grabbed Lin Guanyu around the waist and laughed. "The following 100,000 characters are deleted." Only then did he calmly get up, straighten his clothes, and instruct. No need to save dinner for me tonight. There'll probably be work to do again. Lin Guanyu nodded silently, then touched her hair and asked, "Is my hair messed up?" Lin Hanlong patted her head and smiled. "Not a hair out of place." With that, he picked up his shoulder bag and headed out the door. But Kai Junji and the driver were already waiting outside. Seeing Lin Hanlong emerge, Kai Junji hurried over. "Master, it's almost 7:30 already. Didn't you say yesterday that coming to pick me up at 7 was too early?" Kai Junji was speechless. "But that was what you said." However, he didn't dare argue back and could only complain. "But the pass I applied for the driver only lasts until 7:30. Then let's hurry." Lin Hanlong was in a good mood. He plopped down on the Gold Star Type 0 and stomped on the footbell. "Let's go." At the optical factory, Lin Hanlong made his usual rounds of the workshops, checking the night shift's production records. He also spot-checked several products from last night's shift. The yield rate was rising every month. Our industrial upgrades are indeed taking effect, he thought. "Has the trial product of the projection tracer been made?" he asked Fenshenghe. 5 units have been made. A few more are being assembled and tested. Tell them to hurry. The museum is waiting for them. Lin Hanlong thought helplessly that ever since Sonia went to work at the museum, the remote survey team frequently came to pull strings when applying for equipment. "Test the finished ones yourself." Yes. Fenshenghe knew this meant they were placing great emphasis on these instruments' user experience. The projection tracer was an optical instrument used to help artists when painting. Using lenses to create an optical superimposition of the viewed object and the artist's painting surface, the artist could see both the scene and the canvas simultaneously, like double exposure in photography. This allowed artists to transfer key points from the scene directly onto the canvas, helping with accurate perspective drawing. Artists could even trace the outlines of objects in the scene. Such devices only received relevant patents in 1806, but Kepler had clearly described similar equipment in his work Dioptrus in 1611. In fact, from the 16th and 17th centuries onward, painters known for their realism quite possibly weren't all relying purely on skill. According to research, many great painters, including Caravaggio, were quite possibly not working empty-handed, but using optical devices as aids. Artists at the time already knew about camera obscura using pinhole imaging principles or direct lens projection to assist in painting. If using pinhole imaging principles, you needed a lot of space, a room as dark as possible or a tent. Later, with technical improvements using lenses, the whole camera obscura became quite small, small enough for a servant to carry. Of course, as the camera obscura developed further, replacing the projection screen or frosted glass with photographic plates, it became the earliest camera. This camera obscura had specially developed models useful for observing distant scenery, convenient for field survey and measurement personnel. There were also designs where the projection could directly overlap with the drawing paper, allowing painters to directly compare scenery with their own painting, very convenient and accurate. Natural history illustrators of the 19th and 20th centuries widely used such devices to precisely depict organisms. Similar designs existed for microscopes. 19th century biologists who drew microorganisms generally relied on this for their drawings. For example, the structures of various cells and the appearances of various bacteria. Such microscopic images were very difficult to achieve with photography. Microscopes displayed virtual images, inherently difficult to photograph. Even if one managed to produce forced photographs, their resolution was very limited. In comparison, humans could observe microscopic details through the microscope for long periods, understand the specific structures, and directly draw them, with better results. One can imagine that since this device was so useful, it had naturally been placed on the optical factory's agenda early on. Not only was it needed for natural history illustration, but the health department also needed such equipment to train qualified sanitation and epidemic prevention personnel. Fortunately, This device had no technical difficulties. For an optical equipment factory that could already mass-produce telescopes and eyeglass lenses, it wasn't hard. Lin Hanlong was just about to think over the precision measurement tool production he had discussed with Yuan Haowen yesterday when Kai Junji suddenly came in. "Chief, Senator Wang from the Nanyang Company is here. He says he'd like to talk with you." "Oh, is this the Senator Wang who came yesterday?" "Yes, that's him. Please show him to my office." Lin Hanlong wasn't particularly interested in Nanyang Company matters, but since the other party was so eager to see him, there must be something important. A few minutes later, Wang Kai arrived at Lin Hanlong's office. Strictly speaking, aside from meetings and such occasions, this was the first time the two had met privately. After greetings and taking seats, Lin Hanlong asked casually, "What brings you to me?" Wang Kai felt somewhat embarrassed, honestly. He didn't know how to broach this subject. After an awkward moment of silence, Wang Kai finally mustered the courage. "Let me first introduce myself. I'm the Development Department Manager of Nanyang Company." Lin Hanlong nodded to indicate he had heard. "Today I've come to visit you," Wang Kai unconsciously used honorifics, "regarding a matter about Sonia. That is, your life secretary." "What matter?" A huge question mark appeared above Lin Hanlong's head. "It's like this." Fearing some misunderstanding, Wang Kai immediately explained that he would soon be leading a Southeast Asian expedition, and the expedition team needed an experienced naturalist. That's why he had thought of Sonia. "This expedition is very important, so I hope Sonia can participate." Lin Hanlong's initially somewhat tense expression relaxed. Wang Kai's mood also lightened slightly. "How large is the scope of your expedition? Roughly what regions? And the expedition's purpose?" Lin Hanlong asked with considerable interest. End of chapter. Chapter 2440, Persuasion Part 2. The scope is mainly the Indochinese Peninsula, Vietnam, Burma, Thailand, Cambodia, and such places. Wang Kai roughly outlined the planned expedition range. Currently it doesn't involve Indonesia or the Philippines. And the expedition duration? About half a year in total. Lin Hanlong fell silent, seemingly considering something. Wang Kai hurried to add, "The expedition ship is newly built and purpose-made, and we've selected a very competent captain, Li Huame. This will make daily life more convenient." "Actually, that's not what I'm thinking about." Lin Hanlong spoke. "Sonia has already gone out several times with the Survey Department's expedition teams. I trust the Senate's arrangements on this point. The main issue is that her child is still young, only 9 months old next week. We're not departing immediately either. If everything is ready, it'll probably still be 1 to 2 months. Wang Kai felt a pang. This was indeed difficult to justify. He wanted to add something like, "The expedition is very important," but then thought that no matter how important it was, it couldn't be more important than one's own child. Such arguments would carry no weight. If this were the old timeline and he were an administrative leader, he could promise positions and rewards, promotions, titles, salary increases, shares, and so on. What would there be to discuss? But Lin Hanlong wouldn't care about such things. After much thought, Wang Kai decided to try moving Lin Hanlong with the prospect of achieving glory and making history. "Old Lin, I know this invitation is rather unreasonable, but this is the Senate's first comprehensive, systematic survey of the Indochinese Peninsula. Its great significance is comparable to the first circumnavigation of the island. It's not just our Nanyang Company's business. Scientific significance, historical significance, political significance. Anyway, they're all very significant. It will definitely be recorded in history." The more Wang Kai spoke, the more he felt he was grasping at straws, running out of things to say. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hanlong said, "You have a point. This matter has great significance for Sonia, but there are indeed current difficulties." He suddenly remembered something. "Have you mentioned this to her?" No, Wang Kai quickly shook his head. "I thought I should ask your opinion first about this matter. I need to consult with Sonia. This is a big matter for our family. We need to discuss it. If there are any difficulties with childcare or household matters, our company can provide corresponding manpower or financial assistance. You think I need your help for that? Lin Hanlong laughed. If there really are difficulties, can't I just go to the general office? Yes, I just wanted to express my sincerity. I see your sincerity. Lin Hanlong said, I'll give you an answer the day after tomorrow. How's that? Wang Kai immediately said no problem and expressed that he fully respects their opinion. Leaving the optical factory, Wang Kai felt he now had a 60 to 70% chance. He now somewhat understood Lin Hanlong's mindset. He wouldn't refuse to let his woman win the laurels of success. Think about it, one of the founders in the field of natural history, the natural history director of the Southeast Asia expedition. These titles weren't just for the moment, they would be recorded in history. How many naturalized citizens could have such an opportunity? As long as old Lin wasn't foolish, he would support her going. The child issue, he would surely find a way to overcome it. Next is my ship, he thought. After getting Sonia sorted, I still need to make a trip to Hong Kong. Wu Yizhen opened Chen Lin's letter and skimmed through it first. His expression was complex. He set down the letter and asked, Where is the person who delivered the letter? Waiting in the gatehouse, the steward reported. It's young Master Lin's manservant, Kinger. Take him to a guest room. Have him bathe and change into clean clothes, then get him some good food. After he's eaten his fill, bring him to see me. The steward acknowledged and left. Wu Yizhen picked up the letter and read it carefully again, pondering the situation described within. From the letter, it seemed Chen Lin had attached himself to the Australian's coattails. Actually, a wonderful development. Though Wu Yizhen saw Australians constantly in Guangzhou, he obviously couldn't be called intimate with them. For his nephew to become an assistant at an Australian side showed the Australians trusted him greatly. Wu Yizhen knew, as long as one gained the Australians' favor, any business would be easy to discuss. He hadn't expected his nephew to have such skills, able to make a female Australian happy. He had originally thought the boy was just honest and dutiful. He hadn't expected him to be quite cunning too. Truly, the younger generation was not to be underestimated. The female Australian was preparing to develop sericulture in Nansha. His nephew couldn't get away for the time being and couldn't cooperate on the cotton spinning matter. But the letter said he was still interested and would continue working on it. However, the letter didn't specify how to proceed. Wu Yizhen thought about it and understood. Important words were probably to be conveyed verbally by the messenger. Otherwise, why would he specifically send his trusted manservant to deliver the letter? Just as he was thinking about how to question him later, the steward came again, holding a large envelope. What is it? Just delivered by someone from the Federation. Said it's urgent official correspondence. Wu Yizhen hurried to receive and open it, pulling out the official letter inside. It turned out the Guangzhou Municipal Government and Guangzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce would hold a patent licensing conference at Zhenhai Tower on January 15th, inviting members to attend. The notice stated that this conference would last 2 days. The first day was exclusively for Federation of Industry and Commerce members. The second day had no qualification restrictions. Anyone capable of paying the deposit could attend. This matter had already been previewed at the New Year's reception, so Wu Yizhen wasn't particularly surprised. He casually flipped through. Behind it was a thick appendix listing projects up for auction and their approximate starting prices. The starting prices varied enormously. Some could be had for just a few dozen silver dollars, while others required 20,000. The cotton textile project Wu Yizhen had his eye on had an overall licensing fee as high as 20,000. Of course, 20,000 silver dollars wasn't a problem for him, nor for many colleagues in Guangzhou. If they could obtain licensing, spending tens of thousands more wouldn't be an issue. That factories could make enormous profits. Wu Yizhen and many wealthy people in Guangzhou had seen this very clearly. Wasn't that walnut cookie factory proof? Not to mention the Australians' own factories. However, to actually take on this project, subsequent investments would also require a considerable sum. Estimated from start to finish, it probably couldn't be done without 60 or 70,000 taels of silver. Obviously, he alone couldn't manage it. As for Chen Lin's side, he had originally only hoped for his knowledge. The Chen family were old-school scholar gentry folk. The clan had more land than money. He still needed to find a few partners. Wu Yizhen silently calculated in his mind. He had originally planned to find someone with close connections to the Australians as a partner. Prominent families like the Gao family with their walnut cookies were naturally beyond his reach, but quite a few in Guangzhou had been close to Zicheng Company in the past. He was particularly optimistic about one, the Dong family. The Dong family were hereditary military officers from local Guangzhou military households. The family head and eldest son were still serving in the interior, but the entire Dong family resided in Guangzhou. The family's young master, Dong Zhijiang, had been friendly with Guoyi in the past and reportedly had rendered merit. When military households were purged, he escaped disaster. Not only were people and property safe, but family assets were also unaffected. The Dong family was sensible. They had donated their city mansion and properties to the Australians, and the whole family moved to a villa outside Dongyuan to live quietly in seclusion, rarely going out. Their family had been officials in Guangzhou for generations. The wealth accumulated at home was at least 300,000 to 500,000 taels. A few days ago, when the Australians were issuing Nanyang Company bonds, the Dong family bought 10,000 taels worth in one go. The Dong family had always kept money deposited with his firm, and their relationship could be considered deep. If he could bring them in as partners, he would solve the capital problem and also build a bridge to the Australians. Just as he was contemplating, the steward brought Chen Qing over. Chen Qing kowtowed upon approaching. Wu Yizhen nodded silently and instructed the steward to bring a cushion for him to sit on. "I dare not." Chen Qing was somewhat flustered. "Don't be polite. Though your status is low, you're still a Chen family member. You can sit on this cushion." Chen Qing hurried to thank him and sat down carefully. "I've already read the letter. I also roughly know what Liner wants to tell me. But there are some things in here I'd like to ask about." "Yes, master. Did Liner tell you to pass on any message?" "No," Chen Qing shook his head, "but he said, answer whatever the master asks. He said I know everything about his affairs in Nansha. The master can ask anything. Tell me about everything that happened after you returned to Nansha in detail." "Yes." Chen Qing didn't know the reason, but since Chen Lin had instructed him, there was no need to hide anything. He immediately related everything that had happened after returning to Nansha clearly, one by one. Wu Yizhen listened and secretly nodded. So that was it. This matter was much more complicated than he had imagined. If Chen Lin couldn't find a way to eliminate second uncle, the cotton spinning matter probably couldn't be accomplished. No wonder he said the cotton spinning matter could only be delayed for now. He needed to focus all his efforts on the sericulture improvement work. How else could he win favor with the female Australian? This child really knows what's important. Wu Yizhen thought. I really didn't misjudge him. He's talented at business development. But in a few days, he would be going to the patent auction. Once the bid was won, the entire cotton mill project would have to start running. He knew nothing about textiles. Though the Australians would send people to guide on the technical side for actual business operations, he still needed someone like Chen Lin who couldn't come for a while. How would his factory manage? He pressed further. What else did Liner tell you? Oh, there's one more thing. Chen Qing remembered. Young master asked the master to help find third uncle. After third uncle left in a huff, he went to his father-in-law's house. But young master said third uncle very likely came to Guangzhou. Please have the master try to find him. If he can be found, please take him in for now. End of chapter. Chapter 24:41. Wu Nanhai arrives. Wu Yizhen perked up. He knew about this third uncle. The man had been Chen Lin's father's capable assistant. If he had come to Guangzhou and could be found, that would be a tremendous help. Finding and taking him in are not difficult, but no one in my household knows him. How are we to search? Young master said that although you don't know him, Chen Yin, who works in your household, does. Look at my memory. Wu Yijun slapped his forehead. Chen Yin is from your family clan. In that case, I'll find him. Are you waiting for news before returning or leaving right away? Young master instructed me to return as soon as I delivered the letter. If the master has news, there's no need to rush to send a message. Young master will send someone over. He's certainly meticulous. Wu Yijun smiled. In that case, rest at my place for 2 days. The day after tomorrow, take your travel money and head back. Chen Qing thanked him and withdrew. Wu Yijun immediately summoned Chen Yin and asked if he knew Chen Ding. Yes, he's my clan uncle, Chen Yin said without hesitation. In that case, don't do any other work these next few days. Master Ding may have come to Guangzhou. Go around the city and investigate, try to find him and bring him back. If he's unwilling, tell him this is his nephew's wish. Yes, I understand, Chen Yin replied. I'll go right now. Should you bring some people? No need, they don't know Master Ding, and having more people means less secrecy. Chen Yin had been running errands for Wu Yijun and understood the stakes. He didn't dare delay and went out to investigate that very day. In the past, the most convenient way to find someone in Guangzhou was through connections with the Guandi Temple gang. With enough money spent, unless someone hid on a boat family's small vessel, they could dig you out from anywhere. But now the Guandi Temple gang had been destroyed, and finding people wasn't so easy anymore. Fortunately, Chen Yin was looking for his own clan uncle. Chen Ding had also been a public figure in Nanhai. Chen Yin was quite familiar with him, knew his temperament and personality, and roughly knew his social network in Guangzhou. Though the Nanhai Chen family couldn't be called illustrious, they had several relatives in Guangzhou. Chen Ding had spent several years studying in Guangzhou when young and had made friends he still kept in touch with. Chen Yin mentally ranked the families by their closeness to Chen Ding, listed 3 first, and went to inquire at each one in turn. Unexpectedly, after visiting all 3, he found nothing. Chen Yin then visited every family he could think of, but still didn't find him. Chen Yin wasn't willing to give up. He also inquired at various inns and docks in Guangzhou, but received no news. After several days of fruitless effort, Chen Yin was at a loss. Apart from these few families, third uncle had no other friends or relatives in Guangzhou. Where would he go? Chen Yin thought again. According to what the master had told him, Chen Ding had most likely come to Guangzhou to find a way to bring down Chen Xuan. If so, he should be looking for relatives and friends connected to the Australians. Rather than just finding any acquaintance to settle down with, for that, he might as well have stayed in Sanliang Market. Speaking of relatives with Australian connections, none of these families had any. But didn't the Wu family qualify? The Wu family's old madam, that is, Wu Yijun's mother, was Chen Lin's grandmother's biological sister. She was related to Chen Ding through marriage. Logically, if he wanted to find a pro-Australian channel, their family would be most suitable. But he hadn't come. Could it be that Master Ding had never come to Guangzhou at all? When Wu Yijun heard no one had been found, he was quite disappointed. But this matter couldn't be rushed. He simply instructed Chen Yin to continue searching every day. He himself was busy preparing for the patent auction, especially negotiating with the Dong family. Honestly speaking, persuading the Dong family wasn't easy. To protect themselves, the Dong family had suffered great losses in real estate. The land they'd previously received as donations. Due to the new tax system's implementation, both donors and recipients had, without prior agreement, adopted the approach of cutting ties. This was probably the most appropriate method at present. After subtracting the donated land, the Dong family found they actually didn't own much farmland themselves. The land their family had previously occupied was mostly garrison land, theoretically belonging to the Great Ming in the past, now to the Great Song. By their count, they only had about 100 mu of ancestral cemetery land near the suburbs that was actually their own property. This meant the Dong family's income had greatly decreased while expenses remained the same. Even with 10,000 strings of cash, they'd eventually run out. so their desire to make money was strong, but they also feared losing their last bit of principal. Thus, Wu Yizhen's investment negotiations proved extremely difficult. Fortunately, Dong Zhejiang had been deeply influenced by Australian learning and possessed quite progressive perspectives. The two families were also old acquaintances who knew each other's situations, so they finally managed to reach an agreement. "Chief, here's the list and background information for merchants attending tomorrow's auction. Leave it on the desk." The senator speaking turned from the window of the great world's top floor, where he had been overlooking Guangzhou. It was none other than Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries Minister Wu Nanhai. Ever since the mainland campaign began, Elder Wu's presence had been gradually fading, not that he had faded from the Senate or was practicing rule by inaction, but rather that everyone's attention was now occupied by the mainland campaign and the much-discussed Nanyang development. Wu Nanhai's main work currently was increasing yield while maintaining production. Honestly speaking, this work was becoming increasingly strenuous. Fundamentally, increasing production required fertilizers and pesticides. Given the Senate's industrial production capacity, only a few directly managed farms could currently be supplied. Other places, including the private sector, could only work on expanding cultivated land area. Following his orders, cultivated area had been expanded in Hainan, Lizhu, Jeju, and Taiwan under Senate rule. But these places, except for Jeju, all shared a common problem: inadequate water conservancy facilities. The Tainan Plain was affected by ocean tides. Many counties in Lizhu and Hainan had abundant rainfall but couldn't retain water. Annual average precipitation was plentiful, but as soon as it stopped raining, drought struck. Major hydraulic works were needed to ensure increased production. This couldn't show results overnight. His appearance in Guangzhou had nothing to do with agricultural production. He was here purely for this patent licensing conference. In fact, he was also one of the main senators who had facilitated this patent licensing. He had been working on this matter in Lingao for several years. A few days ago, the Senate Standing Committee finally passed the principles and methods for use of Senate-exclusive intellectual property proposal and the principles and methods for civilian use of Senate-exclusive intellectual property. The former confirmed that the property rights of all knowledge brought by senators from the old timeline belonged jointly to all senators. Any enterprise, individual, or organization, when using these property rights, must register and pay patent licensing fees. State enterprises under the planning agency theoretically also had to pay licensing fees when using them. This fee theoretically consisted of the senator fund's stock holdings in state enterprises and Senate-affiliated enterprises. The latter allowed, based on the premise of technology already used by state enterprises, and after evaluation by relevant departments, conditional opening of technology to the private sector. That is, private institutions could obtain these patented technologies by paying patent fees or through patent equity investment. With these two documents, orderly technology diffusion could gradually begin. In the past, the Senate had diffused quite a bit of technology, but due to intense internal debates about which technologies could or couldn't be diffused, and what models should be used for diffusion, there had always been controversy. Though later everyone roughly reached consensus on mainly diffusing civilian, light industrial technology, and some related work had been done, overall it hadn't amounted to much. Of course, this was also related to there being few wealthy classes in Hainan. The few wealthy classes there were actually more interested in trade and simple handicrafts, having neither interest nor ability to invest in systematic industry that required large investment and slow returns. Moreover, Hainan itself was relatively poor in resources and manpower. This destined almost all manufacturing industry on Hainan Island to be invested and operated by the Senate. According to finance sector statistics, not a single above-scale manufacturing enterprise on the island was privately owned. Only among below-scale micro and small enterprises was there a relatively larger private component, almost all concentrated in food processing and primary product processing. Now the Senate's feet had stepped onto prosperous Guangdong. Foshan was also the Senate's planned future industrial hub, attracting private capital investment in industrial sectors and diffusing production technology had been placed back on the agenda. As for how exactly technology should be diffused, Wu Nanhai's view was this. The Senate's most important asset was the senators themselves and the era-transcending technologies they had brought. These technologies included not only various industrial technologies, but also various management technologies and humanistic knowledge. Simply put, various intangible intellectual property rights that couldn't be seen or touched. Since it was knowledge, popularizing and instilling intellectual property rights among ordinary naturalized citizens seemed very necessary. The entire society needed to develop the habit of respecting and revering knowledge. The atmosphere of revering knowledge already existed. Now it just needed strengthening. Protecting intellectual property was protecting the senators' most important advantage. But industrialization's core was building industrial chains. Building industrial chains inevitably required technology diffusion. Given the Senate's current scale and capabilities, they had already made local natives deeply recognize the power of Senate knowledge. But in stark contrast to the great value demonstrated by these powers, the price natives paid when obtaining this technological knowledge was very low, often even free. Of course, the various knowledge currently diffused by the Senate was mainly for cultivating new people who met senator needs. This cheapness and freeness was not only reasonable but necessary. But when extending to the industrial sector, things needed to be carefully considered. End of chapter. Chapter 2442. The Teahouse auction. Wu Nanhai held firm views on technological diffusion. If the natives obtained technology too cheaply, it would ultimately harm the senators' interests. During the early construction phase, when factories were still being built and workers had yet to master industrial production, the senators' expertise seemed invaluable. Without their knowledge, none of this progress would be possible. But once factories were completed and workers became proficient, they would inevitably believe that everything had been created by their own hands, with nothing owed to the senators. The intangible nature of technological knowledge would lead people to undervalue intellectual property. And if knowledge lost its importance, the senators' prominence would soon follow. To ensure workers always recognized the significance of senator-held technology within the Senate's domain, protecting intellectual property was essential. This meant instilling from the very beginning the notion that intellectual property must be purchased with real currency, and moreover, like farmland, could generate continuous income. Only through such measures would the senators' prestige be preserved for generations. Furthermore, their previous approach to technology diffusion had relied on selecting partners based on individual senators' preferences rather than any clear criteria. Often, some native merchant would gain a senator's favor through chance encounter and thereby receive support. While the supported enterprises had generally performed well, the system was inherently unfair, fraught with speculation and arbitrariness. It encouraged native merchants to scheme and plot, none of which fostered a fair and open business environment. Wu Nanhai's theories had gained considerable support among the senators. As the Senate's power grew, even those who had previously championed aggressive technology diffusion had shifted their stance. After all, when you possess machine guns, there's little need to obsess over flintlock technology. Moreover, the Senate's current industrial situation, technologically advanced but woefully limited in output, urgently demanded change. The auction had been convened under precisely these conditions. Wu Nanhai picked up the folder from the table and began browsing. The documents listed merchants who had submitted their deposits. Under the Senate's new regulations, engaging in industry and commerce required a registered business entity. so the list contained many unfamiliar enterprise names, all newly registered companies established by local powerful families. Since the tax bureau's arrival in Guangzhou, these families had been scrambling to register companies to comply with the new tax system, spawning a proliferation of limited liability companies. Wu Nanhai turned to the second page, which contained background information on the participating enterprises. He studied the actual controllers behind these unremarkable business names. Several he recognized as notable figures from late Ming Guangdong. The others were unfamiliar, but presumably no ordinary merchants. Notably absent from this auction were some of the benchmark enterprises the Senate had previously supported and invested in, such as the Zhang family's food enterprise or the Chen Li Jai and Runchitang pharmaceutical companies. Many attendees had little previous interaction with the Senate, newcomers hoping to find money-making opportunities under the new system. Yet examining their backgrounds, apart from a handful, most had no connection whatsoever to industry. Over 90% derived their primary income from commerce, lending, and agricultural tenancy. Fewer than 10% had operated handicraft industries, concentrated mainly in silk weaving, food processing, and crafts. Wu Nanhai had read the Guangzhou Industry and Commerce Survey compiled by the Guangzhou Municipal Comprehensive Management Office and understood the city's industrial foundations well enough. In a word, large-scale manufacturing was virtually non-existent. Such figures simply didn't exist here. Manufacturing doesn't make you rich in any era, Wu Nanhai mused. Looking at these wealthy families, the richest were almost universally in trade and lending. Guiding them toward manufacturing, with its heavy investment requirements, thin margins, and slow returns, would have been impossible without the Senate's prestige. Of course, the patents in this auction were essentially franchises. Whichever project the local merchants won, actual operations would see them contributing capital and perhaps land, while the Senate provided technology. Given the Senate's current situation, there was no way they would allow these merchants to fail. After spending their money, the merchants would be aboard the Senate's ship. Fame and fortune would surely follow. A genuine win-win arrangement. Just after noon on January 15th, Wu Yijun arrived at the Great World in a two-person sedan chair, accompanied by his servant. The Guangzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce maintained an office in the Great World, but the auction itself was held elsewhere, at the junction of the outer world and inner world, where a row of storefronts had been knocked through and uniformly renovated. A sign reading Lotus Root Pavilion Teahouse hung outside. This teahouse differed little from typical Guangzhou establishments, except that Australians ran it. What they served was old-timeline Cantonese morning tea, now rebranded as Australian morning tea. The moment Australian morning tea appeared, it won acclaim among Guangzhou's wealthy classes. Compared to the original, the 17th-century archaic version of dim sum was not only crude in production and ingredient selection, but the portions were truly too substantial. A single lotus leaf sticky rice was meal enough on its own, comparable in size to jiaxing meat zongzi, quite unfriendly for refined palates. Any tea patron with knowledge of Lingao and the Senate would recognize that the Lotus Root Pavilion name had considerable origins. Not only was it Australian-run, it was also the tertiary industry of Wu Nanhai's agriculture and forestry sector. After South Sea Teahouse was transferred to General Office Management with Agriculture and Forestry Ministry serving only as custodian, Wu Nanhai had instructed Yi Yuming to establish Lotus Root Pavilion Teahouses as a chain throughout Senate-ruled territories in relatively prosperous commercial cities. The target consumers were primarily stationed or traveling senators and naturalized citizen cadres, while also welcoming local natives seeking something new. This particular Lotus Root Pavilion in the Great World had naturally become the favored destination for various new nobility and influential families hoping to curry favor. Holding the auction here was only fitting. Because of the auction, a private event today notice had been posted at the entrance. In the open space outside, over a dozen sedan chairs were already parked. Sedan bearers and servants squatted against the teahouse's outer wall, chatting idly. Wu Yijin surveyed the sedan chairs and servants. He recognized most as belonging to Federation of Industry and Commerce members. A quick assessment showed few heavyweight figures had arrived. The most important person present was Gao Ju, though he wasn't participating in the auction. He was attending as a leader. Still early, Wu Yijin thought. These big shots always preferred to arrive right on time, probably to demonstrate their importance. Each attendee was permitted one personal servant. The servant presented the invitation at the entrance, and master and servant were admitted inside. The Lotus Root Pavilion's ground floor was a spacious, well-lit main hall containing roughly 20-odd 8 immortals tables. Gallery corridors ran along all 4 sides, with private rooms above, convenient for gatherings and discussions. This was another reason local business magnates favored the establishment. Today being the auction, naturally no one went upstairs. About half the tables already had guests. As soon as Wu Yijin entered, everyone rose to greet him. He was responding with polite nods when a tea attendant in a white short jacket approached. "Master Wu, would you prefer to sit at the front today, or front or back doesn't matter, somewhere with a clear view?" "Right away." The tea attendant immediately led him to a table against the wall. Wu Yijin surveyed the room. This position commanded a view of the entire hall. He nodded with satisfaction. His servant immediately produced a bill and slipped it to the attendant. "Thank you for Master Wu's generosity." The tea attendant bowed and withdrew. Before long, he returned with tea sets and cups. The attendants kept each customer's preferences firmly in mind. Without special instructions, they followed established routines. The main hall originally featured a small stage for performers. Today, a gate-shaped frame stood at center stage with a blackboard beside it. On the other side sat a small table piled high with sealed folders. Wu Yijin surveyed the teahouse. The person nearest him was a young man who seemed somewhat unfamiliar. He wondered if the Federation had such a member. Looking more carefully, there was a 30% resemblance to someone he knew. So it's him. Wu Yijin suddenly understood. This young man was none other than Fenshenghe, the young master of Fenshenghe Exchange Shop. Fenshenghe, as the most prestigious exchange shop in Guangzhou, had originally been a steady sitting and eating business. But after the Australians issued Australian dollars and prohibited the circulation of silver taels and copper coins, the exchange business was finished. The reason was self-evident. Moreover, the Central Reserve Bank immediately prohibited private gold exchange transactions, eliminating the exchange shop's final source of income. Fenshenghe naturally had to close. The shop's workers and craftsmen weren't worried about their prospects. They were quickly absorbed by the Hong Kong Mint and the Central Reserve Bank's Guangzhou branch. The Central Reserve Bank also extended an olive branch to the Shen father and son, inviting them to work there. After all, they were rare technical talents, but the father and son politely declined the Senate's invitation. The Shen family had conducted business in Guangzhou for many years and possessed substantial accumulated wealth. They were unwilling to simply close up shop. They were preparing to start fresh. It seemed they had already chosen a suitable project, Wu Yijin thought. Farther away sat Boss Mi. Wu Yijin couldn't help frowning, as though he'd caught a whiff of something foul. This big boss, who had once controlled all of Guangzhou's night soil districts, had sensibly handed over his night soil roots, then switched to operating a fertilizer business, using his facilities and channels to sell fertilizer for the sanitation office. End of chapter. Chapter 2443. The Teahouse Auction Part 2. Selling night soil fertilizer brought decent income, but compared to the old days when Boss Mi squeezed both city dwellers and farmers, eating from both ends, his earnings had diminished considerably. Moreover, everyone said the Australians would sooner or later swallow this fat piece of meat themselves. Though Boss Me harbored resentment, he knew his head couldn't butt against a big blade. Besides, after the Australians cleared out the night soil districts, they had shown mercy by not mobilizing the workers to struggle against him, probably acknowledging his sensible behavior in voluntarily surrendering his districts. But just because they hadn't struggled against him didn't mean there was no dirt to dig up. Every time Boss Me thought about it, he felt thorns pricking his back. Fear was fear, but life had to go on. Boss Me had been searching for new money-making ventures lately. His family had been night soil lords for generations, with at least 300,000 buried in the ground. Wu Yijin could tell at a glance that today's auction would be lively. These two families might lack prominent reputations. The Mi families was even somewhat malodorous, but both were deep-pocketed old clans. In terms of wealth, they were not necessarily inferior to those higher-profile households. Their situations also meant they came to this auction determined to win. He just didn't know which projects these two families had their eyes on, Wu Yijin mused. Looking further ahead, he spotted another familiar face, none other than Old Huo, whose formal name was Huo Makesheng. It was quite surprising to see Old Huo here. In recent years, the Australians had hurt Old Huo badly. He had originally been the head of Guangzhou's paper trade, not only running multiple trading firms wholesaling various paper products in the city, but also operating multiple paper workshops outside the city walls. He was, in essence, Guangzhou's paper industry leader. Ever since Australian paper landed in the Guangzhou market through Zicheng Company's distribution, Huo Makesheng's business had plummeted. Because Australian paper was high quality and low priced, his fellow paper merchants had all switched to sourcing from Zicheng Company. His business not only went into steep decline, but even his paper-making workshops closed down. If the Australians hadn't yet gotten involved in stationery paper, allowing him to scrape by with paper shipped in from elsewhere, Old Huo would have shuttered long ago. These past few years, whenever the Australians came up in conversation, he would curse without end, wishing the heavenly troops could annihilate them all. The paper trade, though still existing, had actually fallen to mere retail distribution for the Australians. The paper trade guild's influence within the Federation had become negligible. Setting aside Old Huo's past resentments, did he currently have the resources to bid and buy? Wu Yijin was puzzled. Looking at the projects, he would most likely target his old trade, the paper factory. But the paper factory project's transfer fee alone was $10,000, and once operations began, at least another $10,000 would need to be invested. Old Huo's down-at-heel appearance in recent years wasn't feigned. When his father passed away, the funeral had been hasty. When his youngest son married, he couldn't match with a prominent family. Just as he was puzzling over this, another master and servant walked through the door. The moment this pair entered, a stir went through the entire hall. Everyone present rose to greet them. Wu Yijin focused his gaze. It was Liang Qianlong. Now he's a rare guest, Wu Yijin thought. Though Liang Qianlong's position as Money Trade Guild president was prestigious, his family's Maokeng was merely a small player in the money trade, holding the presidency only through the Liang family's backing. Now with the Australians in power, young Master Liang's position had become delicate, the winds decidedly unfavorable. Dissenting voices within the trade were growing louder. Could it be that young Master Liang was planning to please the Australians by investing in industry? Or was Liang Qianlong trying to draw a clear line between himself and the Liang family? This warranted careful consideration. Watching the hall gradually fill up as the hour approached, Gao Ju emerged from behind a screen. Greeting everyone with cupped fist salutes as he went, he mounted the stage and made another round of bows, beaming at the assembly. Gentlemen, thanks to everyone's honor in attending this project transfer auction. This is giving Gao a great deal of face. I am most grateful. Seeing this, those below followed the Australian custom and applauded. Gao Ju continued. The auction materials have all been reviewed by everyone. I won't ramble on. These are all golden egg-laying hens. The Senate releasing these projects for transfer is an immense grace. Those who win projects need no further words, manage them well for a win-win. Those who don't win shouldn't be discouraged. The Senate will have other projects in the future. Everyone should work hard to make money and prepare. Just as he was speaking, a senator-looking person mounted the stage, escorted by several naturalized citizen cadres. This senator was unfamiliar, but observing his bearing, the powerful families present could all sense this was no ordinary person. Indeed, when Gao Ju made the introduction, everyone learned this was a big figure from the Senate's central leadership, the Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries Minister Wu Nanhai. Though no one understood why the senator in charge of agriculture was attending the auction, they figured it probably demonstrated the Australians' emphasis on this matter. Sure enough, this Chief Wu also began speaking, though his newspeak had a heavy accent. For the wealthy families whose newspeak was already limited, his words were somewhat incomprehensible. Fortunately, Wu Nanhai's speech was brief. He soon yielded the position to a newly arrived senator whose appearance was quite different from typical senators. Dark skin, bald head, face full of fierce muscle, Fenshenghe, specially sent to host this auction. As soon as he mounted the stage, the auction officially commenced. Auction items were hung on the gate-shaped frame one by one in sequence, with introductory diagrams displayed. The host then introduced and opened bidding for each. The catalog's projects were almost entirely concentrated in light industry: textiles, clothing, shoes and hats, wood processing, food processing, glass and enamelware, small hardware. The non-light industry projects consisted of building materials, fuel, and agriculture-related biofertilizer. All projects offered two options. Under equity share option A, the planning agency would hold a certain percentage of shares in the newly established enterprise, ranging from 10 to 25%, and as an equity partner would provide free market and technical support. Under sole proprietorship option B, the Senate would hold no shares, and technical and market support would be charged at market rates. We begin with the first project, biofertilizer. With Fenshenghe's booming voice, two Teahouse workers hung up the introductory diagram for Project 1. Biofertilizer sounded high-tech, but essentially it was farm manure processing, including human and animal waste treatment, organic composting, and the most technologically advanced earthworm farming deep processing technology. As Wu Yijun expected, Boss Me bid on this project, and under option A, 10,000 Australian dollars in investment plus no less than 100 standard mu of land, Boss Me really was wealthy. Wu Yijun sighed. Of course, this $10,000 project transfer fee wasn't given for nothing. The Australians would provide a complete set of initial startup production equipment. Looking at it that way, it wasn't a bad deal. No one competed with him for this project. The biofertilizer project sold at reserve price. Wu Nanhai watched coldly from the side. He had expected this. Industrial projects were different from slave auctions. These were deals worth thousands or tens of thousands, involving future operations. Most attendees had carefully studied the project handbook and assessed their own capabilities, so there wasn't the heated bidding scene at ordinary auctions. The true purpose of holding this auction wasn't to obtain markup premiums anyway. Senator He, however, felt somewhat underwhelmed. He coughed and ordered the next project brought up. Project 2, Wood Processing, Fenshenghe announced. Starting price, 10,000 silver dollars, at least 100 standard mu of land plus an inland river dock connected to the Pearl River. The Pearl River Delta lacked forest resources, but other areas of Guangdong had abundant timber, materials the Senate urgently needed. Like Project 1, this project didn't attract much interest. Everyone already knew from the handbook that this project had certain site requirements. It had to be downwind from residential areas, and the site needed an inland river dock. These restrictions made its hidden costs too high. Though response wasn't enthusiastic, quite a few people were optimistic about the timber market. Several raised their hands simultaneously. After 2 rounds of bidding, it finally sold for $11,500. The subsequent auctions were mostly similar, either selling at reserve price or concluding after slight bidding. 2 items attracted no bidders whatsoever, going directly unsold. So dull that Wu Nanhai yawned, and even he Fenshenghe found it tedious. Not until the 7th item, Match Factory, did the entire auction hall suddenly come alive. Matches were the most popular product the Senate sold externally. Without much promotion or marketing, Lingao-produced matches had spread rapidly through natural distribution alone. Not just in Guangdong but throughout Jiangnan, the capital, all the way to Manchu-ruled northeast, even reaching Korea, Japan, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and Europe. This convenient fire-starting tool could be found everywhere. A box of matches sufficient for a month's use cost just 2 eggs in Senate-ruled Hainan. By the time it reached distant places, the price had multiplied tenfold or even dozens of times. Due to ever-expanding demand, match production had always been in a state of supply shortage. After planning agency calculations, it was decided that apart from retaining one state-owned match production enterprise, all other match production capacity would be privatized. The Senate would control only upstream match chemicals and related machinery manufacturing, leaving match production to private enterprises. This would fully utilize private capital to expand production capacity while significantly reducing state enterprise labor costs. Our employees' training and usage costs are very high. We need to put them in positions with higher returns. Following Wu De's directive, they were preparing to release 3 match factory projects throughout the greater Guangzhou area. The match factories' market prospects were crystal clear to the wealthy families. When the $5,000 match factory project 1 was posted, paddles immediately shot up throughout the hall. End of chapter. Chapter 2444. The Teahouse Auction Part 3. Wu Nanhai secretly nodded. These old moneybags were truly shrewd. Matches, this cheap daily necessity, seemed to have thin margins and earn mere pennies, but the market potential was virtually limitless. Moreover, match production difficulty was the lowest of all the projects, though Wu Nanhai didn't know if they realized this. The key raw materials for match production were chemicals and rod-cutting machines that only Senate enterprises could produce. From an unfavorable perspective, their so-called match factories were essentially just assembly plants. But viewed from another angle, match factories only needed to run machines to produce match sticks, dip them in chemicals, and the job was done. Requirements for workers, equipment, technology, and facilities were all reduced to minimum levels. Production startup was extremely quick. As soon as equipment and materials were in place, mass production could begin immediately. Indeed, Match Factory Project 1 immediately fell into intense bidding, with the price quickly soaring from $5,000 to $8,500. Wu Yijun watched coldly from the sidelines. The most eager bidders for this project were all second-tier wealthy families, not considered top merchants in Guangzhou's past. They were probably hoping to ride the Australian's tailwind to soar. Several people he was interested in, such as Liang Qianlong and Huo Meixing, hadn't raised their bidding paddles. Liang Qianlong's expression was grave, while old Huo watched the auction with a relaxed face, as if it had nothing to do with him. It seemed this wasn't the project they wanted. Huo Meixing probably wanted the paper factory. Liang Qianlong was harder to read. Amid his thoughts, Item 1 finally sold at $9,700. A buzz of discussion rose in the venue. Those who hadn't won were rolling up their sleeves, preparing to push for Items 2 and 3. Indeed, the competition for Match Factory Items 2 and 3 grew even more intense. Item 2 sold for $11,200, while Item 3 went all the way to $13,000. All 3 items were successfully sold. However, as Wu Yijun had observed, none of these went to first-tier wealthy families. Including Gao Ju, who had also registered to participate, he had made no bidding movement whatsoever. Could they also have their eyes on the textile factory? This made Wu Yijun somewhat nervous. The textile factory had the highest reserve price among all projects, with the project fee alone reaching 25,000. If no one competed with him and he could take it at reserve price, that would be ideal. But he had also prepared. He was willing to go as high as 35,000 for this project. Higher than that was beyond his means. After all, substantial expenses for operations would follow. Next came another hot project, the soda and cold drinks factory. The reserve price was $10,000. As soon as Fenshenghe opened bidding, it rose to 13,000 within minutes. Soda and cold drinks had previously been luxuries enjoyed only at Ximing Tower. Whether it was kvass with its distinctive aroma or the colorful, sweet and sour marble sodas in glass bottles, they were all shipped from Lingao across vast distances. Only the relatively cheap fruit shaved ice and various flavored popsicles were produced locally in Guangzhou. Though kvass and marble soda were expensive in Guangzhou, merchants with some knowledge of Lingao understood that the high price stemmed from distance. Produced locally, they would be as cheap as in Lingao. In sweltering Guangzhou, being able to enjoy a bottle of cool, sweet, refreshing, thirst-quenching soda in summer was an immense pleasure. As long as the price was right, sales would be guaranteed. Besides, this soda and cold drinks factory came with ice-making equipment. Even if soda and cold drinks earned not a single cent, selling ice blocks every summer was big business in itself. In the past, Zicheng Company had imported ice blocks from Lingao for sale each summer. Wasn't that simply turning water into money? The first-tier wealthy families began joining the fray. Their entry immediately escalated the battle. Within minutes they had reached $20,000. It finally sold for $26,000 to a silk merchant. Wu Yijun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been most worried this person would compete with him for the cotton mill project. Now that he'd won the soda and cold drinks factory, he probably wouldn't contend over cotton textiles. The next project fell flat, the paper factory. Papermaking was a bitter, exhausting trade. Soaking raw materials in winter was bone-chillingly cold, in summer, unbearably stinking. Yet this factory's reserve price wasn't even low, actually $8,000. Once bidding opened, only Huo Meixing bid. Fenshenghe asked 3 times with no further bids, and the paper factory project went to Huo Meixing. This old Huo really is sentimental about his old trade, Wu Yijun thought. In subsequent bidding, the one Wu Yijun had most worried would compete with him, Gao Ju, won the building materials factory. This bid was as high as $45,000, yet it produced only coarse, heavy construction materials, bricks, lime, mortar, and such. Originally no one had been optimistic about it, and Gao Ju took it at reserve price. Wu Yijun felt this was somewhat a gesture to prop up the Australian's face. The Shen father and son won the enamelware factory project at $22,000. Wu Yijun also successfully won the cotton textile factory project at reserve price. As for Liang Qianlong, he won a project no one had expected, the clothing factory. In this era, apart from Australians and their naturalized citizen subordinates, very few people wore ready-made clothes. So the wealthy families were skeptical about how much business a clothing factory that could only serve the Australian market would generate. Moreover, this clothing factory's reserve price was bizarrely high at $15,000. Liang Qianlong similarly took it at reserve price. It seemed he would be dealing with the Liang family often in the future, Wu Yijun thought. He was ushered by a tea attendant to a side table where clerks were handling procedures on the spot. He took out his DeLong checkbook and wrote a check for $20,000. As he inscribed $20,000 in capital characters, his brush trembled slightly. This was the largest single expenditure he had ever handled in his life. It carried not only his entire fortune and livelihood but also his credit. Ultimately, apart from 2 unsold items, 20 projects were successfully auctioned. Wu Nanhai had originally been somewhat nervous. He had strongly promoted this matter. If the final result proved disappointing, wouldn't that be a great loss of face? Though the result couldn't be called a resounding success, it could be considered successfully completed. He had already reviewed the total transfer income, $357,400. Though this money wasn't pure profit, investing it into related equipment manufacturing would generate cascading benefits. As for investment after projects landed, that would snowball into even greater returns. As long as silver circulates, one silver dollar can become 10. More products, more taxes, more employment. Thinking of this, Wu Nanhai's mood was exhilarated. He immediately had the senator-exclusive apple sparkling wine brought out. He raised high the tall glass filled with sparkling wine. "Gentlemen, a toast to our future industrial endeavors." Everyone roared in response, "Cheers!" After the celebratory drink, Wu Nanhai and Fenshenghe withdrew, leaving the wealthy families to enjoy themselves. Gao Ju, wanting to build rapport, had the tea attendants serve everyone a dim sum set. Now we're all enterprises under the Senate's banner. Everyone should support each other. Gao Ju raised his teacup. "I'll use tea as a substitute for wine, wishing everyone abundant wealth." Those who'd won projects now wore considerably more relaxed expressions, chatting and laughing over tea. The earlier tense atmosphere in the tea house had dissipated. The air that had previously held suspicion now seemed to have warmed. They were now all in the same boat. The few who hadn't won any projects hovered eagerly around Gao Ju, asking when new projects would be available. Gao Ju said, "Weren't there still 2 projects just now? You lot didn't find them good enough. For more opportunities, you'll have to wait at least a year or 2. Those 2 projects were just too expensive. Who knows if they'd even make money?" There followed more griping and unavoidable excuses. Wu Yijin watched these performances with quiet satisfaction. When it comes down to it, aren't you just being overly cautious and afraid to spend money? In the end, making money requires boldness and seizing opportunities. No room for hesitation. Carrying the good feeling of being wise and decisive, Wu Yijin returned home and immediately summoned his trusted servant. "Go to the Dong household and tell them the matter is done. Ask if he has time to come discuss in the next few days." After dispatching the servant to deliver the message, he summoned the steward and instructed, "These next few days, if anyone from the Federation or the Australians comes to deliver a letter, no matter what time or where I am, report to me immediately." According to what Gao Ju had said at the auction, naturalized citizen cadres or even senators would soon come to discuss specific implementation steps. Wu Yijin had heard that Australians were known for decisive and swift action. Once implementation began, they would immediately enter into concrete matters like buying land and constructing buildings. From then on, money would surely flow like water. The Dong family had given him $30,000. Though old Madame Dong had clearly told him this money was his to use at full discretion and they wouldn't participate in operations, Wu Yijin felt that to be prudent, major matters should still be communicated to Dong Zhejiang. He was pacing in his study, contemplating the cotton textile factory's operational matters when Chen Yin suddenly entered. "Master," he reported, "Master Ding has been found." "Oh," Wu Yijin's spirits rose. "Truly heaven is helping me," he immediately asked, "Where is he?" "Master Ding is currently ill, lodging at a temple. The situation is not good." "What happened?" Wu Yijin frowned. "Have you called a doctor for him?" "Master," Chen Yin stepped forward and lowered his voice, "Master Ding seems to have been attacked by someone. I didn't dare cause a disturbance. I hurried back to report to you. Tell me exactly what happened." Wu Yijin knew there was surely something suspicious here. Chen Yin wouldn't have returned to report if he could have handled it himself. End of chapter. Chapter 24:45. Reunion of old friends. Ever since receiving his master's orders, Chen Yin had been searching throughout Guangzhou for Chen Ding these past several days. Thinking calmly, if Chen Ding really had come to Guangzhou, whether for public or private reasons, he would visit relatives and friends. Even if he was urgently seeking an Australian connection, he should first come to their own household. There was no reason he would hide himself away. Either he simply hadn't come to Guangzhou or he was hiding for some reason. The question was, why would he hide? Though Chen Ding and Chen Xuan had conflicts, they were after all blood brothers. It wasn't a life-or-death feud. According to what Chen Qing had said, there was no irreconcilable conflict between the two. It seemed unlikely that Chen Xuan would send people to hunt him down. Chen Yin felt that Chen Ding coming to Guangzhou was purely Chen Lin's speculation. But orders were orders, so he could only wander the streets of Guangzhou day after day. On this particular day, however, he happened to encounter an old acquaintance on the street, a former runner from Nanhai County's quick squad named Zhao Xian. After the Senate entered the city, Zhao Xian had been retained in the investigation squad due to positive performance. After more than half a year, when the police department conducted its first comprehensive purge of retained personnel, dismissing the poor performers and keeping the good, Zhao Xian was transferred to become a regular police officer due to his good performance, serving as a patrol officer in the Public Order Division. For someone like him, an experienced runner from the old quick squad, as long as there was no blood-feud public resentment against him, the new national police naturally had use for his skills. After becoming a regular officer, Zhao Xian honestly served as a patrol officer in the Public Order Division for over half a year before being promoted from the uniformed section to the plainclothes section. His rank was also raised one grade. After transferring to plainclothes, he no longer needed to wear a uniform to work. Instead, he moved through the streets in civilian clothes. His work content also shifted to minor crime prevention, mainly anti-pickpocketing, anti-street fraud, and similar petty cases. These could only be suppressed through patrol presence. They couldn't be effectively cracked down upon. For Zhao Xian, this was practically his old profession, and the new position suited him like a fish to water. He quickly became a capable man in the Public Order Division. Chen Yin had had some dealings with Zhao Xian in the past. After the Australians entered the city, with so many complicated matters unfolding, the two hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Meeting now, they were quite warm toward each other. Chen Yin wanted to find a place to have tea and catch up. "That won't do," Zhao Xian shook his head. "I'm not off work yet. If anyone from the bureau sees me, this month's performance review will be ruined." Chen Yin knew that ever since the Australians came, these former runners had all been disciplined into obedience, each one cautious and careful, afraid of making mistakes. "Another day, then." "Why pick another day when we've already run into each other?" Zhao Xian shook his head. "We haven't seen each other in so long. Besides, I'll be even busier in a few days, probably with continuous overtime. How about this? I'll be off in about half an hour. Go to the usual place and I'll come over after work." The usual place he mentioned was a small tea house called Yuchun. This was also where Zhao Xian used to conduct business in the past. Someone like him, a proper quick squad runner, would always have a base. Anyone wanting to ask him to handle something would go there to find him. Even if he wasn't there, the tea attendant would pass on messages. Now Zhao Xian no longer had such prestige, but his old habit of enjoying tea and meeting people there hadn't changed. Chen Yin arrived at Yuchun. Though he didn't come here often, the tea attendant still remembered he was Zhao Xian's friend and immediately came to attend to him. "Today I'm having tea with Brother Zhao. Start brewing now. Our shop has newly arrived Qiangzhu Limu Mountain Oolong. Brew a pot," Chen Yin instructed. "And prepare in advance any dim sum Brother Zhao likes." Though he hadn't dealt with Zhao Xian in a long time, Chen Yin knew Zhao Xian's recent situation quite clearly. Today's encounter was coincidental, but catching up tea had to be drunk. Setting aside past friendship, he might be able to glean some useful information from Zhao Xian. Indeed, about half an hour later, Zhao Xian arrived. He had already changed into casual clothes, and even the grime on his face was gone. Chen Yin knew that whether it was the clothes, the grime, or the kept Q hairstyle, they were all disguises for when he was working. They exchanged a few pleasantries, then called the waiter to bring tea and dim sum. The two chatted over tea. Talking about their experiences these past 2 years, Zhao Xian was quite emotional. truly like having exchanged for a different world. Who can say otherwise? In the past, our master most often said that no matter how heaven and earth turned upside down outside, as long as the realm was peaceful, we'd close our doors and live our own lives. Now he's eagerly hoping to connect with the Australians to start a factory. Heard he's going to start a cotton spinning factory. Chen Yin gave a thumbs up. Brother, you really are Guangzhou's know-it-all. How am I a know-it-all? Zhao Xian chuckled. Your master's bidding was in this morning's newspaper. We have it at the office. Speaking of which, your master is really wealthy, playing with tens of thousands of dollars like it's nothing. Chen Yin laughed a few times. Under Ming rule, Zhao Xian saying this would have contained hints of shaking him down. Your master had better be sensible. But now Zhao Xian didn't have that kind of nerve. Not only was his master now a Federation member who could speak directly with the Australians, but even if he were an ordinary citizen, a two-finger-wide slip of paper sent to the National Police Guangzhou headquarters would be enough to make Zhao Xian suffer. For retained personnel like him, any complaints or reports were treated as guilty until proven innocent. This time our master is prepared to stake everything to make something happen, Chen Yin said. The master is a clever man. I don't really understand what he says, but following the Australians to make money is the idea. It's good to have money. Zhao Xian murmured, his expression rather complex. Suddenly he remembered something. But I don't understand. Your master has always been in the dried fruit business. Why did he think of doing cotton spinning? That's completely unrelated, isn't it? He, where would we servants dare guess what the master is thinking? Chen Yin said. But the master's maternal nephew is from a family of mulberry silk weavers. I see, Zhao Xian nodded. Whether it's silk or cotton, it still needs spinning. Chen Yin thought the difference was huge. But this was a good opportunity, so he took advantage. Originally, our Chen family in Xiangyunsha all did silk weaving. I have a clan uncle who's also a skilled hand. The master originally wanted to rely on him. He then explained the whole story of searching for Chen Ding. I've searched the city for several days with nothing to show. I don't know why they insist he came to Guangzhou. Zhao Xian ate a rice flour cake, understanding Chen Yin's meaning. He wanted Zhao Xian's help. This help was naturally worth giving, not for a few thank-you coins, but because it could earn goodwill from Master Wu. He now vaguely understood. Under Australian rule, scholars were out of luck, but those in industry and commerce were in luck. Due to his background, his own future in the new police system was limited. He could only hope his children would prosper in the future, and that would require patronage from influential people. Helping find someone wasn't difficult and carried no pressure. Whether found or not didn't matter. Looking at it closely, there was no disciplinary violation either. It was a steady, risk-free favor. He immediately patted his chest and declared this was on him. This is easy. Nowadays, outsiders staying at inns have to register. Those staying with relatives and friends also need to report temporary residence. One inquiry will tell. With Zhao Xian willing to help, Chen Yin was very pleased. He also hinted at a generous reward upon success, but Zhao Xian played dumb, completely ignoring his words. This surprised Chen Yin. Since ancient times, dogs can't change from eating shit, but the Australians come and he's reformed. Since money wasn't needed, he'd just have to butter him up with words. Brother Zhao said you'd be very busy soon. May I ask what you'll be busy with? Chen Yin asked while pouring him tea. In a few days, Australian troops will be returning in succession, Zhao Xian said casually. I heard some are going back to Hainan, some will be stationed in various places. The Bureau has issued orders saying the troops are returning from their campaign to rest in Guangzhou for a while. We need to maintain street order and avoid conflicts. Aren't the Australians strictest about military discipline? That's true, Zhao Xian sighed. But these are all men coming down from the battlefield. They've suffered greatly, endured much, and probably lost quite a few brothers. Coming back to see Guangzhou's pleasure-seeking world with everyone singing, dancing, eating, and drinking, wouldn't you be upset? Upset perhaps not, but there'd definitely be some discomfort. So you see, There's no guarantee a spark won't set off a firecracker. If there's actually a military mutiny, that would be terrible. Chen Yin was somewhat alarmed. He hadn't witnessed one himself, but had heard many who'd been up north describe them. "The chiefs want us to be prepared," Zhao Xian said. "They want us to warn all the shops, tell them not to get into conflicts if anything happens, but to report to police quickly. We police will also be deployed to all locations throughout the city, especially commercial districts. I heard they're even bringing in riot police from the garrison battalion. And with all this, we still have to keep watching the wealthy families. It's like wanting one person to become three. This is really too much trouble. If you're worried about soldiers causing trouble, just don't let them into the city. Why go through all this effort?" Chen Yin commented. "You don't understand," Zhao Xian shook his head. "The soldiers have been fighting outside for almost 2 years, taking 2 provinces worth of territory. Meritorious and hard-working. Now they're returning from the campaign for rest and recovery, not letting them eat, drink, and enjoy themselves in this pleasure city. Wouldn't that breed resentment? These soldiers all have pent-up frustration. Just yesterday, National Army soldiers from Wuzhou returning to rest got into a disturbance over some trivial matter. Besides breaking a lot of things, they injured several people. There was even one outsider beaten unconscious. They don't even know who he is." Zhao Xian suddenly remembered something. "By the way, that Chen Ding you're looking for, roughly how old is he? What does he look like? Any distinctive features?" "Oh, he's about 35 or 36. Hasn't shaved his head, not much of a beard. There's a black mole at the end of his left eyebrow." End of chapter. Chapter 2446, Searching for Someone, a Black Mole. Zhao Xian seemed deep in thought, touching his own brow tip. "You mean here?" "No, here." Chen Yin pointed again. Zhao Xian slapped his thigh. "What a coincidence! That unknown person who was knocked out has a black mole right there too, and the other details match. Why don't you go take a look?" Hearing there was a lead, Chen Yin immediately agreed. "The person's at the hospital at Xiangyunsha Temple outside the city. I'll accompany you tomorrow morning." By now it was getting dark. Xiangyunsha Temple sat on the northern slope of Yuexiu Mountain outside the Great North Gate, a desolate place with few visitors even in broad daylight, let alone rushing there now when the city gates were probably already closed. Early the next morning, Chen Yin and Zhao Xian left through the Great North Gate and headed for Xiangyunsha Temple. After the plague ended, Mayor Liu had renovated both the city interior and exterior, especially clearing out the large number of public cemeteries, charity houses, and temples storing coffins outside the Great North Gate. Unattended charity houses were all demolished. Bones and coffins cleared from cemeteries and charity houses were concentrated in a newly built public cemetery. Though it was still quiet outside the Great North Gate, the former land of the dead no longer carried its eerie atmosphere. The cleared land was now managed by the City Resources Company under Guangzhou municipal government, leased to suburban farmers as vegetable gardens. The formerly grave-studded wasteland now mostly had fences erected and vegetables planted. The two came along the newly built main road to Xiangyunsha Temple, now called Guangdong Province Temporary Shelter. Besides continuing to care for elderly without family and orphans, it also received people picked up by police during patrols and vagrant roundups, registering and sorting them for placement. A free clinic was specially attached to the shelter. The unlucky fellow beaten unconscious in the brawl a few days ago had been sent here for treatment since his identity was unknown, following standard procedure. Because it was outside the city, the welfare home had previously had National Army soldiers responsible for security. Recently, with improved security conditions, this duty was transferred to police. Since Zhao Xian was a police officer specifically bringing someone to identify a person, the welfare home naturally didn't obstruct them. Mao Ziyu happened to be free and personally led them to the clinic. The shelter's clinic was converted from an old temple hall. Bamboo lattice walls partitioned off the consultation room and pharmacy. Everything else was used for hospital beds, a full 30 or 40 of them. About half were currently occupied by patients with orderlies making rounds. "How's patient 11 doing?" Mao Ziyu asked the orderly. He knew the sheltered person's situations like the back of his hand. "He woke up this morning," the orderly said, "but his mind isn't quite clear. He's asleep again now. And his wounds? The head wound is just superficial, not serious," the orderly said. "The doctor said this morning he probably just has a concussion. No danger to life or risk of disability. Can he receive visitors?" "Yes." The nurse led them to an observation room with a single bed. On the simple bamboo plank bed lay a man, covered with a thin military blanket, his head still wrapped in white gauze. Chen Yin recognized him at one glance. Who else could it be but Chen Ding? "It's him." Chen Yin nodded. No wonder searching for him had been like looking for a needle in a haystack. He hadn't been in Guangzhou City at all. Zhao Xian hadn't expected to find the person so quickly and was also pleased. Truly effortless when things go smoothly. "Your luck is really good and your clan uncle's luck is even better." He turned to Mao Ziyu. "This is Chen Yin. He's the patient's clan nephew." Mao Ziyu was happy that this unknown person now had a lead. He immediately asked about Chen Ding's name, age, and place of origin. Chen Yin asked if he could take him away. Mao Ziyu said he hadn't fully recovered yet. They'd need to wait for the doctor to examine him before deciding. Better come back in a few days. Just as they were speaking, Chen Ding on the bed woke up. Chen Yin hurried over to call to him. This time Chen Ding wasn't confused. Though Chen Yin, his clan nephew, wasn't very familiar to him, he knew of him. After a few exchanges, they naturally warmed up. Chen Yin learned that Chen Ding had arrived in Guangzhou several days ago. Shortly after disembarking, before even entering the city, he had suddenly lost consciousness from a blow to the head. "Probably showed my money on the road and someone tried to kill me for it," Chen Ding sighed. "What a pity, the several hundred taels of silver I brought." Zhao Xian listened but realized something was off. He interrupted their uncle-nephew conversation. "That's not right. You were injured in the January 11th brawl incident, and the injury location was on Main Market Street. The case file is still on my desk." But Chen Ding adamantly denied this, saying the last place he'd reached before losing consciousness was near the old Wyang Post Station site outside the city. Because he needed to relieve himself, he had wanted to use a public toilet. He had just reached the alley entrance when someone hit him with a sap. "I'm a stranger here with no acquaintances. How could I have gotten into a brawl with anyone? The Main Market Street area isn't where any of my relatives or friends live. What would I be doing there?" Though the orderly thought Chen Ding's account was post-concussion syndrome, Chen Ding insisted he had been attacked outside the city and had lost his luggage, which contained 200 taels of silver. "This 200 taels, half was my savings, half was capital from my father-in-law. I never expected to be robbed as soon as I arrived in Guangzhou," Chen Ding said, stamping his feet and beating his chest in regret. "This complicated matters. Originally, this was just a brawl case. Moreover, both parties arrested on the day of the incident said they didn't know Chen Ding, so he was merely a passerby accidentally caught up in it. But now the situation was that Chen Ding had been robbed, and the amount was particularly huge." Zhao Xian was uncertain. He half believed what Chen Ding said. If it was syndrome-induced rambling, he spoke with such vivid detail and absolute certainty. But if it was really true, what robber had lost his mind enough to knock someone out with a sap, steal the silver, and then carry the victim into the city specifically to dump him at a brawl scene? Besides, the robber couldn't have known that National Army soldiers would be fighting with shop clerks near Main Market Street that day. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Xian wouldn't have bothered with this matter. After all, Chen Ding had no proof and no one could corroborate his story. But since Master Wu valued him, this couldn't simply be left alone. At minimum, there needed to be some explanation. To be thorough, he asked Chen Ding again about his entire journey from Sanliang Market to Guangzhou up until losing consciousness. Chen Ding's answers were clear and logical, completely unlike someone whose head had been knocked silly. Moreover, Based on Zhao Xian's people-reading skills, Chen Ding wasn't a crafty person. These words weren't fabrications. I think this matter will still require Master Ding to report a case at the police station himself. First, Master Ding is still involved in the brawl case and needs to give a statement, Zhao Xian said. Second, 200 taels of silver is no small sum. It qualifies as a major case. This isn't ordinary thug's work. Probably some master thief has come to the city for public and private reasons. We need to catch the criminal. Chen Yin hadn't originally cared much about this, but hearing Zhao Xian's reasoning, it made sense. He quickly said, "This matter will have to trouble Brother Zhao." Zhao Xian said he could only help, since he was with the Public Order Division, and once reported this would be a criminal case. He had no jurisdiction. Chen Yin wanted to process the paperwork to take Chen Ding out of the hospital and back to the Wu household. But Mao Ziyu said since the person had been found, there was no rush for today. After all, his head wound hadn't healed. Better to observe a day or two before leaving. Zhao Xian also said not to rush. As for reporting the case, Chen Yin could handle it on Chen Ding's behalf. Have Chen Ding write a power of attorney and detailed account first, and with Zhao Xian's help, get the case filed. So I gave Master Mao $1 to take good care of Master Ding and buy whatever's needed. Zhao Xian and I went to the police station, then I hurried back to report. Wu Yijin thought this was too bizarre, but he couldn't figure out what was going on either. Hearing that 200 taels of silver had been stolen, he couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement. Traveling so far alone with so much silver, this Chen Ding was really bold. Still, risking danger to bring a large sum to Guangzhou meant he must have had some scheme, either planning to use silver to pave his way, or intending to do some business in Guangzhou. Regardless of Chen Ding's original plans, he was now injured, robbed, penniless, and desperate. Extending a helping hand now would most certainly earn his gratitude. Chen Yin, go tell the steward to prepare the west courtyard. Get everything ready. Also, prepare some inner and outer clothing according to Master Ding's measurements. Zhao Xian returned to the bureau and first retrieved the main Market Street brawl case file to study. The case wasn't complicated. At noon on January 11th, 5 soldiers from the National Army's Wuzhou Battalion resting in Guangzhou were dining in a restaurant on Main Market Street. Growing drunk, they quarreled with the restaurant staff, smashing tables and dishes. Clerks from nearby shops came to reason, and a brawl broke out. They fought from inside the restaurant to the street. Meanwhile, other National Army soldiers strolling nearby and clerks from nearby shops all joined in, ultimately forming a melee of over 20 people. This caused a crowd and blocked traffic. Patrolling officers discovered the situation, and since military personnel were involved, summoned a nearby joint military police patrol team to bring the situation under control. In the end, the joint patrol arrested 21 people at the scene, including 9 National Army soldiers and 12 civilians. 11 were injured, of which 3 had serious injuries requiring hospitalization. Also found at the scene was one unidentified person with a head injury who had lost consciousness. The file also contained statements from those arrested. Zhao Xian skimmed through, none mentioned Chen Ding. Looking at the list of items confiscated from them, there were no large sums of money either. Obviously, these people had little connection to Chen Ding. They also hadn't robbed Chen Ding. The silver, if it really existed, had been taken by someone else. This was truly strange. Zhao Xian studied the file for half a day but still couldn't figure it out. Actually, until now, he still doubted whether these 200 taels even existed. Forget it. Leave this for the detectives to handle, Zhao Xian thought. End of chapter. Chapter 24:47. Cooperation. Chen Ding remained in the shelter's hospital for another 2 days before being carried back to the Wu residence in a small sedan chair sent by Chen Yin. Wu Yijin welcomed him personally, escorted him to his quarters, and inquired after his health with great warmth. He urged him to rest well and recover, adding, "Make yourself at home here." Chen Ding was surprised by such enthusiasm. Originally, he had planned to visit the Wu family in Guangzhou seeking their help in connecting with the Australians. He and the Wu family were distant in-laws, twisted melon vines that barely touched and had little interaction in the past. He had expected a cold shoulder. To be treated so warmly was unexpected. He was no fledgling. He knew there must be a hidden reason behind this. Wu Yijun did not hide anything. He immediately recounted his original intention to invite Chen Lin back to their hometown to cooperate in setting up a factory, what had happened after Chen Lin returned, and his sending of people to deliver letters. "Liner sent a letter saying you would come to Guangzhou and ask me to look after you," Wu Yijun said. "There's no need to rush. As it stands, it may not be a bad thing for Liner to stay in Nansha. You should just rest here with peace of mind." He then mentioned that he had already purchased the cotton spinning project from the Australians. Chen Ding naturally understood his meaning and immediately stated his position. "Since you intend to set up a factory, brother, and this younger brother knows a thing or two about spinning, if you don't disdain my meager skills, I will certainly do my utmost to help." "Good. If you can assist me, brother, this business will be 30% more secure." Wu Yijun was delighted and assumed an expression of extreme frankness. "Brother, you know I originally dealt in dried fruits. Whether it's spinning cotton, silk, or hemp, I know nothing about it. I'll have to rely on you." As he spoke, he promised Chen Ding a 10% share of dry stock. "Let's not talk of dividends for now. It's just that I've never seen these Australian factories, nor do I know what their looms look like. I've heard they use machines entirely, and we have no masters here who know how to use machines. If we really want to set it up, I fear it will take some effort. You need not worry about that. The Australians sent someone to contact me a few days ago, asking me to take a few people to Lingao for a visit and study tour. I wonder if you—" "I will naturally go." Chen Ding was unambiguous. "It's always good to see it for myself. If the Australians are willing to teach us, that's something we could not ask for more." Suddenly, he remembered something. Buying machines and going to study. Will we have to shave our hair?" There was always a hurdle in Chen Ding's heart. If he didn't cling to the Australians, the hope of starting a career and reclaiming his ancestral property was slim. But if he bought machines and had his head shaved, wouldn't that be an ironclad defection to the Kun? It would be impossible to explain clearly in the future. "You can rest assured, brother. The Australians don't enforce head shaving," Wu Yijun laughed. In his view, Chen Ding's worry was not only a minor matter, but rather laughable. Yesterday, cadres from the Senate's planning committee in Guangzhou had visited and delivered the relevant documents and paperwork for the visit to Hainan. The destination was twofold. One was Lingao, and the other was the light industry industrial park in Xiangyunsha. Many of the production projects up for bidding were gathered there. A 15-day visit and study tour was merely a cursory glance for operating a modern factory, but the planning committee hoped to collect opinions and suggestions on the machines from the major bidders through this visit, and simultaneously instill the concept of modern enterprise. Can we really go to Lingao? Chen Ding was still very curious about the legendary Lingao. Previously, he had only heard hearsay from traveling merchants, which likely contained many exaggerations. Going to Lingao is no difficult matter. Ships sail every day from the #1 wharf. Things were proceeding smoothly, and Wu Yijun was increasingly happy. Although Chen Ding couldn't drink alcohol due to his injury, a banquet was still set up, and the two men used kvass instead of wine to discuss the details of setting up the factory. Chen Ding had originally come to Guangzhou hoping to create a career. Although he had lost his silver and his original plans were ruined, this current opportunity was much easier than starting a business single-handedly. Not only was there Wu Yijun, a local tiger, to preside over the situation, but it was also a business with Australian participation. If he could establish a connection with the Australians through setting up the cotton spinning factory, he would have a backer whether he continued in this line of work or started anew in the future. The next day, Wu Yijun sent someone to Sanliang to deliver a letter, informing the family that Chen Ding had arrived safely in Guangzhou, had a place to stay and a job, telling them not to worry. He would not be returning for a while. Li Ziyu looked at the report record and relevant files brought by Zhao Xian and dared not be negligent. After all, a robbery of 200 taels was a major case in Guangzhou. He immediately reported to Wu Xiang. After returning from his studies in Lingao, he had been promoted to inspector of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Guangzhou Police Bureau. In terms of police rank, he had also broken away from the constable range to become a third-class commander, a police officer. After his promotion, his responsibilities naturally increased. Li Ziyu now not only had to lead an investigation team himself, but also handle many specific clerical tasks for the Criminal Investigation Division. This case involves a large value, but the difficulty of solving it is considerable. So many days have passed, and we don't even know what the culprit looks like. Wu Xiang looked at the materials. Is there a specific direction? The clue is the 200 taels of silver, Li Ziyu said. The local area has completed the currency reform and banned the circulation of silver. The robber cannot spend the silver directly. He must find a place to exchange it. I think starting from this point should yield information. Then do it, Wu Xiang nodded. You have several cases on hand right now, especially the Mao family in case. Although it's closed, there are still many clues that haven't been clarified. And there's that vague counterfeit currency case. Your burden is heavy enough. Find someone else to handle this case. Yes, I'll ask Gao Changyu to go. He's most familiar with these underground backdoors. Wu Xiang expressed no objection, only reminding him to grasp the direction well. Li Ziyu understood his meaning. After returning to the office, he called Gao Changyu and handed the case over to him. Gao Changyu had also been promoted after returning from his studies in Lingao with Li Ziyu. However, for retained personnel like him, the future was limited. Although he had been promoted 2 ranks in police grade as a reward upon his return, becoming a probationary commander, his administrative position was only senior agent, under Li Ziyu's command. Gao Changyu knew well that he was an old person, and not trusted by the Australians. Not only was he extremely cautious in his daily work and speech, but he was also very respectful to Li Ziyu, the new noble. Upon hearing the summons, he immediately put down the work at hand and came over. Gao Changyu was quite surprised after reading the police report because Chen Ding stated that he was attacked near the old 5 Rams station outside the South Gate. This was originally a water and land transportation hub, a major thoroughfare. In recent years, the Senate had carried out considerable commercial development here, making it increasingly prosperous. With a dense flow of people and gathered merchants, it was a key security area in Guangzhou City, with police security booths on duty around the clock. Not only were there fixed sentries, but there were also patrol police on mobile patrol, and many activists had been developed among the local shops and hawkers to act as informants. For a person to be knocked out in broad daylight on the street, robbed of their money, and then transported into the city, it seemed incredible that no one noticed such a commotion. Besides, even if no one saw it, why did the robber take him into the city? Isn't that asking for trouble? Gao Changyu said. Li Ziyu had originally thought this was a simple case, but after Gao Changyu mentioned this, he felt there were many suspicious points. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you saying this Chen Ding didn't tell the truth?" It's hard to say. After all, the 200 taels of silver is just his own claim. There is no second corroborating witness. Besides, even if he really brought that much silver, it wasn't necessarily robbed. Li Ziyu understood Gao Changyu's meaning. In handling cases, there was no lack of people who fell into traps due to greed for petty advantages or lust, were robbed or cheated of their money, and being ashamed to tell the truth, claimed they had been drugged or robbed. This put Li Ziyu in a difficult position. He pondered for a moment and said, "How do you plan to handle this now? Tomorrow, call this Chen Ding over first. I'll talk to him and see if he's lying or not. Then go and ask around if anyone has received suspicious silver recently. Oh right, why doesn't this record say which smelting shop's mark was on the silver? probably broken silver. If it's broken silver, it will be hard to handle, Gao Changyu said. But if the thieves are a bit smart, they would also chop up the silver before exchanging it. Li Ziyu's face felt slightly hot. Compared to Gao Changyu, he still seemed too green. To cover up his embarrassment, he coughed and said, "I'll leave this case to you." "All right, I'll report to you if there's any situation." Gao Changyu finished speaking and gave a nod with a heel-clicking attention stance. Gao Changyu returned to his desk and carefully studied the record and the retrieved file on the brawl case again. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. These two cases were obviously unrelated, so how could they be connected? He decided that before questioning Chen Ding, he first had to clarify a key question. Where exactly was Chen Ding knocked out and injured? Regarding this question, the file on the Grand Market Street brawl could not help. None of the statements mentioned Chen Ding. It seemed he could only personally ask the relevant personnel and the surrounding onlookers. The brawl that occurred on Grand Market Street was still in the processing stage. The arrested personnel were detained in two places. The National Army personnel were detained in the barracks at the East City Drill Ground, requiring relevant procedures for interrogation. Questioning the citizens was easier, as they were all detained in the City Bureau's detention center. Gao Changyu immediately went to the detention center, interrogated the arrested citizens, and showed them Chen Ding's photo for identification. But regrettably, no one had any impression. Unwilling to give up, he went to the Guangdong National Army headquarters to apply for permission and went to the barracks to interrogate the relevant personnel. The result was the same. No one remembered such a person coming to the scene. End of chapter. Chapter 24:48. Investigation. Since those involved could not remember, the only option was to investigate the bystanders. Passers-by on the road couldn't be traced, but the merchants near the incident location were easy to find. Gao Changyu arrived at Grand Market Street and first called for the Pagia, the community head. Accompanied by the Pagia, he visited every shop within 20 meters of the brawl scene, summoned the shop owners and staff, and asked them to identify Chen Ding's photo. This time, he actually found a clue. A worker at a paper effigy shop on Grand Market Street said he had seen this person. Because business was slow that day, he had been sitting at the door watching the street scene. When the brawl occurred, he indeed saw this person walk past the shop entrance. Gao Changyu pressed for details about the situation at that time. The worker said there seemed to be nothing special. He just saw him walking past with another person. This immediately piqued Gao Changyu's interest. He asked what this other person looked like. The worker said he couldn't remember clearly, only recalling that it was a man with a build similar to Chen Ding's, also in Ming attire, looking like a shopkeeper, senior clerk, or accountant. Moreover, the worker's attention had been drawn to the brawl at the time, so he naturally had no interest in passers-by and could not provide any specific details about the clothing. Did he have any injuries on his head? He was wearing a headscarf, so I couldn't tell. Gao Changyu did not give up. He remembered Chen Ding saying he'd brought 200 taels of silver. Even without the silver, traveling from Sanliang would require bringing a few changes of clothes, so there should be some carry-on luggage. Did he have any bundles or similar things on him? No, he didn't, the worker said. Empty-handed. What about the person with him? Seemed to be empty-handed too. The worker suddenly remembered something. Right, that person had a sash bag on his shoulder, purple cotton. Gao Changyu's spirits lifted. Chen Ding's verbal statement mentioned he'd lost a purple cotton sash bag and the silver was inside it. Was it very heavy, bulging? Can't remember clearly. I didn't pay attention. These testimonies at least proved 2 points. Chen Ding did not enter Guangzhou alone but had a companion at the scene of the incident. He definitely brought a sash bag, although it couldn't be said for certain that there was silver inside. The question was, who was this person? Chen Ding's statement did not mention any companion, and he repeatedly said he was knocked out outside the city. According to Chen Ding, He'd landed at the Li family wharf and was attacked near the Five Rams station. Therefore, the city gate he entered must have been either the Five Immortals Gate or the South Gate. So Gao Changyu immediately went to these two city gates and questioned the police on duty that day. Regrettably, the flow of people in and out of these two gates was too large, and the officers on duty all said they did not remember seeing Chen Ding or his purple cotton sash bag. Next, he went non-stop to the Li family wharf and the merchants near the Five Rams station to understand the situation. He obtained some sporadic eyewitness testimonies about Chen Ding's whereabouts. Finally, he found the boatmaster of the inland river boat Chen Ding had taken. The boatmaster confirmed that he had indeed carried such a passenger, carrying a purple cotton sash bag from Sanliang to Guangzhou. There were no companions on the boat either. He got off the boat right at Li family wharf. Did anyone meet him? No, he walked away alone after getting ashore. Gao Changyu asked again if there was anything suspicious or distinctive about this person. This man has guts, traveling far alone with so much silver, the boatmaster said. How do you know he brought a lot of silver? Did you see it? That purple cotton sash bag was heavy. Naturally, it was filled with silver. Could it be stones? The boatmaster said. He was also very careful, never letting the sash bag leave his hand. He sat on it all the time and tucked it in his bosom when sleeping, very alert. Gao Changyu returned to the Criminal Investigation Division, organized the materials obtained from running around all day, and reached three conclusions. First, Chen Ding indeed came to Guangzhou alone, but had a companion at the scene of the incident. Second, Chen Ding did bring a large amount of silver. Third, the silver was at least still there when he was sighted at Grand Market Street, only it was being carried by another person. It seems this matter isn't simple, Gao Changyu muttered to himself. That evening, he reported the investigation situation and his own views to Li Ziyu. Clearly, something must have happened between when he claimed to be knocked out and when he was sighted at Grand Market Street, Gao Changyu said. I think it's necessary to talk to Chen Ding again. The key is this companion, Li Ziyu said. The problem is Chen Ding never mentioned this person from beginning to end. Could the worker have seen it wrong? Maybe he was just walking very close to Chen Ding, but they didn't actually know each other. After all, apart from this worker, there are no other eyewitness testimonies. That is possible, Gao Changyu nodded. But since it was a stranger, why was Chen Ding's sash bag on his shoulder? Stolen. If it was stolen, the thief should have melted into the crowd immediately after succeeding, not walked openly with the victim. According to the worker, both men's pace was very leisurely. This indeed didn't make sense. Li Ziyu thought this case is really strange. He stroked his chin, which only had a few short, sparse hairs, and fell into deep thought. He went back and forth applying the various deductions and case studies he had learned in the Lingao training class. The result was still unclear. Could it be that he got involved with women or gambling, was set up and lost the silver? And he's unwilling to say, Li Ziyu said. The person with him was the one who set him up. Not impossible, Gao Changyu nodded. But from the time he got off the boat to when he was sighted at Grand Market Street, it was less than 2 hours, a bit tight for a setup. 2 hours, indeed a bit tight. Li Ziyu knew this didn't really make sense. Gao Changyu coughed and said, Why do I feel this case has a familiar smell? Li Ziyu was blank. Familiar smell, familiar smell. Suddenly he slammed the table. Old Gao, you're right, it is familiar. Chen Ding fell victim to Peihua. Gao Changyu slapped his thigh in sudden realization and said loudly, That must be it. Why didn't I think of it? I just felt something was wrong but couldn't figure out what. Does it make sense now that you say it? Li Ziyu was very excited and said, Thanks to your question, otherwise I really wouldn't have thought of it. This explains it. No wonder Chen Ding insisted he was attacked outside the city. He was indeed harmed outside the city. Only he was dumped at Grand Market Street later, but he suddenly doubted his deduction again, since he was flower-padded. Why was he hit with a club again and so heavily, causing a bleeding head wound? It seems unnecessary. Flower padding was essentially administering incapacitating drugs to the victim, causing them to lose consciousness or their will for a short time and obey the perpetrator's commands. But its effect was limited. If the dose was too heavy, the victim would fall into a deep sleep. Since the culprit used Peihua to abduct Chen Ding, why give him a blow to the head? Old Gao, I think there are still quite a few suspicious points. He summarized them. First, since the robbery was already successful outside the city, why deliberately bring Chen Ding into the city? Wouldn't this vainly increase the risk of discovery? Second, since he was brought into the city, why dump him at Grand Market Street and hit him heavily with a club? He listed the suspicious points one by one. Gao Changyu nodded repeatedly and said, "Actually, there is another thing I don't quite understand." "What is it? Where was this club blow struck?" Chen Ding said it was outside the city, but if it really was struck outside the city, how could he still walk into the city under the control of the drug? He was in a coma for several days in the clinic before waking up. Besides, since the culprit wanted to use drugs, why use a club? Li Ziyu was speechless for a moment. Indeed, thinking carefully, there were still too many illogical places. What did the instructor say? Criminal investigation must first reconstruct the scene, determine what the criminal did, and understand why he did it. As long as the criminal's train of thought is clarified, the direction of detection will be roughly known. There are indeed many things that don't make sense here, Li Ziyu pondered. Peihua, he suddenly asked, do you think this case might be related to the Mao family in case? In the Mao family in case, the child abductors were a group of professional criminals skilled in the art of flower patting. It was hard not to associate these two cases. Possible, Gao Changyu nodded. In the Mao case, there are still many people who haven't been brought to justice. Especially the leader of the Guandi Temple gang, who actually managed to escape. Li Ziyu was somewhat unwilling. If we could have caught him then, many people in the Mao case probably wouldn't have escaped either. Have you thought about it? The Mao case just passed not long ago. Hundreds of people died before and after for this case. Even if the lucky escapees weren't scared out of their wits and fled Guangzhou, they should be lying low to avoid the wind. Why risk using this method? Once discovered by us, isn't it tantamount to declaring they are still active? Are their heads that hard? Gao Changyu said leisurely. Naturally, there is a reason they had to use it, Li Ziyu said. What reason? His brain spun rapidly, and suddenly he realized something and blurted out. Because what they want is not only Chen Ding's silver, but also him as a person. Gao Changyu nodded silently. He had also thought of this just now. Only this could explain these contradictions. You're right. Compared to the silver, I'm afraid Chen Ding the person is more important. In that case, Li Ziyu regained his spirit, spend some more time to comprehensively understand Chen Ding's side, especially his social relationships. See if there is a breakthrough there. Also, send people to find out more about suspicious situations from the shops and residents around Grand Market Street. End of chapter. Chapter 24:49. New clues. Li Ziyu reviewed the case files repeatedly in his office, feeling increasingly that there were many suspicious points. He felt that this matter was probably not as simple as flower patting, robbery, or assault. There was likely some conspiracy behind it, but he couldn't figure out what. He tried hard to make connections but couldn't link this matter to the Mao family case, so he eventually had to give up. Luck can't always be on my side, he thought resignedly. Gao Changyu, however, had long developed a train of thought, but he wanted to keep this idea secret for the time being. First, he wasn't very confident, and if there were no results, it would seem too rash. Second, he didn't want to reveal his thinking to Li Ziyu too early. Gao Changyu had worked as a runner in the XIII class all his life and was a good hand at reconnaissance and arrest. However, in the past, solving cases as a runner relied mainly on the accumulation of experience and social connections. Neither would be given to you by your seniors for no reason. When he first became a runner, he apprenticed and worked as a white body, an unofficial runner, for more than 10 years. Only when his master grew old and retired, recommending him as a successor, and after he paid a sum of respect money to the head runner and the clerks in the administrative office, did he manage to become a proper body, an official runner. Although both proper bodies and white bodies muddled through in the QA class, and outsiders feared them like tigers, to insiders a proper body was a tiger while a white body could only count as a fox. The various groups coming to the city to make money would not pay respect money to a white body, nor could a white body hold a warrant to arrest people. They could only rely on extorting small commoners and getting a share of the soup when running errands during case handling. The hardship Gao Chang Yu endured rising from white body to proper body was difficult to describe to others. Thus, he placed extreme importance on his experience and connections. After the Australians came, Gao Changyu, by a twist of fate, solved a major case and leapt from an obscure, retained person to become a cultivation target, sent to Lingao to attend a police administration short-term training class. Although this training class was only 2 months long, it greatly expanded Gao Changyu's horizons and thinking. While appreciating it, he also harbored great worries. Under the Australian system, the case-solving techniques and thinking that originally required long-term experience to enlighten could be obtained through systematic instruction, while social connections could be acquired through various systems established by the police organs. Household registration, Bayagia, and informants were not brought by the Australians, but the Australians could obviously manage and use these measures more effectively. This allowed any criminal police officer to quickly master reconnaissance resources and carry out work independently. Gao Changyu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He was already in his 40s. He had no deep origin with the Australians, nor had he actively defected to them. Retaining him was simply because they valued his experience and familiarity with the local situation. But now, Guangzhou's lower-class society was undergoing an unprecedented cleansing. Centuries of accumulated filth were being constantly washed away, and social control was becoming increasingly strict. With the skin gone, to what can the hair attach? His social connections in the lower class were depreciating accordingly. Therefore, his sense of crisis was heavy, and he very much wanted to take this opportunity to solve a few more critical cases, to raise his position and rank a bit higher. After all, a senior agent was still just an agent. It would be best to have a chief in the title. This case, based on his experience, was definitely not as simple as intentional injury or robbery. Now he had successfully piqued Li Ziyu's interest. Li Ziyu was not only his superior now, but more importantly, a newcomer who had entered through the civil service examination. Apart from the northbound detachment cadres brought from Lingao, the Australians valued these local civil servants who passed the exams the most. Letting him come forward would be beneficial for securing police resources. But this coming forward also had to be carefully managed, otherwise it would be making wedding clothes for others. He, Gao Changyu, did not mind being a little brother's assistant, but it had to be the right-hand man kind. Gao Changyu arrived at the teahouse he frequented, and through the waiter, called over a few white bodies he commonly used. The white bodies who had exerted themselves in the Mao family case had all officially joined the police force now. Although it was indeed a good thing for the brothers, it was very inconvenient for him. Once these people joined the police, they belonged to the police station and had their own work content, so they could no longer be dispatched to do things. Fortunately, he still had a few people in his pocket, either those whom the police station considered to have significant historical stains and unsuitable for re-employment, or those who didn't want to work in this line anymore but didn't mind earning some extra money. These people were unified into the informant system under the new regime. You go to various places that exchange silver and ask around. Find out if anyone has exchanged silver since January 11th, whether whole ingots or broken pieces. The places he mentioned for exchanging silver were naturally not the Central Reserve Bank, DeLong, or the money shops designated as city government-designated exchange points. After the currency reform, in order to continue exchanging silver and copper coins from society, The Central Reserve Bank had designated a batch of financial institutions as exchange points. Silver holders could bring silver to these places and exchange it for corresponding silver dollars and banknotes after color inspection and weighing. Local commoners, for various purposes and needs, sometimes needed to exchange silver dollars and silver dollar coupons back into weighable silver. However, the Senate only promised that silver dollar coupons could be exchanged for silver dollars, but neither silver dollars nor silver dollar coupons could be re-exchanged for silver. With exchange in but not out, there was a certain arbitrage space for speculators. Corresponding black markets emerged as the times required. The Ministry of Finance naturally could not tolerate the existence of these speculators and had carried out crackdowns. But just like in the old timeline, as long as the arbitrage space existed, people like ticket scalpers and yellow oxen would always find their gray space for existence. Gao Changyu estimated that because the source of the robbers' silver was improper, they probably wouldn't go to places like banks or money shops to exchange it, but could only find these money traffickers to unload the goods. The total silver is 200 taels. The victim said there are 5 20-tael ingots, 3 10-tael ingots, and the rest is broken silver. Right, the 5 20-tael ingots look like they have the mark of a smelting shop. The stamp is Sanjiangmao. Gao Changyu mentioned the details. One more thing. Ask around everywhere if there have been any flower patters committing crimes in Guangzhou recently. Come find me immediately if there's news. Li Ziyu still had other cases on hand. After putting aside the Grand Market Street robbery case, he busied himself with other matters. Public security in Guangzhou City had improved compared to when the Senate first entered the city, and vicious cases had decreased significantly. But there were still many fragmented cases, especially theft cases. Because Guangzhou had a large floating population and a huge Tanka population that had not yet completed household registration, the detection rate of theft cases was pitifully low. They had to frequently organize dragnet-style security sweeps to solve cases. Li Ziyu was also run off his feet because of this. Just as he was busy with all 4 limbs in the air, Zhao Gui suddenly barged in. Rep Po. Report. Inspector. Agui had followed Li Ziyu smoothly enough. He had no great merits but drank plenty of soup. Although the man was useless, he had been promoted 1 rank in police grade because of the Mao family case. When Li Ziyu was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Section after returning from training in Lingao, he asked for Zhao Gui from the Public Security Section patrol team. Now he was also an agent of the Criminal Investigation Section. Of course, this matter went so smoothly also thanks to Lion Nishang's appreciation of his firm stance. She believed that although Zhao Gui lacked ability, he possessed the simplest form of loyalty. Other police officers called Agui Li Ziyu's follower or Li Ziyu's silly sworn brother. Agui didn't care about these titles at all. Instead, he was somewhat triumphant. In this criminal investigation section, apart from a few cadres from the northbound detachment, the local cadres vaguely regarded Li Ziyu as their leader. What is it? Time to get off work. Li Ziyu looked at the wall clock. It was already past 7:30 in the evening. As an inspector of the Criminal Investigation Section, officially he worked from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, but in reality, there was no fixed time for getting off work. It was common to work through the night when busy, and sometimes when he got off too late and missed the gate closing time, he would simply sleep at the station. Seeing Li Ziyu still intent on working, Agui hurriedly added, If we don't go, the street gates will close soon. At present, the security situation in Guangzhou caused the police department to continue adopting curfew measures. Only the curfew time was shortened to start at 9 in the evening and end at dawn. Usually, if he didn't go back, he didn't go back. He only went home 2 or 3 nights a week nowadays. But today was different. Li Ziyu's mother had specifically asked someone to send a message, asking him to come back tonight no matter what. Li Ziyu knew his parents were very supportive of his work. Unless there was something particularly urgent, his mother would not specifically call him back. "All right, I know," Li Ziyu said, starting to tidy up his desk. Inside the police station, whether it was case files, reference materials, or other documents, after finishing work they had to be either returned to the archives department or locked back in the filing cabinet. In short, they could not be left on the desk. This was something Mu Min, and also the police cadres from the northbound detachment, emphasized repeatedly. After tidying the desk, Li Ziyu put on his uniform and adjusted his hat and collar buttons. The winter police uniform used a thin wool Chinese-style jacket, which was much stiffer and more stylish than the cotton hemp texture of the summer uniform. The Senate was gradually getting richer now, and they were also much more lavish with clothing. Police badges and collar tabs, which used to be cloth embroidery, were now all changed to metal. Paired with a diagonal Sam Brown belt, it looked quite formidable. The two signed out and walked back together. Agui was currently still staying at the Li house. On the road, he inevitably muttered about some personal matters. Agui muttered for the 100th time about Sister Kaio. After the Zhang family's collapse, although Sister Kaio was not implicated and was released without charge, she had no relatives in Guangzhou. After being released from the detention center, she didn't even have a place to live. Finally, she was taken in by the Benevolent Society and assigned to a civilian production cooperative under the Charity Hall, specializing in garment production, which also provided simple room and board. End of chapter. Chapter 2450. Agui's troubles. Although Sister Kaio had been just a rough-work maidservant in the Zhang household, Master Zhang Ajiao had looked upon her with favor for a few years, and she had associated with Advisor Zun, so she held a high opinion of herself. Not long after starting work at the cooperative, she despised the job for being too busy and tiring, and other thoughts began to stir. Somehow Sister Kaio discovered that Agui was now a policeman, a person with face and status in the city. Taking advantage of a time when Zhao Gui was on duty outside, she came to find him again, saying she wanted to be long-term husband and wife with him, to live lovingly together, and in the future bear children and grow old together. For Agui, Sister Kaio was his goddess. Now that the goddess deigned to be husband and wife with him, he was so happy he couldn't find north. In just a few days, he was completely bewitched. Not only did he happily start making preparations, but he also prepared to take out money to buy a house and purchase furniture for Sister Kaio so they could build a life together. Li Ziyu was busy with work and couldn't attend to these matters. Fortunately, Li Ziyu's mother often chatted with Zhao Gui. Zhao Gui treated her as half a mother and even deposited his wages with her. Now that he wanted to get married, he told Li's mother the whole story of his lifelong event. Li's mother knew there was trouble here as soon as she heard it. After all, she was an experienced woman, seasoned in human hearts and worldly wisdom. With just a few words, she extinguished Agui's enthusiasm. She knew that saying Sister Kaio intended to swindle money wouldn't work, so she said that Sister Kaio was first used by Master Zhang, then became Advisor Zun's plaything, and in between, who knew how many men had played with her. Her reputation had long been swept to the ground. He, Agui, was now a dignified policeman under the Senate. His status was not ordinary. Even if he wasn't afraid of losing face himself, the Senate couldn't afford to lose this face. Hearing that it would lose face for the Senate, Agui chickened out. Besides, regarding Sister Kaio's fragrant past, before he was poor and helpless, and no woman would give him a second glance, so naturally he was overjoyed if Sister Kaio gave him a smile. But now he was serving under the Senate and counted as half a popular person at the station, so naturally he had to be particular. As for Sister Kaio, she had originally thought taking down Agui would be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. Unexpectedly, this Agui, who had originally been very warm, stopped mentioning marriage after a few days. When pressed, Agui hemmed and hawed, implying that he cared very much about her past. She hadn't expected that Agui, a dog licker whom she used to treat as nothing, would now look down on her. This dealt a heavy blow to Sister Kaio. When one plan failed, another was born. She pretended to be unfortunate and only begged Agui to look at their past affection and take care of her. Faced with the goddess's humility, Agui naturally agreed profusely. So Sister Kaio often sighed about her bitterness in front of Agui, saying the work in the garment cooperative was too hard and she wanted to start a small business herself, but suffered from having no capital. This Sister Kaio had always been the object of Agui's fantasies. As for her person, honestly speaking, she was quite good-looking, and as she aged she knew how to display her flirtatiousness. Before long, Li Ziyu's mother smelled danger again. Agui hadn't handed over his wages to her for safekeeping for 2 consecutive months. When asked, Agui claimed that wages were being issued late recently. She immediately asked her son and found out there was no such thing. She interrogated Agui, only to find out that Agui had given the wages and subsidies of these past few months to Sister Kaio, saying it was to help her open a small shop to make a living. Li Ziyu learned of this from his mother and immediately called Agui over for careful questioning. This questioning revealed something terrible. Agui had not only given his own wages and subsidies to Sister Kaio, but had also borrowed a lot of money from acquaintances at the station, including Gao Changju. He owed a total of over $20 to colleagues at the station. "You muddle-headed fool," Li Ziyu couldn't help scolding Agui after finding out. "You only earn $2.50 a month, yet you dare to borrow so much money. Everyone earns just a few dollars to feed their families. How will you pay it back?" Sister Kaio said once the shop opens, makes money she'll pay it back. Seeing Li Ziyu agitated, Agui knew this was not good. "My money will eventually be." "You are confused, you still expect her to pay it back." Li Ziyu stomped his feet and beat his chest. "What shop did she open?" "Tailor shop, small business." "Where is it?" "Just said in the north of the city." "Address?" "Don't know." Li Ziyu almost fainted. He had seen muddle-headed eggs but never one this muddle-headed. "Then didn't you think of going to the shop she opened?" "Work is busy." Li Ziyu wished he could slap him. He forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart and said, "Did you ever think that she didn't open a shop at all?" "Huh, no way." She said she was very tired working in the garment cooperative and wanted to open a tailor shop to work for herself. "Does opening a tailor shop require that much money?" Li Ziyu smiled bitterly with resignation. "Renting a shop front on Grand Market Street that can open a decent small shop costs only 1 yuan a month. You gave her more than $30 before and after. That's enough to buy a shop front." Agui murmured. "I trust her." "Surely, no way. You really became a policeman for nothing." Li Ziyu kicked him, hating iron for not becoming steel. "Go, let's find Sister Kaio." Unexpectedly, having heard from Agui the day before about Li's mother questioning him about his income not being turned over, Sister Kaio had already slipped away. The supervisors and colleagues at the garment cooperative didn't know where she went. Asking about whether she'd opened a shop, no one had heard of it. Now, Agui finally understood completely that Sister Kaio hadn't been borrowing money at all, she'd been swindling him. Finding her was naturally impossible. With Sister Kaio's experience, she certainly knew the consequences of swindling someone in the public service. Li Ziyu, fearing that exposing this matter would be detrimental to Agui's future, did not report the case. He only quietly asked Gao Changju to use informants to inquire secretly, only to find out that Sister Kaio had left the city on the day of the incident and slipped away. Where Sister Kaio went was naturally unknown. However, Gao Changju said Sister Kaio definitely had a lover. How dare she, a lone woman, run off to other places? Isn't she afraid of being robbed halfway? There must be someone directing and assisting her. In my opinion, Brother Agui should just take this as a lesson learned and make sure not to make a noise about it. If he made a noise, not only might they not catch the person, but Zhao Gui's reputation would be swept to the ground, and Li Ziyu would also be implicated. Even if they caught the person, the money couldn't be recovered. Li Ziyu knew this was the optimal solution. For the money owed to colleagues, Li Ziyu helped pay back part of it, and the rest could only be repaid monthly from Aigui's wages. Unexpectedly, Aigui couldn't let it go. First, he felt the pain of losing money. Second, after listening to Gao Changyu, he felt Sister Kaio definitely didn't intend to trick him but must have been coerced. So he constantly asked Li Ziyu to help rescue Sister Kaio from the fiery pit. This left Li Ziyu stuck between laughter and tears. Hearing him bring this up again, Li Ziyu sighed helplessly. "Aigui, are you possessed by a ghost or what? This Sister Kaio clearly acted as a white pigeon to swindle money. It's just that you didn't fall for it at first. So later she said she wanted to open some tailor shop. Didn't you think how many women open shops alone? Isn't Miss Dong one?" Li Ziyu was speechless for a moment. He paused before saying, "She has Dong Xiang and his wife outside and elders helping her. Who does this Sister Kaio have? She has me." "You're crazy." Li Ziyu almost lost his temper but thought again that although Aigui was muddle-headed, he was pure-hearted. He was just deceived by bad people. Thinking of this, he sighed. His mother had told him to introduce a marriage to Aigui as soon as possible. Once he had a wife at home, he wouldn't have wild thoughts. "Aigui, don't mention this Sister Kaio business anymore. I will naturally look out for you, but don't mention it again," Li Ziyu said in a low voice. "It's not good for either of us if this spreads, understand. But there's still the debt. I feel bad about you helping me pay it back. Anyway, your wages are handed to my mother. As long as you work well, are you afraid you won't pay it back? Don't mention these things again." Aigui agreed, but it was visible he was unhappy. Li Ziyu also felt a bit of sympathy. Aigui had lived in his house for a long time now, and the affection between the two was no less than with his childhood friends. His mother had also instructed him. "Aigui is a pure person. Treat him well, and he will definitely be able to help the Li family in the future." So he said some irrelevant words to change the topic. The two walked all the way back to Li Ziyu's home. Li Ziyu still lived in the old residence. This used to be where military households of the Guangzhou Guard gathered. The military households here were mostly military officials of the rank of experience or proofreader, and above from the various Guangzhou Guards. These people had either fled or been purged during the Hong Kong reorganization, and their families had moved to Taiwan, Kaohsiung, and other places. The rest were incorporated into the National Army and assigned to other garrisons. Those who could remain were people who had secured a place in the new regime. Li Ziyu's family was one of them. The vacant courtyards were now occupied by cadres of the northbound detachment who had come from Hainan. Next door to Li Ziyu's house was his uncle's residence. Since his uncle's family met with misfortune while fleeing, the uncle's large mansion had also been nationalized and was now one of the city government's collective dormitories. Li Ziyu knew his parents had complaints about this, feeling the mansion should belong to their family. However, since the Australians had taken it, they dared not question it. After all, their son was now serving the Senate. Fortunately, the Li family had few members. Apart from the three of them, there was the lodging Aigui and two old servants. Originally, Li's mother had thought about whether to buy or hire robust women to serve, but Li Ziyu said using servants had a bad influence, and besides, there were already servants at home. The front and back courtyards were enough to live in. It was the old family servant who answered the door. Li Ziyu asked, "Is there something happening at home? Mom called me back so urgently. Relatives from the north have arrived." The old servant took the police saber he unbuckled. "Young master, go in quickly." Li Ziyu was stunned. His family had lived in Guangzhou for generations. Although they had relatives in the north, most were distant. They rarely interacted in the past, and now with the war, news had been cut off. Why had they suddenly come? End of chapter. Chapter 24:51. The Baiyunshan Chen Ding rested at the Wu family's home for a few days, and the injury on his head healed mostly. Seeing the day to go to Lingao approaching, he was filled with high spirits. He was very curious about the legendary Lingao. Originally, he had also thought of going there for sightseeing and to see if there were any opportunities to make money. It was just that later he was blocked by the military front, and changes occurred at home. He could only temporarily set aside this idea. Unexpectedly, after coming to Guangzhou and taking a blow with a club and losing a huge sum of money, he had exchanged it for such an adventure. Chen Ding was originally a man of open mind. Now that he had a bright prospect, he not only put aside the Nanhai matters for the time being, but even the loss of 200 taels of silver became less concerning. His mind was full of thoughts about how to set up the factory. He had heard many people talk about various things in Lingao in the past, but that could only be considered hearsay, which likely contained many exaggerations. As the old saying goes, seeing is believing. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this Australian lair really looked like and what novel objects there were. On this day, cadres from the planning committee's Guangzhou office sent the invitation letter and boat tickets. The ticket was for the Baiyunshan, the latest addition to the Hainan-Guangdong route operated by Dabo Shipping. As the Senate's rule in Guangdong and Guangxi became increasingly stable, the number of passengers traveling between Hainan and Guangdong had surged. Part of these were naturalized citizens traveling between the two places for official business or visiting relatives, but business travelers also increased significantly. The number of spontaneous immigrants, which was originally small, saw explosive growth. These immigrants included poor people looking for a living and a way out, as well as rich people worried about the situation in the Central Plains hoping to find this peach blossom spring to avoid the chaos. Starting from 1636, the passenger volume on the Hainan to Guangdong route increased more than tenfold. Dabo Shipping's original model of mixing passengers and cargo gradually could not meet the demand, so two large transport ships were specially converted into dedicated mail ships. They were named Wuzhishan and Baiyunshan respectively, and currently operated one trip each way weekly. On January 20, 1637, Chen Ding and Wu Yizhen boarded the Baiyunshan at the No. 1 wharf outside the South Gate. The prototype of this vessel was the teak-hulled T-1200 standard ship hull. After modification, the internal cabin settings focused more on carrying passengers. While maintaining the sail rigging, a steam engine was also installed, and the average speed could reach 8 knots. It was the largest and most luxurious shipping liner on the Hainan-Guangdong route. From the perspective of the senators, a teak-hulled sailing ship with a standard displacement of 1,200 tons was not particularly spectacular. After all, the tonnage of the two Spanish galleons they'd captured was similar. But for local commoners, the T-1200 still had a strong visual impact. Especially after the passenger ship modification, an extra layer of structure had been added to the deck, a bridge installed, and most conspicuously, two chimneys billowing black smoke. I have long heard that the Great Song ships are sturdy and cannons sharp. It strikes me as true, Wu Yizhen sighed. A large number of passengers had already gathered at the waiting wharf beside the gangway. Passengers were divided into several different areas according to their cabin class. Chen and Wu's tickets were for second-class cabins, where there were few people, almost all wealthy families who had bought special permissions at teahouses, along with their servants and accompanying personnel. There were many more people in the third-class cabin area, who looked mostly like naturalized cadres and employees, as well as some merchant-looking travelers. As for the fourth-class cabin waiting area, it was bustling with noise. A dark mass of people, not only dragging the old and carrying the young, but also laden with huge and small bags of luggage, speaking in widely varying accents. The waiting area for the most expensive first-class cabins had the fewest passengers. Unlike the other waiting areas, they did not need to wait in the open air but waited under a specially built awning with dedicated staff serving tea. These Australians are truly stingy, inviting us but only giving second-class berths, Chen Ding whispered with a smile. If not so, how could they be called Australians? Wu Yizhen also found it amusing. In fact, although Australians were known for being extravagant, shrewd merchants had long seen that they were of the same kind when it came to being profit-driven. As the two were laughing, Chen Ding suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head, as if someone was staring at him. He turned his head abruptly but saw nothing unusual. "What's wrong, brother?" "Nothing." At that moment the steam whistle sounded, the signal to board. The passengers gathered in the waiting area immediately stirred. Crew members and wharf staff came over to maintain order, guiding passengers to board from the gangways on the left and right sides of the ship. Chen and Wu came to their cabin under the guidance of crew members. Because the T-1200 was essentially still a sailing ship, the cabins were all below the deck. Although there were portholes, the light was not very good. "So dim, I fear we cannot read," Chen Ding said. "If you want to read, you have to buy a first-class ticket at the stern," Wu Yijin said. "The stern castle has many windows and plenty of space, but second class is already not bad. I heard the fourth-class cabins are on the lowest deck. Not only are they communal bunks, but they don't even have portholes. Going down there is pitch black, relying entirely on oil lamps for lighting day and night." Looking around, the cabin was not large, but the environment was clean and tidy, and the layout was ornate and exquisite. Utensils needed for the journey were all available. The tea cabinet was equipped with a thermos placed in a fixed base and a full set of enamel tea sets. There were also various teas, green tea, oolong, and black tea, all packed in small bags. They had even prepared sweets and kvass. Truly exquisite. Chen Ding saw a small desk against the porthole. Although there were no four treasures of the study, there was a fixed inkwell and stationery box equipped with Australian pens and ink. Opening the drawer, he found a neat pad of notepaper watermarked with Dabo Shipping and Xiangyunsha. The paper quality was thick and white, making him unable to put it down. It was just that the bunks in the cabin were very small, just enough to accommodate one person sleeping. 2 bunks were just enough for a master and a servant. No wonder the inspection notice specifically stated that each person could only bring 1 servant for free. Wu Yijin took his servant back to his own cabin. Chen Ding instructed Chen En, who had come to serve him, to unpack the luggage. He took out 2 books from the luggage and placed them at the head of the bed for pastime. At that moment, crew members knocked on the doors one by one to give instructions. "The ship is about to depart. Everyone please stay in your cabins and do not walk around randomly. Do not go on deck. Do not touch the portholes. No smoking in the cabin." "What is this? A chamber pot?" Chen Ding pointed to a white enamel bucket with a lid fixed in an iron frame beside each bunk. "That is a vomit bucket," the crew member said. "Catch it when you vomit." Then the whistle blew 3 times outside, and the whole ship vibrated. Even in the small passenger cabin, they could hear a strange woo-woo sound. The feeling of riding an Australian ship for the first time was truly wonderful. As the vibration and roaring sound gradually steadied, the ship suddenly moved. Chen Ding hurriedly held onto the porthole and looked out, seeing the ship gradually heading toward the river surface. "I only regret I cannot go on deck to view this rare, beautiful scenery." When the ship reached the middle of the river, because the weather was good, passengers were allowed to walk and rest on the deck, but only for the first 3 classes. Fourth-class cabins had fixed deck time, half an hour each. At first, Chen Ding and the others were in high spirits, strolling and gazing on the deck. However, once the ship exited the Pearl River estuary, the wind and waves grew larger and they gradually became seasick. Seeing this, Wu Yijin hurriedly told him to go back to the cabin and lie down to rest. Once he lay down, he didn't get up again. First the world spun, then came violent vomiting. For the subsequent 2 days and 2 nights of the voyage, Chen Ding didn't eat a single meal, just sleeping half awake on the bunk in darkness. In his daze, someone came to feed him some water that was both salty and sweet. Suddenly he felt a shaking and found it was Wu Yijin shaking his shoulder, telling him to get up. "Almost there. Hurry up and clean yourself up. Look at the state of you." I am. You've slept for almost 2 days. The ship will arrive in Lingao soon," Wu Yijin urged. "Wash your face first, then eat something. You aren't dizzy now, are you?" "Indeed, I'm not dizzy anymore." Chen Ding touched his head. His originally groggy mind was clear and his stomach issued a rumbling sound. He pleasantly discovered his appetite was back. Thanks to Chen, and this time, Wu Yijin smiled bitterly. Xiao Fu and I were also dizzy and confused. We relied entirely on him alone to take care of us for these 2 days. Chenin hurriedly said, "This is this lowly one's duty. Master, do not kill me with such words. I see Master Ding is also hungry. Should I go get some dry food for a snack?" Chen Ding was starving at this moment and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, bring the cookies in my bag." As he spoke, he discovered that a blanket had been covered over him at some point. This gray blanket was smooth, soft, and extremely warm, and the weaving skill was quite superb. But he couldn't tell what material it was made of. He wondered if it was Wu Yijin's blanket. After eating a few cookies and drinking a cup of tea, Wu Yijin suggested going on deck to walk around and get some air. The two walked onto the deck. What came into view was the Xiangyunsha Strait. Fields stretched along both banks, and in the distance was Lingao. Indistinctly, black smoke was rising. Recently, such black smoke had also appeared in Guangzhou. It was said that this was produced by the Australian power of water and fire, only there was more black smoke in Lingao than in Guangzhou. Suddenly he heard a burst of women's laughter and chatter from the side. Turning his head, he saw several women on the other side of the gunwale wearing identically styled Australian attire. They all wore small brown round hats at a tilt, a brown Australian blouse on the upper body with a white collar peeking out, and a black cloth strip tied in a knot at the chest. On the lower body, they wore brown pleated knee-length skirts with only black socks on their calves, revealing their knees. Outside they wore long coats. Some had them buttoned, while others left them open. Although it was Lingnan, it was still January weather after all. Did these Australian women not fear getting old cold legs? Chen Ding had long heard of the Australian strange customs. Women's attire was one of the most widely spread and hotly discussed topics. After all, this attire, which existed in neither the East nor the West in the 17th century, was truly shocking to the world and full of temptation. End of chapter. Chapter 24:52. Uncle and nephew reunited. Chen Ding was no scholar, but he understood the principle of look at nothing contrary to propriety. Staring at the girls felt terribly rude, so he forced his gaze away. Yet before long, he found himself stealing glances again. It wasn't that these Australian girls were exceptionally beautiful. His wife and chambermaids were attractive enough, but there was something special about them, a charm he couldn't quite resist. Fragments of their conversation drifted over on the wind, though Chen Ding caught little of it since they spoke in new language. Something about new perfume, department store. Suddenly, one of the girls turned and looked his way. Thinking he'd been caught, he hastily averted his eyes, only to land on a familiar face. His nephew Chen Lin stood by the gunwale not far away, obviously having been stealing glances at the female students himself. Their eyes met across the deck and both froze. Beyond surprise, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that precise moment, a voice drifted through the air. HMPH, old pervert, accompanied by girlish laughter. Uncle and nephew alike turned crimson. Chen Ding had never expected to see his nephew here. Just 10 days ago, the young man had sent word through Master Wu that he intended to stay in Nansha. Yet here he was on a boat to Lingao. Had something changed in Nansha village? Had his third brother hatched some new scheme? By all rights, a reunion after such trials and tribulations should have been joyful, perhaps even tearful. But having met under such awkward circumstances, both uncle and nephew withdrew their gazes in unison and pretended not to recognize each other. Wu Yijin remained oblivious to his cousin-nephew's presence aboard and was chatting loudly with Huo Meixiang. Ordinarily, he wouldn't bother with this leader of the declining paper guild. But the man's lavish spending at the auction had piqued his curiosity. Where on earth had he found the money for such a desperate investment? A paper mill required substantial capital. The transfer fee was merely the beginning. The movement of funds in the market was always Wu Yijin's chief concern. Money has legs, he often said. Wherever large sums flowed, new opportunities emerged. Money never flowed into someone's hands without reason. There had to be some special purpose. Unfortunately, Huo Meixing proved to be a wily old fox. No matter how Wu Yijin probed, the man circled around every question, keeping silent about where the money came from. Wu Yijin was growing frustrated when someone poked him in the side. Turning, he found Chen Ding beside him. Before he could speak, Chen Ding whispered urgently, "Liner is here too." "What?" Wu Yijin was startled. "Are you delirious from seasickness? He's right here on the ship." "Then why don't you call him over?" "No, don't call him." Chen Ding was too embarrassed to mention their awkward encounter. "We're all getting off at Lingao anyway. We can find him after we disembark." "What are you playing at?" Wu Yijin still didn't understand. "Just don't greet him now. Let's pretend we don't know him." The steamship gradually approached port. During the second 5-year plan, 2 new ports had been built to address Bapu Port's shallow waters and limited throughput. One stood at Xianying Port in the west of the special municipality, destined to become Lingao's main passenger and cargo gateway, with construction of the Xianying Urban Area City Rail Line already underway. The other was at Hongpai Port in Mao Bay. Though its conditions were generally inferior to Xianying's, the Bapu-Mao City Rail had already opened, allowing passengers and cargo arriving at Mao to be quickly transported to Bapu and onward throughout the city. The Baiyunshan's berth was at Hongpai Port. As the steamer entered Mao Bay, Hongpai Islet came into view first. A fortress had been built on the barren rocky island to guard the bay. Heavy cast-iron cannons stared grimly from the bastions toward the strait. The Morning Star flag fluttered above the central observation tower, which doubled as a lighthouse. Sentries in greatcoats stood motionless at their posts like stone statues, rifles ready, eyes fixed on the water. A murmur rippled through the crowd on deck. For those visiting Lingao for the first time, this scene was quintessentially Audho song, perfectly matching their imagination of the Senate's domain. Solid stone fortifications, massive cannons, elite soldiers. The Baiyunshan's whistle gave a long blast, answered by a cannon shot from the fortress. The giggling girls on deck snapped to attention and bowed 15 degrees. Fubo army soldiers and police in uniform saluted the flag in unison. Naturalized cadres stood at attention and performed eye salutes. The sentries on shore presented arms in return. Chen Ding, Wu Yijin, and the other natives on deck didn't understand what this was about, but they felt the atmosphere transform instantly, solemn and reverent. Conversations and laughter died away of their own accord. As the ship sailed past the fortress, Chen Ding sighed with emotion. The Australians truly live up to their reputation. Wu Yijin had spent enough time in Guangzhou to grow accustomed to Australian ways, yet the scene still moved him deeply. It wasn't surprising for soldiers, police, or cadres to behave this way, but those young wenches too. The Australians' art of controlling subordinates had reached perfection. No wonder problems that baffled capable Ming officials were handled so cleanly in Australian hands. It all relied on these naturalized citizens, who responded like arms to their master's will. "Impressive," he murmured to himself. "Truly impressive." His feelings were complicated. On one hand, he felt genuinely pleased. Clinging to the steel giant ship of the Australians meant that he and his descendants would enjoy endless benefits. But boarding this ship was no easy matter, and getting off was harder still. Once aboard, there was nothing for it but wholehearted devotion and unwavering loyalty. Chen Ding entertained no such complex thoughts. "I've long heard the Australians govern with military discipline," he said excitedly. "Truly majestic." As the ship sailed past Hongpai Islet Fortress, towers, pipelines, and chimneys appeared along the coastline, spewing black smoke and white steam into the sky. The sea breeze carried a pungent smell and a rumbling roar. Cranes rose like iron pagodas on the wharf, loading conveyors stretched out like giant dragons. Huge bulk silos and open-air mounds of slag and coal ash stood like small hills. For natives witnessing this for the first time, the impact of this scene, so far beyond their comprehension, far surpassed even the fortress. People gazed nervously at the coastline. Someone spoke up. "This is the Mao Iron and Steel Company where they smelt iron. Like the iron workshops in Foshan." "Yes, more or less." Good heavens, how much iron do they smelt? How can they use it all? Australians use iron to build ships and pave roads. Calculate how much iron that requires. Then won't they dig up all the iron in the world? Chen Ding had been searching for the legendary iron giant ship, but while Mao Bei held many vessels, including large ones rivaling the Beiyunshan, the famous iron ship was nowhere to be seen. He only learned from Chen Xiaobing, the naturalized cadre accompanying them, that it was docked at Bapu. This place was originally just a desolate bay, Chen Xiaobing explained. Only salt-boiling households and tanka fishermen lived along the coast. After the elders came, they first built windmills at the Mao saltworks, then erected blast furnaces and established the Mao Iron and Steel Company. Windmills. You can't see them from here. They're on the other side of the peninsula. Why use windmills for salt production? To lift water. Don't you need seawater to produce salt? Chen Xiaobing laughed. It's different with windmills. The saltworks that originally produced only 500 tons of salt a year now produces 10,000. 10,000 tons. Chen Ding found it hard to believe. He knew that 1 Australian ton equaled the kilogram now commonly used in Guangzhou, 1,000 jin. A single household used only a few dozen jin of salt per year. So much salt, how can it possibly be consumed? This salt isn't for eating. Chen Xiaobing couldn't help laughing, making Chen Ding feel rather ignorant. It's used as chemical raw material. What is chemical raw material? Well, this stumped Chen Xiaobing somewhat. He actually knew little about chemical engineering. Among naturalized citizens, chemical enterprises were the least popular assignment. It's using salt, coal, and various other things to make useful products. Fertilizers, pesticides. Since you want to open a cotton spinning and weaving factory, the dyes used for dyeing will also come from chemical factories. Chen Ding thought to himself, this must be what everyone means when they say Australians possess the power of ghosts and gods, seizing creation's wonders. What could possibly be made from salt? He racked his brain but couldn't understand. Salt, absorbing water, became brine. Add more water and you got salt water. Burn it to coagulate it and you still got salt blocks. No matter what you did to it, it remained salt. How could it transform into something else? It was a pity Master Wu was opening a cotton spinning factory rather than a chemical factory. Otherwise, he might have used this opportunity to understand. The Beiyunshan gradually moved away from the steel plant wharf, and the number of dock ships increased. Most numerous were the ocean-going freighters carrying bulk cargoes, coal, iron ore, sea salt. Next came steam barges that sailed the coast, moored row upon row in the bay. Look, Australian warships! Someone shouted on deck. Chen Ding looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, a majestic warship was docked on the far side of the bay, surrounded by 3 or 4 small speedboats. Mao wasn't the main Fubo Army-Navy base, but a naval detachment was deployed here to guard Lingao, including 2 Type 901 gunboats retired from frontline service and 4 two-masted cutters. End of chapter. Chapter 2453. First arrival. The natives currently on deck were all worldly types. A popular new entertainment among Guangzhou's upper-middle class was the Pearl River Day Tour, offered by the Xiangyunsha Entertainment Company. Boarding a paddle steamer at Baietan, sailing all the way to Macau, and passing Huangpu Port where one could glimpse various naval warships at anchor. So this scene no longer held much novelty for them. At 16:00 on January 22, the Beiyunshan docked at Mao Passenger Terminal No. 1. As the gangway was secured, the 2-day voyage came to an end. The inspection group, led by a naturalized cadre, disembarked from the passenger ship. After 2 days at sea, they felt unsteady the moment their feet touched solid ground. Planning committee staff were already waiting to receive them, and the group left the wharf through a dedicated exit. Since Guangdong and Guangxi had been incorporated under Senate rule, passengers from these provinces no longer needed customs declaration or entry registration. However, those from epidemic risk areas still had to undergo a 15 to 20-day quarantine. The inspection group came from Guangzhou, the the safest place in Guangdong and Guangxi, so quarantine wasn't required. After filling out temporary household registration forms, including health status in a hall, they could enter Lingao freely. In this hall, the Chen uncle and nephew finally acknowledged each other, after the excitement of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, which both understood the true nature of. Chen Ding learned that not only Chen Lin but also Chen Yue had come. This surprised him greatly, and he asked how the siblings had ended up in Lingao. "It's quite a coincidence," Chen Lin said. Since deciding to ally himself with Li Yar and stand against his second uncle to the end, Chen Lin had worked diligently in Nanhai, persuading craftsmen to return, helping Li Yar debug new machines and promoting Mulberry fish ponds. He'd put in considerable effort, and Li Yar was pleased with his performance. But while Li Yar was satisfied, second uncle Chen Xuan was not. Watching his nephew's sacred favor grow daily and observing how quickly the young man was mastering the business, he feared becoming dispensable in Chief Li's eyes. So he muttered in front of Li Yar while secretly encouraging his subordinates to make trouble. Less than half a month after Chen Lin returned to Nanhai, the situation had grown delicate. Li Yar found herself in a dilemma. Both men were useful to her. To temporarily ease the conflict and buy time for a permanent solution, she decided to send Chen Lin away. She would first use Chen Xuan and his little brothers to complete the urgent Mulberry fish pond promotion and silk weaving factory expansion. As it happened, the planning committee's production capacity expansion plan was being implemented, and the silk weaving industry was part of it. Li Yar seized the opportunity to sign Chen Lin up for the inspection group, sending him to Lingao to broaden his horizons and gain new professional knowledge. Hearing he could study in Lingao, Chen Lin was naturally happy to comply. He'd originally wanted to bring Chen Qing, but Li Yar insisted he bring his sister instead, saying the silk industry would absorb large numbers of female workers, and that training female technical and management personnel should begin now. So Sister Yue and I came to Lingao. I have a pass issued by Chief Li and took the official Australian ship, arriving in Guangzhou in just one day. If we hadn't been departing the next morning, I would have planned to visit Uncle's residence. I'd been hoping you would come, Wu Yijun laughed. When you sent Chen Qing to say you couldn't make it, I was very disappointed. Fortunately, Master Ding came. He patted Chen Lin's shoulder enthusiastically. It's truly destiny that our Chen and Wu families should build this enterprise together. Liner, you're young and promising. Study well in Lingao. If you want to open a silk factory in the future, Uncle will invest a few shares to support you. Third uncle, your head. It's nothing. Chen Ding touched the gauze still wrapped around his head and recounted his journey from Sanliang to Guangzhou. Though I suffered an unexpected calamity, at least I'm safe. Wealth lost but life preserved. There's still plenty to gain in this world. Wu Yijun gave a thumbs up. Such spirit. The dead are like the flowing river ever moving on, Chen Ding said. In everything one must look forward, why brood over the past? The two talked and laughed in high spirits. Chen Lin and his sister, by contrast, seemed subdued. Once the procedures were complete, Chen Xiaobing walked over holding a small flag. Everyone, thank you for your patience during the journey, but please bear with me a moment longer. Shortly, we'll take the city rail from Mao Station to the hotel where you'll be staying in Bern City. After checking in, please don't leave the hotel. At 6 o'clock this evening, planning committee leaders will host a banquet in your honor. He's also the person with full authority over each family's capacity expansion plan this time, Wu Yijun said to Chen Lin. He's also surnamed Chen. Perhaps you were one family 500 years ago. This Chen Xiaobing speaks Guangzhou Mandarin very well. He's probably local, Chen Ding chimed in. Maybe you really are family. Brother, you could ask about his coronym and hall name, Wu Yijun joked. If you can connect as clansmen, you'll have someone to look out for you in the future. Chen Lin didn't share his elder's enthusiasm. He knew this Chen Xiaobing wasn't merely a guide for their Lingao tour, but the general person in charge of the entire production capacity plan. Even prominent figures in Guangzhou's industrial and commercial circles like Gao Ju had their factories held in this young man's hands, someone roughly his own age. The big households had been extremely polite to Chen Xiaobing throughout the journey, agreeing readily to whatever he said. By comparison, Chen Lin felt truly insignificant among the group. The accompanying big households barely paid him any attention. Speaking of which, he's so young, and I hear his origins are humble, yet he's risen suddenly to such a high position, unimaginable in the great Ming. The Senate truly gives people opportunities. Though he relied on the Australians' power, he's certainly a capable man, Wu Yijun observed. With Australian backing or not everyone could sit in that position. Noticing Chen Lin's lack of interest, he added, "Wise nephew, you're young and promising, with excellent family learning. Great achievements surely lie ahead." Chen Xiaobing led the way, and the inspection group walked through the internal channel, exiting the wharf directly into Mao railway station. Because they'd taken the internal channel, they missed the bustling wharf scene. Both Chen Ding and Chen Lin felt somewhat regretful. Chen Xiaobing laughed. "The passenger channel is packed like sardines during disembarkation. You wouldn't get through in half an hour. Rickshaw pullers and vendors swarming everywhere, all noise and chaos." Mao railway station was one of the important hubs of the Lingao city rail system, serving as the eastern terminus. The presence of Mao Port, the salt works, the iron and steel company, and Mao Fortress meant enormous passenger volume. It was classified as a first-class station. Given the heavy traffic and its role as the city rail's eastern gateway, the station's design and construction were quite refined, no longer the shed style of the past, but a German Renaissance building designed by Qi Feng. The original design came from old Qingdao railway station. Red brick exterior walls and roof tiles were replicated exactly, and even the cobblestone paved station square looked thoroughly German. Of course, the naturalized citizens didn't know this. They simply called it Australian style. As guests of the Senate, the inspection group naturally didn't need to queue in the square. They entered the VIP waiting room directly through a special channel and waited quietly for their train. Chen Lin sat on a sofa in the VIP room, looking through the glass partition at the waiting hall beyond. It bustled with passengers. Nearly all wore short hair and short clothes, naturalized citizens, mixed with many in military uniforms. People with hair buns, long gowns, or short brown hemp clothes were rare. "Are these all cadres?" Chen Lin asked in surprise. Chen Xiaobing laughed. "These are all naturalized citizens, but not necessarily cadres. Short hair and short clothes aren't a symbol of status. You change if you want and don't if you don't, though if you don't, you can't eat the Senate's rice." "I see." Chen Lin thought, at least the Australians don't force head shaving. Much better than the Tartars in Liaodong. He looked up at the towering ceiling and the huge iron branch gas chandelier hanging from it, then at the distant platform's dome and its enormous greenhouse-style glass windows. The sight filled him with both wonder and apprehension. Australian things. He remembered the railway from Great World to Great East Gate in Guangzhou. The Great East Gate station platform was just a brick platform with a rain shelter cobbled together from bamboo poles and reed mats. The station inside Great World was slightly more respectable. Compared to this, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Lingao truly is the capital of the Australians, Chen Lin thought. A whistle pierced the air, followed by a loud announcement as the train pulled into the station. For the inspection group, neither trains nor rails were novelties. But for those visiting Lingao for the first time, when this steel giant came panting into the station, spitting steam and black smoke, curiosity overcame restraint. They surged forward in a rush, and railway staff and police along the warning line hastily waved their batons to keep the crowd behind the yellow line. "Our car has arrived," Chen Xiaobing said, rising and raising his small flag. "Please follow me." The inspection group boarded the city rail's first-class carriage. The carriages had been upgraded. The open-top third-class cars of earlier years had been retired, and selling standing tickets was a thing of the past. The first-class carriage naturally featured improved interiors and seating. After boarding was complete, the train whistled and began moving slowly. Chen Lin watched the scenery recede beyond the window, feeling the wonderful sensation of being drawn forward by an immense force. A new journey was beginning in this young man's life. End of chapter. Chapter 2454. Like walking in a painting, the Lingao City Rail was standard gauge, but due to roadbed and locomotive limitations, its maximum speed was only 30 kilometers per hour, usually running at 15 to 20. By old timeline standards, this was barely faster than a theme park sightseeing train, but for first-time passengers, it felt swift as wind and lightning. The moment the train started, people in every carriage surged to the windows, gazing out in fascination. Many in the inspection group had taken the train from Great World to Great East Gate, so the experience wasn't entirely new. However, that journey, though under new rulers, still showed the appearance of the old Great Ming, and Great World itself, to be honest, had grown somewhat stale for the big households who visited regularly. Now they sat properly in a first-class carriage of the Lingao City Rail, enjoying the springiness of kapok-filled cowhide seats beneath them. The inner walls were spliced from fine wood inlaid with decorative black ironwork patterns. The clear glass windows gave a sense of openness, not expensive items perhaps, but exquisite and comfortable in a way they'd rarely experienced. Even the sedan chairs they rode daily had hard grandmaster chairs that couldn't compare to these seats. Sitting in such comfort while admiring the scenery was like stepping into the pictures in those Western peep shows in Guangzhou or the Australian pictorials. No more beautiful than those. Pure Australian scenery. The area along the railway from Bapu to Mao had originally been desolate hills and beaches. After the railway connected, the region entered rapid development. Since Lingao's prevailing winds blew from the east, little industry was placed here. Development centered on agriculture and forestry in the hilly areas. Besides supporting some farm owners, several large agricultural and forestry farms had been established, with residential settlements and simple processing enterprises clustered around them. Shelter belts lined both sides of the railway to reduce erosion from sea winds. Looking out the windows, the land along the line had been meticulously cultivated. Most hills had been developed as plantations for various cash crops. Big households with orchards in the countryside could identify some as fruit orchards, but most plants were unrecognizable, new varieties the elders had brought from the old timeline. These plantations grew bananas, citronella, coconuts, coffee, sisal, and tea. In the valleys between hills, rice and sugarcane farms alternated. The rice had been harvested, but alfalfa and winter wheat had been planted, keeping the fields fresh and green. In the sugarcane fields, the late-sown cane had been cut, and farmers were plowing for February's spring planting. The land was managed with precision. Irrigation canals radiated in all directions. Huge windmills turned slowly, driving piston pumps with elegant calm. Steam pumps belched black smoke and white vapor, making rhythmic rumbling sounds, occasionally whistling impatiently. The canals followed unified elevations. Where they crossed valleys, rivers, and ponds, water flowed through aqueducts. Precious water flowed from small ponds specially built between hills to store rainy season water for dry season irrigation. Some was diverted from distant rivers and reservoirs. It flowed into fields to irrigate crops or into fish ponds to raise fish and shrimp. On one side of the rails, in newly harvested fields, a flock of ducks wandered leisurely, pecking for leftover grain and insects. On the other side, goats grazed near the beach, eating the salt-rich grass that grew there. Villages flew past the windows from time to time. Each resembled a small fortress. Since this was a coastal area, the early settlements had been built according to the standard village design of Dike. Newer settlements weren't quite so strict, but they remained orderly and square, with neat houses, fully reflecting the Senate's aesthetic preferences. Almost every big household had farmsteads in Guangzhou or elsewhere in Guangdong, but which compared to this quiet affluence. If speaking of meticulous field care, the Australians' farms might not rank among the best. But these canals, these windmills, these roads, and these farmhouses, such things were beyond imagining. The Senate was truly generous, truly willing to spend. The city rail stopped at small stations along the way to pick up and drop off passengers. These stations naturally couldn't match Mao, but even the smallest was tidy and orderly, with staff commanding and coordinating, arranging everything perfectly. The big households were worldly men who didn't merely gawk. They fully understood how much wisdom and ability were needed to maintain such a railway's normal operation. No wonder the Australians could dominate Guangdong and Guangxi in just a few years. Chen Ding thought, they have capable people. The train will depart in 1 minute. Passengers who haven't finished boarding or alighting, please hurry. On the platform, a naturalized citizen in a navy blue uniform held a large tin megaphone, calling out first in new language, then in Guangdong Mandarin and Minnan dialect. Just then, a commotion erupted on the platform. Chen Lin poked his head out curiously to see a middle-aged man with a hair bun, wearing patched short brown clothes, struggling out from a third-class door. Though few passengers were boarding or alighting at this stop, he struggled mightily. His body was festooned with bundles large and small, and he clutched a carrying pole in his arms. So much baggage hung from him that 2 railway staff had to help before he could disembark safely without dropping his treasures. Immediately after came a woman in equally shabby clothes, also carrying bundles. On her back, sitting in a bamboo basket, was an infant less than a year old, staring around curiously with dark eyes. Behind the woman came several children, the oldest 13 or 14, the youngest only 4 or 5, all dirty and disheveled. The older ones held the younger ones clung to the older ones, a string of them following their mother closely, eyes full of fear and uncertainty. "Third brother," someone ran over to greet them, a person with short hair and short clothes. "You're here." At that moment the train whistle blew, and Chen Lin lost the chance to hear more. The last thing he saw was the man called third brother hoisting his luggage on the carrying pole, leading his wife and children to follow the person meeting them off the platform, walking into the depths of the picturesque scenery. "Most likely immigrants coming to Lingao," Chen Ding observed. "A whole family with nowhere to go, must have relatives here." "I've heard that coming to Lingao gets you land and a house. Is that true?" Chen Ding could only shake his head. "I've only heard the rumors." Chen Xiaobing, seated in front, overheard and turned around. "Land and houses are indeed distributed, but it's not universal. It depends on the immigrant's situation and preferences. Are they willing to work as laborers or farmers, or perhaps as vendors or sailors? That's fine too. Even for distributing houses and land, some receive wasteland to reclaim themselves, while others work as farm hands on established farms. It varies. I heard there isn't much land left in Lingao now, and new immigrants mostly go to Nanyang or Taiwan," Chen Lin asked curiously. "The best ones go to Sanya at the ends of the earth." Chen Ding paled at this. He was about to smooth things over when Chen Xiaobing laughed. "That's a rumor. As I said, where they go depends on the immigrant's situation and preferences. If they've committed a major crime and the Senate showed mercy by sentencing them to exile, then naturally they go to Taiwan, Jeju, or Nanyang. But ordinary immigrants with some savings and sufficient household labor who want to reclaim wasteland and build their own family property, there are still many suitable places on Hainan Island. Why go overseas? Take Sanya, for example. It's summer year-round with 3 harvests annually. Fertile land. In the past, there was miasma, and Li villages and pirates caused chaos, so people naturally didn't want to go. Now the Senate has medicine to cure miasma, the Li villages have been registered and brought under administration, and pirates have been purged. What's wrong with building fields and houses there? Even if one insists on staying in Lingao, there's still plenty of undeveloped wasteland. For those who are penniless with family members needing food, Several state-owned farms recruit year-round. Entering a farm as a worker, you have housing and land, and children have schools to attend. Chen Xiaobing spoke at length, but the Chen uncle and nephew remained somewhat skeptical. It sounded too good. Where in the world could such fortune be found? Still, as newcomers, they had no way to distinguish truth from falsehood. Many people had indeed flowed from Guangdong to Hainan in recent years, especially after the Australians took Guangdong and Guangxi. Presumably, Chen Xiaobing's words held some truth. Chen Lin remembered his uncle's earlier suggestion and asked playfully, "Lord Chen, just call me comrade." "Comrade Chen," Chen Lin said, "you're also surnamed Chen, as are my uncle and I. I wonder where your ancestral home is, which coronym. Perhaps we were one family 500 years ago." Chen Xiaobing smiled slightly. "I'm ashamed to say I wasn't originally surnamed Chen, nor do I know my ancestral home or coronym. Then, I was an orphan." His voice dropped slightly. "Since I can remember, I wandered in the city. I don't even know which city. When I was about 10, I heard that the prefectural city was a big place where food was easier to find, so I followed some adults to Guangzhou. I registered with the Guandi Temple Gang and begged for several years. Then I caught a seasonal disease and was abandoned by my companions. Only then was I saved by the Senate and brought to Lingao." "This surname and name were both bestowed by the Senate." "I see," Chen Lin said hastily. "Well, heroes aren't defined by their origins." "Ha, what kind of hero am I?" Chen Xiaobing laughed. "Just an ordinary person. I owe everything to the Senate's grace for living like a human being." End of chapter. Chapter 2455. Longhao Bay Hotel. Everyone had initially found Chen Xiaobing somewhat stern, but as they conversed, they discovered his manner was approachable and his speech humorous. He neither affected refinement nor kept a rigid face like some naturalized cadres. They unconsciously warmed to him. The city rail started slowly. Chen Lin was a teenager after all, endlessly curious about the passing scenery, asking questions constantly. At the next station, the view changed dramatically. Along the railway stretched a small town with buildings of various unusual shapes. Flags of different kinds flew from some rooftops. Suddenly, he spotted a towering spire. He recognized this. Wasn't it a Frankish Portuguese church? The houses here seemed foreign. Wu Yijun had visited Macau and was knowledgeable. He laughed. "These are all European-style houses. In Europe, besides the Franks, there are red-haired people, Dutch, English, and Germans, all different with different architecture. So it's like Macau." "You could say that, but also not," Chen Xiaobing replied. "This is Lingao's expatriate residential area. The residents are mainly Europeans who come here long-term for work or business, along with their families, and a small number of foreigners from elsewhere. So the houses are built according to their respective national styles. There are even 2 churches for Europeans of different faiths. Don't all Europeans believe in God? Though it's one God, the doctrines differ," Chen Xiaobing said. "The new and old sects are like fire and water. They even fight wars over it in Europe. Won't they fight here, all living together? Fights happen, but law-breaking is severely punished. It's not easy to get a green card for residents in Lingao, so they don't commit crimes lightly. After all, they've come thousands of miles from China to make money. What's a green card? An official permit allowing foreigners to reside long-term on our territory. With it, they can live and work anywhere under Senate rule. Very convenient." "Then what's the difference?" Chen Lin remembered and pressed further. "The difference is that the Portuguese in Macau, whom you call Franks, are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Xiangyunsha County Magistrate of Great Ming and pay annual land rent. But in reality, they have their own municipal council, courts, and army, and they collect their own taxes. Once past the border gate, it's practically foreign soil. Here, they still act according to Great Song law." The Chen uncle and nephew merely listened with curiosity, but Wu Yijun was quite moved. Though not a foreign merchant himself, he dealt with them frequently. Foreign merchants traveling to Luzon often transported large quantities of dried fruits. He knew a thing or two. The Great Ming government was extremely wary of foreigners and didn't want them coming at all. Foreign merchants always said this only let the Macau Franks earn fat profits as middlemen. But this Senate didn't fear foreigners at all. They even let them live together in a corner, reside freely, conduct business, and be treated like nationals. Truly rare. The train traveled onward and soon reached Bapu. Because the port's hydrological conditions were relatively poor, Bapu's port function had been gradually diminishing in recent years, and its status as Lingao's maritime gateway was declining. Institutions originally established here, customs, border inspection, epidemic prevention, had moved away one after another. Even the cranes were fewer. After Xianying and Hongpai ports opened, most passengers and cargo entered Lingao through those. Though passenger and cargo throughput had decreased significantly, Bapu's geographical position remained superior. As Lingao's outer port, it still saw large volumes of people and goods converging, and commerce remained prosperous. The inspection group disembarked at Bapu Station. The Longhao Bay Hotel where they would stay was in Bapu. As soon as they left the train station, a team of rickshaws waited outside. Due to local climate, it was difficult to raise and use horses in large quantities in Lingao, repeatedly frustrating the promotion of carriages. Except for a small number of two-wheeled and four-wheeled carriages produced for private use, public carriage systems existed only in Bern, the old county seat, and Bapu. Elsewhere, the widely used short-distance transport was the rickshaw. Light, convenient, and low cost, it was used universally by natives and naturalized citizens alike. Many elders even kept their own rickshaws and pullers. The inspection group took 2 passengers per rickshaw, and 7 or 8 vehicles set off together for the hotel. The rickshaw team didn't head toward the town center in the south but went west from the station area, moving along a seaside avenue. This avenue was paved with coal cinders, wide and flat. The Venus Zero rickshaws glided smoothly along it, quite novel for the Chen uncle and nephew, who were taking a rickshaw for the first time. Compared to a sedan chair, 2 people in one rickshaw was admittedly cramped, but the ride was fast and steady, not bumpy like ordinary carts. Being able to look around at the scenery made it truly wonderful. Rows of coconut trees lined both sides of the avenue, planted at considerable distance from the road to prevent falling coconuts from hitting people. Beside the road were flower beds with flowers and trees whose names they couldn't identify. Though it was January, Hainan's weather was warm and branches overflowed with blooms. Green leaves and fresh flowers, blue sky and coconut groves, one could forget it was winter. Though the seaside avenue didn't lead to the town center, quite a few pedestrians and vehicles traveled it. Besides rickshaws, many heavy-laden ox carts plodded slowly along, hauling various goods. Not far ahead, a green hedge wall appeared by the roadside, with lush flowers and trees inside, and eaves of houses peeking out. The Chen uncle and nephew wondered what this place was. A bit further, a towering silhouette gradually appeared on the horizon. Chen Xiaobing, sitting in the first rickshaw, turned and shouted, "Look, that's the holy ship." Hearing this was the Australian's legendary iron ship that had crossed 10,000 miles of ocean. Everyone's eyes widened, straining toward the massive vessel. Though still distant, the great iron ship's majestic figure made a deep impression. The huge cranes, the tall chimneys, the enormous body like a castle, truly spectacular, Chen Lin exclaimed. Indeed, Chen Ding agreed. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. The rickshaw team was passing a gate tower. Chen Lin saw the sign and learned that this hedge-enclosed place was Lingao Cape Park. Since Guangzhou's recovery, the Guangzhou city government had established Baiyatan Park in Baiyatan, so he knew a park was a place for common people to rest and play. The convoy didn't stop but continued along the seaside avenue. A red brick building began to appear on the horizon. Chen Lin marveled silently. That building is so tall. This was the Longhao Bay Hotel where they would stay. Longhao Bay Hotel wasn't Senate property, but had been built with pooled funds from local wealthy merchants, both local natives and outsiders who had moved here. The leader was the Li family, extensively engaged in real estate development in Lingao. Li Xiaopeng had made a fortune developing several real estate projects for incoming outsiders. Seeing that the Qiangan Inn his family had opened for wealthy merchants was also performing well, he figured hotels could be profitable, so he calculated to open one. Hotels weren't rare in Lingao. The hostels run by the Kiwei Group were particularly famous, cheap, high quality, hygienic, and comfortable. They enjoyed excellent reputations not only in Lingao and Hainan, but had many branches throughout Guangdong. Li Xiaopeng considered his options. His family had no advantage in that market, so direct competition would be difficult. Where was his family's advantage? Li Xiaopeng had learned from Qiangan Inn. To run a hotel, one had to target the wealthy. Open an Australian Grand Hotel like nothing locals had ever seen. The idea of Australian Grand Hotels came from the elders, especially Elder Hong Huangnan. Running Shop No. 82, Elder Hong devoted considerable energy to manufacturing and operating luxury goods. But Shop Number 82 was Senate property, and market capacity for its many products was limited, if relying only on elders and their families for consumption. He had long intended to choose local partners to replicate a new Number 82. Li Xiaopeng happened to be among the local big households who had been cultivating Elder Hong's favor. When opening Qiangan Inn, though it was Li Xiaopeng's idea, Elder Hong had offered many suggestions on interior decoration, furniture display, and service items. Li had also heard many anecdotes about Australian Grand Hotels from Elder Hong and couldn't help yearning for such things. So he approached Hong Huangnan with his idea and immediately received support. However, Elder Hong also warned that while the design, management, and operational software of an Australian Grand Hotel could be provided, the hardware construction would cost a huge sum, possibly beyond the Li family's personal means. Li Xiaopeng immediately said it didn't matter. He had many wealthy merchant friends who had moved to Lingao from elsewhere. They had plenty of money and only worried about finding investment opportunities. Good projects would attract their capital, so the project officially launched. Li Xiaopeng eventually recruited 15 shareholders to pool funds for this Australian-style hotel, named Longhao Bay Hotel. Longhao Bay Hotel stood by Longhao Bay on the Seaside Avenue. Not only was it adjacent to Lingao Cape Park, but it had also enclosed a private beach for exclusive hotel use. The hotel was a 5-story neoclassical red brick building with 3 restaurants and 48 guest rooms. The interior was entirely Australian style. Floors, tap water, bathrooms, and flush toilets went without saying. It was also the first civilian building to feature full electric lighting, and a manually operated elevator had been installed. An open-air restaurant on the rooftop blazed with lights at night, visible from several kilometers away. Right after opening, it attracted crowds of onlookers, blocking the streets. End of chapter. Chapter 2456, Longhao Bay Hotel Part 2. The Senate's power industry had always been a weak link. Unable to produce qualified silicon steel sheets for a long time, the power sector big shots had finally decided to use pure iron for generator rotors. Though magnetic loss was greater, at least it could generate electricity normally. For motive power, steam engines were used. Under the Senate's industrial system, they could now manufacture multi-expansion high-horsepower steam engines reliably. Compact marine and vehicle steam engines still had stability and safety issues, but large horizontal slow-speed steam engines for power stations and plants could roughly meet demand. Due to numerous difficulties in transmission and distribution, plus the pronounced contradiction between power consumption and supply and excessive peak fluctuations, the Bapu-Bairn power grid erected in the early days had completely disintegrated. By 1637, self-provided power stations had become Lingao's mainstream mode of electrification. Except for Bairn City and Eastgate Market, which were powered by the Bairn Hydropower Station, major towns like Bapu, Mao, Nanbao, Xianying, and Old Town all adopted self-provided steam thermal power stations operated by power-consuming units. Some large consumers, such as chemical plants and smelters, even required factory-owned power stations. Under this mode, the power industry could basically only meet some industrial and administrative needs. Civilian power usage was minimal, except for the Senate's residential area and residences of a few high-ranking naturalized cadres and technical personnel. Most residents still relied on kerosene lamps and candles for home lighting. Public facilities, shops, and road lighting mostly used gas lamps. Only special locations with fire prevention needs used electric lighting, so the sensational effect of Longhao Bay Hotel's all-electric configuration could be imagined. For this purpose, the hotel had built its own power station. The power equipment was a locomobile system brought from the old timeline, driving Lingao-produced generators. Though power output wasn't high, it was more than sufficient for the hotel, with surplus electricity even supplied to nearby units like Lingao Cape Park. This power station and related electrical equipment represented the largest investment item of the entire Longhao Bay Hotel after the building's civil engineering. Beyond the power station, Longhao Bay Hotel had created quite a few firsts. For example, it was the first non-Senate investment project to use a reinforced concrete overall frame structure. Many administrative buildings in the Old Town Administrative District were still brickwood or brick concrete construction. Though Elder Hong didn't appear on the shareholder list, he had provided full software support and guidance for the hotel. Simultaneously, after reporting to the Senate for approval, a branch of Shop No. 82 had opened on the first floor, specifically catering to natives and naturalized citizens. Additionally, rumors held that Wu Nanhai's wife, Wu Chuking, had also provided support and held shares. Under Elder Hong's guidance, Longhao Bay Hotel's business boomed after opening, its momentum unmatched. Even the Commercial Hall Hotel in Bairn City, directly managed by the Ministry of Commerce, suffered a period of loneliness. If not for the Commercial Hall's two major selling points, political status and authentic Australian cuisine, Lai Mei's face would probably have grown quite sour. The Venus Zero rickshaw team drove impressively into the hotel entrance and stopped beneath the rain canopy. Everyone alighted, and doormen came forward to greet them. Their attire was neither Ming style nor the imitation military uniform style of the old timeline, but the traditional old service industry look: white stand-collar jacket, black trousers, cloth shoes, clean and sharp. The inspection group passed through the bronze-framed glass revolving door into the lobby. The lobby soared 3 stories high. Painted on the dome was a huge ceiling fresco, "From the Sea." Amid massive waves, the holy ship was borne aloft by a group of naked young men and women. The skin textures were lifelike. The Chen siblings blushed at a glance and dared not look again. The middle-aged and elderly men of the inspection group gazed with relish, exclaiming from time to time, "These lamps are really bright." The lamps they spoke of were one large and 2 small multi-layered chandelier crystal glass fixtures hanging at the lobby's center. With electric lights added, they radiated brilliance dazzlingly. Anyone visiting the hotel for the first time would hold their breath and stare for quite a while. The lobby floor was paved with Hainan black volcanic rock slabs. The wooden structural elements all used Burmese teak, and fresh flowers and green plants embellished the space throughout. Directly facing the revolving door stood a giant red sandalwood carved screen, bearing a huge landscape painting, "Spring Dawn at Pai." A red sun rising from Pai Mountain, lush trees covering the peaks and slopes below, 100 flowers blooming, and the Wenlin River meandering in the distance. Truly majestic. After just a few glances, Wu Yijun thought to himself, "Indeed, the heart of a dynasty founder," but he immediately corrected himself. This is the atmosphere of founding a nation. On both sides of the screen, curved marble staircases swept upward to the second floor. Lifelike stone statues stood at the ends of the staircase handrails. Chen Xiaobing had them sit on sofas in the lobby while he went to the front desk to handle check-in procedures. Chen Lin sat on the sofa, finding everything around him novel. He had been to the great world in Guangzhou, seen many Australian gadgets, and read numerous magazines and newspapers. He was no country bumpkin. But here, deep in the belly and heartland of the Kun thieves, the capital of a nation. From the moment he'd entered the port, he'd sensed a completely different atmosphere. This huge difference was reflected not only in various machines or facilities, but in the culture itself. Of course, Chen Lin didn't know the word culture, but everything he'd seen along the way, whether things or people, was distinct from Guangzhou. Guangzhou naturally had elders and naturalized cadres too, but those who'd been in Guangzhou long enough still retained the aura of the old era he knew. Here, everything was brand new. Standing in the midst of it, he felt completely like an outsider. This feeling unsettled him. Looking at his sister, she seemed even more restless. And no wonder, though she wasn't a pampered daughter raised in deep boudoirs who never stepped out the gate, she'd never had the experience of traveling far among a group of men. He wanted to comfort her, but though Chen Yue was his sister, there was still a distinction between men and women. Expressing concern publicly would seem too familiar, but soon he witnessed even more familiar behavior. Men and women mixed together, laughing and joking as they passed, and there were even young women holding men's arms. Then he saw a pair of young people, still wearing old Ming dress, but the man had his arm directly around the woman's shoulder, and she leaned her head against his shoulder as they came down the stairs laughing openly. Though Chen Lin was no strict moralist, he wasn't used to seeing this. Afraid his sister might be influenced, he pulled a long face and whispered to her, "Don't look around randomly." Chen Yue hurriedly lowered her head, staring at her toes in a daze. Wu Yijin smiled without speaking, thinking this cousin-nephew has quite the aristocratic family manner. Pity the great Ming was gone, and the Senate favored this tone. What could you do? Only by following the trend closely would one avoid being swallowed by the waves, preserving the family's continuation. This Chen uncle and nephew both had stubborn streaks. Chen Xiaobing returned after finishing the procedures, holding a large bunch of key tags. "Everyone, I'll distribute the key tags here. Your rooms are on the 3rd and 4th floors. You can take the elevator or walk up the stairs. Please rest in your rooms. The restaurant is on the 2nd floor. For breakfast or lunch, you can pay with your key tag. You can also walk around the surroundings, but don't go too far. At 6 o'clock this evening, the planning committee chief will host a banquet for you." "Comrade Chen, your arrangement is too thoughtful," Shen Changxi flattered. "We feel so sorry for the trouble." "Not at all, this is all my duty." Chen Xiaobing was natural and composed. He added one more reminder. "Since you're nationals of the Great Song, you must abide by the law. You didn't come from Ming territory anyway, you know something of the Senate statutes." "Understood, understood. We're quite clear." Chen Xiaobing finished his instructions and departed. The inspection group felt relieved. After the long journey, they'd finally arrived, and from the look of this inn, Australian-style comforts awaited in full. Everyone took their key tags and dispersed to their rooms. Wu Yijin and the Chen uncle and nephew's rooms were all on the 3rd floor. The group took the elevator up. When the grill gate closed, they felt rather amused. Weren't they becoming beasts in a cage? They watched the elevator operator pull the lever. The machine overhead roared, the cage box shook violently, then began rising slowly. Though everyone knew what an elevator was, they still exclaimed in unison. "If Great World could install one too, wouldn't it be wonderful?" Wu Yijin said. "In my opinion, install one at Zhenhai Tower too. My legs are bad, every time I go downstairs I can only sigh at the tower." "What nonsense are you talking? It's Tanhai Tower, Liang Chenlong corrected righteously. Yes, I'm confused." The man hastily put on an appearance of old and useless. Wu Yijin's room was 313. Opening the door, he found a north-facing sea view room. The large glass window was clear and unobstructed, offering a panoramic view of Longhao Bay. The weather was exceptionally fine today. He could see the Lizhu Peninsula directly across the strait. Truly a peerless view. Wu Yijin sighed. When it comes to enjoyment, the Australians have reached the peak of perfection. Seeing a pair of rattan rocking chairs before the window, he sat down immediately, swaying gently, an expression of pleasure on his face. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and called out, "Yangshu!" Yangshu was his personal manservant, currently moving the delivered luggage into the room from the corridor. Hearing his master's summons, he hurried over. "Master, run the water in the washroom. Master wants to bathe and change clothes." "Yes, master." End of chapter. Chapter 2457. Jasmine Hotel. While Master Wu was enjoying himself in the bathtub, a small disturbance arose in Chen Lin's room. The rooms Chen Xiaobing had arranged for the inspection group members were standard rooms, one per person, just enough to accommodate a master and servant. Chen Ding had brought Chen An, but Chen Lin had brought Chen Yue. Though they were siblings, both were young adults, and sharing a room was awkward in many ways. The moment the Chen siblings entered their room, they felt the discomfort, should they stay or not. Chen Ding wanted to make adjustments, but Chen Yue was the only woman in the entire inspection group. No matter how he tried, he couldn't work out the arrangements. "Why don't we book another room?" Chen Ding said. "At worst, we'll pay for it ourselves." He immediately went to find Chen Xiaobing. "Booking another room isn't difficult." Chen Xiaobing promptly took them to the front desk, but unexpectedly the clerk looked troubled after checking the reservation book. There truly were no empty rooms. "Can't you squeeze out even one?" Chen Xiaobing pressed. "Not a single one left," the clerk said. "Reservations are full these days. A few days later we could work something out, but tonight there's really no way." "Why don't I find another inn to stay at?" Chen Lin said. "As long as it's nearby, that's fine. It's only for sleeping anyway." Chen Xiaobing thought this was the only option. He immediately sent a rickshaw driver to take Chen Lin and his luggage to settle at a hotel in Bapu town. He wrote a few lines on his official notebook, stamped his seal, and handed it over. "Take this to register at the hotel. Food and accommodation expenses can be put on the account." Chen Lin took the note and was about to leave. Remembering his sister, he pulled Chen Yue aside and spoke sternly. "You're staying alone now, so keep the door locked and don't leave the room unless necessary. This place may look prosperous, but it's a mix of all sorts. Don't show your face easily. Uncle and second uncle are next door. Ask them if you need anything. Don't come to the banquet tonight, it's inconvenient." Chen Xiaobing overheard and immediately said seriously, "Miss Chen Yue is also a member of the inspection group. How can she not attend? Besides, it's a Senate banquet, what's inconvenient?" Chen Lin felt extremely embarrassed and could only say, "Since Comrade Chen says so, you go, but wait for me to come back and we'll go together." The rickshaw puller took Chen Lin and his luggage from the hotel to Bapu town. Compared to the seaside avenue, this place felt more like a real downtown. Streets crisscrossed and crowds bustled. It was full of market vitality. The puller took him along a quiet small street near the Wenlin River, stopping before a white two-story building. "Here we are, sir. Just take the introduction letter to register." The rickshaw puller helped him unload the luggage from the back of the cart. "Yes, thank you, little brother." Chen Lin pulled out a subsidiary currency coupon from his sleeve. "For you to buy a drink." "Many thanks, guest." The puller accepted the tip without ceremony, said his farewell, and was about to leave when he turned back with a smile. "If the journey gets lonely, master might take a walk down Heiyuan Street. I guarantee you'll cheer up quickly." Chen Lin could tell from his smile that Heiyuan Street was certainly not a respectable place. He turned to look at the hotel before him, a two-story building with walls painted snow white and topped with brick-red tiles. But the windows were painted blue. Under the clear sky, it was simply dazzling to the eyes. That was fine, but flower pots were everywhere, on the walls, beside the steps, on the second-floor balcony railings, planted with flowers of every color, all in bloom. The two large jasmine plants beside the door were particularly profuse, filling the air with rich fragrance. This is an inn. If Longhao Bay Hotel had completely exceeded Chen Lin's imagination of an inn, this hotel overturned his understanding of such establishments even more. While he stood uncertain, the two glass-latticed doors of the building opened, and a waiter in the same white shirt and black trousers came out to greet him. "Is the guest here to stay? Is this Jasmine Hotel?" Chen Lin glanced at the paper slip in his hand. "Correct, this is our humble establishment. I want to stay." Hearing confirmation, Chen Lin immediately handed over the slip. The waiter glanced at it and immediately showed respect. "So the guest is a guest of the Senate. My apologies for not recognizing you." He picked up Chen Lin's luggage. "Please come inside." Walking up the steps and entering, he felt coolness before his eyes. The decoration here differed from Longhao Bay Hotel. The lobby wasn't large, but the layout was tidy, with minimal decoration yet very beautiful. Despite the clusters of flowers outdoors, the lobby held only green plants. The walls were simply painted white, hung with a few landscape paintings. The furniture was mostly rattan and bamboo, with simple, plain patterns. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with various books. Though it wasn't traditional Chinese study furnishings, one could still sense the owner's taste for quiet elegance. Compared to the luxury of Longhao Bay, this place made him feel more at ease. "What an elegant and quiet place." "You put it well, sir," the waiter said with spirit upon hearing the praise. "Our Jasmine Hotel is a famous, elegant establishment locally. Scholars coming to Lingao from outside to study all like to stay here, discussing learning late into the night. Many people come here specially for refined conversation and elegant gatherings." "I didn't expect your owner to be so cultured." Chen Lin nodded repeatedly. "My owner was originally a local gentleman of the county," the waiter said, lowering his voice, "and a jinchi master." Such a thing. Chen Lin was quite surprised. Until now, at least in Guangzhou, he hadn't heard of any jinchi master defecting to the kun. The remaining jinchi all followed the routine of not leaving and not surrendering, hiding on their own properties and rarely venturing out. He'd never heard of anyone opening a business. And why an inn of all things? This was not a respectable trade. This county gentleman was none other than Liu Dailin. According to the history of the other timeline, he would have died more than 2 years ago by now. However, the Senate's arrival had treated his illness and restored his health in this timeline. Jinchi Liu's body was actually stronger than on D-Day. Though he couldn't walk freely, he could manage with a cane. Liu Dailin had never formally defected to the kun, maintaining a cooperative relationship of neither too close nor too distant with the Senate. But honestly speaking, he had never caused them any trouble either. In recent years, many private letters from the mainland had arrived inquiring about news of the kun thieves. He replied to everyone, speaking well of the Senate in his letters, and ignoring all questions involving military and political affairs. This earned him considerable goodwill from the elders. Though with the victory of the second counter-encirclement campaign, the Senate had gained firm footing in Lingao and even Hainan Island, and its power reached deep into the Pearl River Delta, meaning Liu Dailin's utility value had dropped significantly. The Senate still treated this Ming Jinchi very preferentially. The Jasmine Pavilion Academy he hosted as a cultural salon, for Lingao's traditional Confucianism also continued to exist. Jinchi Liu was no rotten scholar impervious to reason. He didn't fully agree with the Australians' administrative actions in Lingao, but seeing local construction progress rapidly, and the people suffering neither hunger nor cold, he admired them. Shortly after the County Consultative Council was established, he accepted an appointment letter and became a committee member. Though a committee member, Jinchi Liu rarely attended meetings. First, he didn't have as vigorous an ambition as other members, nor was he keen on seeking welfare for his descendants or accumulating wealth. Second, regarding suggestions for local construction, he felt that with his crippled legs and homebound lifestyle, rarely going out, he couldn't say anything significant. Finally, he still felt some guilt toward the great Ming in his heart. These years he had lived quietly this way, the whole family subsisting on his fields and his income as headmaster of Jasmine Pavilion. The family fields had long been contracted to the Tiandi Society, and the dividends the Tiandi Society sent were always larger than those of other families. Needless to say, This was a secret extra allowance from the elders to preserve his self-esteem and reputation, for which he was quite grateful to the Senate. Most household servants had been dismissed, leaving only a few old retainers to continue serving. The servants' children and Jinshi Liu's own children had all entered Fenshenghe school. By their grades, they logically shouldn't have been exempt from tuition, but all had received preferential exemption. Liu Dalin also taught his son about Confucianism, poetry, and eight-legged essays, but the son was obviously not scholarly material, which disappointed him greatly. Then again, what use was learning these things? The Senate's rule didn't need them. This originally peaceful and comfortable life was disrupted starting in the third year. For some reason, Jinshi Liu's relatives, friends, and old acquaintances suddenly began visiting Lingao frequently. The visitors were mostly nephews and juniors of these people. They claimed to come for visits, but after a few polite words, they asked about conditions in Lingao, then went out to purchase wildly, buying Australian goods in quantity. If they just come to buy goods, that would have been fine, but they wandered the streets asking about everything. Their suspicious behavior got them arrested by police several times. Eventually, Liu Dalin had to come forward to bail them out. Liu Dalin then realized that besides buying Australian goods, these visitors also intended to purchase property and land in Lingao, making a retreat plan. Originally, whether buying goods or preparing a rabbit's 3 burrows, Liu Dalin didn't mind. As long as they came to visit, he received them warmly. However, these visitors still followed old customs, mostly staying at relatives' and friends' homes when traveling. Hosting guests from afar was a fine thing, but he couldn't handle the sheer number of relatives and old friends. The Liu family didn't actually have many relatives on the mainland, but Liu Dalin had classmates, Tongnian, from both the Juren and Jinshi exams, numbering several hundred. Thus the originally quiet Liu residence became busy with comings and goings. Guests had to be entertained every month. Sometimes as soon as one group left, another arrived. The Liu family not only had to provide food and lodging for visitors, but also send people to accompany them shopping, help handle consignment at the wharf, and if they committed an offense locally, the family had to step in to handle the aftermath. Financially unbearable, their lives were also greatly disrupted. End of chapter. Chapter 2458. The use of Jasmine Hotel. Liu Dalin had unspeakable troubles. Once, he couldn't help sighing and pouring out his frustrations to Tang Tang at a consultative council tea party. Tang Tang had specialized in working with these influential old natives in recent years and understood their thinking very well. Her work, besides making them cooperate with peace of mind, was to guide them to accept new things. How to accept new things? Nothing more than visiting and comparing the two worlds of the new and old societies. This was a traditional method and quite effective, but for the Senate, this wasn't enough. These old people didn't just need to be convinced, they needed to be integrated, and the best way to integrate was to involve them in industry. Running an industry inevitably meant engaging with new technologies, new ideas, and new business models. The huge profits of industry were irresistible to human nature. The Senate had used this method repeatedly over the years with great success, tying more and more influential natives to their war chariot. Originally, Liu Dalin's indifferent nature meant this approach didn't work well on him. But Tang Tang keenly grasped an opportunity in Jinshi Liu's troubles and suggested he open a hotel. Open an inn? Jinshi Liu was confused. What did opening an inn have to do with anything? Think about it. If you open an inn when distant guests come, you can settle them all there. You and your family won't have to greet and accompany them constantly, leaving peace at home. That's the first benefit. This first point attracted Liu Dalin. Secondly, among relatives and old friends, there's always a distinction between close and distant. If you treat everyone equally regardless of closeness, and they stay for 10 days, half a month, or even months, no family has mountains of gold and silver. These words spoke to Liu Dalin's heart. Though Jinshi Liu didn't manage the household, He could tell from his wife's increasingly furrowed brow that finances were strained. Moreover, his wife had complained many times about the disturbance of relatives and friends. What the young lady says is true, but they've come from thousands of miles away. It's fine if I don't keep them at home, but if I ask them to pay for a hotel stay, it seems somewhat. Jinchi Liu still couldn't save face. What's difficult about this? Tang laughed. Right now all who come are guests, but your old relatives and friends treat you like a fat sheep, pulling the wool desperately. With an inn you can set a rule. Pulling wool. This was the first time Liu Dalin had heard the expression. He found it interesting and, on reflection, quite apt and vivid. What rule? Divide guests into 3 categories. The first, close relatives and close friends stay free however many come, with all expenses covered by your residence. Liu Dalin nodded. The second, free reception strictly limited to 1 master and 1 servant. Everyone else pays for their own food and lodging. The last, accommodation costs are self-paid but with a 20% discount. You can also set a time limit, say, exceeding a certain number of days means all expenses become self-paid. Otherwise, some people come and stay for 1 or 2 months. Liu Dalin thought this was indeed a good method. Why hadn't he thought of it before? The method is good, but this inn, Liu Dalin spread his hands. Though there are some savings at home, running an inn isn't simple. Land, a building, and who would manage it? As for the inn, if you want to run it, I'll naturally help in every way. Tang struck while the iron was hot. Can't you trust the Senate's credit? He naturally trusted the Senate's credit. Liu Dalin went home and pondered for 2 days, then decided. Open it. Opening it was easier said than done. There was no money and no land. Tang had long prepared a plan for him. Use the land under the Liu family's name as collateral for a loan from the Illumine Lingao branch. Naturally, this money wasn't enough, but Tang immediately and considerately offered that the Consultative Council Affairs Office was willing to make up the shortfall as a joint venture. Some public and private receptions of the Consultative Council had always needed a hotel anyway. This not only solved the funding gap but brought customers too, 2 birds with 1 stone, convenient for both public and private purposes. Liu Dalin naturally had no objection. As soon as word spread that Liu Dalin and the Consultative Council were jointly running a hotel, other council members expressed willingness to invest, each contributing a little, half a share or a share, just for fun. So the project was established in Liu Dalin's name. The land for building was specially selected in the new town area by the Wenlin River in Bapu, not far from the coast, facing the river. The overall environment offered quietness amid bustle. The hotel was named Jasmine Hotel, Moli Hotel, taking its name from Jasmine Pavilion Academy. The architectural design and overall renovation of Jasmine Hotel were done by the returnee Zhang Xingpei. Designer Zhang was thoroughly disgusted with the Bauhaus and neoclassical architectural schools flooding the Senate, so he found a new path and created a Mediterranean style. Though Lingao's climate didn't match the Mediterranean at all, the year-round heat, distinct wet and dry seasons, and evergreen plants meant some related scenic atmosphere could be more or less replicated. Thus this unique Jasmine Hotel was designed. The shape, color scheme, decoration, and plant embellishment of Jasmine Hotel were basically modeled after architecture on popular tourist islands in the Aegean Sea of the old timeline. It bore no relation to traditional classical style and was vastly different from the commercial Hall Hotel, Longhao Bay Hotel, and other Senetron establishments. However, overall, it harmonized with the style of the Bapu New Town area. As soon as it was built, it attracted many artsy elders' attention. Though not by the sea, sitting on the roof offered a view of Bapu's seascape. Coupled with the surrounding environment and plants deliberately arranged by designer Zhang, it really did feel quite Greek. Aesthetics aside, Jasmine Hotel was a considerable establishment with 20 single and double rooms and 10 12-person dormitory rooms with bunk beds at low prices, similar to youth hostels. Washing facilities were complete. Not luxurious, but comfortable with complete amenities. Combined with its unique exotic atmosphere and artistic sense, it quickly became a local hotel of some distinction. Wu Nanhai naturally hadn't forgotten this place and had opened a branch of Nanhai Coffee House here. Besides ordinary tourists, scholars coming to Lingao for the first time found the exotic atmosphere of Jasmine Hotel eye-opening, and its unique, artistic air made them linger. Not only outsiders, even local scholars liked coming to sit in the courtyard and roof garden. Liu Dailin, the former headmaster of Jasmine Pavilion, often came to the hotel for refined conversations with scholars. This too was Tang Tang's suggestion. She called it advertising. Chen Lin finished registering, and a waiter took him to his guest room on the first floor, more grounded compared to the towers of Longhao Bay Hotel. The waiter drew the curtains and opened the tall French windows. Chen Lin walked out leisurely. Beyond the window was a wooden terrace with white railings. Rattan tables and chairs sat on the terrace, overlooking the hotel's garden. The garden wasn't large, but it was decorated quite exquisitely. Green vines wound around cast-iron flower stands. Hanging pots with green plants dangled from white lampposts. Gravel paths meandered past the terrace, looking vibrant under the sunlight. When had Chen Lin ever seen such an arrangement? Standing on the terrace, he was entranced for a moment. He didn't wake from his reverie until the waiter brought a tea set. "This is our special elder black tea. If the guest finds the scenery here pleasant, how about taking a nap here while tasting tea?" "Good, good." How could Chen Lin say otherwise? "Just leave it here." The waiter set down the tea service on the small round table. Chen Lin took out his wallet to offer a tip, but the waiter politely refused. The service charge is already included in the guest's accommodation fee, so tips aren't accepted. Chen Lin thought this was novel, but Australian establishments indeed didn't accept tips. The waiter withdrew. Chen Lin sat on the rattan chair on the terrace and picked up the teapot. It was Australian style, like he'd seen in Guangzhou, with glaze crystal clear and translucent, seemingly semi-transparent, painted with delicate flowers. He didn't know what method produced such firing. He'd heard from his uncle that there had been a bid for a porcelain factory at the industrial auction, but it failed because the required investment was too large. The tea poured into the cup was dark red, the liquor transparent, and a rich, strong tea fragrance rushed straight to his nose. This was the black tea unique to Australians. It had been sold in Guangzhou several years ago, but because the aroma was distinctive and too strong, local Cantonese hadn't welcomed it. Westerners loved it, however. Supposedly, this tea was durable for storage. Yet the ice black tea, sold at Great World in summer, had gained many admirers, truly a curious thing. Chen Lin didn't mind the distinctive bitterness and astringency of hot black tea. He took a sip. Within the tea fragrance, a strong citrus aroma rushed straight to his nose. This wasn't the citrus aroma of ice black tea, but closer to the scent of bergamot. Not necessarily delicious, but not unpleasant either. He just found the taste very distinctive. This tea is strange. However, having seen operations like adding citrus slices and sugar to black tea at Great World's tea shops, nothing the Australians did to their black tea would surprise him now. He leaned back in the rattan chair. Flower fragrance and tea fragrance curled at his nose. The beautiful garden spread before him, and looking up, azure sky. For a time he felt happy and free of worries. Truly a fine place to while away the hours, Chen Lin thought. As Uncle said, Australians are the people who know enjoyment best in the world. This enjoyment wasn't extravagant luxury substituting expense for substance, nor accumulation like lakes of wine and forests of meat, but comfort and coziness that truly touched the heart. Yet he couldn't simply sink into coziness like this. Chen Lin reminded himself silently that he carried both the family's industry and his uncle's heavy trust. He could let neither down. End of chapter. Chapter 24:59. Fabric store. Then he thought of Li Yayar and his second uncle. Elder Li trusted him greatly and had entrusted him with heavy responsibilities, but second uncle undermined him from within, constraining him at every turn. Yet Chief Li did trust him very much. He sighed inwardly. Chen Lin's state of mind was complicated. Ambition and worry about the future intertwined, plucking at a young man's sentimental heart from time to time. The sun was slanting westward. Chen Lin suddenly remembered there was a banquet at 6 o'clock. He should return to the hotel early to meet his uncle and sister. He rose hurriedly, walked out of the room and came to the lobby. The reception waiter was busy working and hurried out to greet him. "Shopkeeper, what time is it now?" "Sir, that's the clock over there," the waiter pointed to a corner. "Do you know how to read it? Shall I explain?" No need. He had seen clocks and watches in Guangzhou, whether Western or Australian, they were much the same. Looking toward the corner, he saw a large pendulum clock in a teak case with mother-of-pearl inlay. The hands had just passed 4:30. "How long does it take to get to Longhao Bay Hotel from here?" "By rickshaw, just over 10 minutes, the waiter said. "Would you like me to call one for you?" Chen Lin hesitated. It was still a bit early to go over now. It would be awkward to sit long in his sister's room, and also awkward at his uncle's place. If he sat in the lobby, watching men and women passing in and out would feel uncomfortable. The waiter had a keen mind. Seeing his expression, he guessed the situation and suggested, "Sir, if you still have ample time, why not walk from here to Longhao Bay Hotel? The whole journey is just half an hour. Is this your first time here? It's the perfect chance to see the street scene and market atmosphere of Bapu." "That would be good, but I don't know the way." "No matter." The waiter immediately pulled a sheet from the rack beside him. "This is a map. I'll mark the route clearly for you." Chen Lin took the marked map. It wasn't large and was printed quite simply, but street names, shops, restaurants, stations, wharves, everything was clearly marked. "Sir, note that this map is north up, south down, west left, east right. Don't get it turned around." "Thank you for the reminder, little brother." Chen Lin tucked the map into his robe. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked the waiter, "Where has the most varieties of silk and cloth here?" "For the most varieties and most complete goods, naturally it's the Cooperative General Society Mall in Eastgate Market. But there's also a friendship department store here in Bapu, where goods are very complete too. It also has attached currency exchange and consignment offices, specially convenient for traveling merchants to purchase." Chen Lin thought this sounded like a good place. He might as well visit this friendship department store first. Leaving the hotel, he recalled that when playing at Great World, people said the most prosperous place in Lingao was Eastgate Market. But Eastgate Market was still far from here. He could go later. He'd heard Bapu's prosperity was no less impressive. Why not stroll around Bapu town first to experience the local customs and business situation along the way? Father always said that though they only wove silk, they must understand market demand clearly. Human nature's likes and dislikes are most fickle, especially in women's clothing and accessories. The height of hair buns, the width of sleeves, even texture, pattern, and color, everything must change every few years. If one detects the change at its beginning, one can make materials that sell big. He always kept these words in mind, but mastering the fashion code was no easy thing. One had to understand the market prices of various materials and also grasp women's preferences. After Chen Lin came of age, his father had taken him to brothels for entertainment, partly for socializing with customers, partly for studying fashion trends. The attire and hair accessories of brothel women change fastest. Whatever novel styles appear, they're usually the first to wear them. Now Guangdong and Guangxi were the Australians' world. The Australians didn't force everyone to shave heads and change clothes, but the short clothes and short hair style was sure to become popular sooner or later as naturalized citizens multiplied in Guangzhou. The king of Chu loved slender waists. Many starved to death in the palace. The people would naturally follow and imitate the Senate's preferences. He walked along streets and lanes. These were back alleys, mostly backyards of residents and shops, very quiet. The streets and houses were tidy. Old people busied themselves with housework in doorways while children played and roughhoused. a scene of peaceful years. Chen Lin thought of his own Nansha and couldn't help sighing secretly. Being able to enjoy peaceful years was truly a great blessing. Following the route on the map, he turned a corner, emerged from a side alley, and arrived at the main road. The flow of people before him instantly increased. Not only pedestrians bustled about, but people carried loads on poles, baskets on backs, pushed wheelbarrows. Public carriages and freight carts moved slowly forward. Drivers stepped on bells from time to remind pedestrians not to intrude onto the main road and block the way. The town streets here weren't as wide as the seaside avenue, so there were no street trees, but the houses on both sides were arcades kailu. Pedestrians walking beneath were shaded from sun and rain, very convenient. Chen Lin looked at the outer walls of the houses. The lime was still fresh. They must have been built in recent years. Considering the Australians had landed less than 10 years ago, they had actually developed this unknown borderland quite impressively. No wonder the crowds of big households in Guangzhou rushed to join in. He walked along the street. There were many shops here. Some had traditional open fronts. Others had only a small door but were equipped with large glass windows. Chen Lin didn't know this was called a show window, but he was quickly captured by its unique decorative charm. Displaying goods this way makes people want to buy the moment they see them. The Australians' art of selling is truly formidable. Besides items common in Guangzhou, there were many he'd never heard of. Even at the Australian's window, the great world, he hadn't seen them. Sometimes he would be quite puzzled about what business a shop was doing. When he learned it was engaged in a certain trade, he often wondered, this can be done as a business. Puzzlement aside, regardless of size, the shops here had their own merits in decoration and display, all tidy and orderly, comfortable to look at. Completely different from the crowded, messy image of traditional shops in Guangzhou City. However, though shops were plentiful, silk shops and cotton cloth shops selling fabric were rare. He walked the whole way and actually didn't see many. He checked the limited few one by one. They carried various silks transported from the mainland, as well as silks from Japan, Korea, and Nanyang that he'd seen in Guangzhou. Many varieties, but nothing extraordinary. When asked if there was Australian silk, shop assistants all said none was produced. It wasn't until he came to a large shop called Ruihexyang, specializing in various silk, cloth, and woolen fabrics, that he heard the assistant say Australians did indeed raise silkworms, real silk and weave silk, but extremely little flowed into the market. If the guest truly wants Australian silk and silk fabric, you can only go to shop No. 82 in Eastgate Market. They have clothes and accessories made of Australian silk. The material and texture are indeed different from elsewhere. It's just that the price is extremely expensive, not something ordinary people can afford. As for cloth, the most staple goods were Songjiang cloth produced on the mainland, with complete categories and low prices. Next were various imported cloths. The shop assistant introduced them attentively. Nanyang cloth from the Southern Ocean, as well as Indian cloth and Western cloth. Colors, patterns, and textures all differed. Even Chen Lin was dazzled, especially by the bleached fine linen imported from Holland, fine texture and pure white color. The shop assistant said this Dutch linen was mostly used to make shirts worn next to the skin. Asking the price, it wasn't expensive either, about the same as Songjiang cloth. Such good cloth only sells for this price, then who buys this Songjiang cloth? Though this Dutch fine linen is good, it's not durable. Laborers and farmers who do hard work would never buy it. Is there locally produced cloth here, Australian cloth? There is some, the shop assistant said, but nothing outstanding. Does the guest want to see? Yes, yes, Chen Lin said eagerly. The shop assistant fetched a few bolts in a moment and unfolded them on the counter. At first glance there was indeed nothing special, only the colors were much brighter than other cloths, but the difference became clear the moment he touched them. Such smooth yarn, he exclaimed involuntarily. The shop assistant was startled. Is the guest also in this trade? Correct. Chen Lin nodded. My family runs a small weaving workshop. No wonder the guest looked like an insider the moment you handled it, the shop assistant said. This Australian cotton yarn is indeed the best. Just as silk quality depends largely on raw silk quality, cloth quality is determined by cotton yarn. Turning cotton into yarn required passing through more than 10 processes. In the era without machines, these were all done by hand. Spinning was mostly a manual sideline for rural women, so yarn quality was hard to guarantee.